Chapter 1 Traversing the Primal Chaos, the Commencement of Hong Jun's Proclamation. High upon the clouds softening fold heavens, Irist, having attained the true way upon it. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall preside east he steamed master. I am Hong Jun, now a sage. Aware of the uncertainty faced be all beings synth primal chaos, I shall impart the teachings of sanctification 3,000 Irsit shall palace. Those with disdain may come forth. Amidst a hazy of confusion, a resonant voicerous Linyi from his slumber, prompting him to sit upright. As he gazed around, Linyu found himself utterly astonished. Before him loomed towering mountains, their peaks piercing the clouds, while a thunder crackled and mist swirled, as if the very heavens were a felled to cranch. Thetrini be so red to heights of dozens, even hundreds of feet, dwarfing him to Thescalio insect beneath their shade. Event the most ordinary shrub sandflowers appeared remarkably oversized. Bang, bang, bang. Akalofter roar coursed through him, a warm current tracing within his body. His myopia vanished, a slumber spine straightened, and even the flab around his waist dissipated, revealing a chiseled sato fate packabs. Ding! Welcome, host, Toth Primal Chaos. Binding the most powerful human race system in progress. Primal Chaos? No, wait. Hong Jun has just announced his teachings. The three pure ones, Thesham les Dua from Thwest, and Nuahavieto attain sagehood. At this juncture, humanity has not yet been born, has it? System, if humanity has yet born, what purpose do sheer binding serve? Before his transmigration, Linyu had been an overweight individual, with a penchant for game and gone novels, and twas well first until reefed primal chaos. Hong Jun was a cunning schemerous proclamation of sage who'd was the greatest of conspiracies. Heck alluded with heavenly deado established the nefarious practice of severing the three corpses to attain sagehood, aiming to monopolize a thepithto sanctification for himself. Theons who suffered the most were the three pure ones, Nuwa, and Theduo from Thwest. Hong Jun's method of severing the three corpses relied upon fragments soft chaos jade plate, off to for suprematrius or soft chaos, alongside death chaos pearl, the open heaven axe, and the chaos green lotus. This treasure could be fused with Theus, and with the assistance of heavenly Tao, severing the three corpses and merging into Thedeo was effortless. However, this treasure was unique with primal chaos, rendering it nearly impossible for other beings to sever their three corpses. For this reason, after three pure one is severed here three corpses, they were ruinable to Mergina Thedeo and were ultimate for Seto Createth Chanan Jizexto Tain Sagehood thro merit. Moreover, Lao Zahadal so transmit golden elixir patho humanity, accruing a significant amount of merit in the process. The situation was even graver for giant ants on at the western primal chaos was far to barren. After establishing the western teachings, they couldn't lie seek grand ambitions, borrowing merit from the heavenly Tao, and consequently became a thirsty of strife, akin to Uruskari and gay crossed street. At this moment, Hong Jun had yet proclaim his teachings. According to Theta Moline, Nua was Morelia great Luo golden immortal, and humanity did no Texas statal. Without humanity, how cold Shekriatetham? Now that humanity had not yet been created, these ways an opportune moment for him to participate in secure a Thetit, leaf ancestor of humanity, legitimizing his claim. This system is the most powerful human race system. Once bound to humanity, the host will receive a 1,000-fold bonuses for any actions beneficial to humanity. The larger the population of humanity, the stranger you become. The mightier are descendants, the more reformidable heir. When your descendants number in the millions, what is Hong Jun to you? You can still draw up in pang assessance blood. Millions of descendants? Are you suggesting that manical drawn bring fortune? A slismala crept across Linus facia she discern ethis of expertus. This notion was superficial while manical dream indeed brought blessings. Powerful descendants could lead humanity toward glory, yet advancement of man civilization's paramount. Ding! System task triggered. Please assist new Wayne creating humanity within 10,000 years to become the ancestor of humanity. Upon completion, you shall receive a 1,000-fold bonuses, with boundless benefits. System, Aereo jesting? How could Dahmer immortal like mever meet Nuwa? By Theway, where Izami beginner's gift pack? You out to provide me with a beginner's spockagito, lush me fooding. Scanning gis surroundings, Linya caught Saito fe fearsome beast. Even from a distance, theme level enter I texuded sent shivers down vine. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift pack. Wouldio liki to pin it? Open it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Chaos Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. This artifact was born from the depths of chaos and contains a world of chaos within, holding 39 layers of restrictions. Given that the host lacks a foundation, you are reasonable to refinite. I twilslimbear for twat house and I ear swilet he system assists in refining the fierce 12 layers of restrictions. With a sound, Linyai fell into Adi Epslimberast chaos pearl floated above his head, absorbing the spiritual energy of primal chaos. At this time, the primal chaos offered few cultivation methods. The 3 pure 1 san new where leads solely on their foundations to comprehend the laws. The chaos pearl, being gone off to force a premetry as source of chaos, was naturally not simple. Thelos intertwined, continuous refining Linya's body, cause a gradual transformation. In the timeless expands oft primal chaos, with boundless lefespins, when Linya awoke, tuot house and I ear swood have passed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the fierce 12 layers of restriction soft chaos pearl, granting out the ability to obscure costly end of a death heavenly deus influence. Now, I present the secondite move T beginners gift pack the auspicious opportunity of humanity. With intent breaths, new a will arrive. How to dissuade her from creating humanity isoptathi hosto devise. Just as Linyar gained consciousness, Anaras ordentathi heavens, expissing him to the cosmi creom. On Kunlun, new abruptly opened her eyes, gazing in Linya's direction. Little sister, what is it? Beside Nuwa, Fuxial supendizia sand peered in the direction just looking, seeing Nathingamus. Brother, I suddenly sensed Samathingi guiding for surging Mato fulfill a mission. Once accomplished, my cultivation shall surely surge. Rising from the ground, new air up Tedforth with astounding speed. Racing towards After breaking through Toth great Luo golden immortalium, intuition but cam a paramount if grasped, I twould lead to terrifying opportunities. Sheskaming. Aware of new imminent arrival, Linyin devered to maintain a facade of calm, holding gay blade of grass in his mouth Tomascus anxiety. In but were breaths, new weight ascended from the heavens. As legendisit, with a human form and serpent tail, draped in white garments, she manatted an oriflaws, leaving an ethereal impression u Penalho beheld her. Curiously Linyu found himself unable torkalnawas visage themamin the marvelet their beauty, hued lower risk gazy and forget, only aware a thought she was striking beautiful. What manner of Bungaria, devoid of a foundation, yet possessing ganonate deabody? This is impossible. In't the world of primal chaos, all being serene tangled in causality, bound by the heavenly Tao. You exist in liminals, simultaneous representatives absent, this should not be. Up and reaching Linny, newest intuition faltered, and she immediately telenoted Linny, find injitutorly remarkable. I am Linyoth human race, honored to media, Lady Nuwa. Spitting out Heble Dovgrass, Linya's mild slight lion clasped his fists in greeting. As a transmigrator, Henatura lie existed without causality entanglements, unbound by the heavenly Tao. Most critically, humanity hadieto emergethis, there were in a foundation sofu manit to speak of finthi cosmos. Coupled with Linya's feeble strength, he was simply not deserving goft heavenly Deos attention. Human race. Upon hearing Linya mention humanity, a cascade of finsights flooded Nua's mind, as he beheld in Lashane soft causality descending from the heavens, enveloping Lin. Yet, as the chains fell, the cold notance near Linny, Akinto attempting to fetch water with a basket or grasp them and reflected in water impossible tolink. The chain soft causality dissipated slowly, unable to bind Linny. Do not, witnessing the chains fit away, new wayfulton overwhelming sins of floss, as thof samething vital lad being snatched away, leaving her deeply unsettled. Lady Nuwa, do not despair. I am guided by the principle soft humanity, traversing timeen spacedly dayu. Int the grand epestry off primal chaos, countless being sexist, yet her paths to cultivation ultimate, like converge. Tot tainth Tao, one a most first transform into an innate deabody and thin comprehend, heavenly dea to master the laws. After the dragon Hanara, the devastation of primal chaos was severe. Regardless of the race, procreation became exceedingly arduous. Even after major birth, transform in Jinto innate dea bada acquired dainternity. The Wu clan ferdivin wersa tadavi birth to thirkin, they haderly on the pangahal. If this continues, when shall primal chaos flourish again? So, has Lady Nuwa considered creating Guristhatis innately deo bodies, endowed with exceptional reproductive capabilities? I call this race humanity. Linya maintained his composure, fixing Gasgazian Nuwa, allowing her to perceive the implications. Guided by the principles of humanity, Nuwa performed a hand gesture, her divine nice ablaze with insight, revealing Linyalikov causal entanglements, temporal chaos, and uncertain future, leading her to believe him more readily. Withdrawing her gesture, Nuwa scrutinized Linyi, beginning to digest, monitor, and comprehend. Lady Nuwa, dono trush. The creation of humanity is no simple to skill will need to seek several items. This includeth 9 heavens breath soil, the innate gourd vine, the creation shinku and cauldron, and the 3 lights divine water. Particularly, the 9 heavens breath soil serves the foundation for humanity. These atemi san innate spiritual material, capable of self-generating never diminishing, endowing humanity with formidable or productive capabilities. As for the innate gourd vine, the creation shinku and cauldron, and the 3 lights divine water, they serve auxiliary functions. Nuwa appeared to me what naivety at this moment through Disiaveher is needed. As long as Nuwa followed Linya's directives, he would undoubtedly garner great causality and become the ancestor of humanity in a rightful manner. I can procure the creation shinku and cauldron and 3 lights divine water, butano note where to fin thinine heavens, breath soil and thinata gourdvine. Upon hearing Linya's exposition, Nuwa's essence quivered, divine light illuminating her, as he realized the magnitude of this opportunity. Regrettably, Nuwa was awareingly off creation shinku and cauldron and 3 lights divine water, having no knowledge of the location softening heavens, breath soil and thinita gourdvine. Lady, do not fret. The emergency of humanity is a grand trend oft primal chaos skirtin fortune and artifacts were born for humanity, fulfilling a mission. For instance, if you seize a thrice opportunity, you shall become the first sage after Hongjuan. If you fail to grasp it, humanity may take you few detours, emerging at for in time. Ultimately, Alice predestined in the grand design. Linya's mild dash affixed Disgazi and Nuwa, deciding to sutliper onward. Nuwa, a being Gothamanclin, held her heart above Yalails within Yurkin. After creating the human race, she scarcely exerted any governance. The Deminclin, in the relentless pursuit to breach the flesh-hoft he ancestral shaman, slaughtered countless mans to forget sword-off slaughtering shamans. This stark reality of lawlessness. Amidst these reflections, Linya considered thought should not consider having get chilled with Nuwa. Yet, the moment this notion arose, he swiftly dismissed it. Aspiring to emulate Suzayan wasn't a thing lacking the capability, was an entirely different matter. As Sadamed traveler without truths, have found himself and recognized it with heavenly deo and thus function aligned complete. According to your words, does a template that to must wait for the right opportunity, until any daya ang counter thanin heaven serangant the primordial gourdvine, new wagas speed dasher heartbeat quickened, sensing the lucivina charif chance, a feeling both tantalizing and unsettling. Chapter 2 Seizing the primordial gourd vine. Given Thegadency of humanity, how cold die bunawary the location soft primordial gourd vini and shirong? However, the gourd vine remains a maturato disrupted now always fluct. Nevertheless, for the sake of the great desolation and the human race, what is the costo fafu sacrifices? Lady Nuwa, the primordial gourd vina flourishes upon thun stable mountain of the celestial pillar, while Zyrgis the soiled hat nurtures it. When you seek it, I hope Eo will take him along and grant Mathun ripe gourds. On Seth the human receives born, is shall nurture them with the fortunes of humanity to pay the karmic debt. Up in mentioning the primordial gourd vine, Linya felt a pang of furtake, ultimate lie resigning himself to the sacrifice. The primordial gourd vine is ordinary into te continuous lie absorbs the Satofiavin and earth they top unstable mountain, ultimately yielding sevengered so Fred, gold, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple hues, each remarkable treasure. Among these, they golden and dredgerts were acquired Binuwa. They golden gourd transformed into a banner for summoning demons, shining brilliant lie during Fengshen calamity. Their gourd became a cauldron for refining demons, employed in the process of mending the heavens, transforming the indomitable five-colored divine stone. Subsequently, nu was this regur to subdue various malevolent demis in the mortal realm, dispelling Thyramina Sora. Thialaugard was obtained be imperjunit Pasetoluya, manifesting Isosceles Jalislang flying dagger, renowned for its sun-failing accuracy. Thepperplegord was acquired be the sage Lauzi, ultimate lebesto Japan the benevolent corpsio Tai Shang Laojuan, making gone appearance said during the journey to West Calamity, known as the purple gold dreadgord, which dazzled with the phrase, if I cali or name, wouldy ou dare to respond? It is worth noting that don lie the me nor character soft golden horned kingin silver horn kingita Lizetta thad Tai Shang Legion be involved, Sun Yukong Wu dun doubted le have been reduced Tamari blood. The green, azure, and blue gourds, themist formida beyof tealit, were taken be Hongjuan Laozu. Thetriosur fashioned from Thegringer discaleth chaotic gourd, containing the primal chaos from before the creation of heaven and earth, wielding immense power capable of slaying saints and deities selecting stand it. The azure and blue gourds govern time and space, respectively and sequired, these pantheroms from the azurescia sta the depth soft underworld. Very well, Ishal Hedior Council. A thismoment, Nuver wasala focused on seizing the opportunity, regarding Themiterof de gourds with little concern. Then let us it forth shall travelteth unstable mountain. Thethotov possessing Gaul Sivingurds filled Linyai with excitement, even bordering on impatience. Wait a moment unstable mountainous the territory of Tuich clan. I cannot approach direct lie and will require milder brother's assistance. Accompanied be Lini, Nua firstruder neto Kunlun mountain, allowing Fuxito pay a visit to Thuich clan. Fux's ro Louis primera lito attract attention onset, 12 ancestor soft which received him, Nuver would have the opportunity to stealth the lie seizeth the primordial gourdvine. New way saudacitus stemmed from an other reason hung Jun wasun to expound his teachings, and'll worry engrossed in their cultivation, oblivious to thapnings outside. Sister, Thuich clan comprise sa grupo fun ruli individuals. With Orstatus, I sit truly necessarita forgian alliance? Upon hearing Nua's request, Fuxu wasp wildered, unable to comprehend we knew so tuta befrienth, 12 ancestor soft twitch. Linyai was sequely perplexing to Fuxa these individual was free from kermice entanglements and unbound with heavenly Tao, yet lacked cultivation, defying logic. Brother, this matter should not be made a public. Once successful, it shall report back toy winful transparency. I hope you can delay matters and express our goodwill as much as possible. Nua had Medu for Mindens Fuxia attract Thuich clan's attention, Shwu discreet lie search for the primordial gourdvine. Understood. Fuxi and Nua shared a strong bond, regarding here affairs as she sown, without a moment's hesitation. Then let us depart together. Accompanied be Lin E, Nua and Fuxa set forth, parteruace midway to arrive at unstable Mount Taquentially. The 12 ancestor soft which, gathered in Pango Hall, welcomed Fuxi upon his arrival. At this time, Emperor Junin Tai had yet established heavenly court, and Fuxi had not been invited both parties were devoid of conflict and maintained a semblance of politeness. Their discussions revolved around philosophical discourse, which would likely take considerable timitalid. My friend, might I inquire what primordial gourdvine resembles? While Fuxi engaged in philosophical dialogue with 12 ancestor soft which, Nu arrived at unstable mountain, prompting Linyai to search. Lady Nuwa ye need not sinithavinite self rather, observe if theory exists anything goth the shape. Drawing the outline of Fagord in the dirt, Lin encouraged Nu to look for it. I found it, goodness, this primordial gourd vinous well concealed without deliberate searching, one would never detect it. Utilizing her primordial spirit, Nua swiftly cated the primordial gourdvine. Primordial spiritual entities are known for their propensity to conceal themselves as the gourd swood not trivial themselves until maturity. Only Linu was aware of Tvine's existence otherwise, detection would have been impossible. Take Methrito confirm. The primordial gourdvine is a triosuro feminsworth should Linyai's curate, huge surely awakened from dreams with Asmile. Themist crucial aspect wast hat nuver wasin experience seeden diesel deceived. Lita sprost. Accompanying Lini, Nuwaquacli arrived beside Gourdvine. Goodness, these gourds are even more unrepethan or herself. Linyai observed that primordial gourdvine aborianly forgords, while it heather 3 remained asbuds that would require thousands so 5 years to mature. By conventional wisdom, waitin' for the Gordstoma tour would bit optimal choice. However, neither Nu One or Lin Yaku Dafford Toadens matured, there would be an opportunity left for Linny. At this juncture, Thecheus spiral came mainto play Lin Yakud place thun ripe gourds within Thecheus spiral, nurturing them gradually. Tothing kittis a primordial spiritual entity and Sathesa gourds mature, Theer de destined tobe comb primordial spiritual treasures. Surveying gourd vine, no instantly understood Linyai surlier hartakis utatrius arun de regrettable to damage. Fourth Zakoft great desolation, some sacrifice are unavoidable. Lady Nuwa, Thesoil beneath Thyson deeth 9 heavens, Zion Jume taken tenths, leaving within a tenth. As fourth gourd vine, Yumi take Wadia seafit, and Nishal Dovey Samin stoner Trithan ripe fruits. With Asai, Lin expressed his reluctance, urging Nuwa to act. Fourth great desolation. Offringer self-a-moment off self-reassurance, Nuwa directly a caviteth gourd vini anth 9 heaven shirong, commencing the division off spoils. Linyu made no attempt to conceal anything with the way Vave issued. Wanton thoth Zyrngen the latter portion oft, gourd vinisor redentoth chaos spurl for nurturing. At last, I can create humanity. Accompanied by Lin E, Nuwa fled with remarkable swiftness, returning to Kunlun Mountain at thirliest opportunity. What is happening? Why do I feel as though something has been taken from? Has me opportunity been snatched away? But what exactly was me opportunity? Hyabovethison, Emperor Genopenetices, feeling gan unsettling sensation. This feeling weighs extraordinarily peculiar, as if something had been stolen, yet he could not pinpoint why it was. Notably Emperor June, but also Laozi felt the same themament of awakening, his face was set with confusion. With Hung Jun's impending teachings, every Onu was preoccupied with preparation, rendering the notion of seeking opportunity is outside equity probable this feeling shouldn't have very sin. After calculating, lots of found nothing, so he's implicit close a desires and continued his philosophical musings. Strange, we hasn't primordial spirit suddenly trembled? Is it hat luo huse about emerge, or could it bit chaotic demigod stirring? The green, azure, and blue gourd shelled profound significance forth great desolation with Linyai acquiring them, Hung Jun had sensed the disturbance. However, Hung Jun could no ta forward Toba distracted his teachings were a part of fagrant conspiracium de severing the path to sanctification for the being soft great desolation, necessitating careful preparation. In addition, Hung Jun had Tobersi for the impending calamity between Hoots and demons. Both Thuich and demon clans are birthed from Pango, enjoying themerit soft creation, posing a significant threat to Hongjuan. Their propensity for's laughter could not be permitted continue. Hung Jun Hadel Reedy conspired with Heavenly Day during the transmission of teaching Sath, Purple Cloud Palace, Heplaned to support 5 Heavenly Day Saints do jointly overseeth great desolation, there be compelling its being Sinto stat of internal competition. Thuich clan, lacking in intellect, would inevitable to mass law tirof to demon clan upon witness sinjather satan quace saint status, seeking to enhance a thyron power and eyes of fortune. Emperor June, Tai E, and Kun Ping Guaranato be trifled within pursuit of sanctification, they would not standedly be wily Thuich clan massacret the demon clan. Hung Jun need dead to stoke the flames, ensuring that the demon and witch clans would inevitably clash. Additionally, Hungi unrequired vigilance, for was the fear stred cloud to attain enlightenment after the creation of heaven and earth, potentially a crucial means left behind by Pangwana that Hung Jun could not afford to relucan most, in fact, eliminate. In a thundready years, one sign part me teachings, Thegranch pecticla shall commence. With thastly smile, Hung Jun closed eyes, beginning to affinity details. At Kunlun Mountain, Nuawas in high spirits, surveying Linuit Hani adjournest huddle most compelled Herdokishim. A Sabingoth great desolation, how all no churn for sanctification? Previously, Nua had Dima did a distant dream Iatupan encountering Lini. The prospect of achieving sanctification felt tantalizingly close how could you not feel joy? Patient Saiski Wim must proceed slowly and avoiding errors. Raising her hand, Nua summoneth creation cauldron, placing Jitwit hinthanin heavens serang alongside Ilrelite and Finemid. Lady Nuwa, the creation of humanity primer reliably isn't the power of creation. With the our divine ability is to manipulate a creation, combined with creation cauldron, you may commune with heavenly Tao, naturally drawing down energy soft heavenly Tao. Observing Nua's uncertainty, Lin Yo fared immediate guidance. Lin Yu was not mistaken through humanity is an inevitable trend. Even if Nuoto has not intervened directly, humanity would still combine to bang through Athermians. However, Nuwa, endowed with profound blessings, is destined to attain sanctity, thus born in response to the calamity. Very well. With a graceful gesture of her hands, Nu initiated a hand seal, connecting with heavenly Deata commenceth the creation of humankind. Buzz. Asherthorm took form, the heavenly Deo responded, and a cascade of laws descended, aiding Nu Wayne grasping the principles of creation, the universe. Is that so? Sensing the vital energy of heavenly Tao, Nu Wayne surajurga dramatically, swift lie breaking through toth pinnacle of Deluo. In the primordial realm of cultivation, the levels Sara categorize as earth immortal, heaven immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, supreme one golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, quasi-saint, Anhuan Yuan Deluo golden immortal saint. Beferi the earth immortal stage, there exist four foundational realm refining essence Sainto Chi, refining Kinto spirit, refining spirit back to void, and merging with Dothrothruff void. During Theojof decline, these four realms encompass numerous minor stages, making cultivation exceedingly arduous. Yetherite the primordial realm, these four stages are virtually meaning, less as long as I can breathe, thee can attain them. I tistrally regrettable that I cannot absorb it. Bathadin knew his creative power, Linyai felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. However, lacking a solid foundation, Hakuden lie reach the limits of refining void in Toth Dao, current lie remaining at that stage. This sensation was quite disconcerting before him lay mountain of gold, yet he could not grasp it howled, not feel distressed in sta predicament? At a critical moment, the chaos pearl stirred, the fear stands can layer so frustrations trembled, and I texerted dalit smito absorb the creative energy, nourishing thegrothof de Gordveen. Chapter 3. The Creation of Humankind by Nuwa 1 day, 10 days, 30 days. Nuwa's enlightenment this time was remarkably swift. In merely 49 days, she awakened. Through this enlightenment, Nuwa had discovered the path to sanctity. Realizing that to attain the status of a saint, one must traverse the path of creation, birthing a race for the primordial world. When humanity is brought into existence, the heavenly Tao shall bestow upon her terrifying merits, thus propelling the laws of creation and culminating in her ascendance as a saint. How could this be? Upon gazing once more at the creation cauldron, Nuwa perceived many fragmented visions. She witnessed the demon race ruthlessly slaughtering humanity, who, despite their desire to resist, found themselves dwindling in numbers due to their insufficient strength. For a brief moment, she hesitated but then dismissed it. Nuwa belonged to the demon race, and her allegiance to them outweighed her ties to humanity. As long as humanity did not face total annihilation, she felt indifferent. Under the heavenly Tao, those who do not attain sainthood are ultimately akin to ants, and for Nuwa, achieving sainthood was of paramount importance. Lin E, would you assist me in creating humanity? Recalling her focus, Nuwa began to observe Lin E, formally commencing the creation process. As Nuwa stirred the nine heavens essence, the heavenly Tao responded, unleashing torrents of gale winds that cascaded into the cauldron, igniting the three flames of divine fire within. Thus, the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind converged, and Nuwa's path of creation was set into motion. Initially, Nuwa molded the figures in accordance with Lin Yi's form, repeating the process numerous times, yet she remained unsatisfied. Something always felt amiss. She was perplexed, for the materials at her disposal were flawless, and the treasures she wielded were immensely powerful. Why then was success eluding her? The creation cauldron was indeed a supreme treasure of creation, possessing extraordinary might, capable of transforming the postnatal into the innate, conjuring existence from nothingness, and creating miracles. The four elemental treasures were fundamental to the evolution of the primordial world. And with the nine heavens essence and the three divine waters, crafting treasures should have been feasible. Why then could she not create humanity? I understand the forging of treasures, she mused, with a swift motion. Lin E was lifted into the air and cast into the creation cauldron by Nuwa. This is bad. You are abandoning me after using me? Lin E attempted to resist but found himself utterly powerless. As his body entered the cauldron, he was immediately enveloped by the power of creation. The elemental forces coursed through him, merging with his very essence, threatening to render him into nothingness at that critical moment. The three divine waters demonstrated their efficacy, and the power of creation, in conjunction with the waters, successfully preserved Lin Yi's life, continually elevating his life level and initiating his return from the postnatal to the innate. The birth of a species necessitates the path of reproduction. Thus, in creating humanity, a mingling of blood was essential. Without waiting for Lin Yi to react, Nuwa bit her finger, and a droplet of radiant azure blood flew forth, landing in the creation cauldron. Simultaneously, a wound appeared on Lin Yi's chest, blood gushing forth like a torrent, merging with Nuwa's essence. Under normal circumstances, such a loss of blood would spell certain death for Lin Yi. However, sustained by the array of treasures and the power of creation, he could bleed profusely. Am I being treated as a stem cell? As the blood flowed, Lin Yi's vision blurred, and he promptly lost consciousness. Ignoring Lin Yi, Nuwa continued to manipulate the forces of creation, refining both him and the process. After 9 days, with a mere thought, Nuwa gestured with her hands, channeling beams of white light from the cauldron. Precisely 3001 in number, as the white light descended, humanity emerged, each newborn gazing around in bewilderment, their eyes devoid of any hue. According to the days, this creation was meant to yield 3,000 beings. Yet due to Lin Yi's involvement, the count rose to 3001. Lady Nuwa, the gourd vine can now be utilized. Initially perplexed, Lin Yi's memories began to resurface, prompting him to remind Nuwa. Excellent. With a smile, Nuwa retrieved the gourd vine and commenced her distinctive operations. With a swift motion of her arm, the gourd vine expanded in the wind, descending into the creation cauldron. As she twirled her wrist, the gourd vine quickly became encrusted with mud. With a sudden flick, the mud-laden gourd vine soared into the air, and upon landing, transformed into numerous individuals. Having successfully executed the initial operation, Nuwa became adept. Repeating the process, after several iterations, the human race had grown to a remarkable total of 129,600, perfectly aligning with the primordial count. Fellow beings, guided by the principles of humanity, we have emerged into existence. Henceforth, I shall be known as the Holy Mother, and I as the ancestor of humanity. I now impart to you the path of survival, urging all to honor the primordial earth. Strive for self-improvement and thrive in this vast world. Through Nuwa's efforts in creation, Lin Yi had transitioned from the postnatal to the innate, acquiring a foundational essence and consolidating his primordial spirit. With the primordial spirit came awareness. As Lin Yi's consciousness stirred, fundamental knowledge of survival was imparted to humanity. Having completed this, Lin Yi turned to Nuwa, signaling her to perform. What? Nuwa, caught off guard by Lin Yi's gaze, momentarily lost her sense of direction. Lady Nuwa, you have created humanity. Now, communicate with the great Tao and proclaim it to the primordial realm. Lin Yi, having declared himself the ancestor of humanity, was hesitant to proclaim the great Tao himself. Cough, cough. The primordial world bears witness. Today, there is Nuwa, creator of this race, under the auspices of the entire human realm. I implore humanity to strive for self-improvement, to thrive in this primordial world, and to prosper therein. Bowing to the primordial realm, Nuwa mimicked Lin Yi's tone and proclaimed loudly as she spoke. A cloud of confusion crossed her face. Something felt amiss, yet she could not articulate it with a thunderous sound. As Nuwa straightened her back, the heavens roared, radiance spreading for 3,000 miles, the sounds of the Tao whispering. Streams of immense golden light of merit cascaded from the heavens, like spotlights illuminating Nuwa, Lin Yi, and humanity. The merits bestowed were abundant, with 60% landing upon Nuwa, 30% upon Lin Yi, and the remainder shared among humanity, the creation cauldron, and the gourd vine. Nuwa creates humanity? How could she amass such boundless merit without my impartation of the Tao? Why the urgency to create humanity? I have yet to provide you with the primordial purple chi. Upon hearing Nuwa's declaration to the great Tao, Hongjun rose abruptly. It felt as though he had missed the bus. Hey, I haven't boarded yet. Just moments prior, he had conspired with the heavenly Tao to establish the position of the saints. Nuwa was already seated among the saints, while Hongjun had prepared cushions and the primordial purple qi, awaiting the transmission of the Tao from the Zhixiao Palace, allowing them to cultivate the heavenly Tao and bind their true spirits to it, thus severing their paths of retreat. However, before Hongjun could impart the primordial purple qi and the method to sever the three corpses, Niuhua had already drawn down the merits, which he deemed a violation of the rules. We agreed to play chess, yet you flipped the board. Where is your sense of honor? He could not allow this. The primordial purple qi must be granted, and the method to sever the three corpses must be taught. Rising suddenly, Hongjun departed from the Zhixiao Palace, making his way to Kunlun Mountain. The Zhixiao Palace was where the Tao was transmitted, and the division of treasures was paramount. The path of the heavenly Tao was inherently tied to merit, and Hongjun would not permit any deviation. If Niuhua did not grasp the gravity of the situation, he would be forced to eliminate her. The stakes were considerable, and while he sought to subdue her, he would aim for a peaceful resolution. Such formidable merits, what had Niuhua done to receive such bountiful rewards? The three pure ones, present in Kunlun Mountain, initially curious about Niuhua's proclamation, were rendered speechless as the merits descended upon them. Let us go see. With explosive speed, Laozi surged ahead, racing forth. A breakthrough is imminent. Bathed in boundless merit, Niuhua immersed herself in comprehending the laws of creation, merging them with her primordial spirit and physical form, swiftly uncovering the key to her breakthrough. With a sudden awakening, Niuhua's body trembled. Achieving a breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm, surveying the world anew, her perception had shifted. Her newfound power easily surpassed that of the great Luo. Congratulations, Lady Niuhua, on your breakthrough, transcending the realm of the great Luo. Tongtian, ever the cheerful one, felt genuine happiness for Niuhua's achievement. In Tongtian's eyes, someone had taken that monumental step, setting an example for others to follow. Shut up, third brother. Yuan shot a glare at Tongtian. His expression twisted with jealousy. In Yuan's view, the three brothers were the true essence of Pangu, destined to be the first to reach the quasi-saint level after Hongjun. Yet, Niuhua delivered a stinging slap to their faces, surpassing them in mere 3,000 days, achieving a status beyond the great Luo. How could he endure such humiliation? Dear friends, my sister is currently in the midst of her breakthrough. I apologize for any oversight. With a smile cast toward Yuan, Niuhua closed her eyes, continuing her ascent. The merits offered a multitude of benefits, capable of directly elevating cultivation, yet Niuhua felt it inappropriate and chose to delve into the comprehension of the laws. Damn it, she intends to walk the path of the laws to attain sainthood. The void rent asunder, and Hongjun emerged from within, his gaze fixed intently upon Niuhua, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The paths to sanctification are manifold, categorized into the attainment of the laws, the severing of the three corpses, and the cultivation of merit. Among these, the sanctification through the laws stands as the most potent yet the most arduous. Once achieved, one becomes a great sage, epitomized by Pangu, undeniably the foremost sage of the primordial chaos. The method of severing the three corpses, conceived by Hongjun, is a grand scheme, with success nearly impossible for anyone but him. For the chaotic jade butterfly is singular in existence. Others can only partake in its remnants, amalgamating merit to become a sage of the heavenly Tao. Great sages are unbound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao, enjoying absolute freedom, unlike the sages of the heavenly Tao, who must rely on their true spirits and submit to its dictates. Presently, as Niuhua treads the path of the great sage, Hongjun, representing the heavenly Tao, shall not permit it. He has already devised a plan. Once Niuhua accumulates enough merit, he shall bestow upon her the primordial purple energy, compelling her to return to the heavenly Tao and ascend as a sage of the heavenly Tao. But has Niuhua herself achieved sanctification? Following Hongjun, beings such as Dijuan, Tai, and Kuanping hasten to her side, their eyes brimming with jealousy. They are all at the great Luo realm, yet remain unaware of the quasi-saint realm, mistakenly believing Niuhua has become a sage. Alas, with another sage emerging from the east, when shall the west thrive? After Dijuan and Tai, the shameless duo from the west arrived. Sensing Niuhua's aura, they burst into tears. Chapter 4. The first tenfold critical hit previously, Hong Jun, in alliance with the great immortal Yang Mei, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the ancestor of heaven and earth, waged war against the demon ancestor Luo Ho in the western primordial world, utterly ravaging it and leaving the western primordial desolate. Over the years, Jane and Zhuanti have been tirelessly repairing the ley lines. Despite their merits, their cultivation remains feeble, unable to rival the East. They have consistently consoled themselves, believing that although their pace is slow, they are steadily progressing, and one day, they shall surpass others. Because of this, Jane and Zhuanti have taken Yuhua as a benchmark, aspiring to surpass her and catch up to the three pure ones, even to transcend the Tao ancestor. Yet, in merely 3,000 years, Yuhua has directly broken through to the great Luo, becoming a quasi-saint, causing Jane and Zhuanti's mental states to shatter. Do not weep, my dear friends Jane and Zhuanti. Yuhua has transcended the great Luo, which is indeed a joyous event, proving that the journey ahead is long. Let us continue to strive forward. As long as we remain steadfast, we shall surely arrive. Observing Jane and Zhuanti in tears, Hong Yun stepped forward to offer quiet counsel. You two ineffectual beings, all you do is bring shame upon yourselves. With a cold snort, Yuanshi swiftly chastised them, holding them in disdain. There is no need for alarm, for beyond the great Luo, there exist two more realms. First, one must break through to the quasi-saint level, and only then can one attain sainthood. Although Yuhua has already transcended to the quasi-saint level, she has taken a circuitous route. Listen to me as I impart the teachings. Breaking through to quasi-saint is as simple as flipping one's hand. As for that seemingly unattainable saintly realm, it requires us to persevere and face challenges unflinchingly to succeed. Yuhua, recognizing the difficulty of your cultivation and the missteps you have taken, the Tao Ancestor grants you a strand of primordial purple energy. Refine it, and you shall rectify your path, achieving the status of a sage of the heavenly Tao. Yuhua's breakthrough ignited fervor among the assembly. At that moment, Hong Jun manifested, exuding an aura of righteousness, directing his gaze upon the world. Thank you, Tao Ancestor. Upon witnessing the primordial purple energy approach, Yuhua raised her hand. Drawing it into her being, as the primordial purple energy entered her body, Yuhua's cultivation experienced yet another transformation, the power of the heavenly Tao pouring forth, available for her to absorb at will. We pay our respects to the Tao Ancestor. The beings present, all of innate root and essence, observed Yuhua absorbing the primordial purple energy and felt a stir of ambition. Even a mere thought would reveal that the primordial purple energy is a pivotal opportunity for sanctification. Thus, a pilgrimage to the Zixiao Palace was imperative. Chaos is the Tao Ancestor's test for you. The Tao Ancestor awaits you at the Zixiao Palace. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Hong Jun smiled slightly and turned to depart. What are you waiting for? Hurry and follow. Kuanpeng was the first to react, unleashing his speed and charging towards the Zixiao Palace. This opportunity must not be missed. Exchanging glances, Jane and Zhuanti swiftly pursued him. With a leader at the forefront, the other beings were unwilling to lag behind, bursting forth with speed towards the Zixiao Palace. Let them compete. Let them all strive. Do they truly believe that the primordial purple energy is something of great worth? Hong Jun, indeed, is a cunning old fox. The insidious method of severing the three corpses is a scheme only he could conceive. Watching the throng rush forth, Lin Yi shook his head, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. He had no intention of intervening. This was the natural order of things, destined to unfold. Most importantly, the one who stands out is the target of the arrows. Hongjuan's power is overwhelming, far beyond Lin Yi's current capabilities. It is better to bide his time. Lin Yi was also pleased to see the witch and demon calamity arise. If the demon and witch clans do not withdraw from the stage, how can the human race become the protagonists of the heavens? However, the human race too faces tribulations. Lin Yi must hasten his cultivation to prevent the demon clan from forging the slaughter witch sword, fundamentally altering the trajectory of the Fengshen calamity. What did you say? Is there something amiss with the primordial purple energy? A statement made in jest struck Lin Yi with a chilling realization. Had it been before, Yuhua would have dismissed such words without a second thought. However, after the creation of humanity, Lin Yi's words now gave her pause. Has the Lady Nuwa not yet departed? Turning to see Nuwa, Lin Yi felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had delayed speaking until now, thinking all beings had already left, not realizing Nuwa remained. What concerns you about the primordial purple energy? Speak honestly. The matter of the primordial purple energy is intrinsically linked to sanctification. Nuwa could not afford to be careless and urged Lin Yi to clarify. Lady Nuwa, I dare not say too much, for the implications are vast. If you trust me, heed my advice. Do not rush to achieve sanctification. Wait for the human race to develop. If you sanctify now, it would only amount to following the path of severing the three corpses. Even if successful, it would be reliant on merit, rendering you the weakest among the sages, unable to contend with the three pure ones, outclassed by Jane and Juanti. However, should you choose to wait, you may have the opportunity to become the second Tao ancestor. Lin Yi sought to obscure the opportunity presented by the Chaos Pearl, preventing Hong Jun from overhearing. Lin Yi was overly optimistic. At this juncture, all were engrossed in discussions regarding the teachings at the Zixiao Palace, and Hong Jun was hardly attentive. What must I do? As Nuwa refined the primordial purple energy, she discerned certain anomalies, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. Focus on comprehending the laws and take good care of the human race. If possible, lend a hand to Hong Yun. If you cannot assist, at least preserve a remnant of Hong Yun's soul. Hong Yun, being a good-hearted individual, is bound to fall victim to Hong Juan's schemes. Lin Yi intended to save him, ensuring he could be of use to the human race. And then? Lin Yi's words lingered in Nuwa's mind, every sentence etched into her heart. Wait for the opportune moment. You have another chance to mend the heavens. With boundless merit. Lady Nuwa, grant me the gourd vine. I will oversee the human race, while you focus on comprehending the laws. The gourd vine, embodying the fate of the human race, must naturally be in Lin Yi's possession. Shall I still go to the Zixiao Palace? Casting aside the gourd vine, Nuwa found herself reluctant to attend the Zixiao Palace, preferring to remain with Lin Yi. Why not? Though the severing of the three corpses is treacherous, the theory is sound. Lady Nuwa may find it beneficial to consider Hong Juan's embodiment of the Tao is formidable, and attending the teachings would yield substantial advantages. Then the human race is entrusted to you. Everyone, Lin Yi is the human ancestor. From now on, you shall heed his commands, for his orders are my orders. Turning to the gathered primordial beings, Nuwa proclaimed Lin Yi's status, then surged forth, breaking through the void. We pay our respects to the human ancestor. The assembly of primordial beings bowed in unison, their voices resounding, boom. The moment Nuwa declared Lin Yi as the human ancestor, his primordial spirit trembled violently. Countless chains of causality intertwining, instantly binding him to the human race. Simultaneously, the fate of the human race was born. A portion fell upon Nuwa, while another portion settled upon Lin Yi, instantly establishing Lin Yi's domain and solidifying his identity. The domain is no trifling matter. Akin to that of a sage, the heavenly emperor, or the human sovereign, it requires acknowledgement from the primordial chaos. Only with such recognition can Lin Yi truly be deemed the human ancestor. Beings with a domain can mobilize the forces of the primordial chaos within their jurisdiction. During daily cultivation, they benefit from the blessings and protection of the heavenly Tao. During the Fengshen calamity, the Xinmen sought to eliminate King Zhou, yet could not act directly. The human race's internal strife was necessary to conspire against King Wu's campaign against Zhou, for King Zhou is the human king, possessing a domain, and is graced by the fate of the human race, under the protection of the primordial chaos. Should they strike directly, the backlash from the fate of the human race would inevitably ensue. Even a sage could not withstand in the legends of the primordial chaos. There was no human race, as contributions were insufficient. Only by participating in the creation of humanity could one become part of the human race, at best attaining the status of a human sovereign thereafter. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have become the human ancestor, completing the task of creating humanity, triggering a tenfold critical hit, and earning a chance to establish a new path. The myriad paths of the great Tao converge, and as the host becomes the human ancestor, he must forge cultivation methods for the human race. The system is the most powerful human race system. During the process of establishing a new path, It will provide the host with maximum assistance, enabling the host to synthesize his experiences and insights to create a cultivation method that leads directly to the Great Tao. Once successful, all members of the human race will cultivate under the host. The greater the population of the human race, the stronger the host will become. The more formidable the descendants of the human race, the more powerful the host will be. When your progeny number in the thousands, what is Hongjun in comparison? You can still draw upon Panga's essence in the very instant that the primordial chaos recognized Lin Yi's domain as the human ancestor. The system's notification chimed in, granting a chance to establish a new path. System, are you being too perfunctory? Creating a cultivation method for the human race with a tenfold critical hit. You could at least grant me quasi-saint cultivation or direct attainment of the laws to become a sage. Regarding the system's rewards, Lin Yi felt a sense of dissatisfaction, perceiving the system as rather stingy. After waiting for a while with no response from the system, he could only find a place to sit down and prepare to devise a cultivation method for the human race. As a reclusive individual, Lin Yi had encountered numerous cultivation methods, many of which were crafted by absurd authors who established various cultivation systems that he could readily exploit. Among the myriad of systems, Lin Yi held a particular affinity for martial arts. Humanity, adept at harnessing the essence of all things, derives its greatest confidence from within, naturally embodying a resilient spirit of self-improvement that has fostered numerous martial civilizations. The principle of ceasing conflict to embrace martial cultivation emphasizes the importance of self-cultivation as a form of civilization and legacy. This is the wisdom of humankind. The human body possesses 12 meridians and numerous acupoints. The first step in martial arts is to refine the body by circulating blood and closing one's eyes. Lin Yi entered a state of enlightenment. As the progenitor of humanity sought understanding. Let us first forge a sanctuary. The human race had already acquired the survival knowledge imparted by Lin Yi. After a brief watch over him, they took the initiative to depart and begin anew. At this moment, the primordial world was rich with spiritual energy, and as long as one could breathe, their needs would be met, thus alleviating any worries about sustenance. The foremost task for everyone was to procreate and increase their population. Alas, the Zixiao Palace lay ensconced in chaos, and with their current strength, it was utterly inaccessible. To reach the Zixiao Palace, one must traverse a realm of tumultuous chaos, where purple lightning strikes down. While beings like Nuwa could pass effortlessly, others found themselves unable to enter. This was a trial set forth by Hongjun. If one could not even arrive, what qualifications did they have to comprehend the Tao? He had another concern as well. Fearing a backlash. Although the method of severing the 3 corpses was perilous, it was of a high caliber. Insufficient cultivation would inevitably lead to retribution, and should one perish because of it, Hongjun would bear the burden of karmic retribution. The edict of the law should not be transmitted to the six-eared, served as a warning. The six-eared macaque, unable to traverse chaos to enter the Zixiao Palace, resorted to eavesdropping using its innate abilities, only to be met with backlash, inciting the wrath of Hongjun, who subsequently issued a command. The previous complaints originated from the six-eared itself. Within the chaos, the purple lightning posed a lethal threat. Those lacking the requisite cultivation would be obliterated upon contact. Hence, the six-eared macaque dared not advance. This is a rare opportunity for sanctification. I cannot forsake it, even if it means death. While the six-eared hesitated, other beings, undeterred, surged into the chaos, only to be struck down by the purple lightning. Reduced to ashes, Chapter 5. Hongjun's teaching, calamity for the beings. Some fortunate beings evaded the purple lightning and ventured deeper into the chaos. Go forth, all of you, to meet your demise. I possess innate abilities to eavesdrop. With a sly grin, the six-eared macaque turned and raced toward Kunlun Mountain. The six-eared macaque, skilled in discerning sound, could perceive the underlying principles of the universe. Without entering the 10 categories of beings, one cannot attain the name of the 2 realms. With its innate powers at its disposal, it could eavesdrop without hesitation. As for choosing Kunlun Mountain, it was related to humanity. Nuwa, the foremost beneath Hongjun, had created the human race, and no being dared to interfere. Eavesdropping in this location would be undisturbed. Furthermore, Kunlun Mountain was a blessed land, abundant in spiritual energy, with clear laws conducive to cultivation. Previously, the three purities and Yuhua each dominated a region, and the six-eared macaque dared not approach. Now, with no tigers in the mountain, it could declare itself king. The more it pondered, the more exhilarated it became. As the six-eared macaque accelerated, its eyes filled with disdain for those beings. Is this the Zhixiao Palace? The chaotic realm between the Zhixiao Palace and the primordial world was not true chaos. For those of great prowess, it posed no difficulty. The first to arrive were the three purities, who stepped into the chaos and were immediately drawn to the Zhixiao Palace. Here, they could clearly discern the laws, and the patterns above the Zhixiao Palace represented immense opportunities. Should they grasp them, they would undoubtedly reap rewards. Of course, the three purities would not be so foolish as to overlook the greater picture. The treasures before them were merely trifling gains. Entering the Zhixiao Palace to hear Hongjun impart the Tao was the true prize. Ha ha ha, as the fourth in rank, I shall surely seize the initiative. Following the three purities, Kuanpeng stepped forth from the chaos, laughing heartily. Kuanpeng was inherently swift, and had he not been less powerful than the three purities, he would have been the first. Taiji, Yiqing, and Shangqing, you truly are quick. After Kuanpeng, Zenyuanzi and Hongyun emerged from the chaos, immediately clasping their fists in greeting. Hongyun was renowned for his amiable nature, fond of making friends, and was exceptionally kind to all. Earlier, when Jane and Zhuanti were provoked by Yuhua, they wept openly, and only he consoled them. Two friends, your arrival is most timely. Laozi and Yuanshi paid no heed, while Tong Tian clasped his fists with enthusiasm. Strange, why has Hongjun summoned us only to find the doors closed? Without a deliberate haste, Yuhua arrived somewhat later, standing before the Zhixiao Palace, carefully inspecting its patterns. Observing these patterns, Yuhua felt a profound connection, yet refrained from meditating on the ground. Following Lin Yi's advice, she constantly reminded herself to remain low-key and patiently await the development of the human race. After Yuhua's arrival, the myriad guests of the mortal realm gradually gathered. While those weaker beings naturally perished within the chaos creek, the wait was not long before the grand doors of the Zhixiao Palace swung open, and Jane, Zhuanti, and Kuanpeng seized the opportunity to charge inside. Everyone understood that opportunities must be contested. Whoever entered the Zhixiao Palace first would inevitably gain the upper hand. Witnessing Jane, Zhuanti, and Kuanpeng surge forth, they unleashed their innate powers to block their path. Presumptuous! You dare provoke the three purities? Beware, we shall grind you to dust. The most audacious of all was Yuanshi, who seized Jane and unleashed a torrent of blows. Laozi joined in, while Yuanshi pummeled Zhuanti, each strike landing squarely upon their heads, resulting in noticeable lumps. Tong Tian refrained from attacking Kuanpeng, allowing him an opportunity to retreat. Woe is me, my western lands are barren. What's wrong with vying for an opportunity? We suffer greatly. Overwhelmed by the might of the three purities, Jane and Zhuanti could only retreat, making way while weeping loudly. Your domain lies in the west. Tend to your own affairs, if you come to the east to seize opportunities. Who else should we strike? With a cold snort, Yuanshi took the lead into the Zhixiao Palace. Upon entering, Dijun, Tai, Kuanpeng, and the others turned simultaneously, glancing at Yuhua, and voluntarily cleared the way. The three purities had already established a rule: to enter the Zhixiao Palace, one must be ranked by strength, and it was evident that Yuhua was the foremost. I have already attained quasi-saint status. This opportunity shall be granted to my fellow Taoists. With a faint smile, Yuhua stepped back, continuing to contemplate the patterns above the Zhixiao Palace. Woe is me, fellow Taoists. My western lands are impoverished. May I beg you to grant us a chance? Gazing at the grand doors of the Zhixiao Palace, Jane and Zhuanti wept once more, hoping for an opportunity. However, Dijun, Tai, and Kuanpeng offered no chances. They burst forth at once, embroiling themselves in chaos. Hongyun, it is our time to act. Observing the tumult, Zenyuanzi turned to Hongyun, signaling him to take action. Understood. Channeling his strength, Hongyun surged forth, and under Zenyuanzi's cover, became the fourth to enter the Zhixiao Palace. Damn it! Witnessing Hongyun's advance, Tai roared in fury, immediately wielding his treasured Donghuang Bell. The Donghuang Bell, Tai's innate treasure, was immensely powerful, a primordial artifact. With a resounding chime, Kuanpeng and the others were sent flying, and Di Jun seized the chance to race into the Zhixiao Palace. A splendid opportunity. Just as he regained his footing, Kuanping erupted into motion, capitalizing on the moment of confusion to become the sixth to enter the Zhixiao Palace. Let us cease this squabbling. Let us all enter together. As everyone prepared for another bout, Hongjuan's voice resonated, and the doors of the Zhixiao Palace fully opened, allowing all to enter together. Upon entering the Zhixiao Palace, everyone promptly sought out the three purities. Hongyun, Di Jun, and Kuanpeng, discovering them already seated upon the jade mats. Above them sat Hongjun, his expression inscrutable. Woe is me, fellow Taoists! Might you spare a space for us? Our western lands are barren. Not only do we lack treasures, but we are also quite foolish. Over the years, they had devoted themselves to the Tao, yet their conditions were limited. Observing the seated figures, Jane and Zhuanti began to wail and roll about, crying bitterly. Fear not, my friends. I shall yield to you. Kuanpeng, why not you too? Everyone was a part of the primordial realm. If assistance could be given, let it be given. Hongyun, with a kind heart, unaware of the implications of the 6 mats, stood up upon seeing Jane and Zhuanti in distress, urging Kuanpeng to yield as well. Hongyun, if you wish to yield, do so yourself. Do not involve me. If you are unconvinced, after leaving the Zhixiao Palace, we can settle it. Kuanpeng, of course, was unwilling and immediately rebuffed him. Presumptuous. This is the Zhixiao Palace. What manner of chaos is this? Kuanpeng, you best be gone. As a creature born from moisture, what right have you to sit alongside the three purities? Yuanshi, who held disdain for those of lesser birth, stood up and roared, demanding Kuanpeng depart. Hongyun, I shall remember this. Glancing up, he noticed that Hongjun did not intervene, and Kuanpeng, not daring to provoke the three purities, could only harbor resentment towards Hongyun. Thank you. As Kuanpeng and Hongyun withdrew, Jane and Zhuanti hurriedly dashed out to occupy the mats. Nuwa, please step forward and join us in listening. Observing the 6 seated figures, Hongjun furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. By his calculations, those on the mats should have been the three purities, Nuwa, Jane, and Zhuanti. Now, with Nuwa absent and Di Jun present instead, Hongjun felt a headache coming on. With no other recourse, Hongjun had to add an extra mat for Nuwa to take her place. Very well. Observing the extra mats, Nuwa felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally approached. Esteemed guests, the path to sanctification is divided into 3 lectures. This marks the first. In truth, I had intended to impart teachings upon attaining my own sanctity, yet at that time, my preparations were incomplete. Hence I allotted 3,000 years for this endeavor. It is also for this reason that Nuwa has taken a circuitous route. When I commence my teachings, she must listen attentively. You, born in the primordial chaos, are sheltered by the heavenly principles, seeking longevity through cultivation, merely for the sake of leisure, while the essence of transcendence lies in the primordial spirit. Except for the shamanic clan, all living beings, upon embarking on the path of cultivation, can refine their primordial spirits. The primordial spirit can exist independently of the physical body, traversing the heavens and earth, comprehending the laws of the universe, thus allowing ascension to the realm of celestial immortals. The subsequent cultivation primarily focuses on the understanding of these laws. The levels of cultivation are generally categorized as earthly immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, and great golden immortal, merely grasping the laws. The great golden immortal is the ultimate limit. Beyond this path, there is currently a cessation. After becoming a great golden immortal, one can break through the laws and enter the Tao. If the primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly principles, one becomes a sage. This intermediate realm, I shall refer to as quasi-sainthood, indicating for all to remain silent. As Hongjun begins to speak nonsensically the mention of quasi-sainthood, Hongjun paused momentarily and cast a glance at the assembly. His purpose in disseminating teachings is twofold. First, to hinder your paths to sanctification. Second, to gather fortune and merit. The merit of imparting teachings is no trivial matter. Once he achieves harmony with the Tao, Distributing treasures will constitute another significant accomplishment, and the fortune and merit accrued are incalculable. Truly remarkable. As expected of the system, it is impressive. Simultaneously, Lin Yi opened his eyes on Kunlun Mountain, having successfully grasped the martial path. Stepping forth, Lin Yi immediately commenced his cultivation. Merely mobilizing his vital energy resulted in a terrifying phenomenon. What is that? Six-eared macaque had been eavesdropping on Hongjuan's teachings, and upon witnessing the apparition, was startled awake. Rising to his feet, looking around, Six-eared macaque beheld Lin Yi, whose formidable vital energy erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, exuding an air of invincibility. To all humanity, I am the progenitor of mankind. Aware of the lack of cultivation methods for humanity, I have established the martial path. Henceforth, our human race shall strengthen ourselves through martial arts, wield the martial arts to govern the laws, and attain the Tao through martial means. You must carefully perceive. Solidify the will of martial arts, inherit the civilization of martial arts, and establish and reinforce the methods of martial cultivation. To cultivate martial arts, one must first cultivate oneself. To cultivate oneself, one must first cultivate ambition. The fundamental essence of martial arts lies within ourselves. Now, I shall expound upon the first realm of martial arts, the phenomenon of blood mobilization and body tempering. Lin Yi synchronized with Hongjun, beginning to impart martial teachings. Compared to Hongjuan's method of severing the three corpses, Lin Yi's martial path is far more foundational, in the primordial chaos. The levels of cultivation are categorized as refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, merging void with the Tao, earthly immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, and great golden immortal. Lin Yi's martial path is divided into acquired, innate, earthly immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, and great golden immortal. Acquired cultivation involves blood mobilization and body tempering, while innate cultivation involves condensing the will of martial arts and awakening the true form of martial arts. The subsequent realms are similarly categorized as earthly immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great golden immortal, quasi-saint, and sage. The sole distinction lies in Hongjuan's emphasis on the primordial spirit entrusted to the heavenly principles, while humanity emphasizes the self, prioritizing will. Boom! As Lin Yi imparted the martial teachings, the void trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying merit, purple qi extending 3,000 miles, the sound of the Tao resonating in all directions, continuously invigorating the fortune of humanity. Chapter 6. Many offspring, many blessings, birth of the sun, birth of the moon. With the fortune of humanity bestowed upon him, Lin Yi's comprehension of the martial path became increasingly lucid as he began to delve deeper. The path of the progenitor of martial arts is not simple. Compared to the method of severing the three corpses, this martial path seems more suited to me. Fixated on Lin Yi, Six-eared macaque was momentarily entranced. Unable to resist the urge to listen. Time in the primordial chaos is immeasurable. During this session of imparting teachings, Lin Yi spoke for a full 300 years, concluding the discourse on acquired and innate cultivation. As Lin Yi finished speaking, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth, enveloping him in a cocoon. Simultaneously, the merits and fortune began to assist Lin Yi in solidifying the true form of martial arts. With the support of humanity's merits and fortunes, the previously condensed primordial spirit fused with the physical body, transforming into the will of martial arts, further enhancing the true form of martial arts. Such an astonishing cultivation method. This true form of martial arts is indeed formidable. Following the path of martial cultivation, could one not directly attain sagehood? Gazing at Lin Yi, Six-eared macaque suddenly found Hongjuan's teachings less appealing. As a mere mysterious immortal, the method of severing the three corpses felt too distant, whereas martial arts resonated more closely. The most crucial aspect is that martial arts impose no constraints. Lin Yi's teachings merely provide a framework, allowing one to pave their own path, which is precisely what Six-eared macaque cherishes. Esteemed guests, the first lecture on martial arts concludes. once you have diligently practiced and solidified the true form of martial arts. I shall commence the second lecture. The teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace are divided into 3 lectures. After the first, time is allotted for everyone to cultivate. Once the severing of the 3 corpses is successfully achieved, we will begin the second lecture. This approach is of utmost importance. Haste may lead to counterproductive results. Lin Yi, 2, recognizes that everyone's capacity for comprehension is limited, necessitating time for everyone to absorb the teachings. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully imparting teachings. Humanity now possesses its own cultivation methods. From this point onward, the host's cultivation will be linked to humanity, and the combat prowess will be the sum total of humanity's population. As everyone mobilizes blood and tempers their bodies, the system will deliver a 10,000-fold critical strike, assisting the host in cultivating to become the mightiest progenitor of mankind. Ding! Congratulations, host, as 129,600 individuals are currently mobilizing blood and tempering their bodies, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, resulting in a 10,000-fold enhancement of the host's physical body and foundational strength. Following the impartation of teachings, the mightiest human system finally comes into play. After 129,600 individuals complete body tempering, they immediately trigger a 10,000-fold critical strike, solidifying Lin Yi's foundation to the extreme. Transitioning from acquired to innate cultivation will condense the martial foundation within the Dantian, as the pioneer of the martial path. Lin Yi's martial foundation has already reached its limit. At this moment, relying on the critical strikes from humanity, he triggers another peak, further elevating Lin Yi's foundation 10,000-fold. Lin Yi feels an extraordinary sensation. He now finds it effortless to surpass realms, capable of contending with earthly immortals even in the acquired realm. Ding! Humanity has been established, yet the fortune-bearing objects have yet to be subdued. The host is urged to immediately use the Chaos Pearl to suppress humanity's fortune, ensuring the survival and prosperity of the human race. Humanity has begun to take shape, and fortune will soon be born, necessitating a treasured object to suppress humanity's fortune. According to Lin Yi's understanding, the objects that suppress humanity's fortune are the Kongtong Seal and the Gourd Vine, both controlled by Laozi and Yuhua, respectively. However, these 2 beings have little regard for the lives of humanity, and with Hongjuan's deliberate oppression, humanity faces dire straits. As Lin Yi becomes the progenitor of mankind, he naturally cannot allow such a situation to persist. Henceforth, the Chaos Pearl will suppress fortune, while the Gourd Vine nourishes the gourd, seeking ways to enhance humanity's foundation. The Tao stands above, and the primordial chaos witnesses. Humanity has been established. From this point onward, the Chaos Pearl will suppress humanity's fortune, ensuring the enduring prosperity and resilience of our human race. Communicating with the Chaos Pearl, Lin Yi declared to the primordial chaos, thereby affirming the identity of the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl, alongside the Opening Heaven Axe, the Chaos Green Lotus, and the Creation Jade Dish, ranks among the 4 great chaotic treasures. Possessing an exceptionally high-ceilinged IT inherently contains a chaotic world, comprising 49 layers of prohibitions. As these prohibitions are activated, there may yet be surprises in store. Furthermore, the Chaos Pearl may conceal secrets and means of the chaotic deities and demons. However, Lin Yi is unperturbed. The karmic repercussions of humanity are immensely daunting. Tio's scheme against humanity would yield a backlash sufficient to make them regret their actions. Buzz! As the Chaos Pearl suppresses fortune, an inexplicable sense of security blossomed within Lin Yi, and the others in humanity looked towards him, feeling a profound sense of reassurance. System, I apologize for speaking too loudly earlier. Among all systems, I, the progenitor of mankind, am willing to recognize you as the mightiest system. Stowing away the Chaos Pearl, Lin Yi reclined back, experiencing immense relief. Possessing the mightiest human system, Lin Yi's combat prowess is the aggregate of humanity's strength. As humanity cultivates, they can deliver a 10,000-fold critical strike back to Lin Yi. He could simply lie back and doze off, while his cultivation continuously ascends. How delightful! Ding! Detection of the host's emergence of laziness triggers the second task for humanity. Powerful descendants can enhance humanity's foundation, leading the human race towards glory. The host is requested to marry innate beings to contribute to humanity's prosperity. This task centers on the theme of having many offspring for abundant blessings. The more formidable the descendants, the more terrifying the critical strikes. It is recommended that the host prioritize Shi He, Chang Shi, Yi Huang, and Shi Wang Mu. Before Lin Yi could revel in excitement, the system issued the second task. System, can you not engage in human affairs? I am currently only at the innate realm, not even a terrestrial immortal. How could I aspire to Shi He, Chang Shi, or Yi Huang? Upon hearing this task, Lin Yi erupted in curses. Humanity must possess self-awareness. Given his current strength, how could he possibly pursue Shi He, Chang Shi, or Yi Huang? Yet regardless of Lin Yi's outcry, the system remained unresponsive, leaving him to devise his own solutions. Brother Dijuan, I apologize. You're doomed anyway, so let me take care of your sisters. After a moment of roaring, Lin Yi swiftly accepted reality. According to Eastern mythology, Shi He is capable of birthing the sun. And the 10 golden crows are offspring of Dijuan and Shi He. Unfortunately, Jane and Juanti are not virtuous beings. They incited the 10 golden crows to travel together, ultimately resulting in 9 being shot down by the descendants of the Great Witch. Chang Shi is said to be capable of birthing the moon, having given birth to 12 moons. The fiery and icy nature of Shi He and Chang Shi presents an excellent balance. It would be a harmonious pairing. If I were to have a child with Shi He, what would the offspring be like? A battle body? A sacred body? Or perhaps some other extraordinary constitution? Could it be that a supreme bone might emerge? As a brilliant idea struck him, Lin Yi let out a chuckle. He was not Dijun, and thus could not give birth to the golden crows. According to the characteristics of the human race, his descendants would undoubtedly possess unique constitutions or awaken the power of their bloodlines. No, it was imperative to prioritize cultivation. After Hong Jun imparted his teachings, the combat prowess of the wilderness had undergone a significant leap. Once Hong Jun achieved complete harmony with the Tao, comprehending the laws would become exceedingly difficult. In pursuit of numerous offspring and abundant blessings, Lin Yi had cast aside his laziness and commenced diligent cultivation. Having received immense merit from Yua's creation of humanity and the importation of martial arts, Lin Yi had refrained from utilizing it until now, but the time had come to do so. 10 years, a century, a millennium. Under the impetus of merit, Lin Yi's cultivation soared rapidly, soon breaking through to Earth Immortal and reaching Celestial Immortal, ultimately becoming a true immortal. During this process, the human race also exerted itself in cultivation. Amidst the primal environment, consolidating their martial foundation was relatively simple. Within a few years, they had completed the formation of their martial foundation and began refining their martial will to coalesce their martial embodiment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All human beings have consolidated their martial foundations, entering the innate realm, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. The host's martial foundation has been enhanced 10,000-fold, and their martial will and embodiment have both strengthened. As the last human being established their martial foundation and stepped into the innate realm, the voice of the system resonated, successfully awakening Lin Yi. Calculating the time, 2,000 years had elapsed. Relying on merit, Lin Yi had barely managed to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of true immortal. However, this was still far too slow. Relying solely on merit, he could not catch up to Shi He and Chang Shi. During this chaotic transmission of teachings, they would impart the method of slaying the 3 corpses. If Shi He or Chang Shi casually dispatched a corpse, they would attain quasi-saint cultivation. How could he possibly pursue them? Even if he managed to catch up, his physical body would be unable to withstand the power of Shi He and Chang Shi. Freezing into a popsicle would be one thing, but melting would be disastrous. Feeling unsatisfied with the power within him, Lin Yi yearned for further enhancement of his cultivation. After some contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to continue imparting teachings. Only through the elevation of the human race's cultivation could his own combat prowess increase. Furthermore, the population needed to grow. If cultivation was insufficient, numbers would have to make up for it. Currently, the human race numbered only in the tens of thousands. Given them time, they could increase by several tens of thousands in a year. In 10 years, that would amount to hundreds of thousands. What about in a millennium? The human race was commanded to commence the second transmission of teachings. Finding a suitable place to sit, Lin Yi beckoned the humans to draw near and began the second transmission of teachings. Upon careful consideration, Lin Yi had many matters to attend to. As the progenitor of humanity, he naturally wished to prevent outsiders from seizing the fortune of the human race. He had no desire for the golden core Tao of Laozi. As for Laozi's disciple, Xin Du, Lin Yi accepted him. As for the slaughtering which sword, he could seek another. Progenitor of humanity, I, the six-eared macaque, pay my respects to you. As the humans gathered, the six-eared macaque rushed forward and immediately knelt before Lin Yi. The six-eared macaque, after scrutinizing the six-eared macaque for a long while, Lin Yi fell silent. He felt a modicum of sympathy for the six-eared macaque. In pursuit of the Tao, he had eavesdropped on Hong Jun's teachings and had been backlashed by the method of slaying the three corpses. Injuring his foundation in order to create exemplary figures, Hong Jun had decreed that the law would not be transmitted to the six-eared macaque, leaving him with no path to prominence until the calamity of journey to the west. Logically, the likes of Duobao were descendants of the six-eared macaque, yet for the sake of cultivation, the six-eared macaque had to bow and scrape. Such was the lamentable fate of the six-eared macaque. I seek the progenitor's guidance in martial arts. I am willing to accompany you and dedicate everything. Lin Yi remained silent, while the six-eared macaque hastily bowed his head, hoping Lin Yi would take him in. You may leave. Hong Jun has decreed that the law shall not be transmitted to the six-eared macaque. Whoever dares to impart the law would be opposing Hong Junm, why human race is feeble. I hope you can understand. With a sigh, Lin Yi nonetheless sent the six-eared macaque away. The current human race could not withstand the winds and rains. What Lin Yi needed to do was to endure, waiting for the opportunity to rise once the war of the witches and demons concluded. Why does the law not transmit to the six-eared macaque? Why target me, a mere saint? Upon hearing that the law was not to be transmitted to the six-eared macaque, he felt utterly aggrieved. As a lowly Xian immortal, how could he have provoked Hong Jun? Six-eared, although your innate talent and divine abilities are commendable, eavesdropping is an improper act. The method of slaying the three corpses is far too perilous for one such as you to overhear. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi instructed the six-eared macaque to depart and seek his own opportunities. It's an injustice. I only heard the beginning, then was captivated by your martial arts. I had no idea about the method of slaying the three corpses. Upon learning the reason, the six-eared macaque anxiously pulled at his ears, exclaiming his grievance. Chapter 7. Nuwa's rebellious bone refusing to bow to Hong Jun. You did not eavesdrop? Upon hearing the six-eared macaque's words, Lin Yi was taken aback, suddenly finding the wilderness becoming unfamiliar. If the six-eared macaque had not been backlashed by the method of slaying the three corpses, would it have affected the calamity of journey to the west? Bah, with me here, even the Fengshen calamity would change. What journey to the west could there be? Speaking of the journey to the west, Lin Yi spat as the progenitor of humanity, endowed with the most powerful human system and biding his time. If he could not alter the fate of the human race, he might as well find a piece of tofu to crash into. Moreover, Lin Yi still needed to provide the human race with the sun and moon, at least producing a multitude of battle bodies, sacred bodies, and divine bodies. I did eavesdrop, but only heard an introduction. Then was drawn in by your martial arts. Progenitor of humanity, I, the six-eared macaque, am wholeheartedly seeking the Tao. I have an ardent desire for martial arts and hope you can fulfill my wish. Kneeling on the ground, the six-eared macaque immediately bowed his head. It was only upon listening to martial arts that he realized their terrifying nature. It was a cultivation path directly leading to the Tao, encompassing all things and possessing infinite possibilities. The six-eared macaque not only contemplated martial arts cultivation, but even considered the possibility of becoming a saint, rather than learning the method of slaying the three corpses from the innate beings of the wilderness. It would be better to cling to the progenitor's side and attain a saintly position. Little monkey, wishing to cultivate my martial arts is not merely a matter of boasting. You need to demonstrate your innate talent. I permit you to attend as an observer. If you wish to be my disciple, your future conduct will determine it. I promise. Should you perform well, I shall offer you an opportunity. Gazing at the six-eared macaque, Lin Yi was reminded of the 12 earthly branches and the 12 zodiac signs. Z, rat. Cho, ox. Yin tiger, Mao rabbit, Chun dragon, Si snake, Wu horse, Wei goat, Shun monkey, Yu rooster, Su dog, and Hai pig. The six-eared macaque stood precisely at the position of Shun monkey da. Furthermore, he needed to establish fire-making techniques, compile surnames, and explore the myriad schools of thought, but it was still too early. He must wait for the two clans of witches and demons to clash and suffer mutual destruction before making his move. The immediate priority was to cultivate martial arts and increase the population. As for delaying the acceptance of disciples, it would depend on Hong Jun's actions. If he was determined to deal with the six-eared macaque, the method of assistance would differ. In any case, this fellow had already begun learning martial arts. His fate had been altered. Yes, the six-eared macaque will surely perform admirably. Receiving Lin Yi's approval, the six-eared macaque once again bowed deeply. Upon hearing that the law was not to be transmitted to the six-eared macaque, he felt that his life as a monkey was hopeless, having regarded Lin Yi as his last lifeline. Now that he had grasped this lifeline, how could he bear to let it go? Everyone, let us commence the second lecture on martial arts. The Martial Sovereignty Chapter. Humanity governs all things and utilizes them. Thus, I name it civilization. Therefore, from the innate to the earth immortal realm, one must enter the Tao through martial arts. The Tao is form, it is law, it is will, and it is manifestation. The human race cultivates martial arts with humanity at its core, with the physical body, soul, and will as its foundation. For instance, divine abilities can slay, yet they require a person to wield them. Thus, martial arts govern the law, with martial arts as the root. Everything else is merely a tool. Treasures are such, spiritual power is such, laws are such, and the Tao is such, communicating martial will, unleashing the martial embodiment. Lin Yi began the second lecture. The Martial Foundation chapter entails refining the flesh and blood, establishing the martial foundation and solidifying the foundation. The Martial Sovereignty chapter governs all things and gives birth to civilization. Just like the sword, the Qingping sword primarily revolves around the four swords of slaughtering immortals to comprehend sword intent and consolidate laws. However, Lin Yi viewed swords merely as tools. The so-called sword intent was, in essence, human will. If one were to depart from the slaughtering immortal sword, their combat prowess would diminish. The human race, devoid of swords, could still thrive with a mere blade of grass. Buzz. As Lin Yi expounded on martial arts, the myriad paths resonated, and an extraordinary phenomenon re-emerged, with the fortune of the human race soaring to terrifying heights. Within the Chaos Pearl, the gourd vine, relying on the fortune of the human race, had already been restored. Under the nourishment of merit and the fortune of humanity, the seven gourds were maturing, and one day, Lin Yi would receive a delightful surprise. Well, the method of slaying the three corpses has been fully imparted over the course of 3,000 years. You may now communicate with the heavenly Tao, entrusting your true essence to the heavenly Tao, thereby swiftly comprehending the laws and breaking through to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Upon reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, you may rely on treasures to slay the three corpses and step into the quasi-saint realm. After 3,000 years, I shall begin the second lecture, focusing on the cultivation of the three corpses. The path to enlightenment knows no bounds. As Hong Jun imparted his teachings, everyone became enraptured, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years slipped away. When Hong Jun ceased his teachings, the laws receded, and the great Tao concealed itself. Various insights vanished alongside them, and the 3,000 worldly travelers collectively awakened. Thank you, Tao Ancestor. As they gradually regained consciousness, they discovered their cultivation levels had, to varying degrees, improved and collectively bowed to Hong Jun unbeknownst to them. As they bowed, their own fortune and merit surged toward Hong Jun, becoming his possessions. The method of slaying the three corpses has been transmitted, and you now share a bond of master and disciple with me. Therefore, I intend to take a few disciples. Taiji, Yuji, and Shangqing, are you willing to become my disciples? With countless beings in the wilderness, managing them would be quite burdensome. Hong Jun, too, lacked the time, hence the need to accept disciples. The three purities are the incarnations of the three souls of Pangu. By accepting them as disciples, Hong Jun could reap tremendous benefits. Moreover, It served as a form of supervision. Should the three purities align with the heavenly Tao, and if Hong Jun were to eliminate Hong Yun, he would no longer fear Panga's methods. The disciples are willing. The three purities, unaware of the pitfalls of the method of slaying the three corpses, believed this was the path to becoming a saint, and thus were unwilling to miss the opportunity, promptly performing the vow of apprenticeship. Excellent. I shall grant you these 3 strands of primordial purple energy. After refining them, you will be able to better communicate with the heavenly Tao and slay the 3 corpses. With a graceful wave of his hand, 3 strands of primordial purple energy soared towards the 3 pure ones, who graciously accepted them. Indicating for the 3 pure ones to rise, Hong Jun turned his gaze towards Nuwa, then to Jane, Xuanti, and Dijuan. Feeling an involuntary ache in his forehead, Hong Jun had not prepared a position of sagehood for Dijuan. His mission was to lead the demon and witch clans to mutual destruction. How could he assume the role of a sage? Nuwa, could you not reason with me to become my disciple? Sighing in resignation, Hong Jun decided to adhere to the original plan and first accept Nuwa as his apprentice. Daozu, I have already broken through to the quasi-saint level. May I offer the opportunity to my elder brother? Upon hearing Hong Jun's teachings, Nuwa discerned some issues. While severing the 3 corpses to attain sainthood was swift, it bore flaws. Once the 3 corpses were severed, how should one cultivate? How could one merge with the Tao? Take Nuwa for instance. She possessed various treasures, yet they were not a complete set, making future integration nearly impossible. Considering Lin Es' words, Nuwa resolved to decline, firmly believing in her own path and aspiring to attain sainthood in her own manner. Nuwa, what do you mean? Daozu is kindly offering you assistance, yet you do not cherish it. Pushing your elder brother forward. Does Fushi possess such fortune? Daozu, we are willing to become your disciples. From now on, we shall regard you as our master and seek your guidance. Nuwa refused, while Jane and Xuanti were elated. Eager to showcase themselves, Daozu, Dijuan also wishes to become your disciple. Please grant this request. Clenching his fists, Dijuan felt equally overlooked, sensing a twinge of grievance. Born of the sun, he was a primordial Holy Spirit. Accompanied by the He-Tu and Luo Shu, starting on a favorable note. However, during this discourse, he felt an inexplicable exclusion from Hong Jun's attention. Very well, you shall be my named disciples. The primordial purple energy harbored the potential for sagehood. You all must diligently cultivate to achieve sainthood and benefit the Honghuang realm, as the Daozu. Hong Jun held a sense of pride. With Nuwa unwilling to become an apprentice, he could not display anger and instead endeavored to appear magnanimous. According to Hong Jun's plan, 6 mats would correspond to 6 strands of primordial purple energy, with the final strand designated for Hong Yun, thus sowing seeds of calamity for him. However, with the unexpected addition of Dijuan, Hong Jun had no choice but to bestow the last strand of primordial purple energy upon him, planning to deal with Hong Yun later. Daozu, Nuwa bears heavy expectations and does not deserve to enjoy the primordial purple energy. She willingly relinquishes it. Upon receiving Lin Es' reminder, Nuwa realized she had not refined the primordial purple energy. At that moment, she unleashed her cultivation, forcefully extracting the primordial purple energy from within her and returning it to Hong Jun. The disciple wishes to pay homage to Daozu. I seek your blessing. The disciple wishes to pay homage to Daozu. I seek your blessing. Upon learning that the primordial purple energy was related to sagehood, the 3,000 worldly guests collectively knelt, hoping for an opportunity. This strand of primordial purple energy shall depend on everyone's fortune. With a wave of his hand, the primordial purple energy flew forth, settling steadily before Hong Yun. Hong Yun, if it were not for you, how could I have lost my mat? The primordial purple energy before you ought to belong to me. Before Hong Yun could accept the primordial purple energy, Kuan Peng surged forward, reaching out to grasp the energy. Just as he was about to seize it, the primordial purple energy quivered violently, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in Hong Yun's grasp. Enough! The primordial purple energy has recognized its master. Kuan Peng, do not persist. Everyone else, disperse. 3,000 years hence, I shall commence the second discourse. During this time, cultivate diligently, striving to sever your 3 corpses. As Hong Yun accepted the primordial purple energy, Hongjun discreetly smiled, signaling for everyone to depart. Hongyun's primordial purple energy had been tampered with by Hongjun, rendering it impossible to refine in the short term. Kuenpeng, eager to seize the opportunity, would have ample chances. Thank you, Daozu, for imparting your teachings. Upon hearing they could leave, Nuwa was filled with excitement, swiftly traversing through time and space to Lin Yi's side. The human race had enjoyed 3,000 years of free development, and Nuwa was keen to discover their current state. We take our leave. Nuwa departed, followed by other beings, who felt a tinge of regret. Hongyun, do accompany me. Recalling Lin Yi's admonition, Nuwa gestured for Hongyun to join her. I am grateful for your kindness. Esteemed friend, I am honored. Hongyun was not foolish. He had discerned the significance of the mat. Kuenpeng, believing he had lost his chance at sagehood, would not relent, making it prudent for him to join Nuwa. Curse it, this Nuwa truly meddles in affairs that do not concern her. Seeing Hongyun step into Nuwa's group, Kuenpeng's eyes blazed with murderous intent, yet he dared not act impulsively. Nuwa was already a quasi-saint. And with Fushi's prowess not lagging, alongside Zenyuanzi and Hongyun, who would dare to provoke them, save for Hongjun? Nuwa, you seek death. With his schemes thwarted and losing a strand of primordial purple energy, Hongjun too felt vexed. However, given Nuwa's extensive entanglement, her immeasurable merits made it impossible to harm her. He could only feign calmness and watch as she departed. I in disarray. Nuwa, is this the human race you have created? Truly terrifying, they are born with an innate Tao body. Following Nuwa to Kunlun Mountain, Hongyun soon beheld the human race, astonished by their condition. How is this possible? In such a short span, has someone already broken through to the heavenly immortal level? Is it not too rapid? Such formidable reproductive capabilities. In such a brief time, this tribe has amassed a population of 100,000. The 9 heaven soil truly so powerful, scanning with her divine sense. Nuwa too was taken aback, feeling the human race's progress was astonishingly swift. Chapter 8. Discourse on Kunlun Greetings, Lady Nuwa. Upon her arrival, Lin Yi hurriedly extended his greetings. At present, Lin Yi was merely at the Shinxian level, and the human race was exceedingly weak. He needed to firmly grasp Nuwa's support. After Hongjun's 3 teachings, he would distribute treasures and methods outside the Purple Cloud's palace. At that time, Nuwa would receive the red embroidered ball, merging the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, becoming the most formidable matchmaker. By aligning with such a matchmaker, there would be no concerns regarding marital issues. The birth of the sun and moon would be imminent. Human ancestor, allow me to introduce you. This is my friend Hongyun, and this is my friend Zenyuanzi. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Nuwa felt a wave of reassurance and promptly began her introductions. This bore significance, demonstrating Lin Yi's status and conveying to Hongyun and the others that he was under her protection, standing at an equal level. Greetings, Hongyun and Zenyuanzi, fellow Taoists. Assessing Hongyun, Lin Yi shook his head, pondering whether to extend a helping hand to this short-lived being. The human race was fragile, making it unwise to stir up trouble. Yet, integrating him into the human race would yield immense rewards. Leaving him conflicted, Zenyuanzi was also quite admirable. Possessing the Earth Book, he was essential to win over, and if he could be deceived into relinquishing the Earth Book, it would be perfect. Greetings, fellow human race Taoists. With Nuwa's endorsement, Hongyun and Zenyuanzi naturally displayed their courtesy, promptly reciprocating. Everyone, having listened to Daozu's teachings, I have gained profound insights. Why not engage in a discussion together? With a gentle smile, Nuwa signaled for everyone to proceed to the discourse venue. This was the second significant gift Nuwa offered to Lin Yi. As he could not attend the Purple Cloud's palace, Nuwa would expound according to her understanding, presenting Lin Yi with a substantial opportunity. Indeed, that is the intent. After all, Nuwa was a quasi-saint, and discussing the Tao with her was a coveted opportunity for Hongyun and the others. Thus, Nuwa, Fushi, Hongyun, Zenyuanzi, and Lin Yi settled down in a circle, initiating their discourse on the Tao. Esteemed friends, I shall first share my gains. Upon breaking through to the quasi-saint level, I comprehended the laws through virtue, embarking on the path of creation. As Nuwa spoke, the laws of Kunlun Mountain permeated the air. Tao patterns intertwined, celestial melodies resonated, and colorful clouds soared. Worrying that Lin Yi might not comprehend, Nuwa began her teachings from the foundational level, gradually extending her discourse from the earth immortal level to the quasi-saint level. Nuwa's Tao diverged from Hongjun's, and as they contemplated Nuwa's path, Fuxi, Hongyun, and Zenyuanzi experienced significant enlightenment, elevating their understanding of the laws and igniting numerous inspirations. Suddenly, amidst their engrossed discussion, a dull sound resonated. Lin Yi was enveloped in purple energy, his martial will soaring to great heights, drawing upon the laws of heaven and earth to refine his martial body and cultivate his internal organs. How is this possible? He is merely at the initial golden immortal level. How can he command so many laws and even glimpse the shadow of the great Tao? As they witnessed Lin Yi's breakthrough, Hong Yun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning the very fabric of reality. Earth immortals grasp the laws, comprehend fragments of those laws, and then refine their primordial spirit using the power of the laws to enhance their strength. The surrounding purple energy and the quintessence of 5 elements were the hallmarks of a golden immortal. Upon breaking through to the golden immortal level, one could condense 3 flowers and unify the 5 energies to transcend to the great Tao. Subsequently probing the depths of the great Tao, Fuxi, Hongyun, Zenyuanzi, and others, at this moment, were at the late stage of the great Tao, having received teachings from Hongjun, initiating their connection with the heavenly Tao. Given some time, they could reach the pinnacle of the great Tao and bask in their own pride. However, in comparison to Lin Yi, they felt their cultivation had been rendered insignificant, while others at the golden immortal level could glimpse the great Tao. How could they possibly compare? In addition, Lin Yi's understanding of the laws was not lacking. Not only did he employ the 5-element laws to refine his organs, but he also utilized the laws of strength to enhance his bloodline. Manifesting Nuwa's path of creation within himself. Forgive me, moved by inspiration, I have achieved a breakthrough. The formidable beings before him were all primordial beings, with profound insights into the laws. How could it be a simple matter to glean insights from their teachings? For example, as Nuwa expounded, Lin Yi's mind was alight with inspiration, and in a moment of distraction, he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. No need for concern. I shall take over the discussion now. Signaling Lin Yi to be at ease, Hongyun commenced his own discourse. Hongyun, as the first red cloud to attain enlightenment after the creation of the heavens and earth, possessed unique insights into the laws. His understanding distinct from that of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. As he spoke, terrifying phenomena arose, drawing forth colorful clouds for miles and even raining down spiritual rain, bestowing blessings upon the entire human race. What a remarkable Nuwa! She rejected Daozu's goodwill yet cultivated the methods of Daozu, truly shameless. The Sanqing Daoist temple and the Enhua temple are not far apart, and one can distinctly observe strange phenomena, which incensed Yuanshi, leading him to curse vehemently. To be precise, it was jealousy. They are the true lineage of Pango. The entirety of the primordial chaos is a manifestation of Pango, so why should Enhua be ahead of them? Most infuriatingly, Hongjun has shown Enhua excessive care, yet she refuses to acknowledge him as her master, leaving him feeling overshadowed. Brother, I believe there's merit in this. The Tao encompasses myriad paths, and I intend to pursue the way of the sword. When Enhua expounded on her teachings, Tongtian listened in secretly, finding merit in her principles. What nonsense! We are the genuine disciples of Pangu, born as saints. How can we mimic others? The Tao Ancestor embodies the heavenly path. And we should focus solely on eliminating the 3 corpses. Casting a fierce glare at Tongtian, Yuanshi perceived him as lacking ambition and immediately reprimanded him. Enough arguing. Let us also discuss the Tao and consolidate our insights. He gestured for Yuanshi and Tongtian to take their seats, and Laozi promptly commenced his discourse. Not only here on Kunlun Mountain, but also above the sun and moon, figures such as Dijuan, Tai, and Changshi were engaged in profound contemplation, fully immersing themselves in the method of eliminating the 3 corpses. Indeed, the entire primordial chaos is aligning with my rhythm. Once this batch of Deluo eliminates their 3 corpses, everything will be set. As the bearer of the Tao, Hongjun was now blessed with terrifying fortune and merit, his lips curling into a crooked smile. His journey had not been easy. Once merely a humble creature among the myriad chaotic demons, he had survived by cleverly evading calamities and even relinquishing the essence of the Tao, or he would have long been cleaved by Pangu. Surviving Pangu's crisis, then the strife among the first Qilin, ancestral dragon, and Yuan Feng, he calculated against the Taoist Yangmei, the ancestor of Yin Yang, the ancestor of heaven and earth, and Luo Ho, leading them to mutual destruction, thus achieving invincibility. It can be said that his invincibility stemmed from outlasting others. What Hong Jun feared most was the resurrection of the chaotic demons. With their capabilities, they would undoubtedly vie for dominance in the primordial chaos, a scenario he could not prevent. Thus he must extinguish all potential threats. Dijuan and Tai were born of the sun, while the 12 ancestor witches were transformed from Pangu's essence, which tied them to Pangu, hence they must perish. Hong Jun also contemplated eliminating the Sanqing, yet could not. Should they perish, their souls would merge, and if Pangu's mechanisms were triggered, it would be disastrous. Hence, he took disciples under his wing, binding them with the heavenly principle. Changshi, Shiha, the Western Queen Mother, and the Eastern Prince must also die. Hong Jun planned to eliminate this batch of innate beings to reshape the heavenly Tao, thereby gaining sole control over the primordial chaos. The method of eliminating the 3 corpses was merely the first step. The layout was only completed, and Hong Jun needed to continue with the second lecture, ensuring that everyone would have no option to retreat, while also cultivating to achieve true unity with the Tao. After achieving unity, the third lecture would involve distributing treasures and unveiling the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Another breakthrough. Was such a transformation really necessary? The speaker was Fuxi, who had just concluded his discourse, causing Lin to once again ascend, completing yet another breakthrough. After Inhua finished speaking, Lin experienced a breakthrough, advancing from Mystic Immortal to Golden Immortal. Following Hong Yun's lecture, Lin broke through a second time, progressing from early Golden Immortal to mid-Golden Immortal. Upon Zenyuanzi's conclusion, Lin achieved a third breakthrough, moving from mid-Golden Immortal to late Golden Immortal. After Fuxi finished, Lin reached a fourth breakthrough, attaining the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. They felt that should another speaker take the stage, Lin might directly attain the Tao of Deluo Ahim. I express my gratitude to all fellow Taoists for your generous teachings. I shall now expound my Diode My path, influenced by the martial teachings of Inhua. Fuxi, Hong Yun, and Zenyuanzi has yielded formidable insights for Lin A, allowing him to break through and achieve the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. Listening to everyone's discourses is bound by causality. If Lin does not speak, he would incur karmic debt, thus he must share. What? He intends to lecture. Upon learning that Lin intended to speak, Fuxi, Hong Yun, and Zenyuanzi regarded him with disdain. After all, Lin was merely a mystic immortal, lacking the qualifications to enter their sight in the presence of such mighty figures. And they looked down upon his teachings. My martial Tao is divided into 3 chapters: seeing oneself, seeing the heavens and earth, and seeing all beings. Since all of you are above Deluo, I shall commence from the chapter on seeing the heavens and earth. I am of the human race. At the inception of martial Tao, it signifies humanity. Humans excel over all things and utilize them. I shall name the method of mastering all things as civilization. Lin E held nothing back, combining his latest insights to elevate the chapter on seeing the heavens and earth in martial mastery. Initially, Fuxi, Hong Yun, and Zenyuanzi were dismissive, but as Lin expounded, they quickly became enraptured, their perspectives refreshed. Especially Inhua, whose body trembled, her blood boiling, completely solidifying her resolve. While listening to Hong Juan's teachings, Inhua sensed something amiss and hurried back to engage with Lin Yi. Seeking his insights, upon hearing Lin Yi's discourse, Inhua instantly comprehended everything. The primordial spirit, laws, and treasures are but borrowed items. The essence of cultivation lies within oneself. The method of eliminating the 3 corpses requires entrusting one's primordial spirit and true essence to the heavenly Tao, effectively severing one's roots and becoming like floating weeds. No matter how lush, it remains superficial. If the heavenly Tao seeks to extinguish you, it can do so effortlessly. Is the method of eliminating the 3 corpses a conspiracy? Not only Inhua, but even Zenyuanzi perceived the issue. Hongjuan's actions resembled a heavenly Tao constructing a platform. He then erected a grand edifice upon it, instructing the beings of the primordial chaos to emulate its construction, proclaiming it to be the most remarkable method of cultivation. Yet, once the heavenly Tao dismantles the platform, all edifices shall collapse. Lin Yi, however, sought to build his own platform, creating a table for the human race that was truly terrifying. Esteemed friends, this is the second chapter of my martial Tao. Seeing the heavens and earth, A.S. Zenyuanzi and the others pondered, Lin Yi concluded his lecture. This time, Lin Yi also gained insights. Give him a little time, and he should be able to attain the Tao of Deluo. Lin Yi, dear friend, could you not expound the third chapter, seeing all beings, while we are so engrossed? This is akin to awakening from a beautiful dream, only to find one's trousers down, an utterly discomforting sensation. Chapter 9. Hong Yun, would you be willing to become my son? Indeed, after seeing the heavens and earth, how does one perceive all beings? I beseech Lin Yi to enlighten us. Zenyuanzi felt uneasy, as did Hong Yun. This sensation was akin to being unable to swallow or spit out, a state of frustration. Esteemed friends, I only possess a framework. The third chapter is still under contemplation. To be candid, the matters I have discussed are also intertwined with the ascensions of all you Taoists, standing upon your shoulders, why life has limits. Yet knowledge knows no bounds. To engage the finite with the infinite is perilous. Lin Yi was not misleading them. Martial Tao is merely a framework. The chapters on seeing oneself and the heavens and earth are relatively complete, whereas the chapter on seeing all beings is just a framework, unsuitable for discourse. Dear friends, I shall certainly share when next the opportunity arises. Stepping forward, Hong Yun grasped Lin Yi's hand, effectively securing a commitment. Friend, count me in. Calming his emotions, Zenyuanzi similarly requested, hoping Lin Yi would impart teachings in the future. Agreed. Lin Yi had not anticipated such exaggerated reactions from Hong Yun and the others, responding with a smile. Ancestor of humanity, before proceeding to the Zixiao Palace, you instructed me to assist Hong Yun. However, is there a calamity awaiting Hong Yun? After their discussions, their relationships deepened, and noticing the absence of outsiders, Enhua directly inquired. Please hold on a moment. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi activated the Chaos Pearl to conceal the heavenly secrets before turning to Hong Yun. Hong Yun, being a kind-hearted person and Hong Juan's primary target for extermination, prompted Lin Yi to contemplate a dual solution. Friend, please speak freely. Sensing Lin Yi's grave demeanor, Hong Yun realized the gravity of the situation and urged him to speak directly. Hong Yun, you possess a killing tribulation, and it cannot be averted. Since emerging from the Zixiao Palace, you must be aware of what the mat signifies. 6 mats represent 6 sacred positions, and those who obtain a mat in the Zixiao Palace are unequivocally regarded as heavenly Tao saints. Gazing at Hong Yun, Lin Yi sighed and ultimately decided to offer assistance, a saintly position. Are you implying Kuanping? Initially, Hong Yun had not given it much thought, but upon Lin Yi's words, he instantly comprehended. Hong Yun is good-natured. Yet he is not foolish. Should he deprive Kuanping of his saintly position, how could Hong Jun possibly let it go? His killing tribulation is likely Kuanping. However, reflecting further, Hong Yun felt something was amiss. A single Kuanping should not be capable of killing him. Kuanping was merely one aspect. The true killing tribulation stemmed from the Hongming Purple Qi. The Hongming Purple Qi is pivotal in attaining the status of a heavenly Tao saint. If you possess the Hongming Purple Qi, would anyone dare to kill you? If I am not mistaken, the Hongming Purple Qi within you cannot be refined. Am I right? Gently shaking his head, Lin Yi felt pity for Hong Yun. It truly resonates with the saying, a good person's life is short. While calamities endure for 1,000 years, Hong Yun's benevolence ultimately led to his downfall. According to your statement, the words I wish to speak remain unuttered. Following Lin Yi's implication, it became evident that the one intending to eliminate Hong Yun was indeed the Tao Ancestor. From another perspective, Hong Yun had been ensnared. The Tao Ancestor orchestrated a trap using the Hongming Purple Qi to stab him in the back. Hong Yun, my friend, I apologize. Upon grasping the essence of the situation, Enhua immediately expressed her remorse. Enhua not only considered whether she had forsaken the Hongming Purple Qi, which might have prevented Hong Yun's predicament, but also recognized that aside from Kuanping, Jane and Zhuanti also sought his life. Have you ever heard the saying, "Small favors nurture benefactors, while great favors cultivate enemies"? With such significant karmic ties to the saintly position, how could Jane and Zhuanti repay you? If they do not kill you, who will? Having laid everything bare, Lin Yi decided to speak candidly. Among those present, it was not only Hong Yun who faced death. Fushi would also perish. They had already entered the snare and could not extricate themselves. Dear friend, is there any way to save Hong Yun? If you can save him, I am willing to offer everything. Zhen Yuanzi, being a true friend of Hong Yun, immediately stepped forward to assist upon witnessing Hong Yun in danger. Is that so? May I inquire about your earth book? Lin Yi tentatively asked, his gaze fixed on Zhen Yuanzi. Here, Zhen Yuanzi replied, raising his hand to reveal the earth book, which then appeared in Lin Yi's possession. It is often said that the heavenly Tao is devoid of compassion, treating all beings as mere fodder, and that the primordial chaos shows no mercy, where beneath the sages, all are but ants. Witnessing the bond you share today, I, Lin Yi, am willing to sacrifice my life to assist you. Hong Yun, there is indeed a way to save you, but would you be willing to become my son? With a sigh, Lin Yi turned to Hong Yun, awaiting his response. What? Hong Yun was taken aback by Lin Yi's proposition of being his son. He wanted to exclaim, I regard you as a brother, yet you wish to be my father. Brother, please clarify, for this son is listening. Do not misunderstand, my child. Lin Yi coughed lightly. Allow me to introduce the situation. It is a trap, one from which no one can escape. And you must perish. Here is my proposition. If you provide me with a remnant of your soul, I shall devise a way for you to reincarnate as my son, granting you the most potent bloodline to forge your own martial path. Lin Yi was not foolish enough to oppose Hong Jun. As long as Hong Yun lived, Hong Jun would remain vigilant, potentially leading to Hong Yun's utter obliteration. Lin Yi's plan was to utilize Hong Yun's remnant soul for reincarnation, integrating him into the human race. Is this feasible? The thought of his impending death left Hong Yun feeling despondent. The Daluo realm is exceedingly arduous to cultivate. Starting anew may not guarantee reaching such heights again. Dao friend Hong Yun, I believe it is indeed feasible. Consider a different perspective. If you preserve a remnant of your soul as insurance, you may strive to save your life, and should you fall, there remains a path forward. Human ancestor, might I offer you a remnant of my soul? Zhen Yuanzi, fixated on Lin Yi, prepared to sever a portion of his own soul to provide Lin Yi with what he sought. Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi, there is no need for that. With the Earth Book, no one can harm you. However, your future may be limited, reaching only the peak of quasi-sainthood, forever estranged from the heavenly Tao sainthood. Should you be willing to trust me, I can offer you a secretive alliance with the human race, bestowing upon you endless merits and even the promise of a saintly position. What say you? With the Earth Book in his possession, the advantages for the human race were boundless, and Lin Yi intended to accept this offer. The Wu clan possesses the 12 capital heavenly arrays, capable of withstanding saints. The ancient heavenly court boasts the Zhou Tian star array and the Hunyuan He Luo array, both formidable in power. Yet, the human race currently lacks any significant formations, prompting Lin Yi to hope for Zhen Yuanzi's assistance in locating a suitable refuge. To channel the earth veins and to solidify a primordial array, a saintly position. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi inhaled sharply, visibly incredulous. If you doubt my words, assist me in discovering a blessed land. Using the Earth Book as guidance, we can arrange the earth veins according to my specifications to foster a primordial array. Once established, I shall command the human race to migrate, and you shall undoubtedly reap tremendous merits in the primordial chaos. The significance of merit is well understood. If one seeks speed, they may directly utilize merit to attain sainthood. With closed eyes, Lin Yi organized his thoughts, transmitting his martial will to Zhen Yuanzi. Kunlun Mountain was the prime choice. Yet with Nuwa and the 3 pure ones present, competing for territory was out of the question. Mount Buzhou also held promise, but the 12 ancestors of the Wu were formidable, and Lin Yi dared not provoke them. Apologies, Tongtian. You have your own tribulations, and the establishment of your sect brings misfortune to others. It would be better if you relinquished Golden Ao Island to me. Consider it a favor owed. After careful consideration, Lin Yi settled on Golden Ao Island. This location served as the teaching ground for the Jie sect. Tongtian's choice of Golden Ao Island must have its reasons, and Lin Yi decided to act preemptively. In reflecting upon Tongtian, Lin Yi once again recognized Hong Jun's ulterior motives. At the division of treasures on Treasure Rock, Laozi received the Golden Linglong Pagoda, the Taiji diagram, the Wind and Fire Pu Tuan. Among others, Yuan Shi Tianzun obtained the Panga Banner, the three treasures Jade Rui, the Zhen Tian Coffin, and so forth. Tongtian acquired the four swords of the Immortal Execution, the Purple Lightning Hammer, the Fisherman's Drum, the Qingping Sword, and the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. On the surface, there seemed to be no issues. All were powerful treasures. However, once the sects were established, problems would arise. The primordial chaos values luck and merit. After establishing a sect, one needs supreme treasures to suppress luck. The Golden Linglong Pagoda, Taiji diagram, Panga Banner, and three treasures Jade Rui could all suppress luck, ensuring the longevity of the sect, thus validating the way of the teachings as the orthodox path. The Jie sect, however, was different. For lacking treasures to suppress luck, Tongtian's choice of the four swords of the Immortal Execution, a weapon of slaughter, would consume merit instead, laying the groundwork for future calamities. The later misfortunes of the Jie sect were clearly orchestrated by Hong Jun. During the Fengshen calamity, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper was suppressed by Laozi's Wind and Fire Pu Tuan. The Purple Lightning Hammer and Fisherman's Drum were subdued by Laozi's Golden Linglong Pagoda. The Qingping Sword was obliterated by the seven treasures Miao Shu of the Zhuanti. Even the four swords of the Immortal Execution were restrained by Laozi's Linglong Pagoda, Yuan Shi's Auspicious Clouds, the Shilizi of Jane, and the seven treasures Miao Shu of Zhuanti. How could there be no issues among these? I cannot afford to expose myself. Hong Jun's game is far too intricate. Pondering deeply, Lin Yi gasped, reminding himself to be cautious. At present, Hong Jun was only beginning his schemes, focusing on the Wu and Yao clans, hardly regarding the human race. The human race had time to develop. Once the Fengshen calamity cast its gaze upon them, Lin Yi would no longer be able to afford complacency. During this period, Lin Yi needed to develop as much as possible. If he remained silent, it was one thing, but when he acted, he must astonish. It was imperative to deliver a surprise to Hong Jun. Dao friend, I am willing to join the human race. However, I have one condition. You must allow me to cultivate martial arts. After a moment's reflection, Zhen Yuanzi chose to join the human race, with the condition of practicing martial arts. This is no issue. Joining my human race makes you one of us, and the martial path of the human race shall undoubtedly be yours to cultivate. Dao friend, your opportunity lies within the earth veins. By opening the primordial formation for my human race, you will ensure our survival and continuously accrue merit and luck. To cultivate martial arts, one must merge their primordial spirit, establish a martial foundation, and condense their martial will. Given your current condition, the only means available is through merit. Zhen Yuanzi is no ordinary being. His earth book holds immense significance for the human race. The martial path was created by Lin Yi. How to cultivate it was naturally known to him, and he promptly began to guide. Human ancestor, may I also join the human race? Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi's decision, Hong Yun was equally tempted, evidently intending to join. I too wish to join. Fushi, aware of the fleeting opportunity, promptly applied for inclusion. Dao friend Fushi, your situation is somewhat unique. Please join first, and I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety, Lin Yi sighed. Recognizing Fushi as another destined to perish and resolved to accept him nonetheless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a batch of primordial beings for the human race, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the human race and triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Rewarding the innate spiritual root Huang Zhongli and the 5 direction flags of heaven and earth. Huang Zhongli is an innate spiritual root, blooming once every 10,000 years, bearing fruit after another 10,000 years, and only ripening after another 10,000 years. Thus, after 30,000 years, it yields but 9 fruits. It can assist the host in breaking through to the Daluo realm. The 5 direction flags of heaven and earth consist of the central Wujix Xinghuang flag, the eastern Qinglian Baos flag, the southern Lidi Yingguang flag, the western Susi Yunji flag, and the northern Xian Yuan Kongshui flag, capable of arranging a 5-element array to ensure the human race's habitation. This array rivals the 12 capital heavenly arrays and the Zhou Tian star array, and the host should hasten to refine them. Chapter 10. Each person receives a Huang Zhongli. Having accepted Hong Yun, Jin Yuanzi, and Fuxi, the system's voice rang out, announcing a 10,000-fold critical hit. My heavens, such extravagance. After a moment of recovery, Lin Yi finally calmed the excitement within, grateful for the system's generosity, whether it be Huang Zhongli or the 5 direction flags of heaven and earth. Lin Yi was well aware of their significance. Huang Zhongli is one of the 5 primordial innate spiritual roots, blooming once every 10,000 years, bearing fruit after another 10,000 years, and only ripening after a further 10,000 years. Thus, after 30,000 years, it yields but 9 fruits. If a celestial being were to catch a whiff of its fragrance, they could attain a myriad of years of cultivation. And if fortunate enough to consume a fruit, they could instantly become a Daluo golden immortal. The 5 direction flags of heaven and earth are equally extraordinary. It is said that with the central Wujix Xinghuang flag, the eastern Qinglian Baos flag, the southern Lidi Yingguang flag, the western Susi Yunji flag, and the northern Xian Yuan Kongshui flag, one can arrange a 5-element array capable of trapping even saints, with a maximum capacity of 5 saints. According to Lin Yi's knowledge, the Wujix Xinghuang flag would be obtained by Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Qinglian Baos flag by Zhuani Daoist, the Lidi Yingguang flag by Laozi, the Susi Yunji flag by the Western Queen Mother of Yaoqi. While the fate of the Xian Yuan Kongshui flag remains unknown, some speculate that the Shura flag in the hands of the Lord of the Underworld is, in fact, the Xian Yuan Kongshui flag, though this remains unverified. Now, however, with the treasure division on Treasure Rock yet to occur, all 5 flags have fallen into Lin Yi's hands, enabling him to arrange a 5-element array. Ha ha ha, mine, all mine. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated Lin Yi became, bouncing on the spot. Lin Yi not only envisioned how the Chaos Pearl would suppress the luck of the human race, but also how the 5 direction flags of heaven and earth would arrange the human race's array, combined with Fuxi's 8 trigrams array, making it inevitable for the human race to rise. Dao friend, what has happened to your leg? Observing Lin Yi's jumps, Hong Yun expressed genuine concern, even contemplating offering to massage his leg. There is no need for such filial piety. Cough, cough, cough. I am quite well. Everyone, the Venerable Hong Jun is about to commence his second lecture. What are your plans? Mentioning filial piety, Lin Yi felt he had inadvertently offended Hong Yun, and promptly shifted the topic. I do not intend to attend. Hong Jun's second lecture will likely cover the cultivation of the 3 corpses, and since I do not intend to sever my 3 corpses, there is little to gain from it. Lin Yi, I wish to acquire merit. Is there any way to do so? Having heard Lin Yi's martial path, Nuwa had firmly resolved never to sever her 3 corpses. Cough, 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 everyone, you should still attend. The myriad paths ultimately converge. It is highly valuable for reference. In any case, Hong Jun is a saint. Even if he currently does not align with the heavenly Tao, his perspective is beyond our comparison. This is Huang Zhongli. I hope it aids everyone in attaining the pinnacle of the Daluo golden immortal realm as swiftly as possible. Kindness begets the flourishing of all things, while other entities may not be devoid of virtue. Drawing inspiration does not equate to mere imitation, and there is no harm in listening attentively. Is Huang Zhongli one of the primordial spiritual roots of the great Hongming? As Lin Yi held the Huang Zhongli, Fuxi and others widened their eyes, casting peculiar glances at Lin Yi, eager to ascertain how he came upon such a treasure. He possesses a unique sensitivity to spiritual entities, likely acquired during our visit to Zixiao Palace to seek enlightenment. Indeed, the flavor is exquisite. Upon receiving the Huang Zhongli, Nuwa took a bite, savoring its essence, almost swallowing her tongue in the process. Simultaneously, the unique power of Huang Zhongli coursed through Nuwa's entire being, providing her with considerable aid. Thank you, she expressed, leading Fuxi, Hong Yun, and Zhen Yuanzi to similarly partake, each consuming a piece and channeling the power of Huang Zhongli to its fullest. Lin Yi abstained from consumption. He could utilize the Huang Zhongli to refine his martial essence, yet he would not use it to transcend his current realm. Such a breakthrough must come from within. They were on the brink of a breakthrough. Standing beside Lin Yi, Nuwa observed Fuxi, Hong Yun, and Zhen Yuanzi, acutely aware of their imminent advancement. Engaging in mutual discourse, all benefited immensely. The barrier between the late stage and pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian was but a hair's breadth apart. And with the aid of Huang Zhongli, their ascension would be seamless. Lady Nuhua, you shall safeguard them while I attend to the human race, Lin Yi declared. Once Zenuancy awakens, kindly remind him to set forth immediately to streamline the geomantic currents of Jinao Island. I shall personally arrange the grand formation. Breakthroughs require time to solidify 1's realm. Given the patience of the Honghuang, it would take no less than several centuries, a weight Lin Yi was not inclined to endure. During this discourse, they had spent a millennium, and in another 2,000 years, Hongjun would deliver his second lecture. With Hongjun yet to merge with the heavenly Tao, certain matters could be pursued freely. As long as the timing was meticulously observed, Lin Yi could act with impunity. For instance, at this moment, Hongjun should be preparing the content for his second lecture, while the primordial beings of Honghuang were engrossed in cultivation. Thus, he could bolster the foundation of the human race. The human race has three cultural progenitors, Yuchao, Zi, and Swerin. Yuchao invented dwelling structures, Zi crafted garments, Swerin discovered fire through friction, and only thereafter did the three sovereigns govern. The foremost task Lin Yi needed to undertake was the establishment of civilization. You may proceed. I shall oversee matters here. As Nuhua embarked upon the path of sanctification through the laws, Lin Yi represented her greatest assurance. Thus she granted him her utmost support. Lady Nuhua, the merits you seek lie in the northern sea. When the time comes for Hongjuan's second lecture, I shall escort you there. There is no rush for now. And we must remain discreet. Lin Yi spoke of clandestine maneuvers within the game, intending to seize the northern CS Xianyao while Hongjun delivered his teachings, allowing only Kong and Zhu Rong to disrupt the stability of Buzhou Mountain, thus enabling him and Nuhua to enjoy the merits alone. The northern sea is promising. Nuhua harbored no doubts regarding Lin Yi's words and awaited patiently. Quite remarkable. The population of the human race has already reached 7 million. Upon surpassing the 10 million threshold, there should be a significant multiplier reward. Observing the will of martial arts, Lin Yi felt immense satisfaction, envisioning a bountiful harvest akin to a field of ripe wheat. And a paternal smile graced his face. Lin Yi pondered, curious about the reward for a 10 million populace yielding a tenfold bounty. I pay my respects to the progenitors of humanity. Upon hearing Lin Yi's call, the foremost of the Yuan human race rushed forth to pay their respects. Children, you have existed for some time now, yet without clothing, dwellings, scripts, or civilization. Today, I will select the strongest among you to lead the advancement of our race. You shall be named Swerin, tasked with wielding the flame of civilization. You shall be known as Zi, responsible for guiding moral principles. You shall be called Yuchao, charged with overseeing our innate nature. And you shall be Cangjie, designated to lead the legacy of our race. In the act of creation, Nuhua had drawn upon earth, water, fire, and wind. You must grasp these elements diligently to foster continuity. I summoned the four most formidable members of the human race to my side and began imparting the doctrines of civilization. Cangjie was an addition of Lin Yi, repurposed for this context. Do not underestimate these names. They carry karmic significance in the evolution of the human race, and the consequences must not be taken lightly. While the evolution of written language typically demands a protracted period, Lin Yi could not afford to wait. Letters symbolize civilization, and Cangjie was utilized ahead of time, thereby bestowing upon him a position of merit. Cangjie created writing. We shall not fail to meet the expectations of our progenitor, the Swerin, Yuchao, Zi, and Cangjie pledged eagerly, preparing to listen intently. This transmission of knowledge was not extensive. Within a few years, Lin Yi concluded his teachings. The remainder was entrusted to Swerin, Zi, Yuchao, and Cangjie to develop autonomously. It is time for me to refine the 5 directions banner of heaven and earth. Finding a suitable place to sit, Lin Yi connected with the Chaos Pearl. Seeking the 5 directions banner within. The 5 directions banner was formed from the 5 lotus leaves of the primordial Qinglian. To refine it solely by his own efforts would be a lengthy endeavor. Yet with the assistance of merits, the process would be greatly facilitated. In the timeless expanse of Honghuang, Lin Yi's time was limited. He aspired to transform Jinao Island into a sanctuary for humanity without drawing attention. Should Hongjun intervene, His plans could easily falter. Lin Yi had calculated meticulously. The timing of Hongjuan's second lecture would present the perfect opportunity for him to arrange matters, allowing Zenyuan's assistance to solidify the grand formation of the human race. Furthermore, Lin Yi sought to master Fushi's Bagua and I Ching to compensate for the deficiencies in martial arts that hindered fortune and misfortune, relying on the fortuity of the human race. The primordial gourd vine has fully healed, and the nine heaven soil has also flourished considerably. At this rate, the seven gourds would surely mature, he mused. When the time comes, if I were to enlighten them, could they not become the gourd warriors? The mere thought of the gourd warriors brought a nostalgic smile to Lin Yi's face. The seven gourds were not intended to be forged into artifacts. Instead, Lin Yi planned to enlighten them, transforming them into seven sentient beings to protect the human race. These seven gourds were not ordinary. Once they were animated, they might rival the legendary four mischievous monkeys. Grow quickly, little ones. With a prick of his finger, Lin Yi bestowed a drop of his martial blood upon each gourd, then summoned the Wujixing Huang banner to commence the refinement. The process of refining the Five Directions banner was formidable. Nearly all of Lin Yi's merits were expended. Upon awakening, he found Nuwa standing before him, diligently providing protection. Lady Nuwa, how long have I been in cultivation? Rising from the ground, Lin Yi hastily inquired, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Should Hongjun have completed his second lecture, it would be a significant setback. During the second lecture, Hongjun would be unable to divert his attention, allowing Lin Yi to fully cultivate the human race's sanctuary. By the time of the third lecture, the human path could nearly be revived, presenting an opportunity to seize the initiative. However, if he missed the second lecture, he would have to delay his plans. And once Hongjun merged with the Tao, there would be no chance for the human path. 2,800 years have elapsed since Hongjuan's first lecture. You need not worry. 1,000 years ago, Zenyuansi already set forth for Jinao Island, utilizing the Earth Book to organize the geomantic currents. 800 years should suffice, Nuwa reassured him, sensing Lin Yi's concerns. Lady Nuwa, if faced with a choice between the human race and the demon race, which would you choose? Lin Yi inquired. Gazing intently at Nuwa in their interactions, Lin Yi realized that Nuwa was not the same as he had envisioned. She appeared wiser and more emotionally aware, likely influenced by the heavenly Tao, which could render beings indifferent. Though speak frankly, when I created the human race, I witnessed fragments of certain scenes. Ultimately, friction will arise between the human and demon races, and I will strive to prevent it. Upon mentioning the demon race, Nuwa shook her head, indicating that those scenes were likely inevitable. Lady Nuwa, there will inevitably be a conflict between the witch and demon races. Should you lend aid to the demon race, I hope you will refrain from involving the human race. You know well that the human race is frail, unable to withstand adversity. We must develop gradually. Lin Yi had no intention of dismantling the scheme laid by Hongjun, nor could he do so. The battle between witches and demons would likely culminate in mutual destruction. What Lin Yi aimed to do was to continuously bolster the strength of the human race, enhancing its fortune and altering the fate of the Fengshen calamity. Concerning the beings Nuwa cared for, Lin Yi would seek ways to provide them with opportunities for rebirth, which constituted his utmost support. Will you be able to protect my elder brother? After a moment of silence, Nuwa turned her gaze toward Lin Yi, her hope resting on him to safeguard Fushi, her only brother. Chapter 11. Hongjuan's second lecture, Lin Yi's clandestine endeavors at Jinao Island. Lady Nuwa, Fushi is of the demon race. He too must meet his end. However, you need not fret. I have already devised an escape route for Fushi, as he shares a connection with my human race. Lin Yi wished to protect Fushi, yet he lacked the capability to do so. In the calamity between witches and demons, even the 11 ancestral witches of the demon race would perish, and Lin Yi could not intervene. I will request a remnant of his soul from him. With Hongyun leading, Nuwa reluctantly acquiesced, awaiting Lin Yi's arrangements. Rest assured, once the human path revives, I will grant Fushi a position among the saints. Fushi, as the sovereign of humanity, held a position of merit that Lin Yi would not alter. He required Fushi to govern the human race. Let us proceed. I will guide you to Jinao Island. Upon hearing Lin Yi's assurance, Nuwa sighed and led him towards Golden Ao Island. Situated in the East Sea, This island boasts an awe-inspiring expanse, indeed a veritable land of fortune. Zhen Yuanzi, diligent as ever, dedicated 800 years to refining the Earth's veins, and the embryonic form of the Grand Array has already emerged, even altering the energy of Golden Ao Island. However, Zhen Yuanzi left several crucial locations untouched, awaiting Lin Yi's guidance to unlock them. Lin Yi had instructed Zhen Yuanzi not to activate the Grand Array, emphasizing that all must proceed discreetly. To be honest, only Zhen Yuanzi could locate this place. No one else would stand a chance. You are quite remarkable, having discerned the existence of such a locale, which, although slightly inferior to Kunlun Mountain, is not vastly so. Hovering above Golden Ao Island, Nuwa expressed her astonishment, believing Lin Yi possessed an astute eye. Can a location chosen by a sage be anything less than extraordinary? With a fleeting thought, Lin Yi promptly dove down to land on the island. As the ancestor of humanity sensed Lin Yi's arrival, Zhen Yuanzi awoke instantly and hurried to meet him. "Zhen Yuanzi, my friend, is such fervor truly necessary?" he remarked, noting Zhen Yuanzi's disheveled appearance, clearly the result of relentless toil. Only Zhen Yuanzi, with his possession of the Earth Book, could achieve such results. Any other innate being would require millennia to attain the current effect. Wasn't it your wish to resolve matters swiftly?" The ancestor of humanity remarked, "I must admit, I have not realized until now how organizing the Earth's veins could benefit my cultivation. Following this path, I should be able to step into the realm of quasi-saints through the power of the Earth." This time spent refining the Earth's veins profoundly impacted Zhen Yuanzi, as he had discovered his own path. "Ancestor of humanity, the sage position you mentioned, could it be this one?" Nuwa, momentarily taken aback, suddenly grasped the implication and regarded Lin Yi with renewed interest. Initially, she had felt compelled to seek him out, and Lin Yi had offered her guidance, leading her to create humanity and garner boundless merit. Now, with Lin Yi directing Zhen Yuanzi to refine the Earth's veins, assisting him in discovering his cultivation path, could it merely be coincidence? The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. With a subtle smile, Lin Yi uttered a cryptic phrase. Truth be told, he merely sought Zhen Yuanzi's assistance. All was a series of fortunate coincidences. Given the present circumstances, this serendipity was quite favorable, and Lin Yi was willing to let the misunderstanding deepen. "Thank you, ancestor of humanity." With Nuwa's reminder, Zhen Yuanzi clasped his fists in gratitude, his heart brimming with appreciation. "We are all of the same kin. There is no need for formalities, my friend Zhen Yuanzi. Please elaborate on the details of Golden Ao Island's earth veins." The second lecture by Hongjun was about to commence, and we must hasten. With 200 years remaining until Hongjun's teachings, Lin Yi felt time was of the essence. Establishing the Grand Array was merely the first step. Lin Yi also needed to construct buildings, plant Huangzhong Li and innate gourd vines, each step requiring ample time. Transporting the human race would be straightforward, allowing Zhen Yuanzi to utilize his sleeve of the universe to accomplish it in just a few trips. "Ancestor of humanity, I shall first present you with the Earth Book. We can refer to it for guidance." Zhen Yuanzi had long contemplated this step, as the earth veins of Golden Ao Island were clearly documented within the Earth Book. His actions were also to avoid suspicion. During the process of refining the Earth's veins, Zhen Yuanzi could easily manipulate the situation, and any scrutiny he faced would be entirely reasonable. By providing the Earth Book, one could refer to it to observe the earth veins, leaving no room for deceit. Simultaneously, Zhen Yuanzi understood that Lin Yi must possess other methods unknown to him, and thus he ought not to inquire further. Truly, the Earth Book is akin to a navigational tool. Communicating with the Earth Book, the earth veins of Golden Ao Island were vividly displayed, stretching out like meridians. In an instant, Lin Yi was reminded of the human body. Was Golden Ao Island not akin to a human form? If it resembles a body, then it should possess its 5 organs. The heart corresponds to fire, the liver to wood, the lungs to metal, the kidneys to water, and the spleen to earth. Utilizing the 5 directions flag of heaven and earth, it would perfectly arrange the 5 organs of Golden Ao Island. I comprehend now. It is indeed so. Following this line of thought, Golden Ao Island suddenly appeared illuminated. By integrating the 5 directions flag with the earth veins, It would become the 5 organs and 6 bowels of Golden Ao Island, while employing Fushi's 8 trigrams as the architectural framework would create a flawless harmony. As for the earth veins of Golden Ao Island, they could be modeled after the meridians of humanity, granting life to the island. Lin eagerly anticipated the scene that would unfold once Golden Ao Island came to life. What have you perceived? From Lin Yi's gaze, it was evident he had gleaned substantial insights, leading Nuwa to regard him as a prodigy. There is no talk of insights. This Golden Ao Island is inherently linked to our human race. Jin Yuanzi, may I borrow the Earth Book for a time? After you return from the teachings, I shall return it to you. Making a gesture of invitation, Lin Yi ascended into the air, guiding everyone back to Kunlun Mountain. Having established that they were kin, there was no need for formality. Before attending the lecture at Zhixiao Palace, Jin Yuanzi will not require the Earth Book, so it is entirely acceptable for Lin Yi to use it. Last time, you had my elder brother organize the 8 trigrams. He has been diligently working on it, and it should be nearly complete now. Upon reaching Kunlun Mountain, Nuwa promptly departed to seek out Fushi. Lin Yi, not idle himself, summoned the primordial human race he had first created, instructing them to prepare for Zhan Yuanzi to employ the repairing heaven and earth technique to transport them to Golden Ao Island. This primordial human race was Lin Yi's greatest confidence and would serve as the backbone of humanity, especially the initial 3,000 humans who would undoubtedly cultivate to the Great Luo realm, while the remaining over 100,000 would certainly achieve the status of Tai Golden Immortals. Of course, this was based on the standards of the Honghuang era. As Lin Yi gradually strategized, it was inevitable that quasi-saints would emerge. Ancestor of humanity, the 8 trigrams and divination have been organized and are ready for your review. Under Nuwa's prompting, Fushi concluded his contemplation and sought out Lin Yi. Considering the time, Hongjuan's second lecture is about to commence. We shall first head to Golden Ao Island. After Fushi arranges the 8 trigrams formation for me, you may proceed to Zhixiao Palace. Lin Yi wasted no time in issuing commands, eager to seize this opportunity during Hongjuan's teachings to execute a strategic maneuver. With a wave of his hand, the primordial human race was collected into Zhan Yuanzi's sleeve, arriving at Golden Ao Island. What a splendid Golden Ao Island! As a place of cultivation, it is truly exceptional. Like Nuwa, upon arriving at Golden Ao Island, Fushi and Hongyun widened their eyes, sensing the island's extraordinary nature. Fushi, your assistance is still required. Regarding the 8 trigrams, I have some understanding. Your path of the 8 trigrams involves observing celestial phenomena above and terrestrial laws below, observing the patterns of birds and beasts and the suitability of the land, drawing from the self and extending to the external. Thus, the 8 trigrams are established to communicate the divine virtues and correspond to the emotions of all things. Lin Yi articulated his thoughts. Intending to utilize the mountains of Golden Ao Island as the foundation for the array, channeling the earth veins into a formation. Ancestor of humanity, are you also cultivating the 8 trigrams? Fushi's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Fushi thought to himself, by heavens, I had not considered these aspects. How could an amateur like you conceive such ideas? Standing on the shoulders of giants, I belong to the realm of the Titans. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi requested Jin Yuanzi's assistance to aid Fushi. Arranging the 8 trigrams proved rather simple, with Jin Yuanzi controlling the earth veins and Hongyun, Nuwa, and Lin Yi moving the mountains. Within mere years, Golden Ao Island underwent a complete transformation, its mountainous terrain naturally forming the 8 trigrams. Ancestor of humanity, upon my return from Zhixiao Palace, you must reserve a mountain for me. Golden Ao Island will undoubtedly become a cultivation paradise akin to Kunlun Mountain. After witnessing the transformation of Golden Ao Island into the 8 trigrams formation, Fushi was left speechless, sensing that Lin Yi was orchestrating a grand scheme. Golden Ao Island is adorned with countless mountains, with the mountains at the positions of the trigrams numbering as many as 64. According to Hongjuan's designation of saintly positions, does this not imply that the human race will witness the emergence of 64 saintly positions? This seems implausible. Fushi realized this, and naturally, Jin Yuanzi did as well, gasping in disbelief at the surrealism of the situation. Very well, the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace is imminent. You must hasten. With a slight smile, Lin Yi feigned ignorance and urged everyone to proceed as it is settled. I shall claim one mountain from Golden Ao Island. Regardless of Lin Yi's agreement, Fuxi made a decisive declaration, departing with a smile. I too desire a mountain, Niuhua chimed in, winking at Lin Yi, Ancestor. Given our camaraderie, requesting a mountain is hardly excessive. Tossing out 100 ginseng fruits, Zhen Yuanzi turned to leave, seemingly attempting to bribe Lin Yi. Oh, Zhen Yuanzi, typically when I request a few for a feast, you are miserly, yet you offer hundreds to the human race without hesitation. How heartless! Ancestor, I face a calamity and cannot directly ask for a mountain. I kindly ask for your guidance upon my reincarnation. After a short distance, Hongyun returned to bid farewell to Lin Yi. He sensed that his upcoming attendance at the teachings might lead to his demise. As his calamity was approaching, rest assured, the words of the Ancestor of humanity shall not be retracted. During their time together, Lin Yi found Hongyun to be amiable and their interactions quite pleasant. However, with Hongyuan's intent to slay Hongyun, Lin Yi found himself powerless. Rumors suggested that after Hongyun's demise, he reincarnated as the Earth Sovereign Shennong, while others claimed he became Yunzizi or Zhao Gongming, the Three Stars. This time, Lin Yi resolved to provide clarity and designate Hongyun as the Earth Sovereign Shennong. Children, cough, cough. Why does this title resemble that of a mountain spirit from the journey to the west? All human beings, come forth to heed my command. After Hongyun departed, Lin Yi promptly summoned the Yuanyuan human clan and commenced his operations. In Lin Yi's perspective, Jinao Island resembled a living entity. Once Hongjun began imparting his teachings, he established the Li Di Yin Guang flag as the heart of Jinao Island, the Wu Ji Xing Huang flag as its spleen, the Qing Lian Bao Se flag as its liver, the Su Se Yun Jie flag as its lungs, and the Xin Yuan Kong Shui flag as its kidneys, thereby arranging the grand array of the five elements. The Yuanyuan human clan remained industrious, their primary task being the integration of martial will, facilitating the transformation of Jinao Island. Wasn't Hongjun scheming against the myriad beings of Honghuang? Lin Yi allowed him to plot, perfectly positioning himself to seize the opportunity. Chapter 12. The path to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Through martial heritage, those familiar with gaming know that raiding is exhilarating, yet fraught with the risk of being caught. Thus, one must await the opportune moment. Lin Yi had already prepared by clearing the ley lines, relocating mountains to establish the five elements, refining the five directions flags, and gathering the Yuanyuan human clan, all in anticipation of Hongjuan's teachings. At which point he would spring into action. Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. I had long pondered its meaning, and, upon receiving the bagua from my Tao friend Fuxi, I finally understood. The Taiji represents the state before heaven and earth were separated, where primordial energy coalesced into unity, known as the primordial beginning. The Great One, Taiji, gives rise to the two instruments, which in turn generate the four symbols, the sun, the moon, the lesser yin, and the lesser yang, subsequently leading to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams determine fortune and misfortune, which in turn engender great enterprises. My path aligns with this. The martial way of the human clan is singular, as is the essence of humanity. The human body reflects this truth. Martial arts traverse the Ren and Du meridians, transforming yin and yang. The lesser yang, the old yang, the lesser yin, and the old yin arise spontaneously. The 5 organs correspond to the 5 elements, and the acupoints mirror heaven and earth. The human body itself becomes a world. Hovering above Jinao Island, Lin Yi continued to comprehend the Tao. Previously, when utilizing the Earth Book to observe the grand trends of Jinao, Lin Yi had gleaned insights, though time had been too pressing for thorough contemplation. Now, with everything settled, he began to delve deeply into his realizations. What profound aura this is! What has the Ancestor of humanity comprehended? The Swearen clan had already ascended to the golden immortal realm, and they now fixated on Lin Yi, sharing in the experience. Everyone ought to attentively perceive the extraordinary phenomena surrounding the Ancestor of humanity, for it could enhance their martial arts. Understanding that Lin Yi would not awaken easily, the Wuchao clan commanded everyone to cultivate, awaiting Lin Yi's emergence. As time swiftly passed, 2 centuries elapsed, and Niuhua and others traversed the chaos, once more arriving at the Zhixiao Palace. Compared to their previous visit, Everyone had experienced astonishing advancements in cultivation. The three pure ones, Emperor Jun, Tai, Jane, and Juanti had all reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As for the remaining 3,000 worldly guests, a minority had attained the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while the majority still lingered in the late stages of the Great Luo. Seeing Jane and Juanti, after they had acquired the primordial purple energy, their cultivation had significantly progressed. Upon encountering Jane and Juanti, Hongyun greeted them with a smile. Previously, he had felt pity for the two. After Lin Yi's explanations, however, he found them utterly repugnant, appearing increasingly despicable. This was all thanks to the guidance of my master. As Hongyun greeted them, Jane and Juanti felt somewhat awkward but had no choice but to return the courtesy. They understood well that the futons symbolized the position of a saint. Hongyun's concession to them was a matter of karmic consequence, one they could not repay. In an attempt to evade responsibility, Jane and Juanti made no mention of the futon, attributing their achievements solely to Hongjun. Hongjun had schemed against the demon ancestor Luo Hu, culminating in a decisive battle on Shumi Mountain that thoroughly shattered the West. They were now repairing the western Honghuang ley lines, leaving Hongjun indebted to them, thus alleviating their concerns. Indeed, with the guidance of the Tao Ancestor, the two were bound to achieve sainthood. By the way, once you attain sainthood, do not forget the karmic consequence of my concession. This is indeed a matter of profound consequence. The more Jane and Juanti evaded the topic, the more irate Hongyun became, directly exposing the karmic ties of the saints. As soon as Hongyun's words fell, the chaos intertwined with karmic threads, formally binding Jane and Juanti with the chains of saintly karma. Friend Hongyun, this karmic chain now binds you. Jane and Juanti seethed with anger, nearly bursting into curses. Yet they refrained, for the futon was a tangible matter, and such karma was inescapable. Not only is there Hongyun's karma, but mine as well. Do not forget, there is a futon that belongs to me, and you owe me karmic consequences, saints. At this moment, Punkuin stepped forth, glaring fiercely at Hongyun, demanding karma from Jane and Juanti. Woo woo woo, my western realm is impoverished. I care not for your poverty. The futon is mine. You must acknowledge this karma. Upon hearing Punkuin's words, Jane and Juanti burst into tears. Dealing with Hongyun was already burdensome enough, and now with Punkuin added to the mix, they were at a loss. However, Punkuin granted them no respite, directly countering, Friend Punkuin, I advise you to concede. I shall grant you the primordial purple energy to atone for my past transgressions. This primordial purple energy I have never refined. I hope to use it to settle our karmic ties. During this time, Hongyun had contemplated thoroughly. Regardless of who sought his demise, he would retaliate in kind. With the remnants of his soul in Lin Yi's possession, Hongyun had no lingering worries. As Hongjun played his game, he turned the table over. His action served another purpose, to protect Nuwa and buy time for Lin Yi. The primordial purple energy was akin to a blade. If Punkuin desired it, he would simply hand it over. Is this truly so? Friend Hongyun, if you bestow upon me the primordial purple energy, our karmic ties shall be erased. Upon hearing this, Punkuin was overwhelmed with excitement, his smile never faltering. Here you go. Hongyun had long since separated the primordial purple energy and raised his hand to offer it to Punkuin. Friend Hongyun acts with great righteousness. I, Punkuin, owe you a favor. With a single inhale, he consumed the primordial purple energy and hastily integrated it into his dantian. Damn it, has Nuwa discovered the secret of the primordial purple energy? Hongjun had intended to intervene, but upon seeing Nuwa, he promptly fell silent. Originally, this primordial purple energy was to be given to Nuwa, but as she rejected it, it was then granted to Hongyun, and now, as Hongyun too declined, it was passed to Punkuin. Hongjun suspected Nuwa had certainly uncovered the secret of the primordial purple energy and conveyed it to Hongyun. Should Hongyun divulge it, it would spell disaster. Why did Hongjun not intervene? Casting a glance at Hongjun, Hongyun felt a surge of satisfaction within. In this moment, Hongyun gained profound insights. Having previously strived to be virtuous yet receiving no respect, he now embraced a reckless attitude, and Hongjun dared not act rashly. How peculiar indeed. Congratulations to all. Your cultivation has risen significantly. It appears that my method of severing the three corpses is indeed suitable for the beings of Hong Huang. 3,000 years had passed since the last teaching. During the first session, the focus was on entrusting the true spirit of the primordial spirit to the Tao, thus severing the three corpses. Today, in this second lecture, I shall elucidate the practice of severing the three corpses. Over these 3 millennia, I have gained further insights on severing the three corpses, and I shall share these revelations. Gesturing for everyone to take their seats, Hongjun commenced the second lecture. Go govern Hong Huang. Hongjun had indeed poured his heart and soul into his plans. Just as he began laying the groundwork, unexpected changes arose, causing him great distress. He wished to eliminate Nuwa, yet according to the guidance of the Tao. She bore significant responsibilities and could not be harmed at present. This was a source of frustration. With no other recourse, he could only proceed as planned, enticing the 3,000 worldly guests to entrust their primordial spirits to the Tao, thereby gaining control. 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. After 1,200 years of teachings, Lin Yi awakened, his martial will enveloping the entirety of Jinao Island, producing an awe-inspiring spectacle that instilled fear and trepidation. Was the ancestor of humanity on the verge of attaining the Great Luo? Observing Lin Yi, the Swearing clan was utterly exhilarated in Hong Huang. It is said, if one does not strive for sainthood, they are but ants. However, without attaining the Great Luo, one could scarcely be deemed a Taoist. Swearin, Wuchao, Si, and Sangjia, heed my call. When I and the Holy Mother created you, we infused you with the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. Henceforth, you shall officially represent these elements, embodying the essence of my martial way, the sun, the moon, the lesser yin, the lesser yang, and the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Swearin, you shall lead 10,000 human clan members to the spring position, presiding over the 4 symbols of the sun on Jinao Island. Wuchao, you shall lead 10,000 human clan members to the summer position, presiding over the 4 symbols of the moon. Si, you shall lead 10,000 human clan members to the autumn position, presiding over the 4 symbols of the lesser yang. Sangjia, you shall lead 10,000 human clan members to the winter position, presiding over the 4 symbols of the lesser yin. Remember, once you take your positions, immediately manifest what I have imparted to you. This time, we shall not conceal our intentions. Releasing his martial will and awakening his martial true form, Lin Yi became the one, creating the 2 of Jinao Island, thereby completing the Tao's creation of 1, and 1's creation of 2. Swearin, Wuchao, Si, and Sangjia represented earth, water, wind, and fire, respectively. They completed the 2 instruments and 4 symbols, after which came the 5 directions flags, shaping the 5 elements and connecting the 8 trigrams. Yes, with a resounding shout, Swearin, Wuchao, Si, and Sangjia each led 10,000 members forth, arriving at their designated locations. Lin Yi remained diligent, raising his hand to summon the Earth Book, using his martial will to clear the yin and yang ley lines. With the ley lines established, Swearin, Wuchao, Si, and Sangjia took their positions. Swearin was the first to create fire by friction. Wuchao was the first to construct a dwelling. Si was the first to craft clothing. And Sangjia was the first to develop written language. Buzz.as Swearin, Wuchao, Si, and Sangjia took their actions. Extraordinary phenomena erupted above Jinao Island. The laws intertwined, and terrifying merits descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Yi, Swearin, Wuchao, Si, and Sangjia within their embrace. 5 directions flags, expedite. Ignoring the merits, Lin Yi formed seals with both hands, casting the Wu Ji Xing Huang flag, Qing Lian Bao Se flag, Li Di Yin Guang flag, Su Se Yun Jie flag, and Xin Yuan Kong Shui flag into their designated positions. The remaining human clans were commanded. The martial path possesses myriad meridians and countless acupoints. Attune yourselves to the grand momentum of Jinao Island and seek the martial veins and acupoints. As the banners of the 5 directions were firmly positioned, Lin Yi instantaneously arranged the grand array of the 5 elements, seamlessly merging the principles of Taiji, the 2 instruments, the 4 symbols, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, thoroughly connecting with all the ley lines of the earth. Simultaneously, Lin Yi, fueled by the will of martial arts, aimed to attain the Great Luo, embarking on a path of breakthrough. A resonant hum echoed, causing the skies above Jinao Island to quiver, giving rise to extraordinary phenomena. Purple chi surged from the east, spreading over a vast expanse of 100,000 miles, that moment. The radiant golden light of virtue illuminated the surroundings, akin to a spotlight, causing Jinao Island to gleam magnificently. Martial arts encompass three realms: self-realization, understanding of the heavens and earth, and perceiving all living beings. In this instant, I seemed to grasp the essence of perceiving all living beings. The will of martial arts shook the heavens, as Lin Yi bathed in the laws, absorbing spiritual energy with abandon. Transcending from the pinnacle of golden immortal to directly testify to the great Luo. Within his dantian, the martial foundation crackled with energy, giving birth to the essence of martiality, manifesting chaos. The symbol of the great Luo golden immortal is the convergence of the five energies and the gathering of the three flowers atop the head. Here, Lin Yi's physical form gathered this essence, achieving an inner world. Wa, air wa, san wa. I shall borrow your essence. In the instant the martial foundation transformed into an inner world, Lin Yi immediately communicated with the green gourd, blue gourd, and azure gourd upon the innate gourd vine, extracting strands of essence to harmonize with the will of martial arts. The green gourd, a vessel of primordial chaos, harbored the chaotic energy from before the creation of the heavens and earth, and its essence proved to be immensely nourishing. The blue and azure gourds contain the essence of mastering time and space, both equally significant. Saiwa, Wu-wa, Lu-wa, Chi-wa, we are all one family. I shall not stand on ceremony. After merging the green, blue, and azure gourds, Lin Yi extracted a strand of essence from the remaining gourds to integrate into the martial foundation. Boom! As the 7 strands of essence fused, a transformation erupted. Chapter 13. The friction of wood to spark fire. Song Jie creates characters. This transformation stemmed from the martial foundation, solidified by the 7 gourd essences and refined by various laws, immediately transforming into a seed of the world. With the establishment of the world seed, Lin Yi's cultivation broke through, completing his martial testimony to the great Luo. Not only that, while evolving martial arts, Lin Yi also manifested several martial divine abilities, which, in conjunction with the world seed, would showcase the might of martial arts. Jinao Island was undergoing a metamorphosis as well. Under Lin Yi's manipulation, it was nearly refined into a magical artifact, with arrays permeating, intertwining martial patterns that extended over tens of thousands of miles. The primordial earth bore witness. The great Tao was upon it, and henceforth, this grand array would be known as the martial arts god-slaying array. This Jinao Island would serve as the ancestral land of the human race and the dojo of martial arts. I am both the ancestor of humanity and the ancestor of martial arts. Such are the benefits of stealth. As Hong Jun was delivering a discourse, the more powerful beings congregated in the Purple Cloud Palace, allowing Lin Yi to unleash his martial will without restraint, connecting with the primordial realms and the great Tao. Here, Lin Yi deliberately clarified that he intended to witness the path as the great Tao, not the heavenly Tao. Hong Jun, in his arrogance, was but a trifling matter. What significance does the heavenly Tao hold? The martial arts I cultivate represent the great Dao. Buzzing. As Lin Yi proclaimed, the heavens and earth roared. The patterns of the Tao manifested, and terrifying virtues descended from the heavens, some landing upon Lin Yi while others fell upon Jinao Island, further enhancing the grand array and elevating its essence. Upon closer observation, the changes in the Earth Book revealed that the portion of virtues belonging to Zhen Yuanzi had been absorbed by the Earth Book. Not good. How did the concealed great Tao suddenly reveal itself? As Hong Jun was delivering his discourse, he abruptly sensed that the heavenly Tao was operating sluggishly, as if he had swallowed a fishbone lodged in his throat. He opened his eyes wide, immediately coordinating with the heavenly Tao to prevent the revival of the great Tao. It pains me greatly. Why do I feel as if something has been taken from me? Clutching his heart, Tong Tian gasped in distress, as if his heart had been plucked from his chest. Why have you suddenly ceased speaking? Just when it was getting interesting. This is unbearable. Hong Jun halted his discourse. And the likes of Laozi, Yuan Shi, Zhu Ti, and Di Jun followed suit. their expressions reflecting unspeakable discomfort. Pants off, dreams shattered, yet unable to sleep. How frustrating that it must be that the ancestor of humanity has made a move. This fellow truly knows how to stir trouble. Exchanging glances, Nuwa, Fushi, Hong Yun, and Zhen Yuanzi were filled with schadenfreude. Upon their arrival, they had mentally prepared themselves. Lin Yi had prepared so many things, it was impossible for there to be no commotion. And Hong Jun's anxiety clearly indicated that Lin Yi had meddled with Hong Jun's cake. Simultaneously, they could not help but worry. Lin Yi was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. What if he fell victim to Hong Jun's schemes? Fortunately, it was just a minor disturbance. If the Great Tao were to awaken, it would spell disaster. After approximately 20 breaths, Hong Jun exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with relief. He had not discovered the cause of the Great Tao's tremor. However, the Great Tao remained dormant, and had it revived, all of Hong Jun's efforts would have been in vain. He resumed his previous teachings. Previously, I informed everyone that the three corpses are divided into the good corpse, evil corpse, and free corpse, also known as the three worms, three pin, three corpse gods, and three poisons. The upper corpse enjoys adornment. The middle corpse delights in flavor, and the lower corpse revels in desire. The sacred path we cultivate requires tranquility and detachment, a serene mind, and the accumulation of collective goodness to achieve sanctity. Without explaining why, Hong Jun continued his discourse. What a splendid notion of tranquility and detachment. If I were to sever my ties, would I still be myself? Lin Yi thought to himself, Hong Jun, you are but a petty man. You wish for everyone to submit to the heavenly Tao, yet I shall not comply. Listening to Hong Jun's teachings, Hong Yun felt rebellious, muttering inwardly. Not just Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi, Nuwa, and Fushi also exchanged peculiar glances. Perceiving the innate beings around them as a bunch of simpletons, having been sold by Hong Jun and still counting their coins for him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a blessed land for the human race. Shaping the martial arts God-slaying array, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, rewarding a chaotic divine demon corpse, and integrating it into Jinao Island, enhancing its foundation. Having gained the recognition of the Great Tao, the system also took action. Delivering a 10,000-fold critical hit and directly acquiring a chaotic divine demon corpse. Jinao Island fused with the chaotic divine demon corpse, infinitely enhancing its foundation, while the martial arts God-slaying array gained additional functions. Its power magnifying exponentially. In that instant, the true potential of Jinao Island was fully revealed. The coverage of the martial arts God-slaying array encompassed the territory of the human race. Aside from the humans, no other beings dared to enter, with the array's might capable of annihilating even great Luo Golden Immortals. As for its defensive capabilities, it could entrap 5 saints, although its offensive power was slightly lacking. If only it could integrate with the Celestial Star Array and the 12 capital heavenly arrays, that would be splendid. Touching down on the ground, Lin Yi felt a tinge of regret. The essence of Jinao Island belonged to martial arts, while the core, the 5 Directions flag, primarily provided defense, with its offensive capabilities somewhat lacking. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All members of the Yuan tribe have reached the Golden Immortal Realm, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, immensely enhancing the host's Golden Immortal Foundation, currently undergoing extreme solidification. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The earliest born 3,000 individuals, including the Swearing Clan, the Yuchao Clan, the Zi Clan, and Songjia, have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, currently solidifying the host's Tai Golden Immortal Foundation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Swearing Clan has mastered the friction of wood to create fire, igniting the flame of civilization. The Yuchao Clan invented nesting, providing a solution for human habitation. The Zi Clan crafted clothing, advancing textile civilization. And Songjia created characters, elevating the soul of civilization. Triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit rewards the host with a tree of enlightenment, which has already been planted on Jinao Island. Lin Yi had long educated the Swearing Clan, Yuchao Clan, Zi Clan, and Songjia, and they were well prepared, having already invented the necessary tools. However, Lin Yi urged everyone to wait for the opportune moment to make a resounding impact. Now, with the 10,000-fold critical hit, He had acquired the Tree of Enlightenment. Fortune has smiled upon us. The will of martial arts locked onto the Tree of Enlightenment, and Lin Yi was overcome with excitement. Indeed, the Tree of Enlightenment is a cultivation artifact. Consuming a single leaf can lead to instantaneous enlightenment, a boon of immense significance for the human race. All members of the human race, heed my command. I have now attained the Great Luo through martial arts, and today, I shall establish martial monuments on the 100 peaks of Jinao Island, with each monument bearing a surname, totaling 100 surnames. Whoever first attains the Great Luo may claim a peak and establish their lineage. As Jinao Island stood for the human race, Lin Yi naturally had to take some action. This time, in his stealthy endeavor, Lin Yi planned to elevate the 100 surnames to prominence. How should one put it? The human race is numerous, and naming is a challenge. Rather than allowing it to evolve slowly, it would be better to establish it all at once. With the advent of characters, what is to stop the 100 surnames? Boom. Under Lin Yi's guidance, martial monuments rose on the 100 peaks, each inscribed with the surname Ji, Wang, Li Zhang, Zhao Lu, Qian, Yang, Wu, Huang, Zhu, Sun, Hu, El, Gao, Song, Su, Cheng, Lin, Zheng, Fan, He, Han, Chao, Ma, Su, Tian, Feng, Du, Zhou, Zhang, Wang, Su, Dong, Fong, Kai, Liang, Shi, Xie, Jia, Shui, Peng, Chui, Tang, Pan, Ding, Ren, Shi, Qian, Ho Wei, Luo, Yi, Shun, Meng, Yao, Fu, Ding, Zhang, Shao, Jiang, Lu, Yuan, Jiang, Chao, Tan, Shao, Ouyang Kong. The rest are omitted. To avoid accusations of verbosity. The order of surnames is irrelevant. Buzzing, as the martial monuments manifested, virtues came to fruition, and a terrifying deluge of virtue descended from the heavens, nearly engulfing Lin Yi. Come forth, just in time to nourish my world seed. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yi immediately utilized the virtues to nurture the world seed, awaiting its incubation. This world seed also represented Lin Yi's Tao seed. Once it hatched, it would surely break through to quasi-saint status. Once again, virtues manifested. What on earth transpired on this island? Jinao Island, adjacent to the East Sea, stirred such a commotion, it was impossible for the dragon clan of the East Sea to remain indifferent. The first to detect the anomaly were the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, who reported to the Azure Dragon. Subsequently, several Azure Dragons surged forth from the sea, spiraling in the void, scrutinizing Jinao Island closely. Dragon Clan, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for so long. As Lin Yi arranged his formation, he anticipated the emergence of the Dragon Clan. He promptly stepped forward, appearing outside the Divine Slayer array of martial arts, and flashed a grin at the leading Azure Dragon. Lin Yi's choice of Jinao Island was merely one aspect of his plan. The Azure Dragon adjacent to Jinao Island was his primary target. However, the multitude of surprises led to the creation of the Divine Slayer array of martial arts. According to the system's prompts, more offspring equate to more fortune, which could similarly yield a tenfold critical strike. Thus, Lin Yi aspired to take an Azure Dragon as his wife to solidify his own reproductive abilities. The reason for selecting the Azure Dragon lay in its lineage. Pengu transformed into the primordial world, with his limbs representing the 4 cardinal directions, subduing the elemental forces of fire, water, and wind. His skin, fascia, bones, internal organs, blood vessels, and nerves dispersed across the cosmos, giving rise to myriad beings. Among them, the dual kidneys became the Eastern Sea, while the bladder manifested as the Southern Sea. The Northern Sea, in contrast, was a vast expanse of solid ice, adjacent to the Northern Abyss, where black water and dark ice invaded. The 4 seas dragons are descendants of the ancestral dragon, which was birthed from the essence of Pengu's kidneys, merging with Pengu's yang root to transform into the long-scaled fish and serpents. Some beings have claimed that the ancestral dragon is the root. Fill in the blank for readers. Anticipating divine commentary, the kidneys belong to water, allowing the ancestral dragon to command all waters. The yang root, originally connected to the liver through the liver meridian, belongs to wood, which governs reproduction. When the yang root separates to transform into a dragon, it absorbs the wood essence within the liver through the meridians, thus granting the ancestral dragon unparalleled reproductive capabilities and numerous mates, resulting in abundant offspring. The ancestral dragon, born from Pengu's three vital organs, liver, kidneys, and yang root, represents the most formidable force among the three clan leaders, the three clans being Yuan Feng, Shiqilan, and Zulong. The ancestral dragon, with its innate water and wood sources, fused with the primordial five elements essence to become the quintessence of dragon energy. This dragon energy diffused throughout Pengu's blood vessels, the waterway within the kidneys, and the spiritual veins of the primordial land, nurturing the first-generation dragon clan. Those who obtained wood essence dragon energy transformed into the Azure Dragon, guarding the Eastern Sea. Those who acquired fire essence became the Scarlet Dragon, protecting the Southern Sea. Those who received metal essence transformed into the White Dragon, overseeing the Western Sea. Those embodying water essence became the Black Dragon, reigning over the Northern Sea adjacent to the icy Northern Abyss. Those who possessed earth essence became the Yellow Dragon, safeguarding the spiritual veins of mountains and lakes across the primordial land. Based on this comparison, the Azure Dragon, which possesses wood essence, is the most suitable for Lin Yi. Should the system grant the Azure Dragon's innate talent a tenfold critical strike, it would be akin to continuously consuming sildenafil. His kidneys would practically function as an engine. Underneath Aoze, "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Lin Yi cheerfully inquired. The leading Azure Dragon scoffed, demanding Lin Yi's name. "Greetings, Uncle. I am the human ancestor Lin Yi." Imitating Aoze, Lin Yi advanced towards him through the void. "Wait a moment. Who is your uncle? Do not speak carelessly." Aoze's internal cultivation erupted, commanding Lin Yi to halt. Lin Yi made no attempt to conceal his cultivation. Standing at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, on par with Aoze, despite the decline of the Dragon Clan, their strength remained formidable, within the same realm, and without the use of magical artifacts. The Dragon Clan's combat prowess surpassed that of others. This was why Aoze regarded Lin Yi with disdain. Chapter 14. Abundant offspring and fortunes. Marrying a dragon uncle. It appears you are not fond of our current mode of interaction. Shall we change our approach? With a decisive step, Lin Yi unleashed his martial will and true self, initiating the attack. Lin Yi's combat strength represented the entirety of the human race. Several million mysterious immortals. 12,000 golden immortals and 3,000 Tai golden immortals. Such power would certainly overwhelm a great Luo. Humph. A mere ordinary great Luo dares to contend with my dragon clan. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my clan. With a stride, Aoze retaliated with a punch. He had already discerned that Jin Ao Island was a treasure trove, being near the Eastern Sea, which naturally belonged to the Eastern Sea's domain. Today, fate had brought them together, and it would soon belong to him. Aoze, a mere ordinary great Luo? The ancestral dragon is but a stick. Where do you derive your confidence? Transforming his punch into a palm. Lin Yi seized Aoze's fist and effortlessly yanked him forward, delivering a kick. What? Upon feeling Lin Yi's strength, Aoze realized the terror of his opponent. Captured by Lin Yi's hand, he found himself unable to break free. Akin to a flimsy piece of paper, disorientation enveloped him. Bang! Struck in the abdomen by Lin Yi's kick, Aoze's body folded in half, the tremendous force wreaking havoc within him, shattering countless ribs. It's over. My life is forfeit. This kick was incredibly fearsome, the power akin to relentless waves crashing upon the shore. Should Lin Yi fully unleash his strength, Aoze would likely be reduced to a mist of blood. In this moment, Aoze felt regret. After the Dragonhan catastrophe, the three clans had suffered severe injuries, retreating into the sea to maintain a low profile. Little did they know, they had provoked such a formidable adversary. Uncle, can we converse properly now? Having decisively defeated Aoze, Lin Yi had gained clarity regarding his own strength. With his physical prowess, he was fully comparable to the ancestral witches. The Aoze before him was merely a minor nuisance. He wished to marry an Azure Dragon, and so it was impossible for him to watch Aoze perish. Therefore, he spun Aoze around a few times, dissipating all his strength in this engagement. Lin Yi had not unleashed his full power. Otherwise, how could Aoze have possibly survived? Why do you not kill me? Aoze, having had his internal strength neutralized, was bewildered. he had come to seize Jinao Island. And according to his understanding, the vanquished must perish. Lin Yi had unexpectedly spared his life, leaving him unable to comprehend. Your Highness, I have just recalled something. The human race was created by the goddess Enwa. If I am not mistaken, you are the first being created by her. Just as Aoze regained his footing, an old turtle rushed over to urgently report. Why would I kill you? I have a connection with your Azure Dragon clan. I wonder if your uncle has a sister? If not, an elder sister will suffice. In the primordial age, love was virtually non-existent. Relationships were merely transactions. Lin Yi displayed his strength to convey to Aoze that he was capable of marrying his sister. As for her appearance, Lin Yi paid it no mind. It was not that Lin Yi had a peculiar taste, but rather he held faith in the roots of primordial beings. Primordial beings lacked an innate Tao body. It was only upon reaching a certain level of cultivation that one could forge an innate Tao body. To comprehend the principles, everyone endeavored to perfect themselves, thus ensuring that any female would inevitably possess beauty that could eclipse the moon and shy the flowers. Akin to spring mountains and autumn waters, with a mere glance conveying an ineffable charm. Which sister are you referring to? Aoze, initially brimming with dragon-like confidence, now appeared as meek as a worm. Not to mention the Enwa clan, even the current figure before him was not someone Aoze could provoke. Are there several? Do you have twins? Upon learning of Aoze's numerous sisters, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cut it out. Suxian is nothing. You are merely a snake. Lin Yi, seek a dragon. Readers, to fill in the blanks, friend. I shall discuss this matter with my father. He has gone to the Purple Cloud Palace. Shall we wait until he returns to deliberate? In that moment, Aoze felt worse than death. Filled with remorse, he had already decided that upon returning, he would roast the shrimp soldiers and crab generals who had delivered the message. This was no mere opportunity, but rather a delivery of his sister. Oh, the Dragon Emperor has gone to the Purple Cloud Palace? Then there is no rush. Once the Dragon Emperor returns, you may inform him that I can assist you in reducing your karma. If interested, you may bring your sister to meet me. Patting Aoze on the shoulder, Lin Yi turned and returned to Jinao Island. He's leaving. Just like that. Until Lin Yi departed, Aoze remained incredulous. Given Lin Yi's strength, he could have easily killed him. Why did he not? Your Highness, let us return. Once the Dragon Emperor returns, we can report then. Aoze, believing his demise was inevitable, was not the only one to think so. The old turtle felt the same. Now that they had been granted their lives, they immediately fled into the divine sea. What a pity. They had expected to serve a dragon, yet it seemed they would have to endure for another 2,000 years. Now that the foundation of the human race was established, it was time to venture out and gather treasures. But who should he target? Upon returning to Jinao Island, Lin Yi sighed, clearly feeling some regret. Then, with a shift in thought, Lin Yi regained his spirits. Hong Jun had expounded the Tao, and all the powerful beings of the primordial age had gone to the Purple Cloud Palace. The only clan that had not moved was the Witch clan. Now would be the perfect time to pilfer their treasures, with success guaranteed. If you wish to avoid death, it is best not to act recklessly. Just as Lin Yi prepared to leave, a voice suddenly emerged from the side, startling him. Turning to look, Lin Yi beheld a swirling mass of black energy, exuding an ominous aura, likely a remnant soul from the corpse of a chaotic demon. Lin Yi had constructed the Divine Slayer array of martial arts, triggering a tenfold critical strike, which rewarded him with a chaotic demon's corpse, subsequently merging it into Jinao Island as its foundation. This malevolent spirit before him must have originated from that demon's remains. What do you mean? Who do you look down upon? I, the illustrious demon ancestor, possess means, do I not? Boy, I offer you an opportunity. Become my disciple, and I shall bestow upon you the Chaos Supreme treasure. The Demon Slayer's spear. Seeing Lin Yi regard him with mockery, Luo Hu hurriedly introduced himself. The Demon Slayer spear? You are the demon ancestor Luo Hu? Lin Yi thought to himself, what a farce. Does the system need to play such tricks? Lin Yi was no fool. He was well aware of Hong Jun's wariness towards chaotic demons. Luo Hu appearing among the human race was tantamount to courting death. Ding. According to the system's calculations, subduing Luo Hu would present an opportunity that outweighed the risks for the human race. For instance, if the host were to venture out and steal treasures, Hong Jun would undoubtedly seek retribution. At that point, the 3,000 worldly guests would converge to attack, and the host would assuredly perish. However, conquering the demon ancestor would make Luohu the perfect scapegoat. All blame would fall upon him without question. The host need not worry, for the demon's corpse did not belong to Luohu. It was merely a remnant soul and posed no threat to the host. Of course, if the host were foolish enough to fall for Luohu's schemes, they would have only themselves to blame. Indeed, I am the true embodiment of Luohu. Young one, why not hasten to pay your respects to your master? Once you do so, I shall bestow upon you boundless opportunities. Thus, you shall first succumb to the allure of darkness, and thereafter, I will guide you to a sacred place where I shall impart the god-slaying spear and other treasures of immeasurable worth. Observing Lin Yi's expression, Luohu felt immense satisfaction and promptly invited him to become his disciple. Devil Ancestor, are you foolish or simply disdainful of others? With your path of slaughter, only a dog would follow. I mean no offense, but would it not be wiser for you to tread the path of darkness rather than that of slaughter? To eradicate all beings of the primordial world. What glory is there in that? You are, without a doubt, a fool that a saint is the pinnacle of the primordial realm. By killing merely one saint, you could attain such a status. Why, then, seek to annihilate all beings? Not only are you a fool, but Yang Mei, the grand ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the grand ancestor of heaven and earth are equally foolish. Hong Jun's scheme is designed to ensure your mutual destruction so that he may reap the benefits while you both fight. Why persist in this madness? Furthermore, if you can fight, then fight. If not, why not flee? With your Excalibur sword array, if you cannot win, you may retreat. Is self-detonation truly a sign of intelligence? Glaring at Luohu, Lin Yi unleashed a torrent of scorn. Presumptuous little insect, how dare you insult this devil ancestor? Luohu, having never before experienced such insolence, was ready to fight back. Am I wrong in calling you a fool? With but a remnant of your soul, do you believe you can best me? You are not only foolish but reckless. If I were to deliver you to Hong Jun, do you think he could not trace your original form from your remnants? Is it unreasonable to ask for a few treasures in return? Must I require your assistance? As Lin Yi wrapped his martial will around Luohu's remnant soul, he smirked, initiating a subtle threat. My friend, I may have raised my voice earlier. I apologize. Please grant me an opportunity to reorganize my words. Hearing Lin Yi's threat, Luohu felt a pang of fear. Lin Yi was correct. Should Lin Yi hand him over to Hong Jun? The latter would indeed have the means to locate his original form, leading to Luohu's obliteration from existence. That is more like it. When seeking assistance, one ought to adopt a humble demeanor. The reason you have come forth is to solicit my cooperation, is it not? Devil Ancestor, you may now articulate your thoughts on our collaboration. Lin Yi gestured for Luohu to sit and speak at his leisure. As Luohu gazed at Lin Yi, a multitude of curses brewed within him. He had emerged with a remnant soul, not to seek Lin Yi's aid but to ensnare him, attempting to lure Lin Yi into darkness and ultimately seize his form. As a being of chaotic demonic origin, Luohu possessed a keen sensitivity to the source of power. He could sense that Lin Yi had already coalesced his essence, and all he needed was to seize his form to claim everything Lin Yi possessed. However, Lin Yi displayed an utter disregard for martial ethics. Facing the devil ancestor, he was not intimidated and instead unleashed a barrage of insults, leaving Luohu momentarily stunned. What's this? Does the devil ancestor doubt me? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I aspire to validate martial prowess and ascend to the state of the primal chaos supreme, which will inevitably encroach upon Hong Jun's interests. From a certain perspective, our goals align. We both seek to undermine Hong Jun, thus, we may consider ourselves allies. How about this? While Hong Jun is preoccupied with his teachings, we create a disturbance, disrupting his plans. Previously, I lacked the strength to act recklessly, but now, things are different. I have attained the pinnacle of martial validation, my power surpassing that of all humanity combined. As long as my opponent is not at the apex of the golden immortal realm, I am capable of overwhelming them. The three purities have yet to separate. The Kongtong seal has yet to manifest. I shall first secure it. The Kongtong seal, a symbol of the human emperor, is renowned as the greatest treasure of the mortal realm. As the progenitor of humanity, it is only fitting that this item resides in my possession. Moreover, I have a scheme in mind. The Kongtong seal can serve a purpose. Indeed, the notion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend resonates with me. I am willing to collaborate with you and can assist you in acquiring a treasure. After a moment of silence, Luo, who chose to remain quiet, of course, this was merely a fade. A mere insect dared to insult a chaotic demon god. Luo, who would not allow Lin Yi to escape unscathed and had already devised a plan to eliminate Lin Yi, thereby seizing his body. Chapter 15. Shouyang Mountain, Kongtong Seal. The Taiji Purple Cloud Palace was drenched in blood. It can be said that beings who engage in strategy possess tainted hearts. Lin Yi was no exception. He wished to pilfer while fearing retribution from Hong Jun. After all, before his teachings, Hong Jun had warned that during his discourse, the beings of the primordial world must not act recklessly, with even the witch clan refraining from attacking the demon clan. Adhering to a tacit understanding, Luo, who was indeed Hong Jun's arch-nemesis, blaming Luo, who would not yield any repercussions for Hong Jun. Lin Yi's objective for the first conflict was Shouyang Mountain. After Hong Jun's 3 teachings, the 3 purities separated. Laozi established the human sect, propagating the golden elixir Tao. Yuan Shi established the teaching of explanation, forming the Xianmen, and gathering the 12 golden immortals to establish the Kunlun Mountain. Tong Tian established the teaching of interception, embracing all without discrimination. Founding the Janeo Island. It was during this time that Laozi acquired the Kongtong seal at Shouyang Mountain. Lin Yi scoffed at Taishang Laozi. He sought to gain the fortunes and merits of humanity while avoiding responsibility, a quintessential example of a scoundrel. Once Nuwa returns, I shall have her establish the human sect, commanding Swerin and others to seek out Xuandu. I too shall make a move. Taiji, you cannot blame me. You cannot provide happiness for humanity, thus the Kongtong seal cannot be entrusted to you, nor can the human sect. The future of humanity rests solely on my shoulders as its progenitor. Employing the Earth Book to locate Shouyang Mountain, Lin Yi swiftly succeeded. The primordial world was carved by Pango, embodying all things. The existence of the Earth Book serves as a guide, indispensable for locating Shouyang Mountain. Young one, what brings you here? If it is treasure you seek, I can lead you to a place where the corpse of a chaotic demon god and treasures await. Once we break through, we shall equally share the source. Lin Yi halted, and Luo, who interjected, urging him not to waste time. Though he would not admit it aloud, Luo, who still harbored some fear of Hong Jun. After all, the disparity in power rendered direct confrontation unfeasible. Do not prattle on. I am well aware of my course. Upon reaching Shouyang Mountain, Lin Yi seated himself, connecting with the Chaos Pearl to seek the Kongtong seal through the fortunes of humanity. At this moment, the Kongtong seal had yet to manifest, rendering its search somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, as it belonged to humanity, communicating through the fortunes of humanity made the task manageable. Found it, with his martial will in pursuit. Lin Yi swiftly sensed the presence of the Kongtong seal and immediately excavated Shouyang Mountain, enveloping the seal with his martial will. The Kongtong seal bore the ethereal image of a golden dragon, 9 in total, meandering about, exuding an aura of profundity. Additionally, 5 ethereal figures of humanity were engraved upon the seal's base, likely due to insufficient time, rendering their visages indistinct. However, the characters Kongtong upon the seal were clear. Crafted by Tsangja himself. Remarkably, the Kongtong seal is intimately connected to humanity. Raising his hand, Lin Yi reached for the Kongtong seal. Upon encountering Aoze, Lin Yi had envisioned a multitude of offspring. However, upon laying eyes on the Kongtong seal, a new thought emerged. 1 dragon's service was insufficient. At least 5 dragons were required. The phrase descendants of the dragon is not without merit. The Kongtong seal exemplifies this. What? The moment Lin Yi grasped the Kongtong seal, a terrifying force erupted from it, repeatedly washing over Lin Yi's world seed, revealing itself as the power of the source. Good heavens, this treasure is extraordinary. It has the potential to become a unique merit treasure for humanity. Luo, who had been observing and was astonished to discover that as Lin Yi seized the Kongtong seal, the ethereal figures of humanity began to shift, swiftly imprinting Lin Yi upon it. Moreover, The dragon images underwent transformation. Under the influence of humanity's fortunes, the first dragon image ignited, transforming into a golden dragon of fortune. You grant me your source, and I shall reciprocate. My humanity shall walk the path of martial prowess. The Kongtong seal underwent metamorphosis, and Lin Yi erupted in laughter. This seal shall become his martial treasure. With a hum, as Lin Yi infused the seal with the essence of martial arts, it transformed once more. Above the characters Kongtong, the character for martial appeared. Upon its emergence, the Kongtong seal quivered violently, voluntarily entering Lin Yi's dantian, hovering above the world seed, mutually enhancing each other. Pooh. Within the purple cloud palace, Taiji Laozi suddenly felt a shift. Abruptly opening his eyes, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, and rising unsteadily. Clutching his heart, Laozi felt an overwhelming discomfort, akin to a beached fish gasping for air. Master, what has happened to you? Laozi's tumultuous state startled all present. This bloodletting had caused quite a commotion. Rebound. It must be a rebound. Taiji has suffered a backlash. Have you all considered that by entrusting our true spirits to the heavenly path, we cease to be ourselves? In other words, our lives are bound to the heavenly path, forever constrained by its will. Hong Jun, the Grand Ancestor, proclaimed that it is nearly impossible to attain enlightenment through the laws. Yet, did not Pengu and the 3,000 demon gods tread this very path? In chaos, devoid of sun and moon, and with the primordial world unmeasured by time. So what if the journey is arduous? We do not perish. Hong Yun, having long lost interest, upon witnessing Taiji's bloodletting, immediately rose to create a disturbance. He had already entrusted his remnant soul to Lin Yi and would soon be reincarnated. For now, he was free. Though repay Lin Yi, Hong Yun was prepared to stir up trouble, directly overturning the chessboard as Hong Jun sought to engage in a contest. Heh, let us have some fun and see who suffers. Hong Yun's current mindset perfectly encapsulated the adage that the barefoot need not fear the shod. He was fully prepared for death, so what was there to fear? Indeed, our cultivation hinges on the true spirit. By entrusting it to the heavenly path, are we not relinquishing our very existence? Friend Hong Yun speaks wisely. Severing the 3 corpses equates to cutting off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Without thoughts, am I still truly myself? It appears we must pursue the path of enlightenment through the laws. While the primordial world is governed by the heavenly path itself is overseen by the great Tao. The path we seek should indeed be that of the great Daodai in the vast expanse of the mortal realm. It is evident that not all are foolish, upon hearing merely a fragment from Hong Yun. Combined with Laozi's profound revelations, one can instantly grasp the essence of many truths. The method of severing the 3 corpses is commendable. However, entrusting one's true spirit to such a practice seems rather imprudent and unnecessary. Esteemed companions, we have been birthed from the essence of Pengu. If we must entrust our true spirits, it is only fitting that we do so to Pengu himself. There are alternative methods to sever the 3 corpses. Moreover, our cultivation is aimed at achieving freedom and transcendence. To bind oneself in the pursuit of sanctity, subject to the dictates of the heavenly Tao, would be a contradiction of our very purpose. According to the teachings of the Tao Ancestor, after severing the 3 corpses, one must achieve unity with the Tao. Hongjun Tao Ancestor possesses the creation jade disc and the support of the heavenly Tao, enabling him to effortlessly attain this unity. But what of us? Indeed, we each possess innate treasures, yet they do not form a cohesive set. How then can we achieve unity with the Tao, as the situation stands? Hong Yun has deemed the chaos irreparable and has chosen to overturn the chessboard entirely, challenging Hong Jun to a new game. Let me clarify, I am not suffering from backlash. Rather, I am experiencing a profound realization, sensing that something precious has been taken from me. While Hong Yun speaks with great eloquence, Laozi appears quite flustered. Is it merely a drop of blood he has coughed up? Is Hong Yun truly warranted in making such a fuss? Casting a cautious glance at Hong Jun, Laozi notes the deepening darkness on his countenance, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Hong Jun, who prides himself on his chess skills, finds himself bewildered as Hong Yun does not even engage in a game. He simply uppins the table. How does one play under such circumstances? If one could perceive the turmoil within Hong Jun, they would find a metaphorical gopher within him, currently in a state of distress. Dear fellow cultivators, do not conceal the truth. Let us face the situation as it is. If one cannot confront their own self, how can they hope to attain the Tao? Hong Jun, I hope you will not take my actions as a death sentence. If it comes to that, let it be so. My path, the path of Hong Yun, is one of selflessness, of seeking harmony, and of bestowing blessings. Should my demise awaken others, I shall leave this world without regret. Of course, we must also express our gratitude to Hong Jun, for after Pangu vanquished the chaotic demon gods, the path to sanctity was severed. It was Hong Jun who created the method of severing the three corpses, thus meticulously crafting the path to quasi-sainthood, which is undoubtedly worthy of emulation. My suggestion is simple. Each should choose their own path. Those desiring to pursue higher realms may follow Hong Jun's teachings, albeit at the risk of becoming mere puppets. Conversely, those yearning for freedom should seek the Tao through the laws. Given our current understanding, transcending to quasi-sainthood should not pose a challenge. Having articulated all this, Hong Yun retreated to the farthest corner, wishing to shield Nuwa from any repercussions. With Hong Jun's gaze fixed upon him, Hong Yun felt certain of his impending demise, and before his end, he resolved to take a fierce stand against Hong Jun, urging more to pursue the path of the laws, thereby alleviating Nuwa's burdens. Furthermore, this would grant humanity more time to flourish. Hong Yun, why did you not speak sooner? You should have revealed this earlier. I have already entrusted my true spirit to the heavenly Tao. Why keep this to yourself? Upon Hong Yun's declaration, the Zixiao Palace erupted in commotion. Those who had not entrusted their true spirits rejoiced, led by figures like Zhuangmu, Changshi, and Shiha. Meanwhile, those who had made such an entrustment lamented deeply, their frustration palpable, with figures such as Dijuan, Tai, Kuanpeng, and Jane at the forefront. Hong Yun, cease your unfounded accusations and slander against the Tao Ancestor's virtues. The Tao Ancestor achieved enlightenment, mindful of the myriad beings in the primordial chaos, delivering teachings in the Zixiao Palace to impart the path to sanctity, solely for the benefit of all. Your narrow-mindedness reflects a tainted perspective. Master, I have entrusted my true spirit to the heavenly Tao. Once I transcend to quasi-sainthood, I shall honor your name. Esteemed companions, the primordial chaos is in disarray and requires governance. Is there anyone willing to acknowledge our master's dedication and join me in restoring order to the chaos? Rising from his seat, Yuan Shi pointed at Hong Yun, rebuking him in return. Driven by ambition, having entrusted his true spirit to the heavenly Tao, he saw no turning back and could only tread the dark path ahead. Yuan Shi's current sentiment was akin to one who had consumed filth. If he had to endure it, then so must everyone else. Esteemed friends, the matter is not as Hong Yun claims. I too have entrusted my true spirit to the heavenly Tao and have found no fault in this choice. Rather, it has allowed me to perceive the laws more clearly and absorb the power of the heavenly Dao. As for Hong Yun's assertions regarding unity with the Tao, they are overly simplistic. It is not that unity is unattainable, but rather that our master has yet to expound upon that aspect. Let us be patient and await further teachings. Naturally, Laozi has also entrusted his true spirit to the heavenly Tao. As a disciple of Hong Jun, he must advocate for him for future developments. Enough of the clamor. Yuan Shi, I shall speak on behalf of the Tao Ancestor, Hong Jun interjected, feeling a sense of relief, instinctively glancing at Tong Tian to signal for silence. Tong Tian, rather Na-Ve, had not entrusted his true spirit to the heavenly Tao and now kept his head lowered, unwilling to meet Hong Jun's gaze. Chapter 16. Hong Yun challenges Hong Jun Lin Yi, caught in a pitfall. Remained oblivious to why Tong Tian had refrained from entrusting his spirit to the heavenly Tao. He had eavesdropped on the discussions led by Nuwa and others, particularly captivated by Nuwa's recounting of her breakthrough to quasi-sainthood, which inspired Tong Tian to pursue the Tao through the sword. Over the past 3 millennia, Tong Tian had diligently studied the sword path, making considerable progress. He was confident that given a little more time, he could achieve quasi-sainthood through this path. However, with Hong Yun's disruption of the chessboard today, Tong Tian found himself in a predicament. Had Hong Yun not overturned the chessboard, Tong Tian could have concealed his cultivation, striving for quasi-sainthood through the sword, and then observed the situation. But with the chessboard upended, Tong Tian's dilemma deepened. Both Taiji and Yuqing had entrusted their true spirits to the heavenly Tao. As the three brothers were united, failing to do so would be akin to fracturing their bond, which Tong Tian was reluctant to do. Simultaneously, Tong Tian held a degree of admiration for Hong Yun. After all, Hong Jun was a saint. How could one dare to betray him? I understand the confusion among you all. Hong Yun's uncertainty mirrors my own. I had intended to clarify this during the third lecture, but since questions have arisen, I shall first outline the key points. Hong Yun's doubts stem from my teachings, which focus on the method of severing the three corpses to attain sainthood. There are three pathways to sainthood. First, the path of the laws leading to the attainment of the primordial golden immortal. This method yields the greatest power but has been severed alongside Pengu's existence. If you possess great determination, you may continue to forge ahead. Despite my efforts over countless epochs, I have made no progress. Second, the method of severing the three corpses. By severing the three corpses and ultimately achieving unity with the Tao, one is destined to become a saint. I have selected 6 disciples to assist them in this endeavor. You may observe their progress. While the pathway of severing the three corpses may not rival the path of the laws, it nevertheless serves as a continuation of the journey towards sanctity. This is my vision and my original intention, to pave the way for future saints in the primordial chaos. Third, the path of merit. This method, while the weakest in terms of power, has no barriers. As long as one's merits are sufficient, they may directly ascend to sainthood. I do not impose the method of severing the three corpses. When I first began teaching, it was with the intention of guiding the beings of the primordial chaos who were lost along their path. If you are unwilling to listen, you are free to depart. Turning to Hong Yun, Hong Jun felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, he could not afford to express it. The throngs of mortals before him were akin to lush green chives. Should he mishandle the situation, it could spell disaster and render all his efforts futile. Moreover, over 60% of the attendees had already entrusted their true spirits to the heavenly Tao. Should he manipulate the situation, those who had not would likely vanish. Furthermore, Hong Yun must meet his end. Hong Jun was convinced that Hong Yun was a contingency plan devised by Pangu. Given his close relationship with Nuwa, it was clear that certain actions were orchestrated by Hong Yun himself. He could not allow Hong Yun to continue causing turmoil and jeopardizing his plans. Tong Tian, too, posed a problem. This fellow, having received the primordial purple energy, had refrained from entrusting his true spirit to the heavenly Tao and instead chose the path of the laws. It seemed necessary to make an example of him. The Tao Ancestor's lesson was clear. Hong Yun had erred. Hong Yun, feeling ashamed, questioned his right to remain and quietly withdrew. As Nuwa and the others prepared to speak. Hong Yun's gaze silenced them, prompting their immediate departure from the Zhixiao Palace. My actions are solely for the benefit of the beings of the primordial chaos. I impose nothing. With Hong Yun's exit, Hong Jun did not intervene but instead allowed the heavenly Tao to supervise, planning to devise a means of eradication after the teachings concluded. Simultaneously, Hong Jun conveyed to the assembly that anyone wishing to leave was free to do so. He would not retain them. Yet, who among them would dare to rise? They remained seated, obediently awaiting Hong Jun's second lecture. Zhen Yuanzi contemplated standing, only to be restrained by Hong Yun's gaze and later by Nuwa's grasp, ultimately resigning to silence. Let us resume our previous discourse. Take a deep breath. Hong Jun began anew. This time, however, it was clear that the audience was less focused than before. While listening to the teachings, they were also engaged in comparisons, quietly exploring the path of the laws. Hong Jun spoke truthfully. The path of the laws had indeed been severed, and without direction, they found themselves in disarray. Yet, the method of severing the three corpses offered a glimmer of hope. With newfound clarity, they began to draw connections and discern a path forward. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully subverted Hong Yun. Hong Yun has publicly challenged Hong Jun, exposing his schemes and impacting the broader dynamics of the primordial chaos, thus securing additional time for humanity. You have received a 10-fold critical reward, 1 drop of Pangu's essence blood. The Zhixiao Palace fell into silence, yet Lin Yi was greeted by the system's voice. announcing his acquisition of a drop of Panga's essence blood. Wow, has the extraction of Panga's essence blood commenced so swiftly? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected fortune. He pondered when he had ever subverted Hong Yun. Was this individual not known for his benevolence? What had emboldened him so? The image of Hong Yun publicly rebuking Hong Jun brought Lin Yi a sense of satisfaction, leaving him curious about whether Hong Jun had managed to extract a 3-bedroom apartment from his shoes. But alas, trouble was brewing. Hong Yun's tribulations had begun. In a moment of fortunate reflection, Lin Yi shook his head as Hong Yun faced off against Hong Jun, clearly facing a dire fate. According to the prevailing circumstances of the Hong Huang realm, Hong Yun was destined to perish. However, Lin Yi was concerned about Nuhua, Jin Yuanzi, and Fushi, fearing they might be collateral damage. Should Hong Jun eradicate them, Lin Yi would find himself devoid of friends. After spending countless years in the Hong Huang, the only individuals he could converse with were Nuhua, Jin Yuanzi, Fushi, and Hong Yun, and he did not wish for them to be swept away by Hong Jun's wrath. Yet, Lin Yi felt powerless to intervene, letting out a sigh. Why do you sigh for no reason, young one? The Kong Tong seal is indeed a remarkable treasure. Should you not be elated? Lin Yi's sigh left Luo Ho perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind it. Master of demons, do you not feel lonely in your solitary existence? Have you not experienced moments of solitude? In an instant, Lin Yi thought of wine, realizing that a few drinks were precisely what he needed at this moment. What nonsense! How could I, the illustrious demon lord, ever feel lonely? After a moment of silence, Luo Ho snorted, finding the notion amusing. Old Luo, what do you believe the purpose of cultivation is? As the ancestor of humanity, I naturally desire the prosperity of the human race, to transcend the external, and not to be exploited by the saints as mere ants. I also hope to marry dozens of innate beings, bear a multitude of robust children, and relish the joys of family life. More than anything, I yearn for longevity and a carefree existence. Yet, all these aspirations hinge upon the existence of bonds. When humanity flourishes, everyone will live in peace and contentment. Friends will support one another, sharing drinks and heartfelt stories. Consorts will coexist harmoniously, playfully clinging to one another, embodying the essence of life. This, indeed, is the life I envision. But you, who seek to slay all beings in the Hong Huang, when the realm is left with only you, do you truly find any joy in such a desolate existence? Lin Yi gazed at Luo Ho, shaking his head, filled with lamentation. Lin Yi had already resolved that upon returning, he would summon the 6-eared macaque to brew the monkey wine. The human race also needed an individual named Du Kong to collaborate with the 6-eared macaque in creating a rich wine culture. Naturally, Lin Yi intended to infuse the wine with karma, making it such that those who led the drinking sessions would suffer dire consequences, especially those who boasted, as their misfortunes would multiply, dragging down innocent young maidens in the process. The wine Lin Yi sought was the wine of freedom, the wine of nonchalance. It was the wine for which a sovereign would not board a vessel, declaring himself an immortal in the realm of wine. It was the wine that invited the bright moon to join, creating a triad of reflections. It was also the wine of my Qiao Feng, who today drinks this pledge of brotherhood with the world's heroes. Severing all past ties, if I were to slay you, it would not be considered ungrateful. If you were to kill me, it would not be deemed treacherous, with all the world's heroes as witnesses. Such disgraceful gatherings must lead to ruin, where one's intestines rot and one's legs decay. The ancestor of humanity is indeed a remarkable figure. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Luo Ho couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Upon reflection, he realized that his own life held little meaning. His path of slaughter had been misguided. To annihilate all beings in the Hong Huang, leaving only himself, was a hollow existence. Old Luo, how about this? When we return, I will help you find a few disciples. You may grant them the surname Luo in honor of your name, leaving behind a semblance of connection. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We both wish to deal with Hong Jun, and thus we can cooperate deeply. Though be honest, if you were not a male, I would undoubtedly recruit you under my banner, and we could bear offspring together, Lin Yi remarked seriously as he turned back to Luo Ho, who sighed in response. Disciples are acceptable. Once we retrieve the remains of the Chaos Demon God, I will take in a few human disciples. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Ho smiled in agreement. His smile, however, was rather perfunctory, as his thoughts were still fixated on using the remains of the Chaos Demon God to eliminate Lin Yi and seize his body, thereby usurping his martial prowess. There is no hurry regarding the remains of the Chaos Demon God. I will first seek a few disciples. With Luo Ho in tow, Lin Yi promptly returned to Kunlun. The Golden Turtle Island had been seized by Lin Yi, and Laozi had lost the Kongdong seal to him, leaving no opportunity for the creator to intervene. Yuan Shi would undoubtedly need to take some action as well. Being three brothers, Lin Yi could not favor one over the other. Yuan Shi presided over 12 golden immortals, namely Guangqingzi, Qi Jingzi, Qing Su Dao Jinjuan, Tai Yi Zhenren, Yuding Zhenren, Ling Bao de Fa Shi, Huang Long Zhenren, Pu Xian Zhenren, Ci Hang Daoran, Zhu Lu Sun, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Wen Shu Guang Fa Tianzun. Yuan Shi's threshold for disciples was exceedingly high. Those who caught his eye possessed formidable talents. Moreover, he was fiercely protective of his own. During the Feng Shun event, when the 12 golden immortals had their 3 flowers atop their heads and 5 energies in their chests extinguished by the 3 Xian, Yuan Shi had directly intervened, eliminating the 3 Xian without hesitation. However, Yuan Shi was not particularly adept at teaching disciples, and there was a significant gap compared to Tong Tian's students. In contrast, Ci Hang Daoran, Pu Xian Zhenren, and Wen Shu Guang Fa Tianzun experienced a marked enhancement in combat prowess after cultivating Buddhism. Lin Yi's mission was to sway Yuan Shi's disciples. Aside from dealing with Yuan Shi, Lin Yi also intended to backstab Jie Yin and Zhu Ti with a single strike. These two loaning saints were nothing more than troublemakers, stirring the chaos of the Wu Yao calamity and further complicating the tribulations of the human emperor. Not even sparing the Feng Shun calamity, Lin Yi's strategy was to first eliminate their influence, while also recruiting disciples like Ci Hang Daoran, Pu Xian Zhenren, and Wen Shu Guang Fa Tianzun, imparting the great vehicle Buddhism teachings early on, and surprising Jie Yin and Zhu Ti in the process. Lin Yi also intended to recruit Huang Long Zhenren, as this Forwu Daoran was in a dire situation, and Lin Yi planned to take him on as a mount. This was related to the origins of the Dragon Clan and involved a calculation Lin Yi would not overlook. The 6-eared macaque bowed in respect. Upon reaching Kunlun, the 6-eared macaque immediately came to pay his respects, kneeling down. Chapter 17. The cross-dressing big shot Ci Hang and the unfolding of events. It must be said, the 6-eared macaque truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 4 monkeys of chaos. Exhibiting considerable talent in a mere few thousand years, he had relied on martial prowess to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. From now on, I officially accept you as my inner disciple, granting you the position of the monkey in the 12 zodiac and the Shan in the 12 earthly branches. Once Hong Jun speaks again, I shall impart the way of wine to you, and you shall brew wine alongside Du Kong, achieving sanctity through it. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi lifted the 6-eared macaque with his blood energy, formally accepting him as a disciple. Thank you, Master, for the opportunity to achieve sanctity through wine. Upon hearing that he would become a saint, the 6-eared macaque was overwhelmed with excitement, hastily bowing, as Lin Yi was the ancestor of humanity. His words signified much for the human race, as he mentioned the 12 zodiac and the 12 earthly branches. The 6-eared macaque could perceive endless chains of causality binding him, and he felt an insatiable yearning for the fortunes and merits that lay ahead. Before entering the ancestral land of humanity, let us first seek out a few individuals. The first is Huang Long, the dragon of the sea, managing the oceans while humanity inhabits the land. The mountains, rivers, and lakes of the Honghuang land fall under Huang Long's jurisdiction. This Forwu Zhenren, I must accept as my disciple. Among the 12 zodiac, there is also a dragon. This position, Lin Yi plans to bestow upon Huang Long. This ties into another scheme of Lin Yi's, wherein Huang Long could play a crucial role. The Honghuang realm is vast, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to find Huang Long. Lin Yi felt the odds were slim, but the 6-eared macaque possessed keen hearing and insight, able to discern the underlying principles of all things, making him an ideal candidate for this quest. Master, I have found Huang Long. In less than half a month's time, the 6-eared macaque reported back to Lin Yi, having located Huang Long. So soon? Lin Yi was currently refining Panga's essence blood to temper the seed of the world, feeling as though he had only just begun when the six-eared macaque completed his task. Lead the way, and I shall follow. Lin Yi soon arrived at a certain lake. Although Lin Yi could not recall its name, he recognized it as Huang Long's hiding place. Come out. With a grasp towards the lake, Lin Yi summoned Huang Long forth. Senior, I do not know where I have offended you. Please spare my life. Before the golden immortal, Huang Long trembled in fear, having been pulled from the lake by Lin Yi. Are you not Huang Long Zhenren? Lin Yi released Huang Long, carefully scrutinizing him to ensure he had not made a mistake. Reporting to the senior, I am indeed. As he knelt in midair, Huang Long felt a deep sense of humiliation. He had just been dreaming of a beautiful white dragon when Lin Yi abruptly interrupted him. Hand over the treasures you possess. With a stern expression, Lin Yi demanded Huang Long to surrender his magical artifacts. Forgive me, senior, my fortunes are meager. I possess no innate treasures, nor have I encountered spiritual artifacts. And I have no mounts, nothing at all. I truly have nothing. Upon hearing Lin Yi's demand, Huang Long understood that this figure was here to rob him of his treasures. Yet Huang Long felt aggrieved. He had scoured the land for treasures but had encountered nothing but misfortune. Finding no artifacts at all, it was not that he could not craft items. He simply lacked the materials to do so. Is that so? Lin Yi inquired about the treasures to test whether this dragon was indeed Huang Long Zhenren, asa4 Wu Zhenren. He should not possess any artifacts. Please, senior, see clearly. I truly have no treasures. As tears streamed down his cheeks, Huang Long lamented his lack of treasures, yearning for them but unable to find any. What a pitiful child. Huang Long, we are fated to meet. Would you be willing to become my mount? In that case, do not merely expect treasures. I can help you break through to the quasi-saint level. Huang Long Zhenren wept, while Lin Yi felt immense joy. This creature was so impoverished, it was evident that he was indeed the true 4 Wu Zhenren. Senior, are you serious? Huang Long Zhenren was so enraptured by the prospect of becoming a mount that he hardly registered the words mount. His mind was filled with two promises. One was the treasure Lin Yi would provide, and the other was Lin Yi's assurance to assist him in becoming a quasi-saint. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Huang Long was acutely aware of the clan's plight. During the Dragon Han calamity, the Qilin, Yuan Feng, and Ancestor dragon clans had severely ravaged the Honghuang realm, leaving only 1 in 10 beings alive, with numerous ancient divine beasts perishing, burdened by endless karma. The prospect of achieving quasi-saint status seemed nearly impossible. I know what you are thinking. The dragon clan bears boundless karma, and I, your ancestor, shall assist you in resolving it. In truth, your clan is not incapable of attaining quasi-saintly powers. It merely requires a significant sacrifice. Consolidating fortune upon a select few dragons. Huang Long, your lineage fails to refine the spiritual veins of the mountains, rendering your clan a despised entity within the annals of the Dragon Clan. Thus, it would be more advantageous to align with me, and I shall ensure the prosperity of the Huang Long lineage. Gazing intently at Huang Long, Lin Yi urged him to reflect. Lin Yi had already devised a plan. If Huang Long consented, the situation would be harmonious. Should he refuse, Lin Yi would resort to more forceful persuasion. If my esteemed senior did not deceive me, I am willing to become your steed. Kneeling on both knees, Huang Long pledged his loyalty. Excellent, from this moment onward. You shall serve as the dragon of the 12 zodiac of humanity, the Chon of the 12 earthly branches. The karma upon you shall henceforth be borne by our human race. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi directly conferred the title. What? As Lin Yi conferred the title, the karma surrounding Huang Long began to dissipate, his cultivation rising in tandem, resonating with deep rumblings within. Lure, continue seeking the next target. As Huang Long broke through his cultivation, Lin Yi settled into a meditative posture, resuming the refinement of Panga's essence blood. How does this rascal know? What is his ulterior motive? If I cooperate with him, will I not be betrayed? Observing Lure the Monkey King, the true form of Huang Long, and the contemplative Luo Hu, deep thoughts ensued. Since encountering Lure the Monkey King, Luo Hu had found Lin Yi's actions perplexing yet impressive. He recalled that Lin Yi's recruitment had followed a similar approach. albeit with Lure the Monkey King and Huanglong being granted positions in the 12 zodiac and 12 earthly branches, while he himself received a surname. Master, I have located Sihong Daoran. 3 years later, Lure the Monkey King found another individual, Sihong Daoran. Over the span of 3 years, Huanglong achieved a breakthrough, advancing from the early stage of Golden Immortal to the late stage, and with Lin Yi, the breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal was imminent. Huanglong. Turning to face Huanglong, the latter instantly comprehended, his body trembling as he transformed into a colossal dragon, hovering in the void. Let us proceed. Ascending onto Huanglong, Lure the Monkey King quickly directed him to move forward. Understood, senior brother. Accelerating with explosive speed, Huanglong became a mere afterimage, piercing through the air. Sihong Daoran did not wander aimlessly. He remained at the Loka Cave on Putuo Mountain in the South Sea. And under Lure, the Monkey King's guidance, he was soon located. Sihong possessed commendable talent, having cultivated to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, and upon sensing the arrival of Lin Yi and his companions, he promptly appeared to pay his respects. "May I inquire if you are Sihong?" shouted Lure the Monkey King from atop Huanglong. "I am uncertain what business you have with me, fellow Taoist." Sihong felt slightly apprehensive in the presence of Lin Yi. He was taken aback, as he did not seek conflict. How could he have attracted such attention, especially since he had no enemies? Sihong immediately donned the guise of a woman. "I shall present you with an opportunity." Manifesting his martial will, Lin Yi commanded Sihong to assume a feminine form. The hallmark of Huanglong is his misfortune and poverty. Sihong, a master of cross-dressing, experienced a surge in cultivation upon entering the Western Church, to the point where many even forgot he was male. "Senior, please do not jest. How could I masquerade as a woman?" Sihong found Lin Yi's request somewhat challenging. "Sihong, many matters are daunting at first. Yet after experiencing them, one may come to cherish them. If you try it once, I assure you will grow fond of it." With a slight smile, Lin Yi encouraged Sihong to give it a go. "I suppose I shall try." Closing his eyes, Sihong immediately envisioned the finer details of femininity, then began to change his attire, style, and even struck a seductive pose. By heavens, how beautiful! Staring at Sihong, Huanglong was utterly astounded. He had never seen such a stunning man. "Hurry and conceal your divine powers. I fear Huanglong may be swayed." "Sihong, I am the ancestor of humanity. Are you willing to take me as your master? Join our human race, and I shall grant you a position among the 100 schools of thought, ensuring your ascendance to quasi-sainthood. As for whether you can achieve sainthood, that depends on your own merit." One could not deny that Sihong in feminine guise was truly breathtaking. Lin Yi felt a pang of regret, wishing he were a woman instead. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing he could become a quasi-saint, Sihong was filled with exhilaration, repeatedly confirming the offer. The promises of humanity hold no deceit. Entering the 100 schools of thought would allow him to partake in the fortune of the human race. However, you are but one among many. Whether you can attain sainthood entirely depends on your own fate. Sihong was already secured. How far were Puxian and Wanshu? Lin Yi pondered whether to recruit Duobao as well. This individual, a disciple of Tong Tian, had been brought into the Western Church after the Fengshan calamity, achieving quasi-saint status and becoming a figure well known as a Tathagata. There are many speculations regarding the true identity of Duobao. One theory suggests he is the treasure-seeking mouse. The treasure-seeking mouse is adept at locating rare treasures, hence the name Duobao. Another theory posits he is a three-legged toad, known for its many raised bumps, thus referred to as Duobao due to the homophonic connection after attaining immortality. Additionally, Duobao possesses remarkable resilience against external assaults, and even when battling formidable deities, he sustains minimal damage. Given these traits, the likelihood that Duobao is associated with the toad is quite high. Lure, let us not pursue Wanshu and Puxian for now. These two lack distinctive features, making them difficult to find. Instead, help me locate a mouse, the treasure-seeking mouse, which possesses an aptitude for discovering treasures. If we secure it, our treasures shall be assured. Huanglong, as a dragon, is characterized by poverty. Sihong resides in the South Sea, a smaller area, and is thus easy to locate. Wanshu and Puxian lack any particular attributes, making them hard to find. It is wiser to first seek out Duobao. Lin Yi had two plans. If Duobao were indeed a mouse, it would be perfect to appoint him as the mouse of the 12 zodiac. Conversely, if he were a three-legged toad, he could first find a treasure-seeking mouse to solidify the foundation of the human race, subsequently allowing Duobao and Xihong to propagate Buddhist teachings. Master, if you seek Wanshu and Puxian, I know where they are. Upon hearing Lin Yi's pursuit of Wanshu and Puxian, Xihong quickly offered his assistance. Do you know where Wanshu and Puxian reside? Lin Yi asked, filled with excitement at Xihong's words. Given the challenge in locating them, Lin Yi had nearly given up hope for Wanshu and Puxian. Little did he know he would receive both in one go, as Xihong was acquainted with them. Master, you do not intend to recruit them both at once, do you? Xihong, not foolish, discerned Lin Yi's eagerness to take on disciples. However, this was a favorable outcome, as they could become quasi-saints and perhaps even saints. That is indeed the case. Xihong, lead the way. I shall go and recruit them. You attempt to communicate with them. If successful, they shall directly take me as their master. If not, we shall bring them back by force. By the way, do you know Yuding Zhenren? He seems to be at the Jinsha cave on Yuyuan Mountain. Among the disciples of Yuanshi, Lin Yi held a favorable impression of Yuding. This individual was the master of Yangjian. If he could be recruited, it would allow for Yangjian's cultivation as well. No, I'm not acquainted with him. Xihong had heard of Yuding Zhenren and could find him with some time. But he did not trust Lin Yi. This fellow appeared to be a bandit, and he could not risk leading Yuding into trouble. If you do not know him, then let us proceed to find Wanshu and Puxian. Lure, you continue searching for Duobao. Tio Lin Yi, the more individuals they could find, the better. If they could not locate anyone, it would be of no consequence. Is the human race the one created by Nuwa? Apologies, but we have no desire to go, nor do we wish to take on a master. Upon hearing Lin Yi's origin as a member of the human race, Wanshu and Puxian immediately looked down upon him. In their view, the human race had only recently been established, primarily consisting of postnatal beings. In a span of 10,000 years, what foundation could they possibly possess? In that case, I must eliminate you. Do you know why I seek you? It is because you pose a threat to the human race. You cannot be of use to me and must therefore be slain. Which of you wishes to come forth first? I shall grant you the opportunity to strike first. Lin Yi was not jesting. If Wanshu and Puxian refused to take him as their master, he would resort to violence, leaving no room for potential threats to the human race. Most crucially, they had yet to be taken as disciples by Yuanshi, making them fair game for his wrath. Ancestor of humanity, we sincerely apologize for our earlier outburst. Please grant us a chance to rephrase our words. As Lin Yi unleashed his power, Wanshu quickly yielded, fearing retribution. What ancestor? This is the master. Master, please accept our bow. Puxian was more direct, immediately kneeling to pay his respects. Witnessing this, Wanshu followed suit, hastily kneeling to acknowledge Lin Yi as his master. My dear disciples, this is hardly a jest. Rise, please. For now, return with me to the human race, and I shall impart to you the teachings of Buddhism. Signaling for Wanshu and Puxian to rise, Lin Yi then turned his gaze towards Huanglong, awaiting the latter to revert to dragon form before promptly returning to the human race. Lin Yi understood that Wanshu, Puxian, and Xihong were not genuinely seeking to become his disciples. A little incentive would be necessary to win them over. Upon reaching Jinao Island, he immediately designated a peak and began to impart the teachings of Buddhism. The principal peak of Jinao Island was not one of the 64 peaks, but rather one of 36. Lin Yi chose the number associated with the celestial generals. Beyond the main peak, there were also 72 peaks, corresponding to the earthly spirits, bringing the total to 108 peaks. Among them, the 100 family surnames occupied 100 peaks, which Lin Yi had prepared for the 100 schools of thought, while the central 8 peaks were reserved for figures such as Nuwa, Fuxi, Hongyun, and Zenyuanzi. The domain Lin Yi possessed was the core of the martial Dao slaying god array, and he constructed a palace, transforming it into a peak, representing the ethereal 9th peak, symbolizing his status as the ancestor of humanity. Is this the great Mahayana Buddhism? At the outset, Wanshu, Puxian, and Xihong regarded the teachings with a degree of disdain. However, as they listened intently, sparks of inspiration ignited within their minds, revealing their profound affinity for this path. and they unwittingly became entranced. They subsequently realized their earlier misstep. It was indeed the Mahayana Buddhist doctrine that resonated most harmoniously with their essence. It is essential to remember that, from the perspective of humanity, one's own existence is paramount. The Buddha represents merely a civilization, a philosophical framework, an aspiration to pursue enlightenment, yet one must avoid straying from the righteous path. The precepts and disciplines must remain unblemished. Who, pray tell, asserts that a Buddha cannot take a wife or bear children? Is it not a call to forsake one's lineage? And what of the notion of laying down the butcher's knife to attain Buddhahood? If one errs, can one simply drop the knife and be forgiven? I would first slay you. Bear in mind, the Buddha embodies a philosophy, a state of being. The ultimate goal of the Buddha is to safeguard humanity. I offer you a peek, to establish a Buddhist school among the myriad philosophies. You shall bear the karmic burdens of humanity. Should you dare to defy this, you will undoubtedly face retribution from the laws of causality. And a grim fate will befall you. Lin Yi undertakes all this for the advancement of human civilization, instituting regulations in advance to prevent chaos from ensuing. Rest assured, Master, we shall not err. From this moment forth, we shall dedicate ourselves to the rise and fall of humanity, promoting Buddhist teachings. Upon Lin Yi's impartation of wisdom, Wanshu, Puxian, and Zihong immediately knelt in reverence, thus committing themselves to the path. Ding, congratulations, host, for establishing Buddhist philosophy and accepting 3 exceptionally promising disciples. Triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit ASA reward. You have received a source of Buddhist essence, which has already been absorbed by the essence of martial arts, transforming into the foundation of human civilization. Heralding the rise of Buddhism, which shall ceaselessly nourish the seeds of the world. With Wanshu, Puxian, and Zihong's heartfelt devotion, the system promptly rewarded Lin Yi with a source of Buddhist essence. Goodness! If Jielu's son were to learn of this, he might come after me with a vengeance. With a sly smile, Lin Yi summoned the 6-eared macaque and selected an individual from the nascent 3,000 human race, bestowing upon him the name Du Kong. To jointly propagate the path of Wind My dear friends, the realms of Buddhism and martial arts are indeed formidable. By cultivating both, one naturally partakes of the fortunes of humanity. What Master spoke of as the potential for quasi-saintship is not mere deception. After Lin Yi's departure, Zihong immediately turned to Wanshu and Puxian, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Zihong, if I am not mistaken, you wish to invite other companions, am I right? Master has already stated that we are free to disseminate Buddhist teachings among humanity and to invite other allies. Since it is a commendable choice, let us extend the invitation. Wanshu, Puxian, and Zihong are close friends, their understanding of each other profound. They can discern one another's intentions with ease. I wish to invite the real man of Jade Cauldron and the esteemed Jielu's son. Zihong candidly expressed her desire. There is no time to lose. After consulting Master, let us proceed together. Wanshu, being of an impatient disposition, immediately rose to accompany Lin Yi. Upon hearing Jielu's son's name, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Zihong in gratitude. Jielu's son is no ordinary figure. After entering the Western teachings, he attained enlightenment as one of the past Buddhas, known as Jielu's son Buddha. Such talent must certainly be welcomed. Thank you, Master, for your support. We shall set forth at once. With their powers unleashed, Wanshu, Puxian, and Zihong dashed forth in high spirits. Truly, they are excellent disciples. Watching them depart, Lin Yi wore a smile akin to that of a proud father. And then, accompanied by the 6-eared macaque and Du Kong, he began brewing wine in the Zhixiao Palace. Yuan Shi suddenly sensed something amiss, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, causing him to rise unsteadily. Yuan Shi's actions mirrored those of Laozi. After spitting blood, he clutched his heart, feeling an unbearable discomfort. This sensation was reminiscent of being betrayed, a profound distress. Yet, Yuan Shi could not pinpoint the source of this turmoil. Second brother, what is happening with you? Yuan Shi's blood-spitting startled Tongtian. The 3 pure ones are united. If Taiji has vomited blood, could it be far from the time when the last one does? The thought of being next sent a shiver down Tongtian's spine. Yuan Shi could not have experienced a backlash as well, could he? The volume of Yuan Shi's blood was substantial, and the sound of his spitting drew the attention of 3,000 worldly beings, who believed Yuan Shi had also faced retribution. Silence fell. What has transpired? Hong Jun, visibly angered, began to calculate with his fingers. However, Lin Yi's actions pertain to the future. Presently, the calamity of the witch and demon has yet to unfold in its entirety, making it improbable for him to foresee. After some calculations, Hong Jun breathed a sigh of relief, as the calamity had not been affected. Everything else was inconsequential, master. I feel as though something has been taken from me. It is quite distressing. Wiping the blood from his lips, Yuan Shi reported candidly, I felt the same earlier, as though some opportunity had been snatched away, greatly impacting me, he added, gesturing for Yuan Shi to take a seat. Laozi reminisced, echoing the sentiment, I too have experienced this, and even earlier than you, though without the spitting of blood. Tong Tian recognized this feeling. He had felt it deeply when Lin Yi occupied Golden Ao Island. Do not fret. After achieving quasi-sainthood, one can leverage the heavenly path for divination, and in due time, you shall understand. Upon hearing the three Pure One's responses, Hong Jun smiled, believing this to be a side effect of the three Pure One spirit being entrusted to the heavenly path. As they are manifestations of Pangu's three souls, naturally, their true spirits would lose much when relying on the heavenly path. Such feelings are entirely normal. Observing Daozu's expression, it seemed he was aware of this situation. Could it be that Hong Yun's warnings were indeed valid? Hearing Hong Jun's response, everyone's thoughts began to stir, casting doubts upon the severing of the three corpses. Doubtful as they may be, most primordial beings had no choice in the matter. They had already entrusted their true spirits to the heavenly path and could only walk this path to the end. Very well, let us resume the discourse. After being interrupted multiple times, Hong Jun contemplated ceasing his teachings. Yet the grand momentum of the Honghuang era necessitated progression, so he had no choice but to press on in the 10th year of his renewed teachings. Lin Yi, alongside the six-eared macaque and Du Kong, successfully developed the monkey wine. Lin Yi accorded the utmost respect to the craft of winemaking, essentially designating a principal peak for this purpose in his final concoction. He even added a Huang Zhongli. Master, behold. The moment Lin Yi inscribed the character for wine, a miraculous phenomenon erupted above Golden Ao Island. Purple chi spread for 3,000 miles, and boundless merits descended, with 90% absorbed by Lin Yi, the six-eared macaque and Du Kong, while the remaining 10% was taken in by the wine pool. Yet again, merit appeared. What have the human race done to accumulate such endless merit? If only this merit could be bestowed upon my dragon clan. How much karma could be alleviated? Ao Zhe had been closely observing Golden Ao Island, and witnessing the recurring merits was more painful than his own financial losses. Brother, what if I were to meet this progenitor of humanity? If it proves beneficial for my dragon clan, what harm would there be in me and my sister marrying him? After returning from his last visit, Ao Zhe had been in a state of discontent for quite some time, and finally could not resist revealing Lin Yi's proposition to Ao Qing and Ao Che. The twins Lin Yi had mentioned. Upon learning of this, Ao Qing and Ao Che had been observing Golden Ao Island for over a millennium, growing increasingly curious about Lin Yi and intending to meet him. Chapter 19. A Dragon Service Amidst the Red Cloud Cataclysm. Absolutely not. You cannot go. This progenitor of humanity is no benign figure. If you go, will you even return unscathed? After being soundly beaten by Lin Yi, Ao Zhe had developed a psychological barrier and was adamant about not wanting to see him again. Brother, you must be aware of the situation in the East Sea. If we do not eliminate this karma, our cultivation will be exceedingly difficult to advance. Moreover, the demon clan is also making moves against us. If our kin leave the East Sea, they will be captured and devoured. What if I propose that if the human race can indeed eradicate the karma binding us, allowing for a quasi-saint to emerge from the East Sea, or even a saint, who would dare to bully us then? With a determined gaze fixed on Ao Zhe, Ao Qing resolutely turned towards Golden Ao Island. Sighing, Ao Zhe hurried to catch up. If Ao Qing was resolute, how could the elder brother falter? Even if it meant receiving another thrashing, so be it. Progenitor of humanity, Ao Zhe seeks an audience. Golden Ao Island was shrouded in a formidable array. preventing Ao Zhe and Ao Qing from entering. They dared not force their way in and could only shout from outside. The swearing clan had long set up patrols among the human race, and upon hearing Ao Zhe's voice, they promptly reported to Lin Ida, brother-in-law, "You truly have brought your sister along." Stepping out from the array, Lin Yi was immediately captivated by Ao Qing. It must be said, the innate Dao body is indeed extraordinary. Ao Qing appeared as if she had been born to fit the ideals of male beauty, exuding an aura reminiscent of a character stepped straight out of a comic. Most strikingly, Ao Qing possessed an indescribable charm that was incredibly alluring, her bloodline remarkably pure. This seafood is a definite catch for Lin Yi. Progenitor of humanity, you previously mentioned your ability to assist us in alleviating our karma. Is that truly the case? Although Ao Zhe felt trepidation towards Lin Yi, Ao Qing was quite bold, directly addressing the matter at hand. "May I inquire your esteemed name, fair maiden?" Facing Ao Qing, Lin Yi endeavored to exhibit as much courtesy as possible. It was akin to a blind date, and proper etiquette must be upheld. My name is Ao Qing. Lin Yi's politeness rendered Ao Qing somewhat uncomfortable. According to Ao Zhe's introduction, Lin Yi was domineering, having first delivered a thrashing before engaging in conversation. Were it not for his good fortune, she might have already perished. "Guests are indeed welcome. Please, Ao Qing, step inside." With a gesture of invitation, Lin Yi opened the array. Allowing Ao Qing and Ao Zhe to enter, to obey, is better than to be respectful. Ao Qing was immensely curious about Golden Ao Island and saw this as a prime opportunity to observe it. "Why do you not mention me at all?" Lin Yi's attention remained fixated on Ao Qing, leaving Ao Zhe feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yet he dared not express anger, merely trailing obediently behind. "Greetings, progenitor of humanity." "Greetings, progenitor of humanity." As Lin Yi led Ao Zhe and Ao Qing onward, the people they passed offered their greetings in unison. "Greetings, comrades. Thank you for your hard work." As everyone exchanged greetings, Lin Yi returned the salutation with utmost humility, exhibiting no airs whatsoever. In stark contrast, Ao Qing and Ao Zhe were quite taken aback. They quickly realized that among the human race present, the weakest were mid-level golden immortals, and at every juncture they traversed, they encountered a Tai golden immortal. Ao Zhe couldn't help but ponder the dire consequences if Lin Yi were to be in a foul mood and decide to launch an attack on the Eastern Sea. Their lives would be in grave peril. The thought sent beads of sweat down his brow and made his scalp tingle, for he hadn't forgotten that he once intended to seize Jinao Island for himself. Human ancestor, this Jinao Island is no trifling matter. As they passed by Geopeak, Ao Qing noted the ethereal patterns of wine wafting through the air, intoxicatingly fragrant. Just a few inhalations invigorated his spirit and left him feeling utterly at ease. "Why call me human ancestor? How distant. Just call me brother." "Little sister, you are fortunate. Our human race has just brewed monkey wine, and it is perfect for you to sample." Accompanied by Ao Qing, Ao Zhe ascended the mountain, where Lin Yi settled in a pavilion and commanded the six-eared macaque to serve the wine at that time. The human race had yet to discover ceramics, and the wine vessels were crafted from wood by Lin Yi himself. Lin Yi had already resolved that after sending Ao Qing and Ao Zhe away, he would select someone from the nascent 3,000 human beings to create pots and bowls, bestowing upon them the name Luban. Monkey wine. Gazing at the aromatic drink in his hands, Ao Zhe was left in astonishment, his mouth watering in anticipation. "Don't not be shy. Give it a taste." Tilting his head back for a sip, Lin Yi closed his eyes to savor the indescribable comfort it brought. "Oh, not underestimate monkey wine. It is brewed from a myriad of spiritual fruits, and I have even added a Huang Zhongli, which carries my martial will. How could it be simple? Is a breakthrough in cultivation truly possible?" After a single cup of monkey wine, Ao Qing immediately felt the martial will coursing through him. In the presence of this will, much of the karma weighing upon him dissipated, and combined with the energy within the monkey wine, his stagnant cultivation rapidly ascended, breaking through from the pinnacle of Golden Immortal to the early stages of Tai Golden Immortal. Ao Zhe, too, sensed the incredible benefits and, with his eyes narrowed, entered a state of cultivation. 6 ears, fetch some more monkey wine. Si Hong and the others have returned. At that moment, Si Hong, Wan Shu, and Pu Xin arrived, accompanied by two innate beings, one exuding an ethereal aura, and the other short and unattractive. Is that Yu Ding and Zhu Lu Sun? In Lin Yi's eyes, Ao Qing was merely a triviality. This was the primordial chaos, and he could not afford to be foolishly entangled in romance. The future of the human race was of utmost importance. Master, we have fulfilled our mission and successfully brought back our esteemed friends, Yu Ding and Zhu Lu Sun. They are eager to become your disciples. Master, Lin Yi welcomed them, and Sihong and his companions felt immensely proud, their eyes gleaming with joy. Why Yu Ding, Zhu Lu Sun? We pay our respects to Master. On their way, Sihong and his companions had already briefed Yu Ding and Zhu Lu Sun on everything. Upon meeting Lin Yi, both Yu Ding and Zhu Lu Sun immediately knelt in reverence. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my fifth and sixth direct disciples, Zhu Lu Sun. You share a connection with the Buddhist path. Therefore, study Buddhist philosophy alongside Sihong and the others, and strive to propagate IDY. Yu Ding, you are more suited to cultivate my martial path. Together with the six-eared macaque, you shall greatly develop the art of martialism. This monkey wine was crafted by me and your senior brother. Do have a taste. Indicating for Sihong and the others to sit, Lin Yi immediately poured the monkey wine for everyone to savor. Thank you, Master. Sitting on the ground, Yu Ding and the others raised their cups and downed the wine in one go. What? As the wine coursed down, Yu Ding and the others simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment, instantly falling in love with its flavor. I am quite busy at the moment and cannot spare you much time. I will impart wisdom for 200 years. Once I have managed my affairs, I will teach you thoroughly. As I have taken disciples in martialism, rest assured I will not neglect you. Lin Yi began his teachings. One thing Lin Yi did not realize was the difficulty of imparting wisdom. When one delves into profound truths, it is easy to become ensnared, and 200 years might scarcely suffice. Everyone, the second lecture on the slaying of the three corpses officially concludes now. Return to the primordial chaos and devote yourselves to earnest cultivation, striving to eliminate the three corpses as soon as possible. After 10,000 years, I shall commence the third lecture, primarily focusing on the unity of the Tao. Before dispersing, he announced, I hereby declare a matter of great significance. My path is the path of immortality, and I intend to select the foremost male and female immortals, who will assist me in governing the primordial chaos. His gaze swept over the 3,000 mortals, and Hongjun deliberately paused to allow everyone to absorb the gravity of his words. Male immortal, female immortal? Upon hearing this news, the crowd tensed in an instant. Regarding the female immortal, they had already identified their candidate, Enhua. Only Enhua could assume the title of female immortal. No other had the qualifications. The male immortal was different. The position was vacant, and anyone could aspire to it. Among the 3,000 mortals, there were more males than females, with the three pure ones, Dijun, Tai Yi, and Kuanping all being eligible. Jane, Xuanti, they were equally excited. If they could become the foremost male immortal, the benefits would be boundless. This was a position of prestige, endowed with fortune. Given the current turmoil in the primordial chaos, governance was essential. After I select the foremost male and female immortals, I hope you will assist me in leading the beings of the primordial chaos into order. East King, you are a being of innate yang energy, primarily practicing the path of yang within the realm of innate yin and yang. You shall assume the position of foremost male immortal. West Queen Mother, you are a being of innate yin energy, primarily practicing the path of yin within the realm of innate yin and yang. You shall assume the position of foremost female immortal. With Hongjuan's decree, boundless chains of cause and effect manifested upon East King and West Queen Mother, and simultaneously, fortune emerged, bringing immeasurable benefits. Rest assured, Tao Ancestor, I, East King, will not disappoint your expectations. To be named by Hongjun was a surprise for East King. He believed that the title of foremost male immortal should belong to one of the three pure ones or Dijun, so to have it bestowed upon him was clearly unexpected. It seems the Tao Ancestor values me after all. I had said that with such a vast primordial chaos, 6 saints are hardly sufficient. I, East King, am destined to become a saint. He laughed heartily, feeling invigorated, already envisioning his union with West Queen Mother and ascending to the pinnacle of existence. Thank you for your immense favor, Tao Ancestor. West Queen Mother, in contrast, remained relatively composed, as a being of innate yin energy. West Queen Mother had always cultivated according to her natural methods, primarily focusing on the path of yin within the realm of innate yin and yang. She was confident in her cultivation, steadfast in following her own path without entrusting her true spirit to the Tao. However, it seemed that this resolve might not endure for long. The three pure ones, Jane, Xuanti, Dijun, and Kuanpeng, remain. The others may return to the primordial chaos. After appointing the foremost male and female immortals, Hongjun retained the three pure ones and the others were dismissed to return. What is going on? Have I fallen out of favor so soon? Noticing his name absent from the list, East King felt a pang of disappointment. He was acutely aware that Hongjun was keeping secrets from him. Missing out on critical information would surely hinder his cultivation. East King felt he had lost favor. West Queen Mother, wait for me. After a moment of silence, East King hastened towards West Queen Mother, as the foremost male immortal. He believed that a romance should blossom between them. I know what you mean. You wish to establish a faction, but that is none of my concern. I am solely devoted to the Tao, and I hope you will not disturb me. Glancing back at East King, West Queen Mother warned, then turned to leave. What? Watching West Queen Mother's retreating figure, East King was momentarily dumbfounded. He had said nothing and yet was rejected. Was such humiliation necessary? Everyone, the reason I have kept you here is primarily to eliminate Hongyun. Three pure ones, you must prevent Enhua from rescuing Hongyun. Jane, Xuanti, Dijun, Kuanpeng, you must head to the northern sea of ice to find Hongyun. I have already sent several fierce beasts to launch surprise attacks. There is no way Hongyun can escape. Once Enhua and her group departed, Hongjun wasted no time in issuing direct orders to the three pure ones, Jane, Xuanti, Dijun, and Kuanpeng to slay Hongyun. Chapter 20. The Slaying of Hongyun, a calamity for the human ancestor. A rescue miles away. Upon hearing this news, the three pure ones were momentarily stunned. They knew Hongyun was doomed, yet they never anticipated Hongjun would so bluntly order them to eliminate him. In an instant, the eyes of everyone turned toward Hongjun, filled with awe. They not only considered the fate of Hongyun but also reflected on their own. If they opposed him, what would be their fate? Upon returning, they would surely entrust their true spirits to the Tao. Feeling the piercing gaze of Hongjun, Tongtian's scalp prickled, prompting him to make a swift decision. Kuanpeng, you shall take the lead in eliminating Hongyun. It is best for you to end his life. Jane, Xuanti, you owe a debt of karma to Hongyun. The best way to repay this debt is through annihilation. Ordering the execution of Hongyun was a reluctant choice for Hongjun. If Hongyun were to engage him in a contest of wits, he would have the patience to play along. However, Hongyun's blatant disregard for rules and his attempt to overturn the game board were simply intolerable. This time, Hongjun had grand ambitions, and any unforeseen variable should be eliminated at their inception. Hongyun would serve to set a precedent. Understood. Though reluctant, they found themselves unable to refuse. Such was the nature of the primordial chaos. In this world, strength was paramount, and in the face of absolute power, reason held no sway. Everyone, the future of the primordial chaos lies in your hands. Casting a glance at Dijun, Hongjun hesitated, wanting to advise him to gather the demon race upon returning and directly wage war against the witch race to ignite the flames of conflict. However, he could not do so. The consequences were too great. A direct order would embroil him in karma, a burden he could not bear. What Hongjun needed was to guide Dijun, Tai, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery to kindle the flames of war, allowing them to shoulder the karma and ensuring that they would perish together. This way, Hongjun could eliminate threats without lifting a finger. Let us depart. A fleeting exchange of glances transpired, as Jane and Xuanti's eyes brimmed with lethal intent. Swiftly departing the scene, Hongjun's words rang true. The karmic debts of Hongyun were beyond their capacity to repay. Given this insurmountable debt, the only recourse was to sever the ties of karma and eliminate Hongyun, thereby repudiating any claims of consequence. Taoist Nuwa, do you happen to know the whereabouts of our fellow Taoist Hongyun? Upon departing from the Zhixiao Palace, Zhen Yuanzi immediately sought to uncover Hongyun's fate. The audacity with which Hongyun confronted Hongjun within the palace had startled Zhen Yuanzi. who feared that Hong Jun might act decisively and slay Hong Yun on the spot. Fortunately, Hong Jun's grand ambitions kept him from losing his composure, granting Hong Yun a chance to escape and a slender hope for survival. Let us return to Golden Ao Island and ascertain whether he possesses any means. Involuntarily, Nuwa recalled Lin Waiada. To her mind, Lin Yi alone could provide salvation for Hong Yun. Indeed, the mention of Lin Yi ignited a spark of hope within Zenyuanzi, who was nearly overcome with the desire to return immediately. Wait, at this moment, we cannot venture to Golden Ao Island. If I am not mistaken, we have already drawn attention. Gripping Zenyuanzi's arm, Fushi urged him to remain calm. To journey to Golden Ao Island now would be tantamount to endangering their ancestral figures. You are correct. We must first return to Kunlun. Upon hearing Fushi's words, Nuwa instantly grasped the situation. The human race was presently frail and must not expose itself. Should conflict arise, humanity would surely face extinction. Taoist Nuwa, please, do not leave just yet. That moment, the three pure ones pursued them, calling out to Nuwa from a distance. Following the three pure ones were Jane, Zhuan Ti, Kuan Peng, and Emperor Jun, who, upon arriving before Nuwa, stayed behind while Jane and the others swiftly turned and departed at great speed. What brings the esteemed three pure ones here? Upon seeing them, Nuwa instantly recognized the dire predicament. They had evidently come to delay her. For the first time, Nuwa felt a sense of helplessness. While she possessed the strength to repel the three pure ones, she required time, and was uncertain whether Hong Jun would intervene. Leaving her in silence, Taoist Nuwa, we are all in Kunlun. Why not engage in a discussion of the Tao together? Zenyuanzi proposed. Taoist Zenyuanzi and Taoist Fushi, how fortunate it is to encounter you. Shall we not share in this discourse? Zenyuanzi wished to depart, but the Taiji Laozi immediately called him back, unleashing a surge of his cultivation aura. Have you attained the quasi-saint level? Gazing intently at Laozi, Zenyuanzi's heart sank, realizing that Hong Yun's fate was sealed. At this juncture, even a fool would comprehend that Jane and the others had come with the intent to kill Hong Yun. For Nuwa and her companions, there was no chance for salvation. By a stroke of luck. I will unleash the good corpse. With a subtle smile, Laozi summoned forth the good corpse. This was no ordinary entity. Following the calamity of the witch and demon, with Emperor Jun and Tai deceased, Hong Jun had sent one of his disciples, Hao Yin, to preside over the heavenly court, while Laozi dispatched the good corpse to reside in the Do Shua Palace, becoming widely known as the Taishang Lao Jun. Congratulations, Taiji, on manifesting the good corpse. During this discourse, you must not conceal your brilliance. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Fushi to swiftly mediate. Laozi has already brought forth the good corpse, making it no issue to impede Nuwa. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's prowess is equally formidable, leaving Zenyuanzi with little chance for rescue. Upon reflection, Lin Yi had already provided an exit strategy. He possessed the remnants of Hong Yun's soul, which could aid in his reincarnation. Serving as a form of solace, that is indeed feasible. Making a gesture of invitation, Laozi led the group back to Kunlun. Now, this is my martial path. You may integrate it with Buddhist teachings and cultivate according to your understanding. Sihong, Wanshu, Puxian, and Jilusun, I shall grant you a strand of the essence of Buddhism. From this moment forth, Jilusun shall be the past Buddha, while Sihong, Wanshu, and Puxian shall be bodhisattvas. I shall also summon the present and future Buddhas to thoroughly complete the Buddhist system. Following the enfeoffment, Jilusun would become the past Buddha, while Rulai would represent the present Buddha and Maitreya the future Buddha. Lin Yi's flourishing Buddhist teachings necessitated these elements in their entirety. The six-eared macaque was currently seeking the location of the present Buddha, which Lin Yi had reserved for him, while he intended to find a suitable candidate among humanity for the future Buddha. Master, I have located the Daobao Mouse Dai. In that moment, the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace had concluded, with the 3,000 worldly guests returning. As Lin Yi summoned the six-eared macaque, he promptly appeared to report the latest developments. How much time has been wasted? Upon learning that the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace had ended, Lin Yi raised his gaze toward the void. Recognizing that Hong Yun was in peril, Lin Yi had no intention of intervening. With his current strength, he could not alter the tides of the Hong Huang, and Hong Yun must meet his demise. No, there remains a glimmer of hope. Hong Yun could seek refuge among the witch clan. reflecting upon the calamity of the witches and demons. Lin Yi shuddered, propelling himself and the six-eared macaque through the void. The Zixiao Palace was situated far from the Honghuang, and now was the opportune moment to notify Hong Yun. The method of locating him was remarkably simple. By sensing the remnants of Hong Yun's soul, he could discern Hong Yun's whereabouts beyond the heavens. He is actually in the Arctic's northern Abyssic Sea. Consulting the earthly texts, Lin Yi swiftly pinpointed Hong Yun's location and rushed toward it. In the Arctic's northern Abyssic Sea, Hong Yun sat cross-legged upon a slab of profound ice, his expression remarkably tranquil. To confront Hong Jun head-on within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Yun had long been prepared for death. His retreat to the Arctic's northern Abyssic Sea was to prevent implicating Yuhua and the others. From a certain perspective, Hong Yun was indeed a good person, passionate and considerate of others. Given this temperament, the likelihood of his reincarnation as the Earth's sovereign Shenong was substantial. Suddenly, as Hong Yun sank into contemplation, the void erupted, and several fearsome beasts of the Daluo realm emerged, roaring at him. As the beasts leapt forth, their fierce aura surged, shattering the profound ice and enveloping Hong Yun in an instant. Hong Jun, you dare to command these ferocious beasts? Upon witnessing the creatures, Hong Yun's fury intensified. In his understanding, the beasts had long been exterminated by the three clans. Their sudden appearance was clearly orchestrated by Hong Jun. Due to Lin Yi's influence, Hong Yun had not acquired the 9-9 Hong Yun Scatter Soul Gourd, leaving him reliant on the laws for combat. Nevertheless, Hong Yun's strength remained formidable. Even when besieged by 6 fearsome beasts, he did not falter, managing to counterattack. However, he found himself unable to escape, and in the short term, he could not defeat the beasts. Hong Jun, are these beasts merely one of your tactics? Should you wish to slay me, you will need to deploy additional forces. I eagerly anticipate their arrival. Hong Yun had resolved that upon the emergence of Hong Jun's second tactic, he would self-destruct, delivering a surprise to Hong Jun. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was relentlessly accelerating toward the Arctic's northern Abyssic Sea. Demon Ancestor, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hong Jun seeks to kill Hong Yun. You won't remain idle, will you? As he hurried, Lin Yi communicated with the Demon Ancestor. Lin Yi's confidence in rescuing Hong Yun stemmed chiefly from the Demon Ancestor. Otherwise, he would not dare expose himself. Kid, I was wondering why you were so enthusiastic. It turns out you were plotting to draw me in, quite the strategist. The Demon Ancestor, concealed within the second tier of the Chaos Pearl, was aware of everything happening outside. Surprised by Lin Yi's reckless intent to save Hong Yun, he only grasped the situation upon hearing Lin Yi's plea. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Demon Ancestor, Hong Jun's ambitions are vast. While we cannot confront him directly, that does not mean we must let him off the hook. We can certainly vex him if he is displeased. Then we shall revel, shall we not? Furthermore, it may not even require your direct intervention. Simply manifest your presence, put on a show, and attract some attention. Given the vulnerability of the human race, Lin Yi would not gamble with their lives. Thus he approached every action with caution. Hong Yun undoubtedly bore traces of Hong Jun's schemes, and Lin Yi was concerned about exposure. The Demon Ancestor's involvement was different. Even a mere fart from Luo who would cause Hong Jun to grow anxious. Providing an opportunity to relay information to Hong Yun, prompting him to seek refuge with the Witch Clan, making the situation intriguing. The 12 ancestral witches would ultimately perish. Causing Hong Jun additional trouble would only serve to their advantage. I can agree to your terms, but you must prepare plenty of monkey wine for this Demon Ancestor. You rascal, how shameless. While you all drink, this Demon Ancestor will merely observe. You dare to call yourselves friends? With a cold snort, Luo who seized the chance to demand wine. While Lin Yi and the others indulged in their libations, Luo who watched intently, feeling a pang of envy. Old Luo, I admit my misstep. After I stab Hong Jun in the back, there will be plenty of wine to go around. The Huang Zhongli is insufficient, but Zenyuanzi has plenty of ginseng fruits. We can brew wine from them and revel until we are inebriated. With the Demon Ancestor's support, Lin Yi burst into laughter, hastily offering the altar of monkey wine. Is this truly wine? By my mother, how delightful! Despite being merely a remnant of his soul, Luo who savored the monkey wine with glee. Echoing Lin Yi's sentiments, Chapter 21. The Ancestor of Humanity, Your son is mine to claim. Old Luo, once the matter of Hong Yun is resolved, I shall aid you in solidifying a physical form. Then, drinking will be truly joyous. Grateful for Luo, whose willingness to assist, Lin Yi naturally sought to sweeten the deal. The Honghuang was not merely a realm of conflict. It was rife with human sentiments and social intricacies. Kid, manifesting a physical form is not so simple, unless my true self directly arrives to merge with the source. As he spoke, Luo, who fell silent, he yearned to solidify a physical form, but this step was fraught with peril. Should he achieve it, his true self would need to come, to evade Hongjun, Luo, who had concealed his true essence within the Shishing spear. If exposed, he would be doomed. Yet, in his interactions with Lin Yi, he found Lin Yi quite agreeable. If Lin Yi fully committed to assisting him, it was indeed possible to solidify a physical form. Once he attained a physical form, Luo, who could restore his quasi-saint strength, whether he chose the path of demons or of slaughter, and thus achieve sanctity, a tantalizing temptation. I understand your concerns. You fear that this ancestor will scheme against you and expose you, do you not? Old Luo, in my view, one must trust in emotions. The term brother can sometimes outweigh all else. Moreover, we must strive for the ideals within our hearts. What if we succeed? You, my friend, are burdened with suspicion, finding it difficult to trust others. If your true self is too timid to reveal itself, unwilling to forge a brotherhood with me, how about I assist your lingering soul in reincarnation, allowing you to become my son? A chuckle escaped as Lin Yi presented this proposition to Luo Ho. To hell with you, Luo Ho retorted. Laughter mingled with his curse. Yet, that very insult stirred a flicker of emotion within Luo Ho's frozen heart. The idea of becoming brothers with Lin Yi seemed appealing. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, for fully trusting Lin Yi would not be so simple. As they bantered, Lin Yi had arrived at the Arctic North Sea, engaged in a fierce battle with ferocious beasts. Hong Yun had already sustained injuries, yet the 6 beasts fared worse, drenched in blood. With one even having a broken leg, I will help you draw Hong Jun's attention and conceal the heavenly secrets. Remember, swift action is crucial. With my current strength, I cannot hold out for long. Emerging from the Chaos Pearl, Luo Ho immediately invoked a secret technique, unleashing a terrifying demonic aura that enveloped the area. Kid, you owe me a favor. This grand demonic ancestor is wasting 3,000 years of accumulated power for this show-off. While employing the secret art, Luo Ho lamented loudly, berating Lin Yi for his incessant chatter about reconstructing his physical form. With a flick of his hand, the Kongtong seal appeared in Lin Yi's grasp. He tossed it into the air, and it swelled against the wind, swiftly enveloping one of the ferocious beasts. Ancestor of humanity. You should not have come. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Hong Yun's nose tinged with emotion, his voice choking with gratitude. Although he had prepared for death and accepted his fate, he was unwilling to perish. His choice of death stemmed from a lack of alternatives. With Lin Yi's arrival as his savior, how could Hong Yun not be moved? Fear not, my son. Cough, cough. My friend, do not despair. A turn of events is upon us. I will hold these beasts at bay. You must immediately head to Mount Buzhou and find a way to join the Ancestor Witch clan. These fools fear neither heaven nor earth. If you confront Hong Jun head-on, they will surely respect you and accept you. There was no need to worry about safety. They possessed the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation to withstand the saints. As the Kongtong seal descended, the beast with the broken leg was crushed into a mist of blood. After absorbing Lin Yi's martial essence, the Kongtong seal underwent a transformation, devouring the beast's essence after slaying it. An unexpected turn for Lin Yi. So powerful. As he witnessed Lin Yi effortlessly slay a ferocious beast, Hong Yun was taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, he muttered several expletives. Those with innate treasures truly lack martial ethics. When they attended the lecture at Zhixiao Palace, Lin Yi was merely at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. Not even a Tai Golden Immortal. In just a few thousand years, he had reached the Great Luo stage, surpassing him in combat prowess. Was this not bullying? Little did he know that Lin Yi's strength was derived from the system, embodying the totality of the human race. The more numerous the human populace, the stronger Lin Yi became. the greater the strength of the human descendants. The more formidable he grew. Otherwise, he would not have been able to slay the beasts. Furthermore, magical treasures indeed served as cheat devices. During the divine punishment calamity, it was essentially a battle of magical artifacts. Liu Yu's divine slaying flying knife shone brilliantly. I would love to sneak into the treasure rock to pilfer some artifacts. Once more, with a flick of his hand, the Kongtong seal struck down another ferocious beast, causing Lin Yi immense satisfaction. Hurry up, I cannot hold out much longer. Seeing that Hong Yuan had not left, Luo Ho was seething with anger. Was not his foundation his foundation? To accumulate this foundation, Luo Ho had expended over 100,000 years, and now it was being squandered like water, causing him great distress. In contrast, Hong Yuan and Lin Yi seemed to be exchanging glances, prompting Luo Ho to consider abandoning his efforts. Hong Yuan, flee now, go directly to the witch clan, I will hold the beasts at bay. You must hasten. Ancestor of humanity, if I survive, we shall forever be brothers. Should I perish, I will be your son in the next life. Honoring you. Gritting his teeth, Hong Yuan stepped forward, bursting forth with speed toward the witch clan. Then you must strive hard. Whether to be brothers or sons is for you to decide, as he beheld the approaching beasts. Lin Yi clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch. All along, Lin Yi had been accumulating his foundation. He was unaware of his own combat strength. During his previous battle with Aoze, he had thought to gauge his capabilities, only to discover that the latter was merely a minor calamity, unable to withstand a single blow. With a resounding impact, Lin Yi was sent flying from a clash with the beast. His arm trembling uncontrollably, losing all sensation. The beast suffered as well, its fangs shattered, its body hurtling backward, tumbling along with the beasts behind it for dozens of yards. Impressive. Channeling his blood energy, Lin Yi's arm regained sensation, and he surged forward once more. Noticing the beast's fangs, a bold idea struck him: to extract the fangs and forge them into magical artifacts. Lin Yi could sense that the fangs were exceptionally sharp, resonating with blood energy in a manner reminiscent of martial arts. Utilizing them to craft artifacts could at least yield postnatal spiritual treasures. While postnatal treasures were insignificant compared to innate treasures, they were certainly better than being empty-handed. Had Hong Yuan possessed even a single postnatal treasure, he would not have been driven to such desperation by the beasts. Kid, swift action is essential. Do not dally. While Lin Yi reveled in his power, Luo Ho's heart bled. He was consuming his foundation to obscure the opportunity. Almost there as the will of martial arts erupted, Lin Yi commanded the Kongtong seal, swiftly concluding the battle. After the Kongtong seal consumed the beast's essence, Lin Yi severed a fang and departed. Remember, I want half of the beast's essence. Upon entering the Chaos Pearl, Luo Ho immediately sought to negotiate, demanding the essence. Old Luo, let us leave first. Lin Yi was certain that it would not be long before Hong Jun appeared. Should he discover their whereabouts, it would spell trouble. No, this is the demonic ancestor Luo Ho. At Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun suddenly stood, his expression tense. Having previously plotted against Yang Mei, Qian Kuan, and Yin Yang, Hong Jun was the greatest beneficiary. However, he understood that they had not perished completely. As long as their essence remained, they could not truly die. Especially with Luo Ho, who had escaped using the god-slaying spear, he could return at any moment. Fearing Luo Ho's interference, Hong Jun tore through the void and entered, soon appearing in the Arctic North Sea. Damn it! This Luo Ho truly deserves it. Gazing at the corpses of the beasts scattered about, Hong Jun roared in fury like a distressed groundhog. At that moment, he deeply regretted not having torn through the void earlier to bring them over. Yet, Hong Jun could not easily enter the Hong Huang realm. Each appearance required a significant cost. One Luo Ho was already enough. He absolutely could not allow Pango to emerge again. After calming himself, Hong Jun resumed his search for Hong Yun's whereabouts. At this time, Hong Yun had already reached the Witch Clan. The Witch Clan resided in Mount Buzhou, which was formed from Panga's 33 vertebrae, supporting the starry sky above and stabilizing the earth below. At the center of Panga's 33 vertebrae stood a grand hall, once the heart of Pango, known as the Pango Hall. The Pango Hall was situated at the junction of Panga's 12 ribs and the base of Mount Bujo, with a massive blood pool at its center, covered by a bone umbrella formed by Panga's 12 ribs. Surrounding the blood pool were 12 towering thrones where the 12 ancestor witches practiced their cultivation. Ancestor witches, an innate being has arrived from outside, at the peak of the Great Luo stage, named Hong Yun, seeking an audience. Entering the hall and approaching the blood pool, Xing Tian promptly sought an audience. Awaiting the ancestor witch's response, Hong Yun, upon hearing Xing Tian's report, Rushou opened his eyes, filled with confusion, unsure of why Hong Yun had returned. During Hong Jun's teachings at Zhixiao Palace, the 12 ancestor witches had looked down upon him, for they could not cultivate their primordial spirits and could only follow Panga's path of strength to attain sainthood. Rushou was aware of the great tides of the Honghuang realm. At the very least, he understood the existence of top-tier powerhouses like Hong Yun. Brother, should we meet him? Within the witch clan, Di Jiang, the strongest, governed spatial matters, and many decisions fell to him. Meet. Why not? Our witch clan is the true lineage of Pango. We cannot lack the most basic dignity. Everyone, Hong Yun is a powerful figure in the Honghuang realm. Let us go together to welcome him. As Di Jiang stood, resembling a yellow sack, crimson as Dan fire. With 6 legs and 4 wings, the others, such as Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, and Ho Tu, rose to accompany him in welcoming Hong Yun. Fellow Taoists, I implore you to save my life. Upon seeing Di Jiang and the others, Hong Yun quickly pleaded for aid. Hong Yun, what troubles you? Upon hearing Hong Yun's plea, Ho Tu and the others frowned. The 12 ancestor witches were curious. After all, Hong Yun was at the peak of the Great Luo stage. Who could have brought him to such a state? Fellow Taoists, the situation is as follows. Hong Yun did not conceal anything. He laid out the facts as they were, recounting in full how he had clashed with Hong Jun and incurred his wrath. He emphasized to the 12 ancestor witches that Hong Jun sought to control the Honghuang realm through the heavenly path, erasing Panga's traces. To awaken everyone, Hong Yun had thus sacrificed himself to confront Hong Jun directly. Impudent! Who does Hong Jun think he is? The Honghuang realm was created by our Father God. All things in the Honghuang realm are but shadows of the Father God. What right does Hong Jun have to monopolize the Honghuang realm? Hong Yun, since you have come to Mount Bujo, we shall protect your life. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on you. Gong Gong, known for his fiery temper, with a serpent's head and a human body, adorned in black scales and treading upon a black dragon, erupted in anger, signaling Hong Yun to rest assured. The others, such as Ho Tu, remained silent, not immediately responding. Though be honest, Ho Tu was still reluctant to offend Hong Jun, especially since he had already attained sainthood. Brother, what are you hesitating for? The Honghuang realm belongs to our Father God. What right does Hong Jun have to interfere? As the true lineage of Pangu, must we remain silent? As the multitude of Emperor Jiang fell into silence, Gong Gong's anger surged. He seized Hong Yun and made a direct course for the Panga Palace. In Gong Gong's eyes, Hong Jun had become excessively audacious. If the 12 ancestor witches did not take action, how could they ever honor Pangu? Hong Yun was the first to rise in defense of Pangu, and he was someone they must protect. If they failed to safeguard him today, who would dare to stand with the witch clan in the future? Indeed, Gong Gong asserted, we have been overly cautious these past years. As the rightful descendants of Pango, we ought to take decisive action. We shall protect Hong Yun, and should Hong Jun dare to come forth, let him experience the might of our 12 capital heavenly fiends formation. Xingtian, Dai, Hou-Yi, Kuafu, Shangliu, and the 9 phoenixes, heed my command. From this moment forth, we shall hunt the demon race in waves, utilizing their essence to cultivate and strengthen our clan. Emperor Jiang was not to be trifled with. Hongjuan's arrogance had grown too great, and they needed to respond. The witch clan lacked a primordial spirit. Their path of cultivation was inherited from Pango, achieving sanctification through strength, with the essence of demon blood serving as the finest resource for their training. After being silent for millennia, Xingtian and his companions could no longer contain their excitement at the prospect of battle. Roar, roar, roar. The witch clan, known for their martial spirit, erupted with a collective roar, their morale reaching unprecedented heights. Unexpectedly, Hong Yun had ventured into the witch clan. This was fortuitous, as they had been pondering how to swiftly initiate the calamity between the witches and the demons. Hong Yun's appearance was the perfect prelude. After a brief search, Hong Jun located Hong Yun, discovering him within the witch clan. Hong Jun's anger flared at this revelation, yet it was tinged with a sense of exhilaration. His plan had been to have Kuan-Ping ambush Hong Yun and end his life. But it appeared he had underestimated Hong Yun. Nevertheless, this was not a setback. Hong Yun's presence within the witch clan would only serve to hasten the impending calamity. At that moment, Emperor Jun and his companions arrived. But Hong Yun did not see them. Instead, he caught sight of Hong Jun. Observing the corpses of fierce beasts strewn about, Emperor Jun and the others formed a bold hypothesis. Hong Yun had perished, slain by Hong Jun himself in the icy seas of the north. Exchanging glances, Emperor Jun and Jane were baffled. They pondered why, if Hong Jun intended to act personally, he had summoned them. Was this a test? They could not help but speculate whether, should they fail this test, their fate would mirror that of Hong Yun, ultimately dealt with by Hong Jun. Hong Yun has been rescued by the witch clan. By the time I arrived, Hong Yun had already departed, now among the witches. Very well, this matter ends here. You all should focus on your cultivation and swiftly sever the 3 corpses to break through to quasi-saint status. With a sigh, Hong Jun tore apart the fabric of reality and departed the primordial chaos. Returning to the Purple Cloud Palace. What? To learn that Hong Yun is alive and has joined the witch clan? Jane and Juenti were utterly perplexed, eager to understand what had transpired. However, Emperor Jun's expression darkened at the mention of the witch clan. The witch clan had been brazenly exterminating the demon race, utilizing their essence for cultivation and feasting upon their flesh, which filled Emperor Jun with loathing. Dao friend Emperor Jun, what if we were to establish a faction to oppose the witch clan? Observing the disdain in their master's expression towards the ancestor witches who thrived on the demon race, Kuan-Ping mused that with their master's support, they might just be able to annihilate the witch clan entirely. As thoughts swirled, Kuan-Ping entertained ulterior motives in the primordial realm. One needed fortune and merit to cultivate. Establishing a demon faction to combat the ancestor witches would undoubtedly attract fortune, and Kuan-Ping was eager to test this theory. But who shall be the demon emperor? Creating a faction is simple, yet finding a leader is the challenge. The candidates for the demon emperor must possess both skill and a suitable pedigree. What about Nuwa? At the mention of the demon race, Emperor Jun immediately thought of Nuwa. Both Nuwa and Fushi belonged to the demon race. If they were willing to step forth, there would be no issue in appointing Nuwa as the demon emperor. Of course, Emperor Jun harbored aspirations of his own, but self-nomination was not advisable. Agreed. Let us consult Dao friend Nuwa and see if we can persuade her to emerge. After suggesting Nuwa, Kuan-Ping felt a pang of disappointment. As he too desired the title of Demon Emperor but lacked any recommendations, and why friends, the Western teachings are quite busy. We shall take our leave first. Jane and Juenti, primarily interested in their own gains, showed little enthusiasm for the establishment of the demon faction and promptly chose to depart. Let us set forth together. Exchanging glances, Emperor Jun and Kuan-Ping hurried towards Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, Linny remained fixated on Buzhou Mountain, awaiting Hong Jun's next move, hoping to witness a confrontation between him and the 12 ancestor witches, eager to demonstrate the might of the 12 capital heavenly fiends formation. However, after a prolonged wait, Hong Jun's presence remained elusive. Instead, the witch clan was mobilizing forces to hunt down the demon race. There was no need to wait any longer. Hong Jun would not act lightly. He sought to align with the heavenly path. Unable to bear excessive karmic burdens, and required fortune and merit, Buzhou Mountain was transformed from Pangu's 33 vertebrae, while the 12 ancestor witches were born from Pangu's 12 drops of essence, embodying the primordial chi of the chaos. Hong Jun could not afford to engage directly due to the karmic implications. If my conjectures are correct, Hong Jun will support a faction to contend with the witch clan, thereby weakening them. Beyond that, he will likely assist several saints to govern the primordial realm, allowing him to focus on harmonizing with the Tao, preparing to embody the heavens. Indicating to Lin Yi to cease his vigil, he recognized that the moment the witch clan accepted Hong Yun, the situation had passed. The next great battle would require considerable time to brew. Old Luo, you are unexpectedly perceptive. How did you manage to see through it all? Why did you not flee back then? After Luo Hu's analysis, Lin Yi found clarity. The ancestor witches bore Pangu's lingering favor, and Hong Jun dared not act directly, as he could not shoulder the karmic weight. Human ancestor, could you refrain from constantly referencing the past? At that time, could I have left? Lin Yi's probing irritated Luo Hu, who was seething with anger, wishing to strike Lin Yi. Although one cannot say there was no escape. Did I not leave with the god-slaying spear after self-detonating? With a chuckle, Lin Yi turned and headed towards Golden Ao Island. Atop Golden Ao Island, 2 dragons awaited him, and with a stroke of luck, he might feast on seafood today. Wait a moment, is Chang'e among the witch clan? After taking a few steps, Lin Yi suddenly halted. Glancing back at Buzhou Mountain, Chang'e was the wife of the archer. At this point, they should not be together, right? Could Lin Yi intercept them? Calculating the timeline, Lin Yi quickly dismissed the thought. The tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon occurred after the archer shot down the golden crows. Shiha had orchestrated this to avenge her son, leading Chang'e to the moon and thus isolating her. Moreover, according to speculation, Chang'e belonged to the human race, a descendant of both humans and witches, part of the Jili tribe. For now, it was prudent to first deal with Shiha, Changxi, and Huang. After Emperor Jun established the ancient heavenly court, he would soon seek a wife. After careful consideration, Lin Yi focused his attention on Shiha, Changxi, and Huang, for the birth of the sun and moon was paramount. Youngster, what are you laughing at? I would love to slap your face. Lin Yi, lost in amusement, drew the ire of Luo Hu, who could no longer tolerate the antics. What is there to laugh about? Your father is courting flowers and seeking a wife. With a chuckle, Lin Yi hastened his pace towards Golden Ao Island. How dare you repeat that? Luo Hu was incensed by Lin Yi's words. I am your brother, and you wish to become a father. Old Luo, this is merely a nickname among brothers. Call me that, and I shall surely oblige. As Lin Yi and Luo Hu made their way back to Golden Ao Island, Kuanping and Emperor Jun had already arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Upon seeing Kuanping, Yuan Shi's expression soured instantly. Yuan Shi, prideful by nature, harbored disdain for those of lesser birth, particularly those of the feathered and horned variety. Although both Emperor Jun and Kuanping had achieved the innate Dao body, their origins could not be altered, and Yuan Shi chose to ignore them entirely. Have you completed your task? With a broader perspective. Tong Tian anticipated that Emperor Jun and Kuanping had successfully slain Hong Yun and concluded discussions with Nuwa, and it was nearly time to wrap things up. Not quite. The Dao Ancestor has other arrangements. We have come to Kunlun Mountain primarily to seek Dao friend Nuwa. Kuanping stepped forward to convey their intent to request a moment of Nuwa's time. Emperor Jun, however, remained, as he felt it necessary to inform them about Hong Yun's situation with the witch clan. What did you say? The news of Hong Yun's survival deepened Yuan Shi's disdain. In his eyes, Emperor Jun and the others were utterly incompetent. 4 Pique de Luo surrounded Hong Yun, yet he managed to escape, truly useless. Can you blame us? By the time we arrived, Hong Yun had already fled. All that remained were the corpses of fierce beasts. Yuan Shi looked down on them, and Emperor Jun coldly retorted, explaining the circumstances before turning to leave. It could be said that had he not been concerned about their inability to win, Emperor Jun would have surely lashed out at Yuan's His, it merely because of your lineage? You are the essence of Pangu's soul, and he is but a product of Pangu's eyes. It seems Hong Yun's fortune remains intact. He was destined not to perish. With a sigh, Laozi turned and departed. Returning to his cultivation. During this visit to the Purple Cloud Palace, Laozi gained much insight and resolved to enter seclusion to further enhance his power. Hong Yun truly lacked ambition, choosing to align with that group of simpletons. Yuan Shi held a low opinion of those of lesser lineage, and even more so of the witch clan. In his eyes, the 12 ancestor witches were nothing more than a collection of simpletons, lacking even a primordial spirit and thus fundamentally incomplete. Second brother, we ought to hasten our cultivation. The primordial realm is ever-changing, and without sufficient strength, we will inevitably be eliminated. Upon casting a glance at Yuan Shi, Tong Tian also retreated into seclusion. Tong Tian was filled with hesitation. He was concerned about Hong Jun's potential reprimand, yet yearned to pursue the sword path. His love for the sword was genuine, and given a little time, he could undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough in the sword path to become a quasi-saint. After much contemplation, Tong Tian resolved to wait a while longer. He could sever the 3 corpses at any moment. But once the sword path was forsaken, it would be lost forever. To his fellow Taoists, he expressed his gratitude for their affection, affirming his singular devotion to the Tao and his disinterest in the demon emperor. Thus, he offered a suggestion. Let Dijun and Tai Yi take up the mantle of the demon emperor, as they were born from the sun and possessed accompanying treasures, making them highly suitable for the role. Upon understanding Dijun and Kuren Peng's intentions, Nuwa promptly declined. When Lin Yi inquired of Nuwa whom she would choose between the human race and the demon race, she provided her answer in that moment. She chose the human race. This decision was audacious, yet thoughts of Lin Yi fortified her resolve. As long as Lin Yi was present, she would stand firm beside him. Chapter 23. The Deception of Jin Yuanzi and the Ginseng Fruit Tree. With Nuwa's divine assistance very well, I shall heed the counsel of my Taoist friend Nuwa. From this moment forth, I shall join Tai Yi as the demon emperor. Dijun had long wished to become the demon emperor, but lacked a proponent. With Nuwa's endorsement, Dijun was filled with exuberance and readily agreed. Since Dijun shall be the demon emperor, I shall take on the role of the demon master. Let us collaborate to advance the demon race's grand cause. Unable to ascend to the position of demon emperor, Kuren Peng swiftly proclaimed himself a demon master instead. Congratulations to both of you. With your leadership, the demon race is sure to flourish. After a respectful bow, they began to disperse. With the 3 pure ones in seclusion, Dijun and Kuren Peng organized the demon race, while it became evident that Hong Yun had perished. With Hong Yun's death, the matter was concluded. And Nuwa, Jin Yuanzi, and Fu Shi naturally sought Lin Yi's counsel on their future course of action. Particularly, Jin Yuanzi was in great distress, mourning the loss of his dear friend Hong Yun, feeling that life had lost its meaning. Dao friends Nuwa and Fu Shi, the gates of the demon race are always open to you. Should you wish to join us, we shall grant you the title of Demon Sage. Understanding that Nuwa and Fu Shi were unwilling to join, Dijun clasped his fists and began to exercise the powers of the Demon Emperor. Thank you, Demon Emperor and Demon Master. We shall consider it. Once more bowing in respect, Nuwa hastily concluded the discussion, signaling for Dijun and Kuren Peng to depart. Not being foolish, Dijun and Kuren Peng took their leave of Kunlun Mountain upon sensing Nuwa's demeanor. After confirming their departure, Nuwa, Jin Yuanzi, and Fu Shi accelerated towards Jinao Island. Upon their arrival, the trio was taken aback. Jinao Island was shrouded in dense fog, spiritual energy surging, and a great formation enveloping hundreds of thousands of miles, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. It could be said that, had they not visited before, they would hardly believe such a formidable power existed here. Friends, it has been millennia since our last meeting. Have we truly become estranged? While the outside world could not perceive the internal conditions of Jinao Island, those within could see beyond its confines. As Lin Yi opened the formation to allow Nuwa and the others entry, Jin Yuanzi's eyes reddened at the mention of Hong Yun, revealing his profound sorrow. Hong Yun is unharmed. After returning from the Purple Cloud Palace, he ventured to the North Pole's North Sea to conceal the heavenly secrets with the Chaos Pearl. Lin Yi recounted the events. Ancestor of humanity, I thank you on behalf of my friend Hong Yun. Upon learning of Hong Yun's rescue by Lin Yi, Jin Yuanzi clasped his fists and bowed deeply. There is no need for such formality. We are all comrades here. Dao friend Jin Yuanzi, what do you think of my Jinao Island? With the matter of Hong Yun resolved, Lin Yi remarked, before Hong Jun's 3 lectures, Hong Yun had not encountered a fatal calamity. However, it seems he may not escape death after all. After all, only Earth Mother remains of the 12 ancestral witches. Under such tribulations, how can one expect to survive unscathed? Needless to say, Jinao Island has already surpassed Kunlun Mountain, and it still possesses potential for further enhancement. Ancestor of humanity, before we depart, we had an agreement. You must grant me a peek. Surveying the surroundings, Jin Yuanzi had made his choice, hoping Lin Yi would offer him a mountain. Of course, you may freely choose from the 8 peaks at the center of Jinao Island. However, I suspect you may be reluctant to move, given your possession of the ginseng fruit tree. As Lin Yi tossed the land deed to Zhang Yuanzi with a grin, he began to contemplate the ginseng fruit tree. Following the birth of the martial Tao-slaying god formation, Lin Yi had planted the primordial gourd vine and enlightenment tea tree at its core, which had now become part of Jinao Island. The primordial spiritual roots were no trifling matter. They could devour the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, subsequently nourishing Jinao Island, enabling its continuous elevation. Lin Yi had a feeling that if Zhang Yuanzi joined the human race and transplanted the ginseng fruit, it would undoubtedly result in a significant breakthrough, potentially yielding a primordial spiritual root. Indeed, the ginseng fruit tree is irreplaceable. I cannot bear to part with Zhang Yuanzi sighed at the mention of the ginseng fruit tree. It was evident he was reluctant to let it go. However, there is a solution. Dao friend Lin Yi, when we created humanity, did you not retain some of the essence soil? This substance is a treasure, most suitable for planting primordial spiritual roots, and it can multiply on its own. If you could provide a portion of the essence soil, I could certainly transplant the ginseng fruit tree. Dao friend Zhang Yuanzi, having known you for so long, you have yet to treat me to any ginseng fruits. Should you manage to bring it over, do remember to spare me a few. The moment the transplantation issue was raised, Nuwa immediately thought of the essence soil. The essence soil is indeed a remarkable asset. Transplanting the ginseng fruit should pose no problem. Really? Ancestor of humanity, could you spare a bit of your essence soil? Upon learning that Lin Yi possessed essence soil, Zhang Yuanzi was overcome with excitement. His gaze fixed upon Lin Yi, filled with hope. We are all comrades here. There is no need for such formalities. If it were possible, Lin Yi might have embraced Nuwa and planted a kiss upon her cheek. Nuwa, ever the virtuous one, was indeed a paragon of support. If Lin Yi were to discuss the matter of essence soil, it would bear a different nature, evoking a sense of scheming against Zhang Yuanzi. However, should Nuwa be the one to propose it, it would instead serve as a gesture of goodwill towards Zhang Yuanzi. Then I must trouble you, ancestor of humanity. Zhang Yuanzi, also an impetuous character, clasped his fists and bowed, eager to proceed. Very well, with Hong Yun safe and sound, my spirits are lifted. Let us set forth. Lady Nuwa, shall we go together? With thoughts of the system's potential tenfold rewards, Lin Yi was invigorated, signaling for Nuwa to join him. That is precisely my intention. With a smile, Nuwa readily followed suit, and together they set off to retrieve the ginseng fruit tree. After assisting Dao friend Zhang Yuanzi in relocating the ginseng fruit tree, I shall present you with an opportunity. With Nuwa so agreeable, Lin Yi intended to bestow upon her the script of the demon language. The demon script was created by Kuan Pong, and due to this matter, Kuan Pong rightfully assumed the title of Demon Master. Yet, Lin Yi harbored a distaste for Kuan Pong, deeming him cunning. Thus, the merit of the demon script would rightfully belong to Nuwa. Is it truly so generous? Upon hearing that Lin Yi would grant her merit, Nuwa's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a youthful maiden. Ancestor of humanity, what about me? Zhang Yuanzi, too, sought merit and hastily inquired. Dao friend Zhang Yuanzi, after you bring the ginseng fruit tree, I shall bestow upon you the title of the ancestor of the human race's earth veins, allowing you to partake in the fortune of humanity. Furthermore, allow me to offer you a hint. The current land of the Honghuang is all transformed from Pangu. Since it is a body, does it not possess meridians? By integrating with the martial Tao I have created, you can treat the land as a primordial Tao body, unblocking the earth veins, coupled with the fortune of the human race. Do you not think there is merit to be earned? And might you not attain sainthood? With a smile, Lin Yi encouraged Zhang Yuanzi to ponder this. See, ancestor of humanity, from this day forth, I, Zhang Yuanzi, shall be one with the human race, willing to share in their fortunes and misfortunes, never to falter. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Yuanzi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let us first examine your land deed. This time, assisting me in finding Jinao Island shall also yield merit. Having decided to offer rewards, Lin Yi naturally aimed to make it worthwhile, allowing Zhang Yuanzi to fully appreciate the opportunity. So much merit. As he sensed the land deed, Zhang Yuanzi stumbled, nearly falling. Merit was a treasure in the Honghuang. Regrettably, Zhang Yuanzi had seldom encountered it. Seeing such a bounty now, how could he not be thrilled? Let us hasten. we must first move the ginseng fruit tree. Nuwa sensed that Lin Yi's opportunity was extraordinary. Should it be successfully completed, a delightful surprise awaited her. According to the records of the journey to the West Calamity, Jin Yuanzi's Taoist temple was at Wuzhuang Temple. However, in the current Hongwang, it was merely a mountain. Due to Zhan Yuanzi's efforts in unblocking the earth veins, it had formed a great formation, enveloping the ginseng fruit within. Ancestor of humanity, Nuwa, please wait a moment. I shall extract the ginseng fruit. Upon returning to his Taoist temple, Jin Yuanzi eagerly prepared to uproot the ginseng fruit. Not so fast. Let us first attempt to move the entire mountain. Dao friend Jin Yuanzi, first sever the earth veins and dismantle the formation. Lady Nuwa, with your quasi-saint realm, moving a mountain should pose no challenge. I possess a treasure that can transport the entire mountain. With the land deed in Zhan Yuanzi's possession, he could seamlessly integrate the entire mountain to Jinao Island, which would be splendid. Is that truly possible? Communicating with the land deed, Zhan Yuanzi began to operate. Severing the earth veins one by one, the earth veins were cut. The ginseng fruit tree visibly withered, its fruits dropping one by one. Caught by Lin Yi, Lady Nuwa, it is now your turn. After 3 days and nights, once all the earth veins had been severed, Jin Yuanzi called out to Nuwa, I am here. Channeling her quasi-saint power, Nuwa enveloped the entire mountain, lifting it with ease, attention. As Lin Yi opened the chaos pearl, he instructed Nuwa to hand it over to him. Drink. The moment Lin Yi opened the chaos pearl, Nuwa let out a resounding shout and cast the entire mountain housing the ginseng fruit into the chaos pearl, thereby accomplishing her task. What a remarkable partnership, where a man and a woman work together effortlessly. Taoist Jinyuan, please tidy up the ley lines, and then we shall set off. The mountain where Jinyuan resided was no ordinary place. If left unaddressed, it could easily generate karma, and it was best to avoid such entanglements. The human ancestor is truly ingenious. I have never heard of mountains being grafted before. A month later, the ginseng fruit was precisely grafted onto Golden Ao Island. As Lin Yi provided the nourishing soil, the ginseng tree continued to flourish, bearing 365 ginseng fruits once again. Jinyuan, heed my command. I, the human ancestor, hereby appoint you as the patriarch of the human clan's ley lines, responsible for overseeing our territories and enjoying the fortune of our people. After all was settled, Lin Yi stood in the void and conferred Jinyuan's title. This method was inspired by Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, who intentionally conferred titles to male and female immortals. As the human ancestor, Lin Yi could do the same, buzzing. As Lin Yi's words resonated, endless chains of cause and effect encircled Jinyuan, and the power of fortune emerged. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully attracting Jinyuan and obtaining a primordial spiritual root, triggering a 10,000-fold crit, rewarding you with a primordial spiritual root of Xinqing. The Xinqing had already been planted on Golden Ao Island, coexisting with Huang Zhongli and the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Wait a moment, wasn't it a 10,000-fold crit? Shouldn't you grant me 10,000 ginseng fruits instead of just one Xinqing? Isn't that rather stingy? The Xinqing, originating from the Yuzhu Cave in the Zhongnan Mountains, belonged to the golden immortal Young Kunzi, and bore only 2 fruits in its lifetime. During the Fengshen calamity, it was consumed by Lei Junzi, transforming into wings of wind and thunder, allowing Lei Junzi to evade the list and ascend to divinity. The item is certainly valuable, yet the yield is too meager. Lin Yi felt it was a loss. If only it were the Ren water peaches instead. Human ancestor, the matters concerning Jinyuan have concluded. Shouldn't you enlighten me about the opportunities that await? The system did not respond to Lin Yi, and Nuwa spoke up first. P.S. Dear brothers and sisters, we have finally reached 1 million words. We are currently in the book's recommendation phase, so please give a free power-up. The humble author wishes to earn a chicken leg. With tearful eyes. Chapter 24. Nuwa creates demonic script. Lin Yi indulged in seafood. Having tasted the benefits of merit for some time, Nuwa felt an unsettling restlessness throughout her being. Nuwa, please accompany me to meet someone. Taking Nuwa along, Lin Yi went directly to meet Songjia. Songjia had been diligently creating characters, and they were now mature enough to begin circulating among the human race. Once the timing was right, Lin Yi would also introduce papermaking and printing techniques. Although Lin Yi was unaware of the finer details, he understood the general concept, but that was sufficient. He would provide the ideas, allowing the descendants to handle the specifics. Otherwise, what purpose would their existence serve? Upon observing the characters, Nuwa felt a sense of profundity and pondered. Now that our human race has written language, do you not think the demon race requires it as well? Once you create the script for the demon race, merit shall follow, no? With a sly smile, Lin Yi encouraged Nuwa to contemplate further. Indeed, why did I not think of that? Nuwa suddenly realized and promptly sought Sangjia's guidance. Dear Sangjia, may I inquire about your methods? Your beauty overwhelms me, Nuwa. The creation of characters was a request from the human ancestor, and the process is quite simple. Sangjia, taken aback by Nuwa's presence, hurriedly explained the process of character creation. I see. Then let us collaborate to create the script for the demon race in pursuit of merit. Nuwa immediately decided to stay and began working on the demonic script.as for Lin Yi. He naturally made his way to visit Ao Qing. Due to matters concerning Hong Yun, Lin Yi had delayed and missed a dragon service. Now he needed to make amends. Brother, what does the human ancestor mean? It has been over 100 years, and he still has not returned. Is he planning to imprison us? Jufeng, Ao Qing, gazed outside, feeling a surge of frustration. She had come to discuss significant matters with Lin Yi, only to find herself drinking monkey wine, which caused her cultivation to inadvertently leap from the pinnacle of Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal, wasting a considerable amount of time. The most vexing part was upon awakening. Lin Yi had vanished, and they had waited for several hundred years. Ao Qing found herself at a loss for words. Sister, do not fret. The human ancestor likely left upon witnessing our breakthroughs. He should return soon. Aoja reassured her. For cultivators, several hundred years was but a fleeting moment, and patience was required. It is not merely a matter of time. You know Che's temperament. If we do not return soon, she will undoubtedly grow anxious, perhaps even report to Father Emperor. If Father Emperor comes to cause trouble, it would be a misunderstanding, yes? While a few hundred years might not concern Ao Qing, if Ao Che were to act recklessly, would that not offend Lin Yi? What then? After Lin Yi's departure, a great formation was employed to confine them and prevent them from pilfering monkey wine, leaving Aoja unable to leave at all. It seems we can only wait. Attempting to break the formation, Ao Qing discovered it was futile and could only sit cross-legged and continue her cultivation. My apologies, everyone. I was caught up in some trivial matters and lost track of time. Just as Ao Qing and Aoja had settled into silence, Lin Yi arrived, raising his hand to dispel the formation. Human ancestor, please hurry and return us. Calculating the time, the teachings at Zhixiao Palace have concluded, and the Dragon Emperor may have already returned. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Ao Qing was filled with excitement and dashed forward. Wow, you guessed correctly. Lin Yi swiftly embraced Ao Qing at the waist and seized Aoja by the neck, hastening toward the outer realms of Golden Ao Island. Outside Golden Ao Island, the Dragon Emperor, flanked by a group of azure dragons, exuded an oppressive aura, evidently on the brink of fury. Father, my sister and older brother have been here for nearly 2,000 years without a word. Ao Che pointed at Golden Ao Island, her face flushed with anxiety. The current status of the dragon clan was precarious. Powerful primordial beings were covertly hunting dragons for consumption. However, all parties exercised restraint, targeting only the lesser dragon forms and leaving the true dragons unscathed. Unlike Aoja and Ao Qing, whose bloodlines were pure and represented true dragons, they were perilously close to breaching the dragon clan's taboos. In Ao Che's eyes, Aoja and Ao Qing had surely been devoured by the human ancestor. The mere thought of her sister and brother being turned to waste filled her with distress. Prepare for a collective assault. Upon reaching Golden Ao Island, the Dragon Emperor gestured for the dragons to ready themselves. Wait, do not attack. Ao Che had been closely observing Golden Ao Island and distinctly saw three figures emerging from the mist. One of which resembled Ao Qing. It is the Crown Princess. Lin Yi moved swiftly, appearing before the Dragon Emperor in mere breaths. If I am not mistaken, you are the Dragon Emperor. Yes, I, the human ancestor Lin Yi. Pay my respects to you, esteemed father-in-law. With a flick of his hand, Lin Yi tossed Aoja forward while wrapping his arm around Ao Qing, greeting the Dragon Emperor. What? Upon hearing Lin Yi address him as father-in-law, the Dragon Emperor was momentarily dumbfounded. eager to grasp the situation. His gaze swept over Ao Qing, and the realization dawned upon him. Indeed, one cannot keep their daughter in the fold forever. You speak nonsense. When did I ever agree to marry you? Ao Qing, her face flushed crimson, pushed Linny away in haste, eager to clarify. By the heavens, our marriage has been discussed with your elder brother. You and your sister shall marry me, and I will assist in alleviating your karma. Once the Dragon Emperor returns, we shall wed in a way. You intend to trick me into marriage? Very well. I shall help you break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. And I shall also assist your brother in advancing to the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Do you not recognize my intentions? Stepping forward, Lin Yi unleashed his martial will, supported by his formation. His combat prowess was terrifying, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, even startling the Dragon Emperor. I did not. At this moment, Aoja was rendered speechless. During their last meeting, Lin Yi had bested him, and he had never agreed to any marriage conditions. Did you not? Then why did you bring your sister to seek me out? You have held her hand and embraced her. Do you wish to deny it? Aoja, I grant you the opportunity to reorganize your words for the Dragon Emperor to decide. Lin Yi feigned anger, casting a glance at the Dragon Emperor, inviting him to adjudicate. Brother, how could you behave in such a manner? Ao Che glared at Aoja, clearly bewildered. Though the Dragon clan had fallen from grace, unity was essential. Aoja's betrayal of his sister was incomprehensible. Human Ancestor, please cease your antics and clarify matters for us. Aoja felt he was nearing social death, blaming Lin Yi for his recklessness. Human Ancestor, can you truly assist us in alleviating our karma? The Dragon Emperor clasped his fists toward Lin Yi. Awaiting confirmation, he was no fool. He understood that this was a deliberate arrangement by Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi appeared to be creating chaos, he was actually showcasing his worth, intending to convey to the Dragon Emperor. I, Lin Yi, have my sights set on your daughter. If we unite, we can resolve your karma issues. For the Dragon Clan, resolving karma was paramount. Without it, they could not rise again. During the Fengshen calamity, Kang Xian had also emerged, hoping to alleviate karma with the help of the human race, illustrating the oppressive nature of karma on the three clans. Dragon Emperor, would you care to discuss this matter further? Lin Yi gestured invitingly for the Dragon Emperor to enter Golden Ao Island for a conversation. Dragon Emperor. Noticing the Dragon Emperor's growing interest, a nearby demon turtle hastily intervened. He could sense that Golden Ao Island was extraordinary. Should the Dragon Emperor enter, he might never emerge again. Aoja, you take everyone back. Ao Qing and Ao Che, you shall accompany me. Casting a glance back at Ao Zhe, the Dragon Emperor instructed him to return with his kin. This arrangement by the Dragon Emperor bore an element of gamble. Should Lin Yi manage to deal with him, he would consider it unfortunate, but if anything were to go awry, Ao Zhe could preside over the East Sea. However, if the issue of karma were truly resolved, the East Sea would prosper immensely. If the Dragon Emperor harbored any doubts, I could accompany you to the East Sea. Observing the tension in the East Sea, Lin Yi shook his head eyeing the struggle for supremacy among the three clans. The Dragon Clan was terrifying, especially during the late Dragon Han period when they stood resilient against the joint forces of the Shi Qilin and Yuan Feng clans, displaying unparalleled dominance. Yet, in the era of the Witch and the Lich, they appeared so timid. No need, let us proceed as the Ancestor of humanity wishes. Signaling to Ao Qing and Ao Che to follow, the Dragon Emperor led the way out. This time, Lin Yi arranged for the Dragon Emperor to stay in the Ancestral Hall of Humanity, where there would be ample monkey wine and ginseng fruits to enjoy. Furthermore, Jin Yuanzi, Nuwa, and Fushi personally accompanied him, causing the Dragon Emperor to feel as nervous as a child on him. Why, esteemed father-in-law, you are well aware of the predicament of your Dragon Clan. While I am powerless to assist the entirety of your lineage, aiding you in the East Sea is certainly within my capabilities. My plan is thus. We shall unite in marriage, officially forming an alliance between the human race and the East Sea, standing together in both prosperity and adversity. Once I have offspring with the two young ladies, I shall bestow upon them the dragon surname, thereby strengthening our bond. Additionally, I will ensure that the two young ladies assume the positions of the four symbols within the human race. allowing them to partake in the fortune and merits of our lineage. Assessing Qing and Che, Lin Yi directly laid out his conditions. Is it truly that simple? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the Dragon Emperor felt incredulous. With Niuhua, Jin Yuanzi, and Fuxi firmly supporting the human race, coupled with Lin Yi's formidable strength, the alliance appeared overwhelmingly advantageous. The Dragon Emperor could hardly believe his fortune, as if a pie had fallen from the heavens. Yet he was aware that such an alliance would not come without obligations. After the alliance, you must ensure the prosperity and stability of the human race, bringing forth rain and clouds as needed. This endeavor would also benefit you, granting you fortune and merits, thus alleviating your karmic burdens. During the Witch and Lich era, the human race had yet to become the principal force, rendering certain issues less apparent. However, once the public shattered the Unzu Mountain, the human race would need to be vigilant regarding the weather to survive. Thus, it is imperative to establish a foothold for the Dragon Clan in advance. Lin Yi sought to engage with Qing and Che not merely for companionship but to acquire their divine powers, ensuring that the human race could stand independently without reliance on the Dragon Clan. Very well, I consent. Henceforth, the human race and the East Sea shall be united in marriage, mutually watching over and assisting one another, never to betray. Grasping the significance of the Dragon Clan's role, the Dragon Emperor was immensely satisfied and promptly agreed to the union. Excellent! Here is my betrothal gift. There is no better day than today. Let me wed the two young ladies, Qing and Che, at once. Plucking the last Huang Zhongli, Lin Yi presented it directly to the Dragon Emperor. For a clan as diminished as the Dragon Clan, a single Huang Zhongli could already be considered a significant offering, a grand gesture for the EC. The Huang Zhongli, the fruit bore the unmistakable name of Huangzhong. Causing the Dragon Emperor to be taken aback, I cannot agree. The moment the Dragon Emperor reached for the fruit, Aoche vehemently objected, refusing outright. Chapter 25. Wishes fulfilled, 10 sons born this time. Aoche had come expecting justice, only to find herself sold off after a few cups of wine. How could she possibly accept this? In Aoche's view, the one who would marry her must be someone she cherished. Lin Yi's domineering attitude and shamelessness were intolerable. Sister, we share a deep connection. Does it truly matter whether you marry or not? Grasping Aoche's hand, Aoqing earnestly urged her to join in the marriage. Born from the same egg, their hearts were in sync, and they empathized with one another. Aoqing marrying Lin Yi, while Aoche's decision seemed inconsequential. Humph, if you wish to marry, then do so. I shall not. With a cold snort, Aoche turned and fled, weeping profusely. She felt that the Dragon Emperor lacked ambition, appearing like a mere insect before Lin Yi, bringing her immense embarrassment. Aoche resolved to train diligently. Awaiting the day her strength surpassed Lin Yi's, when she would exact her revenge and force him to kneel in submission. Ancestor, I beg your pardon. This is my fault. We have spoiled Aoche too much. After Aoche departed, the Dragon Emperor trembled with trepidation. The ancestor of humanity could have easily taken action but chose to form an alliance instead. The Dragon Emperor must not take this lightly. That is of no concern. Is it not Aoqing who intends to marry? To Lin Yi, whether he dined on 1 or 2 seafood dishes mattered little. Instead of overindulging at once, it was wiser to partake in smaller portions more frequently. Aoqing, from this moment forth, you shall be the Tao companion of the ancestor of humanity. It would not tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Clan. Lin Yi remained indifferent, while the Dragon Emperor was overjoyed and immediately insisted that Aoqing stay. Farewell, my esteemed father-in-law. After striving for over 10 millennia, Lin Yi felt the weight of his struggles lift as he finally prepared to marry. Having finally secured a bride, Lin Yi vowed to cherish her dearly. Aspiring to father 10 sons thereafter, Aoqing accepted her fate. Regarding Lin Yi, she felt quite satisfied, willing to remain for the sake of the Dragon Clan. Aoqing, come, let me show you a great treasure. After sending off the Dragon Emperor, Lin Yi took Aoqing's hand and led her to view the magical artifacts. In the following days, Lin Yi's life slowed down, with only one task at hand: to bequeath abundant blessings through progeny. Aoqing, too, was determined, and within a month, she successfully conceived Lin Yi's child. However, due to the Dragon Clan's unique constitution, it would take thousands of years for the child to be born. Ancestor, come out. After Ao Qing's conception, Ao Che arrived, howling in fury outside Jin Ao Island. Oh, Ao Che, what brings you here? Lin Yi gazed at Ao Che, suppressing a chuckle. Ao Che, having been born from the same egg as Ao Qing, you must be feeling quite conflicted during this time, yes? Lin Yi, you are a scoundrel. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yi, Ao Che roared, her rage palpable, as if she wished to slay him. Don't think you would notice. Clever little girl. The more furious Ao Che became, the more Lin Yi found it amusing, continuing to tease her. I offer you a chance. Go to the East Sea and propose, urging the Dragon Emperor to bestow me upon you. Listen well, I have a younger brother who is currently only at the Golden Immortal level. I require a Huang Zhongli for him. Additionally, I have many siblings, each deserving a ginseng fruit. Your monkey wine is not bad either. I want half of your entire stock for my father, and I will consider the rest later. Pointing at Lin Yi, Ao Che demanded he prepare the betrothal gifts. Is this your own desire? Or the Dragon Emperor's? Initially, Lin Yi had been in good spirits, but upon hearing Ao Che's demands, his mood soured instantly. Given Lin Yi's current standing, marrying into the Dragon Clan would be a gesture of respect. If the Dragon Emperor were to overreach, Lin Yi would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Naturally, it is my own desire, as a princess of the East Sea, if you wish to marry me. You must offer something in return. Besides, is the human race not wealthy? What are these items worth? Even if you cannot procure them, is there not Lady Nuwa to assist? Surely, pooling resources should not be a problem. Ancestor, you should be grateful. I haven't even mentioned magical artifacts yet. I still require a piece of innate spiritual treasure. It would be inappropriate for me to marry without it. The mention of magical artifacts caused Ao Che's eyes to widen. As she pressed Lin Yi for such treasures, Ao Che, while your appearance may not be pleasing, your demands are rather lofty. Listen carefully, begone. With a surge of martial will, Lin Yi bellowed, casting Ao Che back towards the East Sea. Lin Yi found it amusing, pondering who the fool was that nurtured such a character. Only he could manage such a feat. Had it been another Deluo Golden Immortal, they would have been dispatched with a mere flick of the wrist. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have successfully created the Demon Clan script. From this day forth, the Demon script would belong to the Demon Clan, chronicling their civilization. With the assistance of Tsang Jia, Nuwa had successfully created the Demon script, announcing its birth to the world. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled violently, purple energy unfurling for 3,000 miles, as boundless merits descended, absorbed by Nuwa and Tsang Jia. Congratulations, Dao friend Nuwa, Jin Yuanzi. While refining the earth's veins, was overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing Nuwa's acquisition of merits. Jin Yuanzi resolved to work diligently from that moment forward, striving to clear the earth's veins and give rise to more grand formations. How could the merits from the demon script surpass that of the human script by such a margin? Is it due to quantity or strength? Contemplating the merits, Lin Yi was taken aback. When Tsang Jia had created the script, he too had received merits, but they were far inferior to those of Nuwa. This revelation was unexpected. Ancestor, I shall visit the Demon Clan to impart the demon script. Gathering her merits, Nuwa promptly sought Lin Yi's farewell, intending to disseminate the demon script widely. Lady Nuwa, return swiftly. Upon your return, I shall bestow upon you another opportunity. As Nuwa departed, Lin Yi's mind began to whirl with schemes. Having already married a dragon, Lin Yi awaited the arrival of their child, poised to complete his grand ambitions. He remained preoccupied with thoughts of Chang Shi, Shi He, and Yi Huang. Should he delay, and they were to marry Di Jun, he would suffer a great loss. This marriage, with Nuwa as the matchmaker, would solidify the heavenly union. Now that Nuwa was on his side, the saying goes, the fertile water does not flow to outsiders' fields. With his advantageous position, Lin Yi was determined not to let this opportunity pass. Another opportunity awaits. Grant me 1,000 years, and I will be ready. 300 years will suffice. With a burst of speed, Nuwa departed at once. The emergence of the demon script was a stroke of fortune, and Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. This was his chance. He had already made headway, but due to the multitude of tasks at hand, he had allowed Nuwa to seize the initiative, Curse it, this was my chance. Nuwa proclaimed to the vast wilderness, and the demon clan rejoiced, save for Kuenpeng, whose visage was one of ferocity. He had long been preparing the script of the demon tribe. Yet due to the multitude of matters at hand, he had set it aside, unaware that Nuwa would seize the initiative. Were the three pure ones present, they would undoubtedly empathize and offer solace to Kuenpeng. For such occurrences become easier with familiarity. Lu Er, prepare for departure. We shall seek out Duobao. Once the tasks at hand were completed, Lin Yi remembered Duobao, whose lineage in Buddhism still required disciples for both the present and future Buddhas. Furthermore, Lin Yi intended to pay a visit to the witch clan. Due to Lin Yi's influence, the tides of the wilderness had shifted, and alterations were likely. Lin Yi's journey to the witch clan was primarily to impart a lesson to the three pure ones, compelling them to recognize their own folly. By taking Hong Jun as their master, they had effectively acknowledged a thief as their father. They, being incarnations of Pengu's soul, displayed a lack of reverence for Pengu, yet chose to follow Hong Jun's celestial path, a most disgraceful act. Di Jun and Kuenping also represented variables. According to the prevailing trends of the wilderness, Hong Yun ought to perish, and Di Jun and Kuenpeng would ultimately be bereft of the primordial purple energy, facing demise alongside the witch clan in due course. Presently, it appeared that the demon clan was overpowering the witch clan, and Lin Yi intended to lend a hand to the ancestral witches. Additionally, Lin Yi sought to acquire some magical artifacts from the witch clan. Lacking primordial spirits, the witch clan could not wield magical artifacts, and most treasures left by the Mount of Infinite were discarded as refuse in the Pango Hall. Lin Yi resolved to deceive a few into his possession. The rescue of Hong Yun from the icy sea of the North Pole had revealed to Lin Yi the immense value of magical artifacts. He yearned to secure the celestial measuring ruler. This ruler, a condensation of the profound merits of the primordial chaos and the essence of the universe, was a postnatal treasure of immense destructive power, capable of killing without incurring karmic retribution, a truly splendid artifact. Master, there is no need to search elsewhere. The mouse Duobao resides on Golden Turtle Island. This rascal had arrived a few days prior, having evaded numerous formidable formations, and was now making his way toward the core. What a bold little creature, Lin Yi mused. He quickly located Duobao, who, though diminutive, radiated a lustrous aura of jewels, indicating his considerable wealth. Unlike other mice, Duobao was entirely white, possessing a small pouch on his belly, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Surely, he must possess the fabled innate spiritual roots. If found, it would be perfect. However, caution was paramount, as the formations here were exceedingly formidable, and discovery must be avoided at all costs. Upon reaching the area of the formation's prohibitions, Duobao immediately began to dig, seeking to evade the array. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi observed his every move, awaiting his performance to see how many prohibitions he could navigate. Lin Yi grinned wickedly, keen to witness Duobao's expression when he realized that his impressive skills had led him into a trap. Why have you ceased moving? Is the formation too challenging? Allow me to alleviate some of the difficulty for you. After an hour, Lin Yi noticed that Duobao had come to a standstill. This mouse possessed only the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, and against the five elements grand formation, he was naturally incapable of proceeding. At this juncture, Lin Yi reduced the difficulty to ensure that Duobao could gain entry. I initially thought you to be exceedingly foolish, unaware of the subterranean care. It seems, however, that the grand formation here is no trifling matter. Reaching into his robes, Duobao produced a small magical artifact resembling a needle, adorned with spirals, with a swift motion. The needle expanded in the wind, beginning to spin rapidly in the air. Strangely, upon encountering the needle, the grand formation quickly fell silent. Within mere breaths, it had been pierced by the needle, creating an opening just large enough for Duobao to enter. Truly, Duobao is remarkable. The array of magical artifacts he possesses is impressive. This particular artifact is evidently fated to be mine. Lin Yi observed Duobao navigating the formation, his eyes widened in astonishment, recognizing that this artifact was indeed extraordinary. If Lin Yi remained unaware, it would be one thing. However, now that he comprehended its value, he was determined to possess it. After all, Was it not merely a needle? Heh, how could such a trivial formation possibly impede Duobao? Having traversed the prohibitions, Duobao felt a sense of pride, believing it to be simple. Chapter 26. The grief of Duobao and the thousand-fold critical strike thus. Duobao continued forward, breaching layer after layer of prohibitions, swiftly arriving at the core area. Upon entering the core, Jin Yuanzi immediately detected Duobao and was preparing to act, but Lin Yi promptly intervened with a signal to halt. Ah, so this is how you arrived here. Upon hearing Lin Yi's transmission, Jin Yuanzi quickly grasped the situation and joined him in observation. Lu Er, keep a close watch. Should you encounter any magical artifacts that catch your fancy, inform me, and I shall procure them for you. With a wave of his hand, the grand formation began to shift, and Duobao felt himself sink, descending towards the ground. Ha! At this moment, Duobao restored his innate Dao body, and with a thought, summoned a rod. Though it appeared rather ordinary, it could be freely retracted. Utilizing this rod, Duobao swiftly escaped the formation. Master, the rod in Duobao's possession resonates with me. Upon seeing the rod, Lu Er exclaimed, sensing a call between them. If my intuition serves me correctly, this rod is the legendary Heart's Desire Iron Staff. With a snap of his fingers, the formation shifted once more, and Duobao felt his hands lighten as the rod vanished from his grasp. My rod! He cried out in despair, once again producing a magical artifact. This time, it was a rope that could be manipulated at will, akin to the Heart's Desire Iron Staff, allowing Duobao to evade the grand formation repeatedly, ensuring his safety. Could this rope be the binding, immortal rope? Regardless of its identity, it shall serve to restrain Sunday manipulating the five elements flag. Lin Yi swiftly appropriated the rope. Having accepted these disciples, Lin Yi felt a twinge of guilt for not bestowing magical artifacts upon them. Now that Duobao had appeared, he possessed a plethora of artifacts ripe for deception. Cursed be this place. How dare it seize one's magical artifacts? Enraged by the loss of 2 artifacts, Duobao retaliated by producing 3 more, a fan, a pearl, and a small tower. The fan was remarkable, boasting 7 colors that corresponded with 7 feathers, wielding terrifying power. The pearl was also extraordinary, embodying both yin and yang, capable of harnessing 2 forces simultaneously. The small tower, while nameless, was undoubtedly formidable. Lin Yi's multiple attacks were thwarted by its defenses. You are no longer Duobao. You ought to be called Gifted Treasure. The 7-colored fan was designated for Manjushri, the pearl for Samantabhadra, and the tower for Zihong. Alas, having many disciples brings its own troubles. I still lack Yu Ding and Huang Long. Duobao, press on. Without hesitation, Lin Yi summoned the 5 elements flag, seizing the 3 magical artifacts and assigning them new masters. Upon acquiring the artifacts, Lin Yi inspected them and discovered that Duobao had not fully refined them, thus rendering their maximum potential untapped. If unleashed in their entirety, Lin Yi would undoubtedly face considerable challenges. Magical artifacts were categorized into postnatal spiritual treasures, postnatal supreme treasures, innate spiritual treasures, innate supreme treasures, chaotic spiritual treasures, and chaotic supreme treasures, each divided into 4 tiers: inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional. Furthermore, there existed merit spiritual treasures and merit supreme treasures, whose classification was less definitive. Those of lesser quality could only rival postnatal spiritual treasures, while those of superior quality could contend with innate supreme treasures. The artifacts provided by Duobao were all postnatal spiritual treasures. The finest among them, the small tower, was classified as exceptional, while the least impressive, the rope, was merely a middle-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. I cannot continue. Kill me now. After losing several artifacts, Duobao lamented, his heart heavy with anguish. However, upon witnessing the emergence of stone spikes within the grand formation, he was compelled to relinquish another artifact. This item, a golden hoop, was entirely golden, resembling craftsmanship of the finest gold, adorned with intricate patterns that imparted a sense of weightiness. As the stone spikes approached, Duobao willed the golden hoop to multiply, instantly blocking all incoming attacks. Regrettably, Duobao, being only a Tai golden immortal in the early stage, was soon overwhelmed by Lin Yi, a great Luo expert, and the golden hoop was wrested from him. Ah, I cannot go on. With the golden hoop seized, Duobao's spirit shattered, and he hastily produced a seal and a bell, shaking them wildly. This seal was formidable. When casually struck, the ground would fracture, but thanks to the protective barrier of the five elements flag, no harm befell them. The bell, though small, possessed the ability to ensnare souls. Even Lin Yi, with his strength, found himself momentarily dazed. Just how many treasures does this mouse possess? In such a short time, he has produced nearly 10 postnatal spiritual treasures. For every artifact Duobao conjured, Lin Yi would claim one, continuing until Duobao could summon no more, at which point he entered the array to rescue him. Prior to rescuing Duobao, Lin Yi altered his appearance, adopting the guise of Tong Tian. According to the trends of the wilderness, Duobao was a disciple of Tong Tian. By transforming into his likeness, Lin Yi aimed to tarnish Tong Tian's reputation and sever their master-disciple bond. In truth, Lin Yi harbored no affection for Duobao, viewing him as a potential target for exploitation. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, Senior. Upon exiting the Grand Formation, Duobao collapsed to the ground, feeling more miserable than if he had been cuckolded. How naive! This place is so perilous that even I would not dare to venture. And yet, you, a mere Tai golden immortal, sought to enter. Lin Yi feigned anger, hoping to extract another artifact from Duobao. Senior, I was indeed drawn here by the aura. I am certain that treasures lie within. Perhaps even the legendary innate spiritual roots. Alas, the formation proved too formidable. And I have lost so many artifacts. Duobao lamented the lost artifacts. Tears streamed down his cheeks, his heart aching with sorrow. You possess such wealth, my friend? Do you happen to have artifacts of superior quality? If you grant me one, I shall share the treasures within the Grand Formation equally with you. Feigning a look of horror, Lin Yi demanded the treasured artifact from Duobao, expressing his willingness to brave the array. Are you certain? Duobao stared at Lin Yi, unable to suppress his skepticism. He possessed another artifact, a divine blade, an innate spiritual treasure, which he had been unable to refine due to his insufficient strength, rendering it unusable. However, if he were to entrust it to Lin Yi, it might indeed find use. Yet, Duobao harbored doubts. What if Lin Yi took the artifact and failed to return it? What would he do then? Fool, what can you do if I deceive you? Your eyes reveal that you possess more treasures. Hand them over, or face death. Lin Yi, in his current state, was indifferent to his image and focused solely on outsmarting Duobao. Pointing a finger at Lin Yi, Duobao ultimately relented, surrendering the divine blade. Wait here. Should you truly acquire treasures from within, I shall share some with you. Accepting the divine blade, Lin Yi gestured for Duobao to wait before turning and stepping into the grand array. Upon entering the array, Lin Yi immediately sought to stage a confrontation with Zhang Yuanzi. The two unleashed their powers, clashing within the array. Zhang Yuanzi, formidable in his own right, surprisingly matched Lin Yi's prowess. Had it not been for Lin Yi harnessing 1/5 of the human race's combat strength, he would have been unable to overcome Zhang Yuanzi. I shall remember this grudge, Tong Tian. Once I break through to Quasi-Saint, I will return to challenge the arrayed, as the act faltered. Zhang Yuanzi transformed into an afterimage and darted past Duobao, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Just as Zhang Yuanzi's figure vanished, Lin Yi approached, scrutinizing Duobao without uttering a word. Please spare my life, esteemed senior. I was merely passing through. Kneeling on the ground, Duobao trembled, hastily begging for mercy. Are you in league with him? Almost unable to contain his laughter, Lin Yi clenched his fists, his body shaking with suppressed mirth. It's not that I don't recognize him. I have no relation to him. Lin Yi stifled his laughter, causing Duobao to believe he had provoked Lin Yi's ire, rendering his speech incoherent. In that moment, Duobao felt immense regret. Had he known this would transpire, he would not have come. The figure before him was not one to be trifled with. And neither was Tongtian. It is important to note that the Sanqing comprises 3 beings. Tongtian is merely the upper pure, alongside Taiping and Yuqing, whose power far exceeds that of Tongtian. How could Duobao afford to offend them? Indeed, still a treasure-seeking mouse, Hor, Would you care to take me as your master? Pretending to be astonished, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to recruit a disciple. What? I am willing. Disciple is eager to bow before you. Master Dian Duo Bao's eyes. He believed he was doomed today. Yet little did he know that such an opportunity awaited him, hastily agreeing to the proposition. Excellent. I shall be the ancestor of humanity, since you are my disciple. I hereby appoint you as the rat of the 12 zodiac, Z among the earthly branches. You shall be the Rat, as my disciple. You shall enjoy the fortune of the human race. Remember to cultivate diligently and not to betray the trust one place in you. Duo Bao possessed a rebellious nature, necessitating the binding of causality. With the human race's staggering numbers, once he entered their ranks, he could hardly expect to depart easily. This was Lin Yi's confidence. As the human race grew stronger, the chances of betrayal from individuals like Duo Bao diminished significantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully taking Duo Bao as your disciple, extracting numerous treasures, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. 8 pieces of postnatal spiritual treasures upgrade to innate spiritual treasures. While the innate treasures elevate one-tiered, the moment Duo Bao pledged fealty, a 10,000-fold critical hit was triggered, and the rewards manifested. What a stroke of luck! I had intended to use the creation Shinkuan cauldron to revert postnatal to innate. Yet the system has preemptively resolved this significant predicament. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yi promptly focused his martial will to investigate. Within the Chaos Pearl, 8 artifacts radiated brilliance, revealing their source power. Under the enhancement of this source power, 7 postnatal spiritual treasures immediately transformed into low-grade innate spiritual treasures. Master, previously, during my incursion into the array, 8 artifacts were seized by the Grand Formation. Could I implore you to assist me in retrieving them? Kneeling on the ground, Duo Bao cautiously lifted his head after Lin Yi remained silent for some time, pleading for Lin Yi's help in reclaiming the treasures. They have already been taken by Tongtian. Hoer, cultivate well. Once your strength surpasses that of Tongtian, give him a good thrashing and reclaim your treasures. All 6 artifacts had been upgraded to innate status, undergoing various changes in appearance and aura. How could Lin Yi possibly produce them? Yes, disciple understands. Bowing his head, Duo Bao harbored a deep-seated hatred for Tongtian, vowing to train diligently and exact retribution upon him. What is going on? Who is keeping an eye on me? At Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian, immersed in seclusion, sneezed unexpectedly, feeling an inexplicable chill down his back, his entire being tensed to the utmost. His first instinct was that Hong Jun intended to take action against him, displeased with his progress in sword cultivation. Alas, struggling is futile. I shall entrust my true spirit to the Tao of Heaven. With a sigh, Tongtian, resigned, could only place his true spirit in the hands of fate. Tongtian felt uncomfortable. He genuinely adored swords, his passion for them unparalleled. Yet, he could not remain aloof. Not only would Hong Jun not spare him, but tensions could also arise among brothers, forcing him to yield. This is troubling. An inexplicable causality has manifested upon me. But why? The moment Tongtian's true spirit was entrusted to the Tao of Heaven, an invisible causality latched onto Duo Bao, causing his primordial spirit to tremble violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, as if a massive stone had been placed upon his heart. Chapter 27. Emperor Jun establishes the demon court. Ancestral witches seek the ancestral humanity. At this moment, Duo Bao resembled a stranded fish. Unable to breathe, his eyes bloodshot and filled with terror. Is it karmic retribution? Observing Duo Bao, Lin Yi pondered, seeking to uncover the cause. Duo Bao, if you wish to preserve your life, present all your treasures. The human race can utilize your artifacts to alleviate your karmic burden. Otherwise, you are as good as dead. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Yi, leading him to contemplate another approach, dividing the treasures. If Hong Jun could distribute treasures and gain boundless merit, could Duo Bao not do the same? Excellent. With a flick of his hand, dozens of postnatal spiritual treasures and 3 innate spiritual treasures were cast forth by Duo Bao. He yearned to hoard them, yet his primordial spirit quivered, retribution pressing down upon him. He desired to live. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 49 postnatal spiritual treasures and 3 innate spiritual treasures, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. All postnatal treasures upgrade to innate, and 3 low-grade innate treasures elevate to mid-grade. The instant Lin Yi gathered the artifacts into the Chaos Pearl, the system's voice chimed in. Wait for me a moment. I shall distribute the treasures to you shortly. Die in a flash. Lin Yi appeared beside Sihong and the others, my dear disciples. Over this period, I have been preoccupied with affairs of the human race and neglected to provide you with treasures. Today, I have the time to bestow them upon you. 6-Ear Macaque. As the eldest disciple, this artifact is the Heart's Desire Iron Rod, a low-grade innate treasure. From this moment forward, it belongs to you. Sihong, this artifact is the 4 Symbols Tower of Martial Tao, a low-grade innate treasure. It is now yours. Wan Shu, this artifact is the 7 Birds Fan of Martial Tao, a low-grade innate treasure. It is now yours. Julu Sun, this artifact is the Binding Divine Rope of Martial Tao, a low-grade innate treasure. It is now yours. Puxian, this artifact is the Heaven and Earth Pearl of Martial Tao, a low-grade innate treasure. It is now yours. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi cast forth 5 artifacts, each designated for 6-Ear Macaque and his companions. Thank you, Master. As Lin Yi bestowed treasures, Sihong and the others widened their eyes in awe, swiftly kneeling in gratitude. Innate spiritual treasures are no trifling matter. Possessing such artifacts can amplify their combat capabilities manifold. It is crucial to note that during the Fengshen calamity, Neza, not long after his birth, effortlessly vanquished dragons using the Qinkuan Circle and the Red Sky Silk. How could Sihong and the others not be exhilarated? Among the crowd, Huang Long felt a tinge of disappointment, for Lin Yi had not mentioned his name. Upon reflection, it was only natural. Huang Long was but a steed, unworthy of receiving treasures. Huang Long, you are the mount of our ancestor. Your physique is robust. I shall bestow upon you the innate Martial Tao Girdle, a formidable artifact. Delve into its study. This scene was deliberately orchestrated by Lin Yi to amuse Huang Long, ensuring his unwavering loyalty. Thank you, Master. Holding the innate Martial Tao Girdle, Huang Long was unable to contain his delight. After years of merely knowing about the existence of treasures without ever obtaining one, now securing an innate supreme treasure felt akin to a mouse stumbling into a rice bin. Very well, you all must cultivate diligently. I am off to seek Yuding, with Duobao having provided dozens of treasures. And after the system's critical hit, the wealth was abundant. Yuding excelled in swordsmanship, and Lin Yi intended to guide him in the path of sword cultivation, aiming to elevate the art of the sword. Of course, prior to that, Lin Yi needed to distribute the numerous artifacts Duobao had offered. Swearin, Zi, Wachao, Songjia, heed my call. The firstborn of the 3,000 human race, each one a prodigy, found that even dozens of innate treasures were insufficient for distribution. With no other recourse, Lin Yi could only select the most powerful individuals. This course of action also served another purpose for Lin Yi, creating a model for others to aspire to, encouraging them to strive for excellence in their cultivation. Buzz. Just as Lin Yi began bestowing the treasures, Duobao obtained merit, albeit not in great quantity, yet still a measure of merit. With this merit aiding his cultivation, Duobao's karmic burdens swiftly dissolved, clearing away nearly 40%, allowing him to finally breathe easier. Duobao, I thank you for the life-saving grace, Master. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Duobao caught sight of Lin Yi approaching from a distance and immediately expressed his gratitude. Why is there only this little merit? Staring at Duobao, Lin Yi felt speechless. Having bestowed so many treasures, he had only garnered this meager amount of merit. Master, it is quite a substantial sum. This is my first experience with merit. While Lin Yi felt dissatisfied, Duobao was exceedingly pleased. Since his birth, Duobao had never acquired merit. This time, using merit to offset his karmic debt granted him a sense of guilty pleasure. Come, you shall accompany me to meet Yuding. I shall take this opportunity to impart wisdom to you all. Accompanied by Duobao, Lin Yi proceeded directly to Yuding to fulfill his mission of imparting teachings. While the vicinity of Jinao Island fell into a tranquil silence, the realm of Bihai Guishu and Penglai Mountain was bustling with vibrancy. After being conferred the title of the foremost male celestial by Hong Jun, Dong Wanggong appeared invigorated, eagerly recruiting followers and establishing a formidable faction, continuously expanding his territory. It must be noted that the title of male celestial was immensely advantageous. Leveraging this allure, Dong Wanggong attracted numerous innate beings. To be precise, Bihai Guishu and Penglai Mountain is inherently a blessed land, abundant with powerful beings. With Dong Wanggong claiming the title of the foremost male celestial, many sought to align themselves with him. The gathering of all present had a singular objective, the attainment of sanctity, born amidst the primordial chaos. Fortune and virtue held paramount importance. The Tao Ancestor's elevation of me as the master of male celestials signifies that Bihai Guishu and Penglai Mountain harbors opportunities for ascension. Today, I hereby declare the establishment of a celestial sect, with Bihai Guishu and Penglai Mountain serving as the sacred ground for our teachings. With the founding of this sect, I shall commence a sermon, and I welcome your esteemed insights. It has come to my attention that Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Kuanpeng have formed a faction, gathering all manner of demonkind under the name of the Demon Court. The establishment of the Demon Court has resulted in the manifestation of merit. Dong Wanggong, considering his status as the foremost male celestial, felt compelled to acquire some merit for himself. He understood well that the primordial chaos was not merely a realm of conflict. Human emotions and social intricacies played a significant role. The formation of the Demon Court was a response to the long-standing predation of the demon race by the witch race, where flesh and blood were consumed. Naturally, many aligned themselves with this cause. In contrast, Dong Wanggong faced no immediate threats from the witch race, and in order to establish his own power, the only viable strategy was to entice through the allure of sanctity. As Dong Wanggong announced the formation of the celestial sect, heaven and earth indeed bestowed some merit upon him, albeit in a rather perfunctory manner. What is this merit? Having never encountered merit before, Dong Wanggong was uncertain of its true nature. Upon receiving a modicum of merit, he began to swell with pride and proceeded to deliver his sermon. Brother, Dong Wanggong has also established a faction, naming it the Celestial Sect. In the primordial chaos, establishing a faction necessitates a declaration to heaven and earth, and naturally, Tai Yi was aware of this. From Tai Yi's perspective, the territory Dong Wanggong occupied belonged to the demon race, and it was expected that those under the demon race should align with their own kind, which undoubtedly led to discontent. We shall not concern ourselves with Dong Wanggong for the time being. Instead, let us focus on gathering our own followers to bolster the Demon Court. Thus, we shall split our forces. I will take on the role of persuasion while you and Kuanpeng handle suppression. The Demon Court is a formidable force. As members of the demon race, how could one possibly refuse? Emperor Jun regarded Dong Wanggong with disdain, viewing him merely as a jester, while the expansion of the demon race was the true priority. Once the demon race has grown stronger, a single offensive would render Dong Wanggong insignificant. The true adversary of the demon race remains the witch race, with the 12 ancestral witches possessing immense power. And defeating them is no trivial task. We have already witnessed the emergence of many formidable beings. Beis, Jiuying, Shangyang, and Ci Tai are all exceptional talents. Should we not consider testing our strength against the witch race? Without delivering a lesson to the witch race, how can we demonstrate our own power? Kuanpeng, being combative, was eager to engage, as the demon court had no shortage of strong fighters. No, the pinnacle of Deluo must not engage in battle, and the 12 ancestral witches cannot be provoked. We cannot afford to diminish our reputation. As the Tao Ancestor prepares to deliver his teachings, our primary focus must be on defense. Over the next several millennia, we shall prioritize the growth of the demon court. Having just been established, Emperor Jun preferred to take a cautious approach, opting to accumulate strength first. Very well, let us first strengthen the demon court. Casting a glance at Kuanpeng, Tai Yi turned away, resolved to communicate through action. Since the demon court has been formed, all demonkind must join. Those who are reluctant shall be persuaded through force. Meanwhile, the witch race convened a meeting of their own. Di Jiang presided over the gathering, followed by Xian Ming and the other great witches. Hong Yun sat alongside the great witches, having integrated into the witch race. Brother, is there truly any need for discussion on this matter? The establishment of the demon court by the demon race is, in my view, a fortuitous development, as it makes the conflict all the more thrilling. Gong Gong, with his fiery temperament, did not regard the demon race with any seriousness. In his eyes, these matters were trivial. With Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Kuanping forming the demon court, it presented a perfect opportunity to assault them and harvest their flesh, blood, and bones. However, the situation was not as simple as it appeared. The formation of the demon court by Emperor Jun, Kuanping, and Tai Yi was primarily aimed at gathering fortune and merit. Having also acquired the primordial purple chi, once they successfully eliminate the three corpses, they would ascend to the status of quasi-saints, placing us in a precarious position. Di Jiang pondered deeply, unlike Gongong's optimistic outlook. Brother, is it not simple? We could launch a direct assault and eradicate the demon race, thereby eliminating any future threats. Clenching his fist, Zhu Rong cried out, suggesting immediate action. In Zhu Rong's eyes, strength was paramount, and direct confrontation was the solution. Direct confrontation? May I pose a question to all of you? Do you possess the confidence to engage in a direct battle? With Hong Jun preaching at the Purple Cloud Palace, the strength of Emperor Jun and his allies is rapidly increasing. Engaging in battle at this juncture would be detrimental to us. Moreover, the Demon Court is situated a considerable distance from our base at Buzhou Mountain, where many of our trump cards cannot be deployed. Acting rashly would be ill-advised. Considering the larger picture, Di Jiang deemed the approach too risky. The only viable course of action was to swiftly elevate our cultivation and accumulate resources. Esteemed ancestral witches, may I interject with a suggestion? The ancestral witches and great witches fell into silence, while Hong Yun clasped his fists, bravely offering counsel. On Hong Yun's view, the witch race had saved his life, and he felt a sense of obligation to repay them. Faced with the current predicament, Hong Yun found no solution but believed that Lin Yi might offer assistance, potentially enabling the ancestral witches to cultivate their primordial spirits and swiftly break through to the quasi-saint realm. Hong Yun, my friend, you are now also a member of the witch race. Feel free to express any opinions without reservation. The witch race had reached a consensus. Having accepted Hong Yun, they were obliged to trust his judgment, and his counsel must be heeded. Chapter 28. Xian Ming vs. Ran Zhu. I am acquainted with a fellow who possesses extraordinary strength and unparalleled vision. During the teachings of the Tao Ancestor, he chose not to attend. I was able to discern the schemes of the Tao Ancestor largely due to his warnings, and he has saved my life on numerous occasions. Esteemed ancestral witches, when I was ensnared by Hongjuan's machinations, it was he who intervened, allowing me to escape to this place. Here is my proposition. What if the Taoist friend Hutu and Taoist friend Xian Ming accompany me to meet him, to inquire whether he might assist us in countering the demon race? Can the witch race find a means to cultivate primordial spirits? Upon receiving the group's approval, Hong Yun mentioned Lin Yi. The establishment of the demon court posed a significant threat to the witch race. If Lin Yi could facilitate a rapid enhancement of the ancestral witch's strength, the issues would be readily resolved. Hong Yun, what do you imply? Do you look down upon our witch race? Our warriors are unparalleled, and our combat prowess is formidable. Do we truly require guidance from another? As soon as Hong Yun's words fell, Gongong's displeasure was evident, feeling that Hong Yun had underestimated them. Gongong, please remain silent. Hong Yun merely offered a suggestion. What harm is there in discussing it? Hong Yun, you just stated that this individual might assist us in cultivating primordial spirits. Is that assertion genuine? The greatest challenge faced by the ancestral witches is the inability to cultivate primordial spirits. Fortunately, their essence is derived from the convergence of Panga's blood and the essence of malevolence. Otherwise, their plight would be even graver. It is not without merit. Having witnessed Lin Yi's martial prowess, Hong Yun noted that Lin Yi seemed to focus solely on martial cultivation, bypassing the cultivation of primordial spirits. If Lin Yi is willing to assist the witch race, the primordial spirit issue might indeed be resolved. In that case, Hutu and Xian Ming, you shall accompany Hong Yun to meet this individual and ascertain whether any fruitful outcomes can be achieved. The allure of cultivating primordial spirits is too great. Di Jiang was inclined to give it a try. The reason Di Jiang chose to send Xian Ming and Hutu was due to Hutu's intelligence and Xian Ming's calm demeanor. Their collaboration would surely yield no complications. Brother, allow me to join as well. Let me exchange a few blows with him to gauge his strength. Hearing Hong Yun's lofty praises, Gongong was eager to participate. He had already devised a plan. Upon meeting Lin Yi, He would deliver a sound thrashing before broaching any conversation. Rest assured, that is precisely my intention. Our first encounter will involve a sparring match to test his abilities. Both Gong Gong and Xianming harbored intentions to confront Lin Yi. Hong Yun's social acumen had flourished, and he had already become well acquainted with the 12 ancestral witches. Xianming understood Hong Yun's character. He was not one to speak frivolously. The individual Hong Yun mentioned must be formidable. However, Xianming felt a sense of indignation. Hong Yun had never lauded the 12 ancestral witches in such a manner. So what merit did this individual possess? Do exercise caution. His temperament is volatile, and I fear for your safety. Recalling the scene at the North Pole's Biming Ice, where a Deluo pinnacle beast was effortlessly subdued by Lin Yi, Hong Yun doubted that Xianming could match Lin Yi's prowess. What did you say? You fear for my safety? In a battle of equals, if he can injure me, I will gladly become his woman. Upon hearing Hong Yun's remark, Xianming's anger flared. Among equals, the 12 ancestral witches had never feared anyone. Hong Yun's words were nothing short of an insult. He is indeed formidable. During our last encounter at the North Pole's Biming Ice, enough. Do not speak further. Take me to him so I may witness his strength firsthand. Before Hong Yun could finish, Xianming seized him, insisting he lead the way. Little sister, do keep an eye out. Ensure that Xianming does not take a life by mistake. Jiang believed that Hong Yun was unaware of just how powerful the ancestral witches truly were. Within their ranks, he did not believe anyone could surpass Xianming. To put it plainly, even among the 12 ancestral witches, Xianming's prowess ranked among the highest. Rest assured, brothers. I know precisely what to do. With a burst of speed, Huda dashed away. Xianming, my friend, you must not act hastily. We are all allies. Why must we resort to violence? Trust me, do not seek out trouble. He is truly formidable, and his temperament is unpredictable. I fear for your safety. Being dragged by Xianming, Hong Yun once again attempted to persuade him. Having witnessed Lin Yi's prowess, he realized just how formidable Lin Yi truly was. In the frigid waters of the North Pole, Hong Yun had battled ferocious beasts, whose physical forms were no less than those of the ancestral witches. Yet, before Lin Yi, these beasts appeared as mere insects. Was Xianming not courting death? Silence. The more Hong Yun urged caution, the more enraged Xianming became. The 12 ancestral witches held a prestigious identity, having battled heaven, earth, and even the very air itself. When had they ever feared anyone? Upon encountering Lin Yi, Xianming was determined to make him pay. Why do you refuse to listen? I genuinely have your best interests at heart. With a resigned sigh, Hong Yun fell silent. Thus, Hong Yun led the way while Xianming hastened after him, swiftly arriving at Jinao Island. Xianming, wait a moment. Let me announce our arrival. Upon reaching Jinao Island, Hong Yun gestured for Xianming to release him so that he could make the announcement. There is no need for such formality. With a surge of blood energy, Xianming unleashed a punch, a terrifying force hurtling through the air and crashing into the divine slaughter formation of martial arts. What is happening? Lin Yi, who was imparting wisdom to Yuding and Dao Bao, was jolted awake by the assault on the formation and stepped out. Is he the person you spoke of? Upon Lin Yi's appearance, Xianming immediately locked onto him and turned to inquire, Human Ancestor, I apologize. I felt compelled to introduce him, but I never anticipated Xianming would act so impulsively and attack the formation directly. Human Ancestor. Hong Yun says you are mightier than I. Let us spar. If you lose, you shall kneel and admit your wrongs. Should I lose, I shall become your woman. At the sight of Lin Yi, Xianming's disdain only deepened. Towering and exuding a queenly aura, her strength was formidable. In contrast, Lin Yi was shorter and appeared frail, prompting Xianming to doubt his strength. A mere wretch. What? Hold on, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Lin Yi was taken aback by this proclamation. What was this, a long-distance delivery of a? Anticipating divine commentary. Despite the monstrous appearances of Emperor Jiang and the others, Xianming and Hutu were genuinely beautiful, capable of eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers. Their gazes rich with unspeakable allure. Those of lesser strength had no right to know my name. Stepping forward, Xianming unleashed a fearsome punch, her blood energy surging, shaking the very heavens. Wait, this is not a suitable place for battle. The commotion could attract unwanted attention. Follow me. With a surge of martial will, Lin Yi countered with a punch and then turned to charge toward the core of Jinao Island. What's the matter? Worried about losing face? That earlier punch was merely a test from Xinming. Although impulsive, Xinming understood the importance of giving Hongyun face. There was no animosity between them, and should she inadvertently kill Lin Yi, it would complicate future interactions. Hutu, let us follow as well. Alas, Xinming is in trouble. Her current actions may lead to her own downfall, Hongyun thought as he signaled Hutu to keep pace, hastily pursuing Xinming. Very well, here we can engage freely in combat. Upon reaching the core of Jinao Island, Lin Yi waved his hand, conjuring the five elements' great formation into a testing ground for their battle. In this brief moment, Lin Yi had surmised the identity of his opponent. This woman before him must be Xinming. The witch clan was known for their combativeness, and to earn the friendship of an ancestral witch, one must let strength speak. Lin Yi, reluctant to reveal his true power and concerned about damaging the structures of Jinao Island, led the battle here. The five elements' great formation could ensnare even saints. The residual energies from their clash would be easily dissipated by it. So, aware that you cannot match me, you resort to using the formation for assistance. Come now, as long as we are of the same realm. No matter the tactics you employ, I shall meet them head-on. Lin Yi's confidence was met with Xuanming's disdain in her eyes. Lin Yi was but a frail wretch, easily dispatched with a few slaps. If I am not mistaken, you are Xinming, correct? I am surprised to hear you speak. I had assumed you were a burly warrior, but it appears my perception was flawed. Little lass, I accept your wager. If you are defeated, I shall not restrict your freedom, but you must bear me several children. With one hand behind his back, Lin Yi regarded Xinming, signaling her to come at him. Are you planning to fight me with one hand? Xinming, angered, unleashed her power once more and charged at Lin Yi. Here I come. Lin Yi laughed heartily and charged forward, eager for a vigorous battle. All along, he had longed for a thrilling fight, but his overwhelming strength had left him unable to find a worthy opponent, forcing him to conceal his true abilities. Now, however, in combat against an ancestral witch, Lin Yi could unleash his full power without restraint. To be precise, he was unleashing the strength of humanity. Although Lin Yi was only at the early stage of the Great Luo, he could easily contend against those at the late stage, but facing Xinming at the pinnacle of the Great Luo, his chances of victory were slim. Nonetheless, Lin Yi's combat prowess represented the collective strength of humanity. 8 to 9 million golden immortals and 3,000 Tai golden immortals. How could he possibly falter against Xinming? With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, producing a resounding echo that reverberated through the void. As laws intertwined and divine light enveloped the arena, stirring a storm of dust. One silver lining was that within the five elements' great formation, which could even withstand the power of saints, the residual energies from their confrontation would be easily contained. I take back my earlier underestimation. Your physical strength is indeed commendable, but to defeat me is utterly impossible. Human ancestor, is it? Be cautious. My warm-up is over, and I shall begin in earnest. Taking 2 steps back, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Xuanming's eyes as she recognized she had underestimated Lin Yi. Now acknowledging Lin Yi's strength, Xinming felt empowered to unleash her full capabilities. With a fierce roar, she released a terrifying aura of malice, her killing intent reverberating like a colossal wave, echoing across all of Jinao Island. Amidst Xuanming's furious roar, the laws began to intertwine within the malevolent energy, manifesting an extraordinary phenomenon. It was a world of ice and snow, the culmination of the laws pushed to their extremes. As the phenomenon unfolded, Xuanming's aura surged, tinged with a bloodthirsty edge. Die. As the phenomenon reached its zenith, Xinming struck, her fist radiant with dawn's light, her malice unparalleled, and her killing intent suffocating, sealing the heavens and bestowing upon Lin Yi an overwhelming pressure. Good heavens, coming out of the gate with your ultimate move. Have you ever played a game? Who opens with their ultimate? As Xinming revealed her trump card, Lin Yi shook his head, his martial will soaring as he summoned his martial avatar. Once again, with one hand behind his back, Lin Yi observed Xuanming's fist enlarging before his eyes. He suddenly unleashed his own punch. What? However, the moment Lin Yi's fist made contact, Xuanming's expression shifted dramatically, her faith in reality shaking. Chapter 29. Xuanming's worldview shattered. The magical weapon turned to wind. Xuanming's attack was no trifling matter. Her terrifying malice alone could assault the very souls of beings. Those of weaker strength would fall victim to her malevolent energy. Yet, Lin Yi remained unaffected, countering her power with equal force, their blood energies clashing, with Xianming even appearing to wane slightly. Unbeknownst to Xianming, Lin Yi had refined a drop of Panga's essence blood. In a sense, he too could be considered an ancestral witch, with a heritage even more formidable. I cannot believe it. The sight of Lin Yi fighting her with one hand drove Xianming into a frenzy. Unleashing an endless torrent of power, her attacks falling like rain. This woman has lost her mind. Xianming, neglecting defense, relied solely on her physical strength to withstand Lin Yi, who also abandoned his defenses, choosing to endure the onslaught. My heavens, is this truly the strength of my master? How powerful! If I were to join the fray, a single punch could obliterate me. Who is this woman? Her combat prowess is astounding, like that of a ferocious beast. Shu, do not speak. That is Xianming, the 12th ancestral witch. Be careful not to incur her wrath. The witch clan. As Lin Yi and Xianming clashed, they successfully drew the attention of Cihong and the others. Gazing at the titanic struggle within the formation, Cihong and his companions widened their eyes, jaws agape, beginning to doubt their reality. Lin Yi and Xianming resembled two ferocious beasts. Each collision could shatter the earth, fracturing mountains and shaking the cosmos. The two of them radiated a malice that was unmatched, their wills intertwining, their blood energies and laws creating a tumult that shook the formation. Perhaps we should step back a bit. Should the formation collapse, even the residual energies could prove lethal. Sui Ren and the others rushed over, instinctively recoiling as they witnessed Lin Yi and Xianming unleash their powers, fearing the formation might shatter and the aftermath could engulf them. Do not worry, this formation is no ordinary one. With their current strength, they cannot breach it. Fuxi, instead of observing the battle between Lin Yi and Xianming, was focused on the formation itself. He discerned that the construction of Jinao Island was intricate. The formation here exceeded his comprehension. A thorough study would yield boundless benefits for him. Meanwhile, Hongyun and Hutu remained composed at the side. Hongyun firmly believed Lin Yi would triumph, while Hutu was convinced Xianming would emerge victorious. Both awaiting the outcome of the battle, after a prolonged struggle to subdue Lin Yi, Xianming had set aside her initial disdain, her eyes now filled with caution. For the first time, Xianming felt apprehensive. She had boasted that if she were to lose today, she would become Lin Yi's woman. The thought was utterly terrifying. To avoid becoming a mere mount, Xianming contemplated employing her weapon. Xianming possessed the Xianming Bone Arrow, a weapon of tremendous power, but it was suited for long-range attacks. In close quarters, it could not exhibit its full potential. This also pertained to the honor of the 12 ancestral witches. Choosing to engage in ranged combat would be a disgrace. Little lass, are you out of strength? Would you like me to give you a few pointers? Withdrawing gracefully, Lin Yi smiled and inquired whether Xianming wished to concede. Come again. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Xianming summoned the power of the laws, transforming his vital essence into a spear to launch an attack at Lin Yi. The vital essence was an integral part of Xuanming's being. Merging it with the laws and converting it into a spear of malevolence did not tarnish the illustrious name of the 12 ancestors of Wu. What a coincidence. I possess that technique as well. Through his combat with Xianming, Lin Yi garnered profound insights, enhancing his own utilization of vital essence. As Xianming fused his vital essence with the laws to create a spear of malevolence. Lin Yi immediately emulated the technique, shameless. Witnessing Lin Yi employ his own methods, Xianming bellowed, a terrifying force surging into the blood spear. With a single thrust, the heavens and earth trembled. An endless chill permeated the surroundings, significantly lowering the temperature. Another hidden card? Mobilizing the seeds of the world, Lin Yi unleashed his primal power. Neither Xianming nor Lin Yi could afford to lose. Both unleashed their ultimate techniques, each move surpassing the last. How much power resided within them? The Daluo Golden Immortal. Was such combat prowess truly conceivable? Cihong, who do you think is stronger, my master or Xianming? It's difficult to say. Both are exceedingly powerful, making distinction nearly impossible. Boom, boom, boom. As their battle escalated, the intensity of their fury grew, and the clash of their formidable powers caused the void to erupt in deafening explosions, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. As the conflict intensified, spectators could no longer discern the figures of Lin Yi and Xianming, only witnessing the swirling symbols and fragmented laws entwining, the grand formation quaking as if it might shatter at any moment. Enough! You have lost. Return and cleanse yourself before seeking me out. I consent to you becoming my woman. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the tumult of battle gradually subsided, revealing the silhouettes of Lin Yi and Xianming. Within the ruins of the laws, Lin Yi grasped Xianming by the throat with his left hand, while his right arm embraced Xianming. Both figures contorted. I refuse to believe it. Come again. Channeling his strength, Xianming attempted to break free, only to discover it was futile. You have already lost. According to our wager, you must bear me a son. If you lose again, you shall be tasked with bearing 2 children. Is that acceptable? Xianming possessed immense strength and was a fervent warrior. Naturally, Lin Yi did not wish to strike her. Very well, I owe you 1 child. If I lose again, I shall bear you 2. Signaling Lin Yi to release him, Xianming quickly distanced himself, retrieving his bone sword. Using a magical artifact, are we? Do not blame me for taking advantage of you. As Xianming wielded his artifact, Lin Yi chuckled. Producing the Kongtong seal, human ancestor, I implore you to spare Xuanming's life. This matter arose from me, and I am willing to accept the consequences. Lin Yi activated the Kongtong seal, causing Hongyun to panic. What if Lin Yi were to slay Xianming? Silence! You shall not speak. I have not lost. Creating distance, Xianming drew back his bow, the terrifying arrows transforming into icy dragons, hurtling towards Lin Yi. Subdue. With a flick of his hand, the Kongtong seal flew forth. And as Lin Yi pressed down, all the icy dragons shattered into fragments. The Kongtong seal descended, causing the ground of the grand formation to fracture, the very heavens trembling, an overwhelming pressure blanketing Xianming. Do you concede? The Kongtong seal, embodying the fate of humanity and Lin Yi's martial path, was not something Xianming could withstand. Lin Yi observed as blood trickled from the corner of Xuanming's mouth. Yet Xianming refused to yield, gritting his teeth in steadfast determination. I shall not concede. The Wu clan shall never submit. With a tremor, Xuanming's legs sank into the earth, forcing him into a half-crouch. Very well. A draw. We shall consider it ATIE.AS. Xianming grew increasingly disheveled. Lin Yi felt a twinge of compassion and promptly retracted the Kongtong seal. A loss is a loss. There are no excuses. Human ancestor, I owe you 2 children. Whenever you wish, simply inform me. Lin Yi urged Xianming to concede, but she was unwilling. Even when offered a tie, she remained obstinate. Ahem, how embarrassing. Xianming, dear, Hutu, my sister-in-law, Hongyun, please, come and sample my human brew. Lin Yi could scarcely believe that he had managed to subdue Xianming. He erupted into hearty laughter, inviting Xianming, Hutu, and Hongyun into the human ancestors' hall. Humph. With a cold snort, Xianming stormed out, evidently unyielding. Hutu's expression soured. Clearly embarrassed by the day's events, she pondered whether to enlist her elder brother, Emperor Jiang, to reclaim her honor. Perhaps only he could vanquish Lin Yi. Hutu. This matter is between Xianming and me. Do not disclose it to my brother and the others. After I undergo some training, I will assuredly be able to overpower the human ancestor. Hutu remained silent as Xianming turned back, commanding her not to cause trouble. You already owe the human ancestor 2 children. Should you continue to challenge him, it may escalate to 3, 4, or even 5. Lowering her head, Hutu spoke cautiously. She understood Xuanming's nature. Her tenacity meant she would not relent until she had defeated Lin Yi, leading to a snowball effect that would only grow larger. Xianming, dear, Hutu, my sister-in-law, please partake in the brew. Winking at Hongyun, Lin Yi felt immense gratitude towards her. He had saved Hongyun not out of goodwill, but to thwart Hongjun. Yet she had proven her worth by assisting him in courting, bringing him immense joy. And why, dear friends, we have come primarily to seek your counsel. You must be aware that Emperor Jun, Tai, and Kuanpeng have established the demon court. while Dong Wangong has founded the Immortal Sect. They are honing Hongjuan's method of severing the three corpses and will soon break through to the quasi-saint realm. Human Ancestor, could you provide some guidance to ensure the Wu clan obtains fortune and merit? If the Wu clan fails to produce a quasi-saint, it will pose significant problems. Lin Yi winked. Hongyun was perplexed and hastily revealed their purpose for visiting. In a rush, let us first enjoy some wine. He gestured for Hongyun to relax and savor the brew. Let us drink. Raising his cup, Xiaming coldly snorted and promptly downed a cup of monkey wine, as the brew slid down her throat. Xuanming's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the sensation of comfort. She discovered that drinking the monkey wine had significantly refined her malevolent energy, making it easier to control. The benefits were boundless with prolonged consumption. Human Ancestor, is your answer monkey wine? Hutu, too, recognized the effects of the brew, believing this to be Lin Yi's solution. However, Hutu was bewildered. She wanted to understand why Lin Yi would assist the Wu clan. Surely, this monkey wine must be a precious item, so how could he part with it? Call me brother-in-law, not human ancestor. Xiaming, dear, Hutu, my sister-in-law, I wonder if you can represent the Wu clan. This monkey wine is merely my first gift to the Wu clan. I trust you have seen its benefits and understand its value. I can supply it in abundance, but you must return the favor with magical artifacts. Those items are of no use to you. So merely offer them to me. Regarding the inquiry posed by Hongyun, Lin Yi had a brilliant strategy. He could ensure that Emperor Jiang would soon break through to the quasi-saint realm. Lin Yi's initial intention in providing the monkey wine was to exchange it for magical artifacts. Mount Buzhou, formed from Pangu's 33 vertebrae, must possess a plethora of magical treasures. Point 1 could say that the majority of Hongjuan's magical artifacts were acquired from Mount Buzhou. The Wu clan resided on Mount Buzhou, housing the Pango Hall. How could they lack magical artifacts? If they could obtain the Hongming Liangtian ruler, it would be perfect. To utilize a magical artifact, one must possess a primordial spirit, or in Lin Yi's case, substitute it with martial will to wield it. Human Ancestor, is this true? Upon hearing that magical artifacts could be exchanged for monkey wine, Xiaming immediately stood up. The Wu clan lacked primordial spirits and could not utilize magical artifacts. For them, such artifacts were akin to a double-edged sword, wasteful to discard yet occupying precious space. It would be better to offer them to the human ancestor in exchange for monkey wine. Chapter 30. The Wu clan's magnanimity. Innate magical artifacts are worthless. Indeed, it is true. As long as you provide magical artifacts, I shall supply monkey wine, and of course, alongside the artifacts, I will also require various spiritual fruits. The Wu clan oversees vast territories. Gathering some spiritual fruits should pose no difficulty. Lin Yi had long contemplated this endeavor but lacked the means. Having subdued Xiaming today, he was finally making progress. I must discuss this with my elder brother, human ancestor. Please provide me with some wine, and I will return shortly for the trade. Xiaming felt that the previous cup was insufficient and desired an entire jar to satisfy her cravings. Naturally, take this 1 or 2 jars back with you, and if possible, come back for more. By the way, it would be best to bring Emperor Jiang along. I have a way to help him break through to the quasi-saint realm. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi tossed 2 jars of monkey wine for Xiaming to take back. Human ancestor, please close your eyes. Accepting the wine, Xiaming instructed Lin Yi to shut his eyes. What is happening? Although unsure of Xuanming's intentions, Lin Yi obediently complied. The moment Lin Yi closed his eyes, Xiaming planted a kiss on his cheek and then kicked him in the rear, sending Lin Yi soaring several hundred zhang through the air. I shall remember the matter of bearing children. This kiss counts as my promise. Once I settle my affairs, I will surely honor my word. After kicking Lin Yi, Xiaming swiftly turned and fled, offering a brief explanation. A kiss is a kiss. Why kick me? With a resounding thud, Lin Yi crashed to the ground, bouncing back up in confusion. I told you not to kick my backside. With a cold snort, Xiaming increased her speed, quickly disappearing from sight. Oh dear, I can't bear to look. Covering her eyes, Hongyun exclaimed in astonishment. Human ancestor, I thank you for today's events. After Xiaming departed, Hutu felt quite embarrassed and stood to bid farewell. What human ancestor? Call me brother and Laud as the afterimage of the Earth Mother faded away. Lin Yi promptly corrected himself. indifferent to whether the Earth Mother could hear him. Human ancestor, I now belong to the witch clan, and it is not prudent for me to linger, so I shall take my leave. Hong Yuan found herself in an awkward position. She wished to stay but, as a member of the witch clan, could only depart. Friend Hong Yuan, please take these wines with you. Once you have established your footing, you are most welcome to return as a guest. With a wave of his hand, Linny retrieved 10 jars of monkey wine from the Chaos Pearl, allowing Hong Yuan to pass the time. Very well. Hong Yuan did not hesitate. After securing the monkey wine, she immediately chased after him. Truly delightful wine. Though this scoundrel human ancestor is not a good person, the gifts he provides are indeed exquisite. After leaving Jinao Island, Shimming promptly opened a jar of monkey wine and began to drink heartily. The more he drank, the more he felt exhilarated, finishing one jar in a few gulps and instinctively reaching for another. Just half for now. I will only drink half, as my brothers merely require a taste. Unable to resist, Shimming opened the second jar and consumed half of it. However, he underestimated the allure of the monkey wine. After finishing half, he craved more. To prevent himself from drinking it all, Shimming quickened his pace, hoping to return to Buzhou Mountain sooner. Human ancestor, you rascal, why did you not provide me with a few more jars? You profess to treat me as a sister, yet only gift me 2 jars. Upon arriving at Buzhou Mountain, Shimming discovered that the monkey wine had already been consumed and could only sit at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the Earth Mother to catch up. Shimming anticipated. What if Linny gives the Earth Mother a jar? Sister Earth Mother, you have finally arrived. Quickly tell me, did the human ancestor give you any monkey wine? Eagerly, Shimming inquired upon seeing the Earth Mother approached. No, none. Staring at Shimming, the Earth Mother was taken aback. She wondered why Linny had not given Shimming 2 jars. Looking at the empty wine jars on the ground, she shook her head, realizing they had been completely consumed by Shimming, that scoundrel, who insists on being called brother-in-law, yet does not offer even a jar of wine. Discovering that Linny had not bestowed any monkey wine upon her, Shimming grew even angrier, cursing Lin Yi as unworthy. Sister Shimming, you cannot truly be considering having children with the human ancestor, can you? Gazing at Shimming, the Earth Mother felt that Shimming was beyond redemption. Was she still the frosty beauty from before? What can I do if I do not wish to bear children? My witch clan stands by its word. Defeat is defeat. Thinking of Lin Yi, Shimming chuckled softly, finding the situation amusing. Sister Shimming, you are doomed. For the first time, the Earth Mother felt that Shimming was indeed lost. The most vexing part was that Shimming had drained the monkey wine, leaving her at a loss for how to explain it upon returning. Forget it, I shall seek another jar. With a sigh, Shimming rose, intending to request more monkey wine. No, you cannot go. In your current state, you must maintain your distance from the human ancestor. The Earth Mother pulled Shimming back, preventing her from advancing. The 2 of you ancestral witches need not worry. The human ancestor has given me several jars of monkey wine, which I can share with Taoist Dijiang and the others. From afar, Hong Yuan overheard the conversation between the Earth Mother and Shimming and quickly intervened. This time, Hong Yuan kept a cautious eye, only offering half, fearful of losing out on the drink herself. What is this wonderful elixir? Truly a fine treasure. It must be said that for those of a bold spirit, wine is indeed a treasure. Dijiang fell in love with it after just a sip. Brother, this is exquisite wine, truly a fine treasure. Gong Gong, Ru Shou, Shi Zi, and Shi Bai Shi were no less enamored, instantly captivated. However, Hong Yuan had only provided 5 jars, and Dijiang's robust companions quickly drained them, leaving them craving more. Sister Earth Mother, I see you still have plenty. Would you share some with your brother? Gong Gong inquired. What do you mean, Gong Gong? You finished your own and now covet the Earth Mother's? Earth Mother, do not heed Gong Gong. Brother Zhu Meng will protect you. Zhu Meng, what do you mean? Would you care to compete? Afraid you cannot? The loser must concede. Come on, let us. In pursuit of a mere sip of wine, Zhu Meng and Gong Gong nearly came to blows. Ahem, esteemed friends, your quarrel is rather pointless. The Earth Mother has but a limited supply, while the human ancestor possesses much more. Clearing his throat, Hong Yuan immediately reminded everyone, indicating that the monkey wine belonged to Lin Yi, and suggested they trade for it. Indeed, This is the human ancestor's property. We could simply seize it. Upon hearing Hong Yun's suggestion, she by sure burst into laughter and prepared to raid the human ancestor's stock of monkey wine. I shall join. If we eliminate the human ancestor, we can take as much as we desire. The prospect excited Shi Zi and Zhu Jiuyin, for such delightful wine must be acquired. Have any of you considered that even if we seize it, there will come a day when it runs out? If the human ancestor dies, will there be no more to drink afterward? Covering his forehead, Hong Yun felt a headache coming on, exasperated by the foolishness of the group. What Hong Yun says is correct. The human ancestor is not to be killed. How about this? We capture the human ancestor and have the human race provide us with monkey wine. That would resolve the matter. Zhu Meng patted Hong Yun on the shoulder, raising his thumb in approval, impressed by her thoughtfulness, declaring that the human ancestor must not be slain. Hong Yun glared at Zhu Meng, her mind racing with countless expletives, wishing she could strike him down. After a moment of silence, Hong Yun continued, "Do you all realize that the human race was created by Nuwa, who is now at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood?" At that moment, Hong Yun felt utterly exhausted, wondering if these brutes could not think for themselves. I still suggest we pursue a trading route. The human ancestor has stated that if you desire monkey wine, you may exchange it for treasures, brother. The pile of treasures in Panga Palace is merely gathering dust. Why not trade them for wine instead? I have devised a plan. For every 10 inferior post-heaven treasures, one may exchange for 10 jars of fine wine. For every inferior innate treasure, one may exchange for 100 jars of wine, and so forth, scaling the trade according to the quality of the treasures. Counting on her fingers, Xianming, the ancestral witch, was extremely excited, planning to extort a considerable sum from Lin Yi. I believe we could double the amounts. For every inferior post-heaven treasure, one may exchange for 100 jars of wine. For every inferior innate treasure, one may exchange for 1,000 jars. Others might not understand the significance of treasures, but Hong Yun was well aware that only the foolish from the witch clan would entertain such transactions. Hong Yun, do you take my witch clan for fools? Do you think we can simply take advantage? Hearing Hong Yun's words, Xianming felt belittled. She had no intention of deceiving anyone. Xianming, you are indeed righteous. Hong Yun could hardly find words to express her admiration. Heavens, just moments ago you were calling for blood. Had it not been for my intervention, you would have already lunged at him. After a few breaths, Xianming began to speak of righteousness, while Hong Yun simply wished to curse under her breath. Brother, the human ancestor wishes to see you. He claims to have a method to help you break through to the quasi-saint realm. What do you think? As the others calmed down, the Earth Mother approached Dijiang, seeking his opinion. Is that true? Tempted by the prospect of fine wine, Dijiang was more inclined to advance his cultivation and promptly decided to meet Lin Yi. With the allure of exquisite wine, Dijiang resolved to personally undertake this first trade. Upon returning to Panga Palace, Dijiang began to gather treasures. Scattered about, he collected over 200 items, then bundled them together, leading Xianming, the Earth Mother, and Hong Yun toward Jinao Island. Hong Yun trailed behind, unable to articulate her feelings. He possessed not a single treasure, while the witch clan boasted hundreds. Judging by Dijiang's expression, it seemed as though he was discarding refuse. What on earth? During their journey, an innate treasure fell from Dijiang's grasp, and he did not even glance back. Hong Yun quickly surged forward, retrieved it, and called out, Taoist Hong Yun, if it falls, let it fall. Do not delay our journey. Observing Hong Yun chase after the treasure, Dijiang clearly appeared displeased, feeling it was a waste of time. Hong Yun glared at Dijiang, wanting to voice her thoughts but ultimately held her tongue, feeling stifled. She wanted to chastise Dijiang for his foolishness but feared a rift would form, so she merely took deep breaths. Maintaining her silence. Chapter 31. The Origins of the 12 Ancestral Lines of the Primordial Chaos. Dijiang, adept in the art of space, expended little time reaching Jinao Island, where he had Hong Yun announce their arrival before entering the Human Ancestor's Hall. Human Ancestor, your hall is quite remarkable. It nearly rivals my Panga Palace. As he surveyed the Human Ancestor's Hall, Dijiang marveled internally, recognizing its grandeur. Taoist Dijiang, you jest? How could my post-heaven creation compare to your innate wonders? Lin Yi, with his character, was overly courteous. If Di Jiang treated him with respect, he would reciprocate even more. Should you harbor intentions against me, do be cautious, Di Jiang, straightforward by nature and laden with treasures, immediately sensed a lucrative opportunity upon encountering Lin Yi. Enough of the pleasantries. Just appraise this pile of treasures and tell me how many jars of monkey wine you can offer in exchange. Casually tossing the over 200 treasures onto the ground, Di Jiang did not flinch. To him, these items were mere refuse, useless to him and better exchanged for wine. Taoist Di Jiang, your generosity is commendable. I shall offer you 300,000 jars of monkey wine. However, we currently lack sufficient stock, so it may need to be supplied in batches. I can't provide you with 100,000 jars now, and the remaining 200,000 jars after a century. How does that sound? Di Jiang's offer of treasures overwhelmed Lin Yi, who took a moment to process it before responding slowly. Did you say 300,000 jars? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Di Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. 300,000 jars. How exceedingly generous of the human ancestor. Gazing intently at Lin Yi, Di Jiang's imagination began to run wild. In his view, such refuse was hardly worth so much monkey wine. Lin Yi was merely attempting to ingratiate himself, deliberately offering concessions to the Wu clan. After indulging in this line of thought, Di Jiang's demeanor softened considerably. Perceiving Lin Yi as a worthy ally, one with whom the Wu clan could potentially collaborate further, my esteemed friend Di Jiang dissatisfied with the offering, he mused. Over 200 artifacts, calculated at 200 jars of monkey wine per low-grade spiritual treasure, amounts to 40,000 jars. Not to mention the innate treasures present here. 300,000 jars does seem a bit excessive. It is important to note that while monkey wine is renewable, spiritual treasures are finite, and following a 10,000-fold critical strike, their value would be significantly enhanced. Surely, the human ancestor jested. At this juncture, should I still appear ungrateful, it would only reflect poorly upon my intelligence. Thus, he continued, the Pango Hall still houses numerous treasures. Aside from those already mentioned, the human ancestor may visit the Pango Hall to personally select 10 items, as a form of compensation for the monkey wine. Lin Yi, prepared to raise the price, was swiftly interrupted by Di Jiang, who presented yet another delightful surprise. If this is the case, then I shall honor your request with utmost respect. The allure of Di Jiang's terms left Lin Yi with no opportunity to decline. Nor did he wish to. Human ancestor, we have another matter to discuss. You mentioned assisting Di Jiang in breaking through to the quasi-saint level. May I inquire as to how this could be achieved? Lin Yi and Di Jiang exchanged courteous gestures, prompting Red Cloud to interject with urgency. For the Wu clan, the wine was merely a celebration, while the breakthrough in cultivation was of paramount importance. This was the crux of the matter. Indeed, we humbly request guidance from the human ancestor. After a brief period of interaction, Di Jiang had already come to acknowledge Lin Yi's capabilities, seeking his assistance. My esteemed friend Di Jiang, the solution is quite straightforward. You are the embodiment of the 12 drops of Panga's divine blood, the essence that forged the path of malevolence, residing upon the Buzhou mountain, and possessing the true legacy of Pengyu Dai in this current era. The Honghuang realm is dominated by Hongjun, who conspires with the heavenly Tao, while the three pure ones have allied with thieves, showing little regard for Panga's legacy. Shouldn't the Wu clan take this opportunity to present proof of Panga's greatness? The feats of Panga, who shaped the myriad beings of Honghuang, are loftier than the heavens themselves. If you were to restore Panga's name, would you not accrue merit? Taking a sip of wine, Lin Yi awaited Di Jiang's contemplation. Human ancestor, we eagerly await your instruction. Lin Yi's praise for Panga delighted Di Jiang. Although he realized that while their physical prowess was unmatched, their strategic acumen was lacking. Di Jiang found Lin Yi's grandiloquence impressive. Yet he was uncertain how to translate such ideals into action. It is quite simple. Announce to the Honghuang that from this day forth, your Wu clan is the true legacy of Pangu. Reclaiming all that belongs to the great Pangu. Di Jiang, pondering the proposal, began to grasp the magnitude of this endeavor. If successful, the Wu clan would undoubtedly gain several quasi-saints. My brother, such sentiments are unwarranted. I am no outsider and shall naturally lend my support. This matter would be a collaborative effort with Red Cloud, though they would remain hidden within the Pango Hall. observing as Di Jiang restored Panga's honor. The atmosphere had been charged with anticipation, and Lin Yi erupted into laughter, calling out, "Brother?" "Eh?" At the sound of Lin Yi referring to him as brother, Di Jiang momentarily paused, recalling the matter concerning Xian Ming. Initially, Di Jiang had looked down upon Lin Yi, but through their interactions, he realized Lin Yi was indeed commendable, worthy of marrying Xian Ming. Human ancestor, when shall we set forth? The prospect of becoming a quasi-saint filled Di Jiang with exhilaration. He could hardly contain his eagerness to depart immediately. "There is no need for haste, brother. We must not forget to bring the wine." Picking up the artifacts strewn on the ground, Lin Yi tossed them into the Chaos Pearl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for procuring 135 postnatal spiritual treasures and 96 innate treasures for humanity, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, upgrading all postnatal treasures to innate treasures and all innate treasures to exquisite innate treasures. Just as Lin Yi deposited the artifacts into the Chaos Pearl, the system's notification rang out, signifying the completion of the critical strike and rewards. 6 years. Sui Ren, Yu Chao, hasten to meet me. With over 200 artifacts at hand, Lin Yi resolved to bestow them all upon humanity, while he would retrieve the treasures he required from the Pango Hall. 6 years pays respects to the master, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, greetings to the human ancestor. Shortly thereafter, 6 years, Sui Ren, and Yu Chao arrived, promptly bowing to Lin Yi. 6 years, Sui Ren, you are to immediately fetch 100,000 jars of wine. I shall be taking them shortly. Yu Chao, you will carry these artifacts and distribute them among our kin. The ceramic vessels were crafted by the Sui Ren clan, making them ideal for holding wine. As for Yu Chao, with nothing else to do, he might as well be given a task. Yes, Lin Yi's commands were met with unwavering obedience from 6 years and the others, who promptly set to work. It seems the time has come to establish certain protocols, beginning with the legalists and the militarists. Observing the retreating figures of 6 years and the others, Lin Yi sighed, recognizing that some matters must be addressed sooner than later. Since the inception of humanity, Lin Yi had refrained from instituting regulations to allow the human emperor to accrue merit. However, with humanity's rapid development, failing to establish order would inevitably lead to chaos. Lin Yi planned to set up the legalists and militarists first. The legalist would formulate the rules for humanity, while the militarist would develop an army to ensure humanity's rise. Furthermore, Lin Yi intended to cultivate Confucianism and martialism as well. Why not bring forth all schools of thought? Confucianism, legalism, Taoism, Moism, yin-yang philosophy, names, miscellaneous, agriculture, fiction, zhuangzi, militarism, and medicine. With 3,000 nascent beings among humanity, all capable of standing their ground. If managed well, the revival of humanity could be directly achieved. Following Hongjuan's 3 lectures, the distribution of treasures on the treasure mountain had aligned with the heavenly Tao, prompting Lin Yi to contemplate another heist to facilitate the resurgence of humanity. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He resolved to embark on a grand endeavor. Once humanity completed its revival, it would possess the capacity to contend with the heavenly Tao, potentially even producing 1 or 2 saints of humanity. However, this plan bore risks of becoming a target. Turning his gaze to Di Jiang, Lin Yi conceived a bold idea. What if Ho-Tu transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, initiating a collaboration between the earthly and human realms to resist the heavenly Tao? After some reflection, Lin Yi decided that caution was prudent. Revealing themselves now would be too perilous. Nonetheless, the various schools could begin to develop in preparation for the opportune moment. Master, the 100,000 jars of wine are ready. While Lin Yi was deep in thought, 6 ears tugged at him, signaling the completion of their task. Why apologies for zoning out. Unable to suppress his thoughts on the various schools of thought, Lin Yi quickly beckoned Di Jiang and Red Cloud. My friend, you must have been contemplating the Wu clan's restoration of Pangu's name, correct? Red Cloud, ever astute, promptly provided Lin Yi with an opportunity to exit his reverie. Indeed, I have formulated a preliminary plan. With further refinement, it shall surely bear fruit. As he embarked on this new plan involving the legalists and militarists, Lin Yi felt a surge of inspiration, perfectly poised to utilize the Wu clan to test his ideas. My friend Lin Yi, this kindness shall not be forgotten by Di Jiang. Should our Wu clan ever be needed, do not hesitate to call upon us. a hand the size of a palm patted Lin Yi's shoulder. And Di Jiang, filled with gratitude, was deeply moved by Lin Yi's generosity. Brother, you traverse the path of space. Allow this wine to accompany Di Jiang as we swiftly approach the 100,000 jars of monkey wine. This is simple. With a wave of his hand, Di Jiang effortlessly retrieved the 100,000 jars of monkey wine, then led Lin Yi and Red Cloud back to Buzhou Mountain. This time, Di Jiang brought Lin Yi directly to the Pango Hall, summoning all the great witches to assemble for a meeting. What brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Yi, Xianming's expression hardened, questioning Lin Yi's presence. Yet, a closer examination of her lips revealed a hint of a smile. This icy beauty was secretly amused. Xianming, do not be disrespectful. Everyone, allow me to introduce Lin Yi, a dear friend of Red Cloud. This visit is primarily to assist our Wu clan in enhancing its strength. I hereby declare that from this day forth, all who encounter Lin Yi shall extend him the utmost courtesy. Within the territory of our Wu clan, he may traverse freely. Moreover, the monkey wine of humanity also originates from Lin Yi's hand. He has graciously provided us with 100,000 jars, with an additional 200,000 jars to follow in a century. The condition is for Lin Yi to select 10 artifacts from our collection. As all the ancestral witches and great witches gathered, Di Jiang made this announcement with conviction. 100,000 jars from Lin Yi. A warm welcome indeed. Fear not, brother. We shall ensure your needs are met. Today is a joyous occasion. Let there be wine for all. Initially, the crowd was somewhat displeased, doubting Lin Yi's standing. However, upon hearing of Lin Yi's generous offer of 100,000 jars of wine, their demeanor swiftly transformed, filled with enthusiasm. I, in particular, Gong Gong openly declared, this place should have wine. Very well, as my brother is pleased today, each shall receive a jar. With a grand gesture, Di Jiang commanded that each individual be given a jar of wine. Is wine merely wine? It is a precious treasure indeed. To you, Lin Yi, I raise my glass. The ancestral shaman took a sip, remaining relatively composed. However, the great shamans like Xing Tian and Hou had yet to partake. When they gulped down a mouthful, it resembled a bull tasting urine, tilting their heads at a sharp 45 degrees to gaze at the heavens, baring their teeth in sheer excitement. With the first sip, naturally came a second, and soon the ancestral and great shamans boasted, finishing the entire vessel in mere moments. How could this be? This liquor could actually condense malevolent energy after consuming half a vat. Xing Tian promptly sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Not just Xing Tian, but Kuafu, Hou, and Xiang Lu also settled down to commence their practice. Lin Yi, I hope I haven't caused you any embarrassment. Shall we first select some magical artifacts? With the great shamans in meditation, Di Jiang felt somewhat awkward and thus led Lin Yi to search for treasures. This was delightful. Lin Yi had long coveted the Hongming measuring ruler. And now that he could select it himself, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip by. This way, please. With a gesture of invitation, Di Jiang escorted Lin Yi toward the blood pool. Following closely behind, Lin Yi meticulously observed and absorbed the Tao rhythm of Pango Hall, keen not to overlook any detail. Mount Buzhou, transformed from Pangu's spine, and Pango Hall, a manifestation of Panga's heart, offered profound insights that would aid in his martial arts advancement. How enigmatic, through his perception, Lin Yi's appraisal of Pango Hall surged several-fold. The blood pool lay at the center of the grand hall, perfectly sheltered by a skeletal canopy formed from 12 ribs. Surrounding the blood pool were 12 towering thrones, each connected by a groove to the blood pool below. If everything here were restored to flesh, a secret would be revealed. Each throne was directly linked to a rib, supporting its free end. The chains of laws above the ribs, through the thrones and the grooves beneath, incessantly channeled the power of the laws into the blood pool. Originally a unified entity, the blood pool gradually divided into 12 distinct zones, each imbued with different laws yet capable of merging their essences, exuding a misty aura. Tracking with martial intent, Lin Yi discovered the pelvic cavity formed by the 9 sacral vertebrae and the hip bones, hidden deep within this primordial land. Astonishing! As he explored along the Mount Buzhou range, Lin Yi gasped in awe. The 12 colossal pillars of Pango Hall stood at each corner of the hall, one end supporting the structure while the other delved into the earth, evolving into thick, primordial spiritual veins. These were the 12 primordial ancestral veins of the primordial land. This was a breakthrough. No, how could he be in the early stage of Deluo? As Lin Yi comprehended Mount Buzhou, Di Jiang was taken aback to realize that Lin Yi was actually breaking through in cultivation. Having defeated Xian Ming, Di Jiang had presumed Lin Yi was at the pinnacle of Deluo, but as Lin Yi's aura manifested, he was shocked to discover Lin Yi was merely in the early stage, causing him to question reality itself. Chapter 32. The child is about to be born. More children bring more blessings. The first critical strike. Di Jiang had yet to finish inhaling a breath of cool air when Lin Yi erupted with terrifying devouring power, voraciously consuming the blood energy from the blood pool, all of it pouring into his body. If one could perceive Lin Yi's internal state, they would witness the transformations of his 100 meridians and acupoints. As he harnessed his understanding to condense 12 distinct laws, the 12 ancestral shamans represented the laws of space, wood, metal, water, fire, wind, thunder, electricity, time, weather, rain, and earth. At this moment, Lin Yi astonishingly encompassed these 12 laws within his 100 meridians. Though he had previously touched upon these laws, they had not been systematic. After visiting Pangal Hall and Mount Buzhou, Lin Yi experienced an epiphany, awakening to profound insights. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. This breakthrough lasted Lin Yi a full 20 years. Upon opening his eyes, his cultivation had ascended from the early stage of Deluo to the mid-stage of Deluo, his life level once again advancing, and his combat prowess multiplying by hundreds. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your breakthrough. As for Lin Yi, Di Jiang found it incomprehensible. Over the years, to ensure Lin Yi's advancement, Di Jiang had personally intervened, slaying 12 great beasts at the late stage of Deluo, thereby fulfilling Lin Yi's needs. Di Jiang, I shall remember this bond. Lin Yi clasped his fists towards Di Jiang, his heart brimming with gratitude. Though the ancestral shamans appeared simple-minded, when matters became serious, such friends were ones Lin Yi was willing to cultivate. That being said, if I feel indebted, just 1,000 jars of monkey wine will suffice. By the way, during this time, Xian Ming has organized some magical artifacts. Do you see any that you fancy? After walking a few steps with Lin Yi, Di Jiang pointed toward the distant magical artifacts for Lin Yi to choose from. Upon arrival, Lin Yi had already noticed that the Wu clan favored heavy weaponry. For instance, Xing Tian wielded an axe and a shield, famously known as the Xing Tian axe and shield. However, artifacts like ribbons, beads, and seals were of no interest to the great shamans, gathering dust on the ground. Approaching the artifacts, Lin Yi began to search meticulously, hoping to acquire the legendary Hongmeng measuring ruler. However, after a thorough search, he discovered nothing. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a pull and headed towards the blood pool, where he spotted a ruler by its side. The Hongmeng measuring ruler. With just a glance, Lin Yi recognized it. This ruler was indeed the Hongmeng measuring ruler. With the Hongmeng measuring ruler in hand, the rest became straightforward as Lin Yi began to scour for primordial spiritual treasures. After a rough count, Lin Yi estimated that there were no fewer than 1,000 artifacts present, of course. Some were mere misfits. They were not magical artifacts but merely high-grade materials, which the ancestral shamans did not comprehend, and thus they were all piled together. Di Jiang. That's all. After searching, Lin Yi found 2 pieces of primordial supreme treasures, a small tower and a spiral drill. Their names unknown due to their lack of refinement. The remaining 7 were primordial spiritual treasures, a willow branch, a string of beads, 3 seals, a jade vial, and a bracelet. Lin Yi tied the willow branch around his waist as a belt. The beads hung from his hand for occasional fiddling, and he used the spiral drill as a hairpin to neatly arrange his hair. As for the small tower, jade screen, and bracelet, Lin Yi intended to save them for his son. Considering the time, Ao Qing was about to give birth, and it was only fitting to show appreciation. This was the first critical strike of more children bring more blessings, and Lin Yi was eagerly looking forward to it. Brother, trouble is brewing. Di Jun and Tai Yi have broken through to Quasi-Saint. While Lin Yi was lost in his thoughts, Gong Gong rushed over, bearing unfavorable news. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Di Jiang was initially skeptical. How could Di Jun and Tai Yi, with their limited merits, Leap ahead to quasi-saint status, brother. Just moments ago, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Di Jun, and Tai Yi sequentially became quasi-saints and have already slain their first victims. Gong Gong's expression darkened, clearly worried. Gong Gong, you must immediately summon our kin back. I will find a way for Di Jiang and Xian Ming to break through to quasi-saint. The breakthroughs of Di Jun and Tai Yi would undoubtedly suppress the Wu clan. If we don't call back our kin, are we merely waiting to be slaughtered? Let us first follow Lin Yi's suggestion. Di Jiang remained unhurried, as the Wu clan possessed their own trump cards. As long as they returned to Mount Buzhou, the Wu clan would be safe. Understood. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Gong Gong surprisingly refrained from retorting and bolted off with impressive speed. Brother, summon Xian Ming to me. I will find a way for you to break through. Having gained so many advantages for the Wu clan, Lin Yi felt it necessary to express gratitude. Otherwise, how could he repay the favor? Besides, Hong Yun had to shoulder some blame. The tasks of making appearances would fall to him. Fellow Taoist Lin Yi, what shall we do next? In less than a dozen breaths, the 12 ancestral shamans gathered before Lin Yi. Awaiting his directives, everyone, I shall only say this once, so listen carefully. Cultivation in the primordial realm hinges on 3 elements: foundation, fortune, and merit. The 12 ancestral shamans, aside from lacking primordial spirits, are otherwise top tier. Yet you have not fully harnessed your inherent advantages. Brother, once I conclude my explanation, you will announce to the primordial realm that you are the true lineage of Pangu, governing the primordial lands on behalf of the great god Pangu. This is a position of merit, guaranteed to gain the recognition of the primordial realm. Once acknowledged, you shall acquire fortune and merit, and breaking through to quasi-saint shall be but a matter of course. Fixing his gaze on Di Jiang, Lin Yi first framed the structure before elaborating on the details, ensuring Di Jiang comprehended fully. I understand the position. With no alternative, Di Jiang could only give it a try. The key point was that what Lin Yi proposed was something the entire Wu clan could accept. They were eager to proceed, but had previously been unaware of such a course of action. Xian Ming, you cannot remain idle either. The Wu clan is superficially harmonious, yet it is truly a fragmented entity. Your task is to unite this disarray and establish order. This is the very order that Hong Jun sought to establish in the primordial realm. Begin by managing the Wu clan. Oh, not look at me like that. I know you are incapable, but I have a plan. In our human realm, there are numerous schools of thought, one of which is legalism. Motioning for Xian Ming to come forth, Lin Yi patiently explained. I understand. I will initiate the calculations immediately. Lin Yi's instructions were exceptionally detailed, and after a brief contemplation, Xian Ming found it feasible to implement. Xian Ming began to devise the rules for the Wu clan, while Di Jiang and the others prepared for their proclamation. Meanwhile, the other members of the Wu clan swiftly returned to Mount Buzhou, awaiting Di Jiang's arrangements. On the other side, Di Jun was also making significant moves. After breaking through to quasi-saint, Di Jun did not immediately launch an attack on the Wu clan, but instead, alongside Tai Yi, subdued the rebellious great demons, forcing them into submission. Di Jun was acutely aware that the first step to assaulting the Wu clan was to consolidate the demon race, ensuring they spoke with one voice. This process was swift. Within 3 months, the demon race was thoroughly reorganized. There was no other choice. Strength was paramount, and with 2 quasi-saints acting in concert, no demon could withstand their might. Brother, is it time to launch an attack on the Wu clan? The myriad demons returned to their rightful place, and Tai Yi, brimming with vigor, constantly contemplates an assault on the Witch clan. There is no haste. Prior to launching an attack on the Witch clan, it is prudent to pay a visit to the Eastern King. This scoundrel has not been behaving himself of late and needs to be brought back to the fold of the demon tribe. Turning his gaze towards the direction of the Eastern King, Di Jun's eyes are suffused with murderous intent, knowing that the time has come to deal with him. Recently, the Eastern King has been particularly unruly, causing considerable trouble for the greater demons by inciting resistance. Di Jun will not afford him the opportunity to continue his misdeeds. The mere mention of the Eastern King incites fury in Tai Yi. Though his strength is rather mediocre, his arrogance is intolerable. Tai Yi has long harbored the desire to bring him down. You and Kuanpeng shall eliminate the Eastern King. Once we reclaim that territory, we will accrue greater fortune. Having just broken through in cultivation, Dijun needs to solidify his powers, hence entrusting Tai and Kuanping with this task. I have long found this scoundrel to be intolerable. Today, I shall relish the chance to engage in combat. With the likes of Gue Che, Qinyuan, Jiming, Ing Zhao, Philian, and Faden accompanying him, Tai surged forward. At that moment, the Eastern King was engrossed in philosophical discussions, nurturing grand ambitions to create an entirely new method of cultivation, establishing a celestial sect to garner merit and fortune. The Eastern King is acutely aware of the movements of Dijun and Tai. To prevent the rise of the demon court, he has been scheming various underhanded tactics, employing every means to undermine their efforts. Eastern King, trouble is brewing. Tai and Kuanping are approaching. Just as the Eastern King was contemplating how to further the demon court, a significant demon arrived to relay the urgent news. What did you say? Dijun and Kuanping are coming to kill me. How audacious. I am the foremost male immortal, appointed by the Tao Ancestor. What gall they possess. With a roar of indignation, the Eastern King charged forth. In his eyes, he was the premier male immortal sanctioned by Hongjun, the leader of all male immortals, destined to marry the Western Queen Mother and establish a formidable power, ascending to the zenith of the primordial realm. What were Tai and Kuanping to him? As long as he practiced the immortal path of Hongjun, he believed all must heed the commands of the foremost male immortal. Eastern King, this is dire. We cannot withstand them. No sooner had he burst from the celestial gate than the Eastern King witnessed his subordinates retreating, bloodied and in disarray, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Eastern King, I trust you are well? Within mere breaths, Tai and Kuanping surrounded the celestial gate, towering above the Eastern King, their gazes cold and unyielding. Tai, Kuanping, I am the foremost male immortal appointed by the Tao Ancestor. Upon seeing me, ought you not to bow in reverence? Faced with Tai and Kuanping, the Eastern King was evidently terrified, yet he maintained a facade of bravado, hoping they might spare his life out of deference to Hongjun. Kill him. Tai did not respond to the Eastern King's pleas. Instead, he unleashed the power of a quasi-saint, striking down with a palm directed at the Eastern King. Confronted with the might of a quasi-saint, the Eastern King had no chance to retaliate. He was as insignificant as a solitary leaf adrift upon the sea. Frail and vulnerable, though not slay me, I am still of use to you. I can aid you against the witch clan. In the face of such overwhelming strength, the Eastern King came to his senses, humbly lowering his stature, pleading with Tai not to end his life. Now you seek mercy. Where was this humility during your previous insurrections? Ignoring the Eastern King's cries for clemency, Tai summoned his strength, conjuring a grinding wheel in the void, placing the Eastern King within it, relentlessly pulverizing him and shattering his bones. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Grant me another chance. I can assist you against the witch clan. I am of great value. In the throes of life and death, the Eastern King howled in agony, his pleas for mercy incessant. East Emperor, grind him down a bit more. It will make it easier for me to consume him later. Observing the Eastern King endure such torment, Kuanping was filled with excitement, anticipating the prospect of feasting upon the Eastern King's shredded remains. I have no intention of killing him. Though the Eastern King is a fool, he still holds some value. He can be of use against the witch clan, which is preferable to outright execution. After an hour of such treatment, Tai ceased his actions, awaiting the Eastern King's recovery. Having reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, ordinary injuries would not lead to death. Tai's actions were merely a punishment, intended to instill a lesson in the Eastern King. From this day forth, I shall be your subordinate. I beseech you to grant me an opportunity. Once his form was restored, the Eastern King immediately submitted, shedding any vestige of his former arrogance. Bow before the East Emperor. Bow before the East Emperor. The Eastern King's pleas for mercy echoed, and his subordinates dared not utter a word, immediately kneeling in submission. Excellent. Eastern King, gather your subordinates and, from this moment forth, proceed to the witch clan. Slay a great witch, and for the others, eliminate a lesser witch, and you may yet preserve your life. Tai would not easily let the Celestial Gate's denizens off the hook. To survive, they must first deal with the great and lesser witches. Yes. Although he understood that he and his companions were destined to be cannon fodder, the Eastern King dared not voice his objections and could only acquiesce to that moment. Thoughts of the Western Queen Mother flooded his mind. And he suddenly grasped why she had chosen to remain low-profile, in the primordial realm. One must either possess unparalleled strength to stand alone or develop quietly, avoiding unnecessary entanglements. However, the Eastern King realized this too late. He had already been relegated to the role of a mere pawn. If he failed to secure the head of a great witch, it would mean his demise, leaving him with no choice but to tread a path of darkness. Very well, gather your subordinates and set forth to slay the great witch. With hearty laughter, Tai led the charge, encouraging the Eastern King to spearhead the assault. In Tai's eyes, the Eastern King was but a petty individual. He would not allow him to completely offend the witch clan, lest he, like Hong Yun, become an ally of the witch clan. The head of the great witch would serve as the Eastern King's token of allegiance. In future battles, the Eastern King would remain a pawn, suited only for such grim tasks. Let us commence. Meanwhile, on the side of Dijiang, he had already gathered his kin at Mount Buzhou, beginning the rites to pay homage to the primordial realm. The Tao is above, the Father God is above. Today, the witch clan proclaimed to the primordial realm their establishment of a sect, forging the Pangu orthodoxy. Father God opened the heavens, transforming into all things within the primordial realm, bestowing blessings upon countless beings. Yet, following the Dragon Han period, the primordial beings fell into chaos, with the path of cultivation shrouded in uncertainty, leading to the decline of the primordial realm. Today, the witch clan vows once more to establish the Pangu orthodoxy, governing the primordial earth in the name of the Father God, beseeching the Tao to witness. Facing Mount Buzhou, the witch clan collectively knelt, declaring their intent to the heavens. With a resonant hum, as Dijiang conducted the ceremony, Mount Buzhou trembled, the entire primordial realm reverberating, the once silent Tao quaking, fortune surging forth like a tidal wave, all converging upon Dijiang. In the void, terrifying phenomena erupted. Clouds of merit shone brilliantly in the skies, illuminating the entirety of Mount Buzhou. The Tao is above, the Father God is above. Thanks to the Father God's grace, the witch clan flourishes and thrives. Yet, in the chaos of the primordial realm, with the heavens in disarray, today, the witch clan, through Xianming, shall institute governing laws to restore order to the primordial realm. Hearken, O witch clan! Xianming speaks in the stead of the Father God. First, among the witch clan, you shall offer mutual assistance, fostering love and unity. Second, those who disrupt unity shall be executed. Those who disrespect the Father God shall be executed. Those who are unkind and unjust shall be executed. After Dijiang's proclamation, Xianming stepped forth, announcing to the heavens per Lin Yi's instructions. With each decree from the ancestral witch, the primordial realm trembled, fortune seemingly bursting forth, with merit cascading, continuously elevating the cultivation levels of both Dijiang and Xianming. Ancestral witch, you seek death. Sensing the commotion among the witch clan, Yuan Shi roared in fury, unleashing a terrifying murderous intent. In Yuan Shi's view, the three pure ones were the true Pangu orthodoxy. What were the ancestral witches? What right did they have to claim such a title? Chapter 33. Dijiang and Xianming ascend to quasi-saint, the first battle of witch and demon. They are on the verge of ascending to quasi-saint status. Tongtian bore no grievances but focused intently on the direction of Mount Buzhou. He could sense Dijiang and Xuanming's rapid rise in cultivation. At this pace, it would not be long before they achieved quasi-sainthood. The 12 ancestral witches lacked the foresight. The witch clan's advancement was likely the brainchild of Hong Yun. This Hong Yun is no ordinary figure, he mused. Laozi, too, observed with interest, his regard for Hong Yun rising significantly. Jane and Juenti are mere failures. To let Hong Yun escape despite so many surrounding him is inexcusable. The mention of Hong Yun. Yuan Shi felt an urge to chastise Jane and Juenti. You two, listen closely. Prior to the Master's third sermon, remain in seclusion and refrain from provoking unnecessary troubles. In the primordial realm, only saints held dominion. Without attaining such status, one remained nothing more than an ant. Shifting his gaze, Laozi instructed Yuan Shi and Tong Tian to focus on their training. With little time remaining before Hongjuan's third sermon, Laozi sensed an opportunity for ascension post-sermon. After becoming saints, what are they to us? He snorted coldly, following suit into seclusion. What a pity. I had hoped for a chance to engage in battle, Tong Tian sighed, obediently retreating into seclusion as well as Mount Buzhou. Lin Yi concealed himself within the Pango Hall, quietly observing the world outside, contemplating the path of development for the human race. Lin Yi, too, bore formidable merit. Di Jiang and Xuanming's current achievements were heavily influenced by his efforts. As they gained merit, Lin Yi naturally reaped some rewards as well. Not only Lin Yi, but Hong Yuan also benefited significantly, as he was indeed a participant, and it was only natural for him to share in the spoils. They are about to break through. Standing beside Lin Yi, Hong Yuan felt an acute sense of tension. He observed as the murderous aura surrounding Di Jiang coalesced, his comprehension of the laws intensifying until, with a final tremor, he attained the quasi-saint realm. Following Di Jiang, Xiaming also reached the quasi-saint level, along with Ho Tu and others, their cultivation ascending to the Great Luo's peak. What audacity to attack our witch clan at this juncture. Sons, prepare for battle. Di Jiang and Xianming have successfully made breakthroughs, while Di Jun and Dong Huangtai lead Dong Wanggong into the territory of the Wu clan. Had it been before, Di Jiang and the others might have acted with more discretion. This time, however, Di Jiang laughed heartily, directly commanding Xing Tian and the others to take action. With their fortunes elevated, the overall strength of the Wu clan doubled. Upon hearing Di Jiang's orders, Xing Tian and the other great shamans roared in unison and surged forward with explosive speed. Di Jun and Tai Yi refrained from joining the fray, as did Di Jiang and Xianming. All had just recently attained breakthroughs and were ill-suited for combat. Kill. With the quasi-saints refraining from action, the Deluo need not be concerned. Dong Wanggong took the lead, charging directly at a great shaman. He had not forgotten that to gain favor, he needed to slay a great shaman, and with his strength, he had a considerable chance. Kill. The likes of Ho Yi and the other great shamans were unaware that Dong Wanggong and his companions were merely cannon fodder. In an instant, they erupted into battle. Truly, the Wu clan was formidable. From a vantage point, Lin Yi observed the battlefield, noting that the demon clan was being crushed by the Wu clan, pushed back relentlessly. Since when did Dong Wanggong join the demon clan? Standing beside Lin Yi, Hong Yuan gasped in astonishment, eager to inquire how Dong Wanggong had become entangled with the demon clan. Hong Yuan was well aware of Dong Wanggong's brash and ostentatious nature. Not long ago, he had heard that Dong Wanggong had become part of the celestial sect, yet here he was, seemingly subdued so swiftly and no need to worry. He won't last long. Following Hong Yuan's gaze, Lin Yi spotted Dong Wanggong. One must admit, he possessed an air of elegance, ethereal and graceful, yet his features lacked prominence, reflecting a visage of short-lived fortune. According to Lin Yi's understanding, this fellow would die and be reincarnated as Dong Huadi Jun, only to experience a calamity of death, later aided by his disciple Han Zhongli, ultimately becoming Lu Dongbin. Mentioning Lu Dongbin, Lin Yi thought of Go Yao. The original text referred to Go Yao as Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a good heart, later evolving into a biting dog. If Go Yao were to hear this, he might regret it. Human ancestor, you don't intend to rescue Dong Wanggong, do you? Upon seeing Lin Yi's smile, Hong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, expressing his confusion. Given Hong Yuan's character, he rarely disliked anyone, yet Dong Wanggong was an exception. Dong Wanggong must die. With a slight shake of his head, Lin Yi closed his eyes, unwilling to offer aid. He saved Hong Yuan only because of his favorable impression of Zhen Yuanzi. Otherwise, he would not have risked it. As for Dong Wanggong, well, he chuckled, it shouldn't take long. Both sides were merely testing each other. Observing the battlefield closely, Hong Yuan shook his head, realizing the fight wouldn't last much longer. Hong Yuan, it seems you have forgotten something. You are now part of the Wu clan. Regardless of your aversion to battle, you remain one of them. That I suggest you keep a close watch on Dong Wanggong. He is up to something. Patting Hong Yuan's shoulder, Lin Yi urged him to act immediately, reminding him of his identity. How careless of me. Thank you for the reminder, human ancestor. With a burst of speed, Hong Yun dashed forth. What an opportunity! It's you! Dong Wang was indeed concealing his strength. His target was Ho-Yi. As Ho-Yi pressed deeper, Dong Wang suddenly unleashed all his power, launching a surprise attack on Ho-Yi. Ho-Yi's archery was formidable, making him one of the few long-range powerhouses within the Wu clan. The chance to decapitate Ho-Yi was significant. This is bad. After slaying a member of the Tai-E Golden Immortal-level demon clan with a single arrow, Ho-Yi felt a sudden chill. Turning to see Dong Wang, you seek death. Xin Ming, the ancestral shaman, also noticed this scene, but the distance was too great for any rescue. He could only roar in protest. Di Jiang was equally preoccupied. Having been fixated on Di Jun and neglecting the other great shamans, never considering that the pinnacle of Deluo, Dong Wang, would dare to attack Ho-Yi, who was at the late stage of the Golden Immortal. Thus, he could only close his eyes in resignation. Well done, Dong Wang. Di Jiang and Xian Ming were left helpless, while Dong Huang Tai laughed heartily, finding Dong Wang quite commendable. Though Ho-Yi's strength was lacking, his archery was terrifying. In a short time, he had already slain numerous members of the demon clan. Beheading Ho-Yi would bolster their momentum, while life is forfeit. With Dong Wang targeting him, Ho-Yi immediately ceased to resist. Before a Deluo, a Tai-E Golden Immortal stood no chance of survival. Rather than kneel and plead for mercy, he chose to accept his fate. You shall not die. As Dong Wang approached Ho-Yi, a disc materialized out of thin air, perfectly positioned before Ho-Yi, absorbing all the incoming force. Who possesses this innate spiritual treasure? The attack was thwarted, prompting Dong Wang to bellow in anger as he searched for the assailant. He was well aware that the Wu clan lacked primordial spirits and could not control treasures. This was the work of an outsider. Dong Wang, you are the leader of the male immortals. How can you attack a junior? Where is your dignity? Closing the distance to Ho-Yi, Hong Yun smiled, retracting the disc and mocking Dong Wang for his shamelessness. This treasure had been gifted to Hong Yun by Lin Yi, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. With it in hand, Dong Wang was rendered ineffective. Excellent, well done, Hong Yun. After Hong Yun saved Ho-Yi, Gong and the other great shamans roared in excitement. At this moment, Gong wanted to announce to everyone, did you see that? Did you see? I brought him into the Wu clan. Order a retreat. This probing ends here. This battle was intended to sow enmity between Dong Wang and the Wu clan. Now that the goal had been achieved, the probing could conclude. Bang! Summoning the Dong Huang bell, Dong Huang Tai struck it several times, signaling the retreat. All members, heed the command, retreat. Upon hearing Dong Huang Tai's directive, Bai Zhe, Jiuying, Shangyang, Ci Tai, Gue Che, Qin Yuan, and Ji Ming immediately shouted for the demon clan to withdraw. In this battle, the demon clan had never held an advantage, and upon receiving the order to retreat, they surged back with great speed. Hong Yun, I will kill you one day. Frustrated at failing to kill Ho-Yi, Dong Wang seethed with anger, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. You should first break through to Quasi-Saint before you speak. With your current strength, you are no match for me. Standing atop the disc, Hong Yun scoffed, indicating that Dong Wang could leave. Hemph! With a cold snort, Dong Wang retreated, forced to withdraw. Just as Dong Wang turned, Ho-Yi struck. Drawing his bow to its fullest, he released his strongest arrow. You seek death. Despite Ho-Yi being merely a Tai-E Golden Immortal, his arrows were anything but ordinary. In a moment of haste, Dong Wang was struck by Ho-Yi's arrow. The injury was not severe, yet it was deeply humiliating. Being wounded by a Tai-E Golden Immortal was a blow to his pride. Dong Wang, no wonder you attempted to ambush the great shaman Ho-Yi. It turns out this is all you are capable of. What a pity for the title of leader of the male immortals. Watching Dong Wang, Hong Yun sighed, his eyes filled with disdain. Hong Yun, I will kill you one day. Crumbling Ho-Yi's arrow in his grasp, Dong Wang felt as if he might explode with rage. Should he have the chance in the future, he would certainly take Hong Yun's life. Quickly flee. You might be killed by the great shaman Ho-Yi. Hong Yun remained unperturbed, yet it was precisely this demeanor that infuriated. Ho-Yi played along, once more drawing his bow to complete several follow-up shots. You seek death. shattering the arrows, Dong Wang Gong Long to rush back and slay both Hong Yun and Hui, but, considering the risk of being counterattacked, could only retreat, do not pursue. Clean up the battlefield. The demon clan withdrew, and Dijiang did not pursue. The corpses of the demons left behind would be sufficient for everyone to enhance their strength considerably. It is time to return. With the battle concluded, Lin Yi exited the Pango Hall, knowing it was time to leave. In this battle, the Wu clan had garnered much attention, allowing the human clan to hasten their development. Furthermore, Nuwa was due to return soon. The plan for numerous offspring could also be set in motion. Di Jun had already established the demon court and would soon be considering marriage. Lin Yi had to act decisively. The Queen Mother of the West was also a target, but that could wait. The chances of successfully playing matchmaker now were slim, so patience was required. Lin Yi, do not leave. We did not settle our last bout. Let us have a proper fight. Upon seeing Lin Yi attempt to depart, Xian Ming, the ancestral shaman, was displeased and rushed out immediately. Having been bested by Lin Yi last time left Xian Ming's clan feeling vexed. They had endured the humiliation without daring to speak of it. Now that he had broken through to Quasi-Saint, it was only natural to seek revenge. Xian Ming, I have matters to attend to today. Let us spar another time. Hearing Xian Ming's call, Lin Yi once again surged away, fleeing in haste. Setting aside whether he could win, this was not the place for a fight, and Lin Yi was unwilling to reveal his strength. This is how it is. If you wish for me to be your woman, defeat me first. As Lin Yi fled, Xian Ming was filled with excitement. During this time, Xian Ming had felt stifled. Facing Lin Yi, she trembled, fearing he might make unreasonable demands. On several occasions, she had prepared herself, merely waiting for Lin Yi to speak, so she could bear him children. Yet Lin Yi had been preoccupied with cultivation, then busy with serious matters, leaving them no time to connect. Now, having achieved a breakthrough to Quasi-Saint, Xian Ming felt empowered. Previously unable to contend with Lin Yi, she would now have the upper hand. Even if her intentions were to suppress him. Xian Ming, do not be presumptuous. Our breakthrough to Quasi-Saint is largely thanks to Lin Yi. Just as Xian Ming contemplated whether to chase after Lin Yi for a beating, Dijiang blocked her path. The Wu clan was straightforward, capable of love and hate. Dijiang had always remembered Lin Yi's significant assistance to the clan. Take Xian Ming as an example. Had it not been for Lin Yi, would she have been able to achieve her breakthrough? To seek trouble with Lin Yi immediately after her recent advancement would be a betrayal of gratitude. The Wu clan of Dijiang? I have a suggestion. We can achieve a resounding victory over the demon clan. Firstly, our own strength is formidable. Secondly, we have the assistance of our friend Lin Yi, and it would be remiss not to express our gratitude. Thus, we shall retain the demon clan's essence and flesh, while offering their teeth, horns, and claws to Lin Yi. The human race is just beginning to rise, with few disciples and most lacking magical artifacts. By providing the powerful demon clan's teeth and horns to the humans, they can forge artifacts, which would also serve to repay a favor. During this time together, Hong Yun has come to recognize the Wu clan. They harbor no ill intentions and can be trusted not to betray us. For the Wu clan, these items are mere refuse, as they do not consume them. Rather than letting them languish, it is preferable to offer them to the humans. Transforming waste into treasure. However, is this truly appropriate? Those items are of no use. Do we not appear destitute? Ho Tu and friend Hong Yun, why don't you take these artifacts to the Pango Hall and present them? We are genuinely grateful to Lin Yi for his significant aid. Upon hearing Hong Yun's proposal, Dijiang was quite tempted, yet he felt it would be humiliating to send what he deemed trash after such substantial assistance from Lin Yi. How about this, my friend Dijiang? We shall retain a portion of the artifacts and combine them with the demon clan's teeth, claws, and horns for delivery. If you feel that is insufficient, we can also send some spiritual fruits. Lin Yi mentioned that brewing monkey wine requires a considerable amount of spiritual fruits. Sending some would facilitate our long-term collaboration. Moreover, we ought to keep a few trump cards. Should we give all the artifacts to Lin Yi? What will we do when we wish to drink? Rubbing his forehead, Hong Yun felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Interacting with him has its pros and cons. When treated well, the Wu clan will reciprocate wholeheartedly, yet their lack of wariness can lead to betrayal. Take for example the Ancestor Xian Ming, who fell victim to his own arrogance and was ultimately sold out. Hong Yun could assure that Xian Ming remains no match for Lin Yi, who conceals his true strength. Brother, Hong Yun is right. The artifacts are meant for trading for wine. If we give them all away, how shall we procure wine in the future? Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, Gong Gong and the others immediately dissuaded him, stating that while other matters can be negotiated, the wine is non-negotiable. Very well, then I shall leave this matter to you, friend Hong Yun, by the way. From now on, the resources of our Wu clan will be managed by you and Ho too, for we are but simple folk and cannot handle such affairs. Friend Hong Yun, do not be modest. Shortly, you shall visit the Pango Hall and select 3 magical artifacts for yourself. These treasures will serve you well and shine brightly. Xian Ming, do not be idle. As I uphold the Pango orthodoxy in the name of our Father God, you must ensure the Wu clan is well managed and orderly. Having tasted the sweetness of cooperation, Di Jiang felt resolute in his decision to proceed in this manner. Good. Hearing the words of the ancestor Di Jiang, Hong Yun smiled, knowing that he had gained Di Jiang's recognition. Momentarily taken aback, Hong Yun then thought of Lin Yi. Had it not been for Lin Yi's reminder, how could he have saved Ho Yi? He regarded Lin Yi with renewed appreciation. In life, one must learn from Lin Yi. Sighing, Hong Yun reminded himself to engage more with Lin Yi. Not to mention, Lin Yi's timing for departure was impeccable. Had he delayed, the ancestor Xian Ming would surely have sought confrontation, and victory would have brought disgrace to the Wu clan, while defeat would have humiliated himself. Choosing to leave was indeed the wisest course of action. This was a testament to his humility. Had Lin Yi not departed, Di Jiang would have undoubtedly expressed his gratitude face to face, which presents its own complexities. Ancestor, Ho Yi has something to convey. I hope friend Hong Yun will join my Di tribe. For my life was saved by him, and I am willing to heed his commands henceforth. Having danced on the brink of death, Ho Yi felt immense gratitude towards Hong Yun and wished for him to join the Di tribe. Since Hong Yun's integration into the Wu clan, he had yet to join a tribe. Though unspoken, some felt a tinge of exclusion. Today's battle rendered them speechless, allowing for a forthright admission into the Di tribe. Friend Hong Yun, what is your opinion? Di Jiang found Ho Yi's proposal commendable, as it would provide Hong Yun with a sense of belonging. Then I shall impose upon everyone henceforth. The prospect of joining the Di tribe brought joy to Hong Yun. At present, he felt like a drifting leaf, needing to take root, and Ho Yi seemed to be an excellent choice. As for their interactions, Hong Yun felt no apprehension. His confidence stemmed from the human race. By joining the Di tribe, he could better collaborate with them. Once he optimized the resources of the Wu clan, the Di tribe would flourish. This also pertained to merit and fortune. By strengthening the Wu clan, Hong Yun could partake in its fortune and gain merit, thereby advancing towards the quasi-saint level. Is there any issue? Brothers, I, Ho Yi, declare here and now that from this day forward, friend Hong Yun shall be a member of my Di tribe. His words carry the weight of my own. Should anyone dare to gossip, beware, for I shall dismantle them bone by bone. Hong Yun consented to join the Di tribe, and Ho Yi promptly proclaimed, Thank you, friend Ho Yi. Now I ask for your first favor. Gather the discarded teeth and horns of the demon clan, for we shall express our gratitude to the human ancestors. Not to mention, upon completion of this task, every brother who contributed shall be guaranteed a drink. Regardless of the quantity, there will be enough to partake. Observing the members of the Di tribe, Hong Yun smiled as he enticed them with the promise of monkey wine. I'll do it. I have great strength. This is my forte. I shall join as well. Count me in. Initially, these young Wu clan members were somewhat lethargic, but upon hearing of the wine, they became energized, eagerly signing up. They had heard tales of the ancestor procuring a wondrous substance called wine, which was invigorating and could condense malevolent energy, something even the great Wu, like Ho Yi, could only sample, taking pride in it. They looked forward to another opportunity to indulge, with the ancestors endorsing it. How could the young Wu clan resist temptation? They had long dreamed of a chance to drink. Now, with Hong Yun providing an opportunity to assist in gathering demon clan teeth and horns in exchange for wine, who would refuse? Friend Hong Yun, may members from other tribes participate? I, from the Kwa Fu tribe, am willing to help. We can assist as well that I wish to lend a hand. I require little, just a sip of wine. When Hong Yun joined the Delhi tribe, other tribes, initially envious, became disheartened upon learning that Hong Yun could procure monkey wine for everyone. They scrambled, driven by desperation, with pride taking a back seat. Ahem, thank you all for your support. Can we arrange for the next opportunity? For now, let the brothers of the D tribe assist first, and I shall invite you all next time. The Wu clan's warm enthusiasm left Hong Yun pleasantly surprised, leading him to quickly decline. Very well. Hong Yun had stated from the outset that only the diligent young Wu clan would receive wine. Those who missed the opportunity were left dejected, lamenting their fate. Thus, I require 20 brothers to assist me in collecting the demon clan's teeth and horns, while others who did not contribute shall gather spiritual fruits. I shall manage it later to see if we can exchange for more wine. Ensuring every brother has something to drink, Hong Yun, ever the good-natured individual, saw the despondent expressions and immediately sought a solution. Good. Renewed with hope, the young Wu clan members laughed heartily, rushing off to gather spiritual fruits. Hong Yun, too, was not idle. He accompanied Ho Tu to the Pango Hall to organize the artifacts. The ancestor Di Jiang had promised him 3 magical artifacts, and Hong Yun intended to make the most of this opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Wu clan has returned with abundant gains, not only acquiring magical artifacts but also forging friendships within the Wu clan. The benefits for the human race are boundless, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, rewarding a fragment of the creation jade butterfly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had just returned to the human race. The moment he set foot on Jinao Island, the system notification chimed, announcing a critical hit yielding a fragment of the creation jade butterfly. Good heavens, this item can also yield critical hits? Upon inspecting the Chaos Pearl, Lin Yi's eyes widened. The fragment resembled a small mountain. What else could it be but the creation jade plate? It is said that the creation jade plate records the 3,000 paths of the Tao. With such an artifact to assist him, comprehending the Tao would become significantly easier. Hong Jun's ability to create the method of severing 3 corpses relied upon the creation jade butterfly. Lin Yi speculated that the reason for this critical hit must be related to the 10 magical artifacts. The Wu clan's expedition had been immensely fruitful. Only the creation jade plate could justify such a 10,000-fold critical hit. Ancestor, you have returned? Lin Yi had only taken a few steps when Nu Hua's voice echoed. Congratulations, Lady Nu Hua. Your cultivation has advanced once more. Observing Nu Hua, Lin Yi noted her aura had significantly increased. With a few more opportunities, she would surely break through to the late quasi-saint level. Ancestor, I sought you out regarding a matter of cultivation. I am encountering some issues. Nua's expression was grave, clearly facing a dilemma concerning her cultivation. Chapter 35. Nu Hua's Matchmaker, Witness to Heavenly Marriage. Encountering issues in cultivation? That should not be the case. Nu Hua has neither refined the primordial purple chi nor severed the 3 corpses. What could possibly go amiss? I seem to have inadvertently embarked on the path of becoming a saint through merit, and I can no longer turn back. Gazing intently at Lin Yi, Nu Hua appeared somewhat disheartened. Having listened to Hong Jun's teachings, Nu Hua was already aware of the paths to sainthood. There are 3 ways to achieve sainthood, through the principles of the mixed Yuan de Luo, by severing the 3 corpses to become a heavenly Tao saint, or through merit to attain the status of a heavenly Tao saint. Naturally, Nu Hua did not wish to become a heavenly Tao saint. Lady Nu Hua, I can offer you an alternate path. Would you be willing to take it? However, I must clarify that if you choose this path, you cannot align with the demon clan. You must think this through. Lin Yi had a vague speculation regarding Nu Hua's situation. From the stage of Deluo to the quasi-saint level, Nu Hua entirely relied on the cultivation of virtue for her ascension, although she was comprehending the laws of creation. At the core, it was still the influence of virtue that propelled her. From another perspective, Nu Hua's path to sanctification through virtue was indeed formidable, requiring far greater merit than the more traditional method of severing the 3 corpses, potentially even rivaling Hong Jun. What path would she choose? Between the human race and the demon race, Nu Hua had long made her choice. Where Lin Yi was, she would be also. Wait a moment, let me conceal my aura first. Lady Nu Hua, since the heavenly Tao exists, does the human Tao also exist? And what of the earth Tao? Hong Jun severed the 3 corpses to embody the heavenly Tao. Can you not, in a similar manner, embody the human Tao? Hongjuan's aspirations were grand, seeking to replace the heavens with his heart, yet you are different. You should become a saint of the human Tao, collaborating with humanity. The stronger the human race becomes, the stronger you will be. However, be prepared. Once you attain the status of human Tao saint, you may find it impossible to leave the human territories, needing the human race to develop to a certain degree before you can move freely. Furthermore, during a specific period, you must protect the human race and foster its growth. The human race is what both you and I have created. You are undoubtedly deserving of the title of human Tao saint. Focusing on Nuwa, Lin Yi urged her to contemplate. It was the first time Lady Nuwa had encountered the notion of becoming a human Tao saint, and she hesitated slightly. Yet the temptation was great. Should she succeed, her power would rival that of Hongjun, stirring her heart with desire. But according to your reasoning, would I not need to ceaselessly accumulate virtue? Where would I find such vast amounts of virtue? Though her heart was stirred, Nuwa was not foolish. Considering her current cultivation method, how much virtue would she need to attain the status of human Tao saint? There is no need for you to worry about the matter of virtue. I can assure you that you will acquire ample virtue. It all hinges on your choice. Lady Nuwa, Lin Yi naturally hoped for Nuwa to become a human Tao saint. Her involvement would greatly enhance his plans. Very well, I accept your proposal. I am willing to become a human Tao saint. The thought of standing beside Hongjun fortified Nuwa's resolve. Lady Nuwa, I shall first devise a cultivation plan for you. Your current focus should primarily be on acquiring virtue. Your first task is to act as a matchmaker for me, to secure a heavenly marriage. After Hongjuan's third lecture, there will be a distribution at the Funbao Rock, where a divine treasure known as the Red Embroidery Ball will be present. Lady Nuwa must strive to obtain it, for it will serve as a testament to our heavenly union, granting us significant virtue. The targets of this heavenly marriage are the two celestial maidens, Shiha and Changshi, who reside above the moon star. Lady Nuwa must undertake preliminary efforts to persuade them to marry me. The second source of virtue stems from the establishment of a teaching. At Funbao Rock, Hongjun will distribute powerful treasures to the three pure ones, allowing them to sever their three corpses and ascend to the late quasi-saint phase in a remarkably short time. With many members among the human race, we are bound to attract the attention of quasi-saints. Instead of letting others benefit from this, it is better for us to seize the opportunity. Here, Lady Nuwa can establish the Nuwa Palace and create a school to propagate the human race's laws of creation, thus enjoying the fortune of the human race and acquiring tremendous virtue. The third source of virtue can be postponed, depending on the unfolding circumstances of the Great Desolation. The third source Lin Yi referred to was the merit of mending the heavens. Should Hongyun not have joined the Wu clan, Gonggong would undoubtedly have shattered Mount Buzhou. However, with Lin Yi's intervention, this event may not come to pass, and thus he chose to remain silent for now, awaiting the evolution of the Great Desolation's tides. Very well, I shall immediately head to the Moon Star to act as your matchmaker. Upon hearing that Lin Yi intended to marry Shiha and Changshi, Nuwa felt an inexplicable displeasure. However, for the sake of her saintly position, she resolved to proceed. Wait a moment, bring some monkey wine as a gift. It would be remiss to visit empty-handed. Lady Nuwa could promise that should they wed me, I would ensure their ascension to the quasi-saint level and provide them with innate spiritual treasures. In Lin Yi's view, merely speaking empty words was the behavior of a scoundrel. If he wished to marry them, he must demonstrate tangible actions, for how else could he bring happiness to others? You truly are generous. Casting Lin Yi a glance, Nuwa accepted the monkey wine and turned to make her way to the moon star. Jun, they say nothing compares to dumplings. Cough cough. You are destined to die. I shall take care of your sister-in-law. Damn, I forgot to include a Huang. Watching Nuwa depart, Lin Yi felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, thinking of Jun's inevitable demise, he felt at ease. At this moment, Changshi and Shiha were both single, and everyone had the right to compete fairly. Jun was a short-lived being and could not provide happiness to Shiha and Changshi. Naturally, they could also refuse in the current Great Desolation. There were few quasi-saints, and external pressures were minimal. Changshi and Shiha could withstand it. When the distribution at Funbao Rock occurred and quasi-saints proliferated, they would certainly panic. Lin Yi had not contemplated directly seizing both maidens, but instead aimed to plant a seed in his heart. Once Nuwa obtained the red embroidery ball, great things could come to fruition. Was there not also merit in securing a heavenly marriage? I have sown a seed, and it has finally borne fruit. Today is a momentous occasion. I shall pluck the stars to offer to you, tear the moon to present to you, and let the sun rise for you each day, marching forth with unabashed steps. Lin Yi could not help but hum, growing more immersed in his song. With hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yi began to wander aimlessly on Golden Tortoise Island. Over the course of these 10,000 years, the human race had been advancing strictly according to Lin Yi's plans. He now resolved to accelerate their progress further. Once the human race's strongest system was bound to them, Lin Yi could achieve a tenfold increase in merit for any beneficial actions he took. The greater the human population, the stronger Lin Yi became. The more formidable the descendants of the human race, the more powerful Lin Yi grew. The combined might of the human race determined their overall strength. Currently, Lin Yi was at the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal and, in direct combat, he would not stand against the ancestral Witch Xianming. There was no immediate way to enhance his own strength. Thus, the only option left was to bolster the power of the human race. Those led by Swearin had already reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, while 3,000 newly born humans were at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Following them were several million Golden Immortals, over 10 million Mystic Immortals, and 8 to 9 million Celestial Immortals, with a considerable number of Earth Immortals as well. Calculating the population, the human race was on the verge of surpassing 30 million. Lin Yi had not received a merit boost at 10 million, but he would undoubtedly receive one when the population reached 3,000. All Tai Golden Immortals and above, come to see me. After a brief tour, Lin Yi returned to the human race hall and summoned those above the Tai Golden Immortal level. The human race was being summoned, and they rushed to comply. Are we to receive another teaching? Do not waste time. Everyone, move swiftly. Lin Yi's reputation among the human race was exceedingly high, and soon they gathered at the human race hall. Everyone, I shall commence a lecture. You are to comprehend it on your own. Based on your insights, I will establish the 100 schools of thought, and you shall research accordingly. Finding a place to sit, Lin Yi began to expound upon the 100 schools of thought. Before beginning, Lin Yi had utilized merit to assist his calculations and could present a general outline. There is a saying, the master leads one to the door, but the cultivation depends on oneself. Lin Yi would guide their thoughts, and the rest depended on their own efforts. This lecture consumed 500 years of Lin Yi's time, during which he successfully selected the elite of the 100 schools of thought, bestowing surnames to them, allowing them to correspond to the martial steel, and ensuring that this lineage would flourish. The representative figure of Confucianism was Kongzi. Lin Yi did not use this name but simply granted the surname, Kong. The representative figure of legalism was Shangyang. Lin Yi also refrained from using his name, instead granting the surname, Shang. The representative figure of Moism was Mozi. Lin Yi used the name Mozi and granted him that title. The representative figure of the Yin-Yang school was Zhou. Lin Yi also used this name and granted him the title Zhouyan. In addition, Lin Yi also established the martial family, incorporating military strategies under his control. Those who received Lin Yi's bestowed surnames and names were all among the newly born 3,000, having already formed a tribal-like community and occupied the martial steel. Following Lin Yi's blessings, a reshuffling occurred among the peaks, as everyone aligned with the martial steel and restructured. Issuing an edict, Lin Yi declared that the establishment of the 100 schools did not imply independence, nor would they be permitted to act independently. Thought is a form of civilization. Our human race shall forever remain united. To ensure the unity of the human race, I formally established the God-slaying army, presided over by the military and legal families. Furthermore, the Holy Mother Nuwa will establish the Nuwa Palace, creating the human teaching. I shall also consolidate the human race and select the Emperor of Humanity. The position of Emperor of Humanity is currently vacant. Organizations and institutions must be established. The core of our human race will initially consist of the martial steel and the 100 schools, and once the Emperor of Humanity is selected, we shall embark on an era of governance. Currently, the human race is still somewhat chaotic, and Lin Yi decided to enforce order. However, for now, most of it remains a framework. The details must be filled in by the human race themselves, and he would merely propose guidance. As for personal management, Lin Yi was unwilling. It was too cumbersome. Lin Yi's role resembled that of a stabilizing anchor. He was responsible for steering the ship, and if the direction veered off course, he would correct it. We shall faithfully adhere to the commands of our ancestor. Upon completing his speech, the 3,000 newly born humans knelt and respectfully saw Lin Yi off. This process was also recorded by the human race, as their civilization ought to endure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initiating a monumental change in the human race, triggering a tenfold reward. A wisp of Mother Chi of all things and a wisp of chaotic origin. The Mother Chi of all things and chaotic origin would significantly aid the world, and the host was encouraged to spend time integrating them. Amidst the cheers of Swearin and others, the system's critical hit followed, rewarding a wisp of Mother Chi of all things and a wisp of chaotic origin. Good heavens, this has truly become a critical hit. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Lin Yi erupted into laughter. Turning to enter the human clan hall, intending to enter seclusion for refinement. Meanwhile, Nuwa had just concluded her discourse and raised her gaze toward Shiha and Changshi, officially commencing her matchmaking efforts. Chapter 36, 10,000-fold critical strike. Fortuitous blessings, my esteemed friends, this is my path. To sever the three corpses is a perilous endeavor, detrimental to both oneself and others. Thus, forging one's own path is the true way. However, this journey is fraught with challenges. In the present primordial chaos, dark currents swirl beneath the surface, and lethal intentions lurk. A single misstep could lead to one's demise. I am curious. What thoughts do you two have regarding the future? With that, Nuwa produced a jar of monkey wine, inviting Shiha and Changshi to partake. What I speak is the truth. Given the current trends in the primordial realm, none can stand aloof. One must either break through to the saint realm, remaining unprovoked, or join a faction to seek protection. Otherwise, one risks becoming collateral damage. To be candid, what you mention is also a concern of my sister and me. But what is this? The flavor is exceptionally unique. Upon taking a sip of the monkey wine, Shiha immediately sensed something amiss. The taste was simply divine. This is brewed by the ancestor of humanity. Speaking of this ancestor, he is no ordinary figure. My achievements today are largely thanks to him. Now that the topic has reached this point, I shall be forthright. My visit today is primarily to seek merit. From the two of you, I sense the existence of merit. With your cooperation, you two could acquire it. With a deliberate pause, Nuwa awaited Shiha and Changshi's reaction. Do we possess merit? Learning of their innate merit, Shiha and Changshi were perplexed. They had long yearned for such blessings, yet had never obtained any. From where could merit arise? My dear friends, would you be willing to marry if the opportunity arose? Should you consent to wed the ancestor of humanity? I could serve as the matchmaker and officiate the wedding according to human customs. Upon the completion of the ceremony, you would undoubtedly gain merit. The ancestor has promised that if you agree to marry him, he will ensure your breakthrough to the quasi-saint level and even grant you innate treasures. Having laid the groundwork, Nuwa's true intention was to have Shiha and Changshi wed Lin Yi. The atmosphere was now ripe for the revelation of her purpose. Nuwa, who is this ancestor of humanity? We know not who he is. How could we marry him? Upon hearing Nuwa's promises, Shiha and Changshi were intrigued, yet they hesitated. Having never even met Lin Yi, indeed, we cannot sell ourselves for the sake of merit. Other conditions may be negotiable, but marriage is a significant matter. Changshi needs to consider it carefully. This is simple. You may accompany me to the human clan and spend some time with the ancestor. He is no ordinary being. In his company, you may find unexpected opportunities. Enough hesitation. The third lecture from the Tao ancestor is approaching. Once the lecture concludes, the changes in the primordial realm will be even more profound. If you two acquire treasures and opportunities in advance, you may be able to break through to the quasi-saint level ahead of time. The primordial realm is perilous. We can support one another. Nuwa had made her decision to lead Shiha and Changshi to Golden Turtle Island, allowing Lin Yi to pursue his own efforts. Very well, given our current capabilities, we cannot break through our cultivation in a short time. It would be prudent to meet the ancestor of humanity. After a moment of contemplation, Shiha and Changshi resolved to visit the human clan to meet the ancestor Nuwa spoke of. In that case, let us set forth together. With a swift gulp of the monkey wine, Nuwa exhaled, feeling confident in her plan. Shiha and Changshi resided upon the moon, with naught but a laurel tree to accompany them. They could depart at will. Thus, Niuhua led Shiha and Changshi towards the human clan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The first child has been born, acquiring a special physique, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, and rewarding a strand of ancestral dragon essence. This essence can severely refine the host's kidneys, endowing the host with fortuitous blessings and boundless combat prowess. At long last, the child has arrived. After over 2,000 years, do you have any idea how arduous these years have been for me? Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yi dashed forth with fervent speed. When he initially chose the Azure Dragon, he was drawn to its reproductive prowess. Following the 10,000-fold critical strike, the ancestral dragon essence directly refined his two kidneys, leading Lin Yi to realize he was evolving, ready to combat the world. It's a son. Ancestor, please bestow a name. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, Ao Qing was cradling the child, her eyes brimming with affection. As I have said, upon the child's birth, he shall bear the surname Long. Y path is the martial path, so let the child be named Long Wu. Gazing at the child, Lin Yi found himself momentarily at a loss. With just a glance, Lin Yi felt a connection through their bloodline. There was no cap upon his head. The child bore a human form, lacking a tail, yet a pair of diminutive flesh horns adorned his forehead, rendering him exceedingly adorable. Wow! Under Lin Yi's gaze, Long Wu let out a wail, prompting Lin Yi to instinctively cradle him. Lin Yi, it felt as if he were holding a ticking bomb. He stood rigid, scarcely daring to breathe. Ancestor, there is no need to be so cautious. The young master is a natural-born celestial. His physique is robust. The voice belonged to a dragon clan member assigned to care for Ao Qing, whom she referred to as Granny Long. Lin Yi, nearly a slave to the child, despite his previous lofty demeanor, found himself devoid of temper while holding the child, fearful of causing any harm. Long Wu, delighted by Lin Yi's presence, reached out and grasped Lin Yi's finger, giggling merrily. Here, this is a gift from your father. With a wave of his hand, a supreme innate spiritual treasure emerged, which he promptly adorned upon Long Wu. This bracelet, obtained from the witch clan, was intended for the child, making it a perfect gift. As the bracelet settled upon the child's wrist, Long Wu trembled and began to levitate. Oh, not move. Ao Qing prepared to take the child, but Lin Yi swiftly intervened. Roar! Suspended in midair, Long Wu released a dragon's roar, a terrifying aura surging into the heavens, drawing upon the spiritual energy of the surrounding area. As the spiritual energy coalesced, a cataclysmic phenomenon erupted around Golden Turtle Island, with colorful clouds soaring and endless dragon shadows rising, exuding immense pressure. What is happening? At that moment, Niuhua returned with Shiha and Changshi, startled by the extraordinary spectacle. Is the ancestral dragon reviving? Fixating on the event, Changshi thought of the ancestral dragon. Given the proximity to the East Sea, such an occurrence was evidently linked to the Dragon Clan, likely a revelation of their hidden power. Wait, this is likely the work of the ancestor of humanity. Upon closer inspection, Niuhua furrowed her brow, quickly uncovering the truth. Within the phenomenon, myriad dragons ascended and colorful clouds enveloped the area. However, the range of the dragon shadows was remarkably small. Constrained by the will of martial prowess, or perhaps merged with its all observed, the phenomenon gradually diminished, ultimately condensing into a single drop of blood, which Long Wu absorbed back into his body. With the merging of this drop of blood, the small flesh horns atop Long Wu's head shrank to the size of peas. What is the meaning of this? After absorbing the drop of blood, Long Wu plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Ao Qing. This child has fallen asleep. How utterly perplexing. Ao Qing remarked, a hint of exasperation in her tone. The bloodline power must have awakened within Long Wu. Grasping the child's small hand, Lin Yi named this newfound ability the bloodline power. Is this your child? As the phenomenon dissipated, Niuhua had hurried over, observing Lin Yi playing with the infant, quickly grasping the situation. Lady Niuhua, have you returned so soon? What of Shiha and Changshi? Did they consent? Upon seeing Niuhua, Lin Yi immediately thought of Shiha and Chang 11. In terms of lineage, Shiha and Changshi would undoubtedly surpass Ao Qing. Their children would be far more formidable than Longwu. They are right behind. Niuhua gestured towards Shihe and Changxi, feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Lin Yi, however, did not disclose his previous involvement with Ao Qing, nor the existence of their child. Greetings to both esteemed friends. Shihe and Changxi. Lin Yi, unabashed, promptly greeted them. Are you the ancestor of humanity? Shihe and Changxi scrutinized Lin Yi, finding him rather unremarkable. However, Golden Turtle Island was anything but ordinary. The spiritual energy here was thicker than that of the outside world, imbued with an enigmatic essence that eluded their comprehension. Most crucially, the atmosphere here was vibrant, far more lively than the moon's star. I am Lin Yi. With a gesture of invitation, Lin Yi indicated for Niuhua to lead the way as they proceeded to her mountain peak. My esteemed friends, as guests, let us first find a place to sit. Niuhua silently applauded Lin Yi's boldness, promptly ushering Shihe and Changxi towards her mountain. Why, friends, what plans do you have for the future? Breaking the silence, Lin Yi sought to initiate a conversation. Lin Yi was acutely aware that when engaging with women, one must avoid being overly obsequious. History has shown that sycophants often meet a grim fate. Their outcome's rather dire. The path of interaction lies in attracting the other party. Consider the rooster, which uses its crowing to allure, not merely functioning as an alarm clock in the avian realm. The most exquisite birds are often male. Larger animals rely on strength. For instance, bears do not woo by batting their eyelashes, but rather by displaying their formidable power. Lin Yi intended to showcase his strength, using it to captivate Shihe and Changxi's interest. I have no specific plans. I shall take it one step at a time and strive to cultivate diligently until I achieve the quasi-saint level. Regarding Lin Yi, Shihe and Changxi's first impression was less than favorable, and they currently harbored no intentions of marriage. It appears that my friends, Shihe and Changxi, intend to sever the three corpses. Should you wish to pursue that path, I am more than willing to offer guidance. The first step to attracting women is to engage them in topics of interest. Only through shared conversations can one bridge the gap that Shihe and Changxi are currently focused on cultivation. Thus Lin Yi speaks of achieving sanctity. Could it be that a fellow cultivator has the means to help us attain sanctity? At the mention of this, Shihe and Changxi's eyes shimmer with intrigue. Clearly eager for more, one cannot help but acknowledge the beauty of Shihe and Changxi. They possess an indescribable charm that captivates Lin Yi immensely. From a certain perspective, the method employed by Hongjun Daozu to sever the three corpses and attain sanctity is a shortcut, with the essence lying in the severance itself. There are numerous ways to achieve this, such as through the cutting of merit, the application of laws, or the use of magical treasures, as long as one possesses sufficient foundation. Success is attainable. The real challenge lies in harmonizing with the Tao. Hongjun Laozu possesses fragments of the creation jade plate and receives assistance from the heavenly Tao, making it easy for him to harmonize. Whereas you do not have such luxury and must find alternative paths, I have a method that can facilitate your harmonization. Gazing at Shihe and Changxi, Lin Yi offers a subtle smile. Beginning to build suspense, I hope the ancestor of humanity will provide guidance. There are two ways to drive a person to madness, one being to speak only halfway through. Lin Yi, at the pinnacle of excitement, abruptly halts his discourse, leaving Shihe and Changxi feeling quite unsettled, yearning for more information. As I mentioned earlier, severing the three corpses is relatively simple. The true difficulty lies in harmonizing with the Tao, primarily because the magical treasures are not cohesive. Once the issue is identified, resolution becomes straightforward. You merely need to find a cohesive set of magical treasures to sever the three corpses, and you will succeed. In the span of a moment, Lin Yi has already arrived at the peak of Niuhua. The Niuhua Palace has yet to commence construction, but habitation poses no problem. Given some time, the Wei clan will soon be able to erect the Niuhua Palace. Lin Yi has provided numerous references for the construction, and the Wei clan continues to accrue merit. The ancestor of humanity certainly has a sense of humor. If we possessed a complete set of magical treasures, would we still be fretting here? At this remark, Shihe rolls her eyes, realizing that hearing Lin Yi's words is far more enlightening than mere talk. Do not rush. Let me finish. There are indeed many complete sets of magical treasures in the vast wilderness. The Pangu's opening acts, a treasure born alongside the great deity Pangu, boasts unparalleled offensive power. However, unable to withstand the resistance of creation, it shattered into the three great treasures of creation. The Taiji diagram, formed from the axe's back, the Pango banner, formed from the axe's blade, and the Chaos bell, also known as the Donghuang bell, formed from the axe's light. If these were used to sever the three corpses, culminating with the Pango axe to harmonize, one would surely attain sanctity, rivaling even Hongjun. The creation blue lotus can also serve. Upon shattering, the red flower transforms into the Panga dragon's staff, the white lotus into the three treasures Rui, and the green lotus leaf into the Qingping sword. Harmonizing with these would also lead to the attainment of sanctity. The 5 leaves of the Chaos Blue Lotus are similar. One merely needs to gather the Central Wu Ji Apricot Yellow banner, Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Color banner, Southernly D Flame Light banner, Western Cloud Realm Plain Color banner, and Northern Xian Yuan Water Control banner. After harmonizing, one can master the 5 elements laws, achieving unparalleled defense in the vast wilderness. Shi He and Chang Shi's appetites have been whetted by Lin Yi's words, and he decides to share some knowledge, showcasing his erudition. You may find that I, Shi He, am not nearly as learned. But where can these items be found? After Pango opened the heavens and earth, they have long since shattered and vanished. Lin Yi's knowledge indeed astounds Shi He, yet such information is fruitless, knowing it does not aid her in gathering them. Ancestor of humanity, I am aware you possess further methods. Please share with us. Subconsciously, Chang Shi pouts, startling Nuwa. If these items cannot be found, severing the 3 corpses is futile. Even if one attains sanctity, they would merely become a pawn of the heavenly Tao. Should you two steadfastly pursue this path, I could point out a clearer route later. The Dinghai Pearl. This artifact consists of 36 pearls, 12 of which are missing, while the remaining 24 are at the Zhixiao Palace's treasure rock. After Hongjun Daozu's 3 lectures, there will be a distribution of treasures. If you act quickly, seizing the Dinghai Pearl should be no problem. However, if you choose this path, it would be a pity. You are birthed from the laurel. Your origins are not simple. Once the 3 corpses are severed, it is akin to self-sabotage. Furthermore, there are only 24 Dinghai Pearls. If you each take 12, severing 4 for 1 corpse would yield limited achievement. Upon this analysis, Lin Yi discovers a significant secret about Hongjun. This old trickster has a scheme regarding the distribution of treasures. When he distributes them, he intentionally gives complete sets to others while retaining the essential components for himself, ensuring no one can successfully harmonize, forcing others to compensate with merit, thereby harming the vast wilderness and accelerating the depletion of innate beings. Ancestor of humanity, you needn't say more. Shi He and Chang Shi will not pursue the path of severing the 3 corpses. Do not keep us in suspense. Speak plainly if you wish to marry them. Being so reserved will not win their hearts. Nuwa interrupts, unable to contain her frustration at Lin Yi's vagueness. One must admit. Lin Yi's prowess is evident. In a short span, he has successfully captivated Shi He and Chang Shi. According to Nuwa's experience, they are unlikely to escape. Indeed, you have seen through me. I do possess a method for attaining sanctity, yet it remains unrefined and requires further deliberation. Shi He and Chang Shi, you should still attend Hongjun Lao Zu's 3rd lecture. The treasure rock will disperse treasures. You must devise a way to seize the Dinghai Pearl, and at that time, I will lend my assistance. For now, let us embark on the path of the laws and witness the eventual union. We shall be one family, and I will not withhold my knowledge. I possess an item that can enhance everyone's comprehension abilities. Follow me to the Ancestor of Humanity's Hall, and we shall meditate together. Sensing the atmosphere is ripe, Lin Yi rises, inviting Nuwa, Shi He, and Chang Shi to the hall. The item Lin Yi speaks of is precisely the fragments of the creation jade plate. Through these fragments, they are sure to gain insights. Very well, upon hearing Lin Yi refer to them as family, Shi He and Chang Shi fall into silence. Does going to the Ancestor of Humanity's Hall not imply agreeing to marry Lin Yi? Yet, they are reluctant to part, ultimately feigning ignorance. Sighing, Nuwa shakes her head, chiding Lin Yi for his cunning ways. Reflecting on the events, she realizes that Lin Yi has skillfully revealed his intentions, successfully exploiting Shi He and Chang Shi's vulnerabilities to retain them. With these individuals now secured, what else is impossible? Everyone, this is my greatest secret. Apart from you, I have disclosed it to no one today. I share it with you, and I hope you will keep it confidential. Upon arriving at the Ancestor of Humanity's hall, Lin Yi raises his hand and retrieves the fragments of the creation jade plate. Could this truly be the fragments of the creation jade plate? As she examines the Tao patterns on the fragments, Nuwa's body trembles, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. The fragments of the creation jade plate are indeed a treasure, serving as a guide to master the laws completely. Lin Yi's ability to present such a treasure speaks volumes of his sincerity. Shihi and Changshi likewise widen their eyes, reluctant to part with such a precious item. Indeed, these are the fragments of the creation jade plate. Do not gaze at me so. The Tao is solitary, be wise sharing the creation jade plate. I hope to forge bonds between us, so that regardless of how many years pass, we may accompany one another and become each other's support. After all, a solitary existence can be quite challenging. With a sly smile, Lin Yi closes his eyes and begins to cultivate. The Tao is solitary. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Shihi and Changshi's expressions softened significantly, contemplating that marrying Lin Yi may not be such a bad idea. Lin Yi's words resonate deeply within Shihi and Changshi. Their tireless cultivation aims for freedom and joy, but without companionship. What meaning does it hold? Dear friends, continue your cultivation. An old acquaintance has arrived, and I must greet them. Before Lin Yi can engage in his cultivation, the formation is once again under attack, and it is none other than the shimming Ancestor witch. Lin Yi feels somewhat helpless regarding this woman. It seems he cannot escape a beating today. Go ahead. With a gentle smile, she urges Lin Yi to proceed. Her voice is exceedingly tender, akin to a young bride. Momentarily leaving Lin Yi taken aback. Feeling Lin Yi's gaze, she blushes, realizing she ought not to. Lin Yi does not press further with Shihi. The one outside is far more challenging to handle. Lin Yi, if you do not come out, I shall unleash my full strength. After several punches, seeing Lin Yi remain hidden, the shimming Ancestor which, filled with fury, resorts to utilizing quasi-saint power. Little vixen, do you think that just because you have broken through to the quasi-saint realm, you can dominate me? With a breach opened in the formation, Lin Yi stands within, provoking the shimming. This little vixen is simply asking for a beating, a day without a thrashing, and she would be climbing the rafters. After a good beating, she will quickly behave. I have you right where I want you. What is the matter? With a burst of speed, shimming charges straight in. Come on, today, you shall witness my true power. Summoning the formation, Lin Yi unleashes the full strength of humanity, re-engaging in battle with the shimming Ancestor witch. Shimming has broken through to quasi-saint, and Lin Yi has also escalated to mid-stage Deluo Jingxian. Leading the charge are Sui Ren and Song Jia, along with 6 or 7 others, all now also Deluo Jingxian, leaving Lin Yi unafraid. Red Cloud, shall we intervene? What if Sister Shimming harms Lin Yi? Upon seeing the shimming Ancestor which breached the formation, the Hutu Ancestor which expresses concern, urging Red Cloud to assist. You need not worry. Lin Yi never undertakes actions without assurance, if I am not mistaken. The shimming Ancestor which is about to suffer a setback. Red Cloud harbors an unwavering confidence in Lin Yi, convinced that the shimming will face dire consequences. The battle commences. Behind Red Cloud, members of the Dei tribe fix their gaze upon Gold Turtle Island, observing the eruption of terrifying power, clearly indicating a fierce conflict has begun. Ha ha ha, witness how I will thrash you today. Lin Yi, kneel and beg for mercy. Impossible. This cannot be. I have already broken through to quasi-saint. Why am I still unable to defeat you? Rascal, once again you have struck me. I shall not let this go unchallenged. You play dirty. How can you employ such powerful artifacts? No, this cannot stand. I concede. I yield. Is that not enough? In the initial stages, the shimming Ancestor which was exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding Lin Yi, however, after exchanging several blows, the shimming witch clan began to harbor doubts about their reality. Especially when Lin Yi wielded an artifact, the shimming witch clan astonishingly begged for mercy. Subsequently, Lin Yi silenced the surroundings, leaving the Hutu Ancestor witch and the others utterly oblivious to the events transpiring within. After 2 hours, the formation was dismantled, and the shimming witch clan, disheveled and unsteady, erupted from the formation. not daring to glance at Hutu Ancestor witch and her entourage. What does this mean? Has the shimming Ancestor witch been vanquished? In their panic, the shimming Ancestor witch fled, leaving the lesser witches questioning their very existence. After all, this was a being of quasi-saintly stature. It must have been more than mere defeat. This time, the shimming Ancestor witch had suffered a grave loss. With a sigh, Hong Yuan approached the formation. Upon encountering Lin Yi, he found Lin Yi leaning against the rocky wall, one hand on his waist, a blade of grass between his lips, resembling a victorious cock. Human Ancestor, have you not a care for your own audacity? Gazing intently at Lin Yi, Hong Yuan raised his thumb in admiration. Viewing Lin Yi as a paragon, he dares to confront the Ancestor witches. Who bestowed such courage upon him? Hemph, consider it fortunate for her. Supporting his waist, Lin Yi gestured for Hong Yuan to sit. Retrieving a jar of wine, as for your affairs, I shall refrain from interference, and my purpose in coming here was primarily to fulfill the command of Ancestor Emperor Jiang for a trade. Take a look at these items, they should prove beneficial to you. He tossed a powerful artifact to Lin Yi, containing all the resources within. Chapter 38. The Era of Quasi-Saints, Trends of the Primordial World Goodness. So much? Lin Yi's eyes widened as he examined the artifact's space. He beheld mountains of demon claws, horns, and fangs, while on the other side lay spiritual fruits, also stacked into several mountains. However, the spiritual fruits were not separated. An array of various fruits was all mixed together, their quantity truly staggering. The claws, horns, and fangs were of little use to the witch clan but held great value for Lin Yi. Thus, they were delivered to him. As for the spiritual fruits, they were intended for trading for wine. By the way, to express gratitude towards the human ancestor, Emperor Jiang also gifted 32 powerful artifacts to him. Hong Yuan was quite pleased with Lin Yi's expression. Confident that he had acted correctly, Hong Yuan, I hardly know what to say. From now on, I shall handle your wine affairs. Drink as you wish. Lin Yi was troubled by the matters of artifacts, yet Hong Yuan's delivery of these materials had alleviated his urgent dilemma. Among the myriad schools of thought, one was devoted to weaponry. Lin Yi bestowed upon this individual the name Ouyang, henceforth known as Ouyangzi, who would soon transform these mountainous heaps of demon claws, horns, and fangs into weapons. Moreover, Lin Yi intended to forge his own weapon. His path was that of martial prowess, adept in utilizing all things. Thus, should not his destined divine weapon come into existence? In the current primordial realm, most items in use were of innate origin, requiring forceful refinement. If one can master all things, why not cultivate directly? It is worth noting that postnatal creations are not necessarily inferior to their innate counterparts and often possess greater flexibility. Lu Er comes to see you. With this thought, Lin Yi eagerly summoned Lu Er to handle the spiritual fruits and retrieved all the monkey wine to present it to Hong Yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring boundless materials. Consolidating the foundation of the human clan, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, rewarding you with an innate spiritual root, 5-pin pine. The 5-pin pine has been planted in the orchard of the human ancestor's palace. The host may proceed to investigate. After handing over the spiritual fruits to Lu Er, Lin Yi stored the materials and artifacts within the Chaos Pearl, as the system's voice followed, announcing a critical strike resulting in the 5-pin pine. Although the 5-pin pine's fame may not be prominent, its rarity is on par with the ginseng fruit. The 5-pin pine transforms every 5,000 years, requiring a total of 15,000 years to mature in one season, yielding fruits categorized into the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with 10 of each, totaling 50 fruits. Consuming one of each type could amalgamate the essence of the 5 elements, enabling a single breakthrough, thereby sparing countless years of arduous cultivation. In the brewing pool, Lin Yi had already added huangzhongli, ginseng fruit, and celestial apricots. If combined with the pine cones, how many levels would the quality of the monkey wine elevate? It seems expansion is necessary. Even though the brewing pool resembles a lake, Lin Yi still felt it insufficient. Lu Er's brewing techniques had matured. Creating a CS worth of wine would pose no issue. However, the spiritual spring of Jinbi Island could not keep pace and required time to accumulate. Master, is this not an excessive quantity? During this period, Lu Er the macaque had been troubled over the materials for brewing wine. With Hong Yun delivering such a bounty of spiritual fruits, it could be said to have resolved their immediate crisis. Hurry and brew the wine. Let Dukong lead the effort to scale up production. Once this batch is successfully brewed, your cultivation should also break through. The path of wine brewing is not trivial. Lu Er the macaque had already comprehended the drunken monkey fist, wielding tremendous power. Throughout the brewing process, Lu Er and Dukong would also accrue merits. With this batch's success, they would soon transcend the great Luo realm. Master, this is the last of the stock. The next shipment will not arrive for at least 30 years. While pleased to receive the spiritual fruits, parting with the wine was quite painful for Lin Yi, who had been exceedingly generous this time, giving away a staggering 500,000 jars, human ancestor. Such a quantity is unnecessary. 300,000 jars will suffice. When Lu Er the macaque exchanged for the spatial artifact, Hong Yun was equally astonished, never having anticipated Lin Yi's magnanimity. The last transaction had left an outstanding debt of wine, which was settled in this instance. The remaining wine was intended to pave the way for Hong Yun. As you are not a member of the Witch clan, many matters may become awkward. With the monkey wine, Hong Yun can truly unleash his potential. Furthermore, one must not neglect the cultivation. Hong Yun should strive to break through to quasi-saint status promptly. Signaling Lu Er the macaque to withdraw, Lin Yi led Hong Yun and Hutu's company to meet with Zhen Yuanzi. Since becoming the ancestor of the earth veins, Zhen Yuanzi had transformed into a workaholic, tirelessly researching the earth veins day and night, organizing the earth scriptures. Upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun noted him disheveled and deep in thought. Entirely unaware of Hong Yun's arrival. Goodness, Zhen Yuanzi is on the verge of attaining quasi-sainthood. Just as Hong Yun was about to greet him, Lin Yi abruptly pulled him back. A terrifying aura erupted from Zhen Yuanzi, with laws intertwining and the rhythm of the Tao permeating, indicating his imminent ascendance to quasi-saint status. Buzz. In just 3 breaths, a cataclysmic phenomenon erupted. The earth trembled, and purple chi radiated for 30,000 miles. With boundless clouds and mists heralding his achievement. Zhen Yuanzi, congratulations on breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Sensing the aura of Zhen Yuanzi's breakthrough, Nuwa appeared immediately, clasping her fists in congratulations. Beside Nuwa, Shiha and Changshi gazed on with envy, yearning to know when they too could attain quasi-sainthood. This is all thanks to the human ancestor. Without the human ancestor's guidance, I would not have had the opportunity to reach quasi-sainthood. Fear not. Human ancestor. From this day forth, I, Zhen Yuanzi, shall be the earth ancestor of the human clan, advancing and retreating alongside them, with no thought of turning back. With the earth veins as the foundation for achieving quasi-saint status. Zhen Yuanzi was immeasurably elated, immediately bowing to Lin Yi. His breakthrough was attributed to having found the correct path and relying on the fortune of the human clan, naturally fostering a sense of belonging. Buzz buzz. Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's vow, the Kongtong seal trembled violently, swiftly coalescing fortune, manifesting a second golden dragon of fortune upon his body. Lin Yi surmised that when the Kongtong seal coalesced 3 golden dragons of fortune, the path of humanity would become apparent. At this moment, Lin Yi felt immense relief, grateful that he had acquired the Kongtong seal in advance. Had it fallen into the hands of another, the ensuing trouble would be unimaginable. As family does not speak of familial matters, it was time to indulge in a hearty drink. Inviting Hutu, Nuwa, Shiha, Changshi, and Hong Yun to take a seat, Lin Yi produced the monkey wine and took the lead in drinking heartily. Today, with spirits high, ginseng fruits were up for grabs. Zhen Yuanzi, too, had a rare moment of generosity, picking dozens of ginseng fruits for everyone to enjoy freely. What is happening? Why do I feel so unwell? Is calamity impending? While Lin Yi's side was filled with joy and revelry, Laozi clutched his chest, feeling profoundly uncomfortable, evidently affected once more by the Kongtong seal. After calculating with his fingers, Laozi found nothing conclusive and could only continue in seclusion. Finally breaking through to quasi-sainthood. This is so difficult. Simultaneously, Jane and Zhuanti had also completed the severing of the good corpse, becoming quasi-saint powers. With their cultivation breakthrough, Jane and Zhuanti were overcome with joy. Tears streaming down their faces. The western primordial realm was exceedingly barren. To reach such heights was an arduous endeavor for them. This was still with the aid of the Hongming purple qi. Without it, who knows how much longer it would have taken? In the blood sea of the underworld, the sea was roiling, and the ancestor of the River of Souls stood atop the blood sea. Having successfully severed the good corpse, thus breaking through to quasi-saint status, is this the power of a quasi-saint? With a wave of his hand, the good corpse emerged from the blood sea, facing the ancestor of the River of Souls. Ha ha ha, I, Kuanpeng, have finally achieved quasi-sainthood. From this moment forth, I am a true demon mastered. In the demon court, Kuanpeng also severed 3 corpses, overflowing with excitement. Congratulations to the demon master Kuanpeng on achieving quasi-sainthood. Kuanpeng's breakthrough to quasi-saint status was a significant boon for the demon clan. With this newfound power, they could elevate the conflicts between the demon and witch clans. Only the Eastern King maintained a dim countenance. He had tirelessly strived to sever the 3 corpses, yet always fell short. Should he enter secluded cultivation, he might have a chance, but once war commenced, he would have to take the lead. How could the Eastern King find time for cultivation? All demon clans, heed my command. Consolidate your strength and advance against the witch clan. In the previous test, Emperor Jun has already gauged the witch clan's strength. With an additional quasi-saint on our side, we can crush them completely. Eastern King, I shall provide you with 30,000 elite warriors. You will lead the charge. After issuing the command, Emperor Jun turned his gaze towards the Eastern King, designating him to take the forefront. Understood. Although my heart is heavy with discontent, I find myself with no choice but to charge forward. Much like Dong Wanggong. It is evident that Dong Wanggong is acutely aware of the situation. Dijun and Tai Yi are likely on the verge of slaying their second corpse. They possess innate treasures that confer upon them a distinct advantage, and with the fortuitous aura of the demon clan, their cultivation progresses rapidly. As we enter the quasi-saint era, the cataclysm of the primordial world has arrived. Fellow innate beings, are you prepared? As Kuanping and others ascend to quasi-sainthood, Hongjun perceives this immediately, lowering his gaze towards the primordial realm with a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Under Hongjun's orchestration, the Wu clan, born as natural adversaries, remains locked in a relentless struggle. Initially, there were concerns regarding the Wu clan's ability to withstand the onslaught. Yet Hongyun has performed admirably, enabling Di Jiang and Xian Ming to break through to quasi-sainthood, thereby balancing the forces of both sides. Little does Hongjun realize that Hongyun lacks such prowess. The true mastermind behind this is Lin Yi. Nuwa, too, has been marked for exclusion by Hongjun, since she does not entrust her true spirit to the Tao of Heaven. Her existence has become unnecessary. However, it is not yet time to eliminate Nuwa, for she still holds great utility and must be kept in waiting. The era of quasi-saints has dawned. At Tijin Ao Island, Nuwa senses this shift, gazing into the void, aware that the tides of the primordial realm have transformed. Before Hongjun delivers his teachings, the Deluo Golden Immortal stands as the pinnacle of combat prowess in the primordial realm. Following Hongjun's second lecture, the method of slaying 3 corpses becomes widespread, ushering in the quasi-saint age. Dear friends, I beseech your forgiveness. We must now retreat into seclusion. With fragments of the creation jade plate in hand, Shiha and Changshi eagerly choose to enter their meditative retreats. They have heard from Lin Yi about the need to seize 12 orbs of the sea. Thus, let us depart together and return to our secluded practices. With 7 millennia remaining until Hongjun's third lecture, there is ample opportunity for all to strive for a breakthrough to the quasi-saint level before the teaching commences. Shiha and Changshi take their leave in advance, and the others, disinterested in feasting and revelry, turn to their cultivation. The human ancestor bids farewell. As for Lin Yi, who too remains wary of him. Xian Ming, a quasi-saint powerhouse, was soundly defeated by Lin Yi, revealing the terrifying nature of Lin Yi's hidden strengths. A word of caution. If I am not mistaken, Kuanpeng has also attained quasi-sainthood. Inevitably, the demon clan will march forth to assault the Wu clan. I propose that the Wu clan adopt a defensive stance to protect their homeland, aligning with the principles of Panga the Great, thus minimizing karmic involvement. Lin Yi initially intended for Hutu to gather the remnants of the 12 ancestral witches, but realizing that they cannot perish for the time being, he refrains from voicing this thought. Understood. Thank you for the warning. With a respectful bow, Hutu turns and departs, vanishing alongside Hongyun into the horizon. It is time for me to cultivate as well. My strength as a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal is woefully inadequate. Chapter 39. The birth of my divine weapon. Observing the departure of others, Lin Yi is also struck by the desire to cultivate. However, there are numerous tasks awaiting his attention, and he cannot yet dedicate himself to his practice. According to the trends within the primordial realm, the human race is unlikely to garner attention and can temporarily refrain from risking their lives. As for combat prowess, Lin Yi need not worry. Jin Yuanzi has broken through to quasi-sainthood and has joined the ranks of the human race, becoming one of them. Lin Yi's strength reflects the sum of the human race, allowing him to effortlessly possess quasi-saint combat capabilities. Unfortunately, Nuwa's unique circumstances exclude her from being counted among the human race. Otherwise, Lin Yi would stand as the foremost individual beneath Hongjun. There is no need to rush. Fortifying the human race's strength is paramount. Once the God-slaying army is established, we can subtly engage in battles with the demon clan to hone our collective combat abilities. The military formation also requires profound understanding, the more Lin Yi reflects. The busier he finds himself, only able to tackle one task at a time. The first order of business is to deduce the crafting method for my divine weapon, subsequently allowing the artisans to propagate its significance. Fortunately, he has accumulated a wealth of merit. With the creation jade plate coupled with merit, a century will suffice. Taking a seat beside Shiha, Lin Yi immediately employs his merit to begin deducing the method for forging his divine weapon. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, a century passes in the blink of an eye. Throughout this century, the Demon Clan and the Wu Clan have been embroiled in conflict. The Demon Clan, bolstered by 3 quasi-saints, has persistently encroached upon the territory of the Wu Clan. Heeding Lin Yi's counsel, the Wu Clan has engaged in defensive warfare while simultaneously accelerating their cultivation efforts, striving to give birth to their 3rd quasi-saint. Meanwhile, other beings labor diligently to cultivate, aspiring to attain quasi-sainthood themselves. At last, success is achieved. On the night of the 120th year, Lin Yi opens his eyes, having finally grasped the method for crafting his divine weapon. Eagerly, he seeks out Oyezi to provide on-site instruction. Human Ancestor, the crafting poses no issues, but we are unable to inscribe the Dao patterns. Observing Lin Yi's crafting process, Oyezi is filled with insights but also recognizes the challenge at hand. This is not a problem. You shall handle the crafting, and I will take care of the inscriptions. Within 3 years, the God-slaying army must be equipped with the 3-edged military spear, a hallmark of our human race. Lin Yi has chosen the 3-edged military spear for its formidable lethality. The 3-edged spear features a unique blood groove. When it pierces a body, the blood flows out through the groove, causing the victim to succumb rapidly to exsanguination. Furthermore, the design of this blood groove prevents muscle contraction from gripping the spear, facilitating swift withdrawal and restrike by soldiers. The resulting wounds from the 3-edged spear manifest as square holes, rendering the sides incapable of exerting pressure upon each other, thus hindering effective hemostasis and healing, resulting in a terrifying lethality rate. As for the inconvenience of carrying and the difficulty in performing slashing, chopping, or cutting motions, Lin Yi has effortlessly resolved these issues. The crafted divine weapon, the 3-edged military spear, can be stored within the Dantian, perfectly addressing the carrying dilemma. Additionally, the 3-edged spear possesses a secondary form. During the forging process, materials such as Rui divine iron can be incorporated, allowing the spear to transform in length and shape at the wielder's will, akin to a condensed version of the Rui Jingu Bang. Excellent. Let us commence the forging immediately. Lin Yi promises to inscribe the martial Dao patterns. And Oyezi, relieved of concerns, immerses himself in the intense crafting of the 3-edged military spear. Lin Yi, too, is not idle. He simultaneously contemplates the martial Dao while inscribing the Dao patterns, steadily accumulating the foundation of the human race. Ding! Congratulations to the host. After 30 years of labor, you have successfully forged 3 million divine weapons, dramatically enhancing the foundation of the human race, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, with rewards of 3,600 special divine weapons and 300 million ordinary divine weapons. The ordinary divine weapons are crafted precisely according to the host's methods, with many materials upgraded beyond the host's previous standards. The special divine weapons have undergone a 10,000-fold enhancement in quality and can be upgraded through the consumption of materials, treasures, and the essence of enemies' blood and souls. 300 million and 3,600 three-edged military spears have been successfully deposited into the Chaos Pearl. Alas, how extraordinary! Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yi stands momentarily stunned. This critical hit seems exceedingly powerful. Lin Yi's ultimate aim is to forge divine weapons that can be upgraded, a venture with boundless potential for the future, and he is willing to invest heavily in their cultivation. Initially, Lin Yi had contemplated allocating time for upgrades in the future, but was taken aback by the system's direct critical hit. Human Ancestor, what transpired? Lin Yi's exclamation startles Oyezi, who gazes at Lin Yi with concern. Oyezi, this divine weapon is for you. Study it diligently, and thereafter, you may forge similar weapons. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi presents Oyezi with a special divine weapon. Not only Oyezi, but Lin Yi also bestows a special divine weapon upon other leading members of the forging team. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yi turns to seek out the military and legal factions. He directly names the military leader Sun Wu and the legal leader Shangyang. Under their diligent efforts, they have successfully assembled an army of 3 million, with the lowest cultivation being Golden Immortal and the highest being Deluo Golden Immortal. Greetings, Human Ancestor. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, Sun Wu and Shangyang lead the 3 million troops in a hurried salute. Sun Wu, Shangyang, I entrust you with a task. Select 3,000 elites to serve as my personal guards, whom I shall personally cultivate. As for the selection process, I have already outlined this during my last lecture. Complete it within 3 months. Lin Yi had initially planned to distribute divine weapons, but after forming an army of 3 million, he reconsidered. Currently, the human race is relatively secure, yet lacks practical training. Lin Yi resolves to personally lead 3,000 strong warriors into the field for rigorous honing. This step is crucial, as it will serve as the greatest foundation for the human race. Yes, I accept the command. I accept the command. Lin Yi's orders are met with unwavering obedience, and they promptly set to work. Turning away, Lin Yi seeks out Ao Qing. He has been preoccupied for some time, and has not had the opportunity to properly spend time with his child. Perhaps Long Wu no longer recognizes him. Who are you? Indeed, upon entering Long Bay Peak, a young boy blocks Lin Yi's path, loudly chastising him. I am your father. With a single glance, Lin Yi instantly recognizes his son. The bond of blood cannot be mistaken, and the bracelet on his arm is unmistakable. I am your father. Long Wu, unleashing his bloodline power, immediately attacks Lin Yi. Wow, you have some audacity. In Lin Yi's view, a reprimand would suffice for a disobedient child, particularly one with such a rebellious spirit. What is all this commotion? Hearing the ruckus outside, Ao Qing emerges, witnessing the duel between Lin Yi and Long Wu. Ao Qing does not intervene, instead watching the two engage in their battle. Over the past few centuries, Lin Yi has never cared for his child. This manner of companionship is not without its merits. Who are you, and why are you so powerful? Unleashing his bloodline power, Long Wu fervently attacks, only to realize he is no match for Lin Yi. Prompting him to shout in frustration, I shall grant you 100 more strikes. Unleash all your hidden cards, and let me see your resolve. Lin Yi is quite pleased with Long Wu, for at least he has not squandered his potential. Mother, he is bullying me. Upon realizing his inability to prevail, Long Wu promptly reported the matter. Foolish child, he is your father. With a slight shake of her head, Ao Qing shot a glare at Long Wu and revealed Lin Yi's true identity. No wonder you seemed familiar. It turns out you are my father. Long Wu's gaze was peculiar as he stared at Lin Yi, ultimately calling out to him. Ao Qing had indeed provided Long Wu with a commendable education, constantly reminding him that Lin Yi was the progenitor of humanity, bearing immense responsibilities, which prevented him from spending time with his son. Long Wu had often envisioned their meeting, never anticipating such a scenario. Long Wu, I have not been present for you over the years. I hope you do not hold it against me. With a wave of his hand, a capable, upgradable innate divine weapon flew forth, heading towards Long Wu. What kind of treasure is this? Its appearance is quite unique. As he caught the three-edged military spear, Long Wu appeared bewildered. This is an innate divine weapon forged by your father for the human race. A weapon capable of upgrading. If you nurture it well, it can be enhanced to the level of a congenital supreme treasure, Ao Qing. You have worked hard all these years. After bestowing the innate divine weapon, Lin Yi approached Ao Qing, embracing her with a sense of deep indebtedness. You are the progenitor of humanity. I understand. Ao Qing, being quite perceptive, did not hold any grievances. At Lin Yi's level of power. It was quite normal for one to seclude themselves for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Long Wu was already agape. He had not properly guided him and wished to find a master for him. Immediately, Lin Yi thought of Yu Dingzhenren, believing he would be an excellent mentor for Long Wu. You wicked man, do you intend to separate me from my son? Upon hearing this news, Ao Qing was furious, clearly unwilling to comply. He is my son. His responsibilities are equally significant. How can he be without capabilities? If you feel lonely, you may visit the Dragon Clan for a time. You and your sister, your brother, and your father have not seen each other for quite a while. It is a perfect opportunity for a reunion. Lin Yi, being the progenitor of humanity, regarded the entire human race as his kin. He could not neglect their welfare for the sake of familial affection. In the early days, Lin Yi may have considered such a notion, but now that he bore the weight of humanity, he could no longer do so. Very well, I shall abide. Lin Yi's tone was resolute, and Ao Qing ceased her insistence. Do not pout. I have 3 months to rest. During this time, I shall dedicate myself to spending quality moments with you and Long Wu. Enough. You have been married for so long and have yet to return home. Today, let us take Long Wu to meet his maternal grandfather. I have a brilliant plan. I intend to elevate your Dragon Clan, allowing the Dragon Emperor to select 300 outstanding figures of the Tai Golden Immortal level, which I shall personally train, ultimately providing him with a host of invincible Great Luo Golden Immortals. By the way, what gifts should I bring back? 1,000 jars of monkey wine, 6 ginseng fruits, 2 5-leaf pine cones. Would that be considered too meager? With a playful swipe at Ao Qing's nose, Lin Yi called for Long Wu, preparing for a visit to the Dragon Clan in Lin Yi's world. There existed the notion of returning to one's maternal home. Now that his grandson had grown so much, he certainly had to take him back for a visit. Husband, you are truly wonderful. The term husband was one Lin Yi had instructed Ao Qing to use, and this time it was uttered with such sweetness, making her resemble a golden canary, walking with an air of grace. Father, are you taking me to the Dragon Clan? Mother often tells me about it. I've longed to go. Upon hearing they could return to the Dragon Clan, Long Wu was equally exhilarated, eager to set off immediately. Chapter 40. The humble Dragon Clan, treated as blood food. Long Wu possessed a unique bloodline. According to the Dragon Clan's lineage, he was merely a child, at the perfect age for play. After a brief preparation, Ao Qing led Lin Yi and Long Wu towards the Dragon Clan. Ao Qing intended to fly back, but Lin Yi insisted on taking Long Wu out for some leisure. As they neared the Eastern Sea, the sounds of battle captured Lin Yi's attention, prompting him to rush towards the commotion. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a group of monsters assaulting the Dragon Clan, with numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals being slain, and a monster attempting to abduct a dragon, seeking death. Witnessing this scene, Ao Qing could no longer contain herself, immediately surging forward with incredible speed. Oh, another dragon has arrived. How delightful! Upon seeing Ao Qing charge forth, the monsters were elated and rushed to meet her. Though Ao Qing was a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, the monsters were at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. With a great Luo Golden Immortal lurking nearby, consumed by rage, Ao Qing unleashed her divine artifact. The divine artifact, bestowed by Lin Yi, was a congenital spiritual treasure, a soul-settling nail. As 3 Tai Golden Immortals approached, the nail erupted with golden light, piercing one of their foreheads and pinning him to the ground. The slain monster, a rhinoceros, revealed its massive body resembling a small mountain upon death. Mother, I will help you. After Ao Qing dispatched one monster, Long Wu also charged in, raising his hand to summon a bracelet that expanded in the wind, transforming into a 100-foot golden circle to block another monster. What audacity! You dare to kill a land rhinoceros, one of the favored subordinates of the demon master Jimeng. Unable to subdue Ao Qing, the monster roared, summoning Ji Ming. Killing my dragon clan's kin? It matters not who comes, die. Upon seeing the slain and injured kin on the ground, Ao Qing's murderous intent surged. Her sole thought was to slay the enemies and avenge her kin. Little girl, your killing intent is too intense. Allow me, your elder, to teach you a lesson. As the subordinates failed to restrain Ao Qing, the great Luo Golden Immortal of the Demon Clan took action, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Charging straight at Ao Qing. The instant of Ao Qing's attack, the Demon Clan had set their sights on her divine artifact, believing that obtaining it would significantly enhance their power. Moreover, they intended to consume Ao Qing and Long Wu. Sensing a unique power emanating from them, should they manage to devour them, the benefits would be limitless. Mother! Long Wu cried out in a desperate bid to save her, but realized he was too late and could only shout helplessly. When did it become your turn to teach my woman a lesson? Just as the attack neared Ao Qing, Lin Yi appeared, his blood energy taking form, standing protectively before her. You are of the Witch Clan. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's attack, the great Luo of the Demon Clan retreated, his eyes filled with trepidation. The suggestion to impersonate a primordial, which is quite clever. With a swift motion, Lin Yi appeared before the great Luo Golden Immortal and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. A dull thud echoed as the great Luo's chest was pierced, creating a bloody hole through which Long Wu could distinctly see the scenery behind. Who are you, and why do you possess such terrifying power? The demon sought to struggle, only to find Lin Yi's grip around his neck, rendering him utterly powerless. Has the Demon Clan grown so arrogant over a few centuries? A mere mid-stage great Luo? Yet so brazen? Lin Yi raised his hand, and Long Wu's three-edged military spear shot forth, piercing the Demon Clan's great Luo Golden Immortal's forehead as Lin Yi caught the weapon, witnessing it devour the demon's essence. Soul, bones, and laws. How is this possible? Long Wu had already refined the three-edged military spear into his innate divine weapon, and as the Demon Clan's essence, soul, bones, and laws were consumed, the spear quickly ascended in rank, soon evolving from a mid-grade post-heaven spiritual treasure to a superior grade. Nurture your innate divine weapon well, its level can be infinitely enhanced. Turning to Long Wu, Lin Yi twisted his arm, obliterating the enemy's soul with his martial will. Spare us, Great One. We are merely following orders. We are innocent. As Lin Yi ruthlessly slaughtered the Demon Clan's great Luo Golden Immortal, the remaining demon members immediately knelt, their heads repeatedly bowing in supplication. Following orders, you say? Dijun and Tai, you would not be foolish enough to target the Dragon Clan. If I am not mistaken, it is your greed that has driven you to desire dragon flesh. Leading to this scene, having cultivated an innate Dao body, one must learn to take responsibility for their actions. May you find peace on your journey. With an outstretched hand, Lin Yi crushed the remaining demons, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood so powerful. Observing Lin Yi's battle, Long Wu finally comprehended the extent of his father's strength. Their previous sparring had merely been child's play, for in a true life-and-death struggle, Lin Yi could extinguish him with a mere flick of his toe. Filled with pride at the realization that this was his father, Long Wu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Do you see? This is my father. Approaching the captured Azure Dragon, Long Wu untied it, boasting loudly. What is your name? Are you unaware that an underage dragon should not venture into the sea? Once freed, the Azure Dragon received a swift slap from Ao Qing. Her eyes ablaze with anger. The Dragon Clan was currently weak, lacking the strength to venture into the sea, and this dragon, merely at the celestial level, dared to do so. Was this not courting death? Are you the Princess Ao Qing? The Azure Dragon, having been released, saw a turtle emerge from the sea and instantly recognized Ao Qing. Ao Guang pays respects to my aunt. Upon hearing Ao Qing's name, the Azure Dragon transformed into a young man and knelt before her. You are Ao Guang? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this name. He could hardly believe that this young dragon, still wet behind the ears, was actually the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea during the calamity of the journey to the west. What had become of Ao Zhe and the others? Had they perished in the witch demon calamity? Ao Guang pays respects to my uncle. Ao Guang, being quite astute, had heard Long Wu refer to Ao Qing as mother and Lin Yi as father. Promptly addressing Lin Yi as uncle. Take me to see the Dragon Emperor. What is the situation? Are you all not suffering enough? Lin Yi lamented upon realizing that any random monster could come and capture dragons for food. Ao Qing. Before Ao Guang could lead the way, Ao Zhe arrived with a troop of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Emerging from the water, Ao Zhe was somewhat surprised. After a brief appraisal, he quickly grasped the situation and hurried over to greet Ao Qing. Dragon child, this is your uncle. After many years apart, Ao Zhe has grown considerably more seasoned. It appears that life has not been easy for him, providing ample opportunities for refinement. Uncle, surveying Ao Zhe from head to toe. Long Wu's mind is consumed by a singular thought. Who is stronger, his uncle or his father? Enough of lingering here. Let us return to the Dragon Palace directly. I have matters to discuss with the Dragon Emperor. Lin Yi, quite straightforwardly, instructed Ao Zhe to lead the way. It is uncertain how the Dragon clan constructs its abodes, but the Dragon Palace nestled within the depths of the ocean remarkably isolates itself from water. While still being brimming with spiritual energy, upon meeting the Dragon Emperor, Lin Yi immediately retrieved the items he had prepared in advance. This concerns Ao Qing. While presenting the items, Lin Yi elaborated on their efficacy. After he finished, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the Dragon Emperor and his entourage, clearly underestimating Lin Yi's generosity. Human ancestor, why such formality? Qinger, I am simply delighted that my little grandson can return to see me. The Dragon Emperor, momentarily taken aback, quickly engaged in pleasantries, his face radiating excitement. Among the crowd, Ao Che kept her head down, hardly daring to meet Lin Yi's gaze. After being chastised by Lin Yi previously, she had reported to the Dragon Emperor, only to receive another reprimand, which resulted in her confinement and a prohibition against any male contact, compelling her to reflect on her actions. Following the establishment of the Demon Clan, the Dragon Clan frequently faced the abduction of its members, leading her to feel a twinge of envy towards Ao Qing. This sentiment, initially subtle, intensified dramatically as Lin Yi unveiled the items, amplifying Ao Che's jealousy. She couldn't help but ponder. Had she not rejected the prospect from the outset and instead married Lin Yi alongside Ao Qing, would she now be cradling a child, basking in the attention of all? Father-in-law, I have another purpose for my visit, Lin Yi remarked, scanning the surroundings. He gestured for the Dragon Emperor to dismiss any irrelevant individuals. No need to worry, human ancestor. The circumstances of our Dragon clan are unique. There is no risk of information leaking. Upon mentioning the Dragon clan, the Dragon Emperor felt a pang of shame. During the long Han era, the Dragon clan's reputation was formidable, yet now, it has sadly diminished to the status of prey. A bitter irony indeed. I have devised a plan for cultivating powerful warriors, providing the finest treasures, and sending them to the most perilous locations for training, thereby enhancing their strength. I intend to offer 300 slots. Please find 300 prodigies for me, as I aim to incorporate them into the human clan's god-slaying army, cultivating them into Deluo experts before Dao Ancestor Sanjiang. Those who would be invincible within their realms. However, I must emphasize that this plan is exceedingly perilous, with a high likelihood of death. Should you choose to participate, you must heed my instructions and prepare for the possibility of demise. Casually finding a place to sit, Lin Yi looked at the Dragon Emperor, urging him to make a decision. The Dragon clan holds significant importance for Lin Yi. As the human clan develops, numerous tasks will necessitate the involvement of the Dragon clan. Otherwise, he would never extend such an opportunity. Of course, this depends on whether the Dragon Emperor can seize it. If he misses out, he has no one but himself to blame. Father, I am willing to go. The first to volunteer was, surprisingly, Ao Che. She yearned to prove herself and grow stronger, determined to show everyone that she, Ao Che, was no failure. I shall join as well. Following Ao Che's lead, Ao Zhe promptly proposed to accompany her. The current situation of the Dragon clan is rather precarious. If they could increase their numbers by 300 Deluo Golden Immortals, their predicament would undoubtedly improve. Ao Zhe has already discerned that Lin Yi possesses great fortune. By following him, he sees the possibility of achieving quasi-saint status. For the sake of the Dragon clan, I am willing to go. Count me in. Include me as well. Dear uncle, take me along. following Aoze. Other members of the Dragon Clan stepped forward, with Ao Guang emerging as the most ardent supporter. Human Ancestor, all the sons of the Dragon Clan stand before you. See if any catch your eye. Upon noticing Ao Qing's nod, the Dragon Emperor rose and clasped his fists toward Lin Yi, allowing him to make his selection. Surely, this cannot be all that remains of your Dragon Clan? Lin Yi exclaimed, bewildered as he surveyed the scene. The Dragon Clan, after all, is a race. How could they have dwindled to just a few thousand? This is akin to becoming a protected species. Chapter 41. The foundation of the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Corpses. Chilling Corpses has led the human ancestor to chuckle. After the Long Han period, the Dragon Clan fell into decline and was frequently captured for consumption. Had they not taken refuge at the ocean's depths, their numbers would have dwindled even further. Aoze, choose wisely. Bring 300 clansmen with me as we depart. Lin Yi assessed the situation and found that the Dragon Clan's cultivation levels were relatively commendable for Deluo Golden Immortals. The Dragon Emperor at the pinnacle of Deluo, Aoze's two mothers at the late Deluo stage, and then Aoze at the mid-Deluo stage. There are numerous Tai Golden Immortals, easily numbering over 1,000, with the remainder consisting of Golden Immortals and some Shin Immortals. This journey with Lin Yi signifies a grand gamble. These 300 Tai Golden Immortals represent the true heritage of the Dragon Clan. Everyone, as you are aware of the Dragon Clan circumstances, those wishing to forge a path alongside me, step forward. Aoze displayed remarkable courage, scanning the crowd of clansmen, urging them to present themselves. I shall go. Though the Dragon Clan may be few in number, they remain united, with no one fearing for their lives in pursuit of a brighter future. Faced with such a situation, Aoze felt helpless and turned to Lin Yi, seeking guidance. With a slight shake of his head, Lin Yi addressed the remaining Qing dragons. First, let us sort by age. The older ones should step back and refrain from competing for opportunities with the younger generation. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, 60% of the Qing dragons retreated a step, instantly reducing their numbers. Lin Yi's rationale was clear. In the same realm, youth signifies greater potential, and nurturing those with high potential increases the likelihood of them becoming Deluo. Aoze, step forward and stand in the center. Allow them to unleash their full strength upon you with a single strike. I wish to assess everyone's capabilities. Excluding the older members, Lin Yi directed his gaze toward the remaining Qing dragons, inviting Aoze to position herself. Displaying one's true strength is best achieved through demonstration, and allowing Aoze to endure their attacks would reveal much. Come, unleash your full power upon me. Whether you are selected or not depends on your fate. In the center, Aoze faced the gathered Qing dragons, urging them to strike collectively. Fight! With a thunderous roar, the remaining Qing dragons launched their attack, unleashing their strength upon Aoze. Goodness, must it be this fierce? Enduring the simultaneous assault of 500 or 600 Qing dragons was no small feat. When the energy waves subsided, Aoze had lost several scales. Those struck by my power, step forward. With a flick of his hand, Lin Yi released waves of energy, quickly identifying 300 Qing dragons. To my astonishment, I have been chosen, despite being only a Tai Golden Immortal in the early stage. I cannot believe I was not selected. I am at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Ha ha ha, I have been chosen. How fortunate! Those struck by Lin Yi's power were filled with exhilaration, while those overlooked felt despondent. Risk and opportunity coexist. Although this endeavor is perilous, one need only be a fool to see the vast potential, prompting many to eagerly wish to participate. Very well, cherish your time with your families. We shall depart promptly in 3 months. Lin Yi offered no further explanation. His decisions were rooted in his own reasoning. From Lin Yi's perspective, realm does not determine everything. The quality of one's magical power is paramount, which explains why some early-stage Tai Golden Immortals were chosen. In the ensuing days, Lin Yi remained in the Dragon Palace, spending his time either playing with the children or furthering the plan for progeny. Life was quite leisurely. Human Ancestor, the Dragon Emperor summons you. 2 months into his relaxed stay at the Dragon Palace, Aoze approached Lin Yi, requesting that he meet with the Dragon Emperor. What is happening, so shrouded in mystery? During their time together, Lin Yi had come to understand Aoze's temperament. She was indeed capable, and her mysterious demeanor signaled significant developments. Follow me. Under Aoze's guidance, Lin Yi arrived at a concealed chamber, where Aoze utilized her blood to activate a bloodline array, leading them to their destination. Father-in-law, what is the meaning of this? Upon entering the secret chamber, Lin Yi felt a surge of wariness. The formidable array posed significant risks should it turn against him. This is the treasury of my dragon clan. But with my current strength, I am unable to access it. Lin Yi, during our time together, I have come to understand your character, and thus I wish to take a gamble and ask for your assistance in unlocking the treasury. This treasury was left by our ancestral dragon, containing treasures of immense value. I can offer you 30%. Stepping back 2 paces, the Dragon Emperor gestured toward the door behind him, inviting Lin Yi to take the lead. The Dragon Emperor had long desired to access it, yet his own power was insufficient, and he trusted no one else, keeping this secret to himself. Having spent over a month with Lin Yi, the Dragon Emperor deemed him trustworthy. Setting aside other concerns, Lin Yi's willingness to aid the Dragon Clan in cultivating strong warriors earned him this trust. But I cannot guarantee I will succeed in unlocking it. Lin Yi replied, scrutinizing the door with a sense of caution, wary of potential pitfalls. To activate the array, one must possess quasi-saint combat abilities and a robust physique. Do you see the door ring? Upon grasping the ring, an overwhelming force would surge into the body. Should one's physique prove inadequate, it would result in instant demise. However, should one withstand it, extraordinary opportunities await. Human ancestor, I swear by the Dragon Clan that I harbor no ill intent towards you. If I do, may the Dragon Clan face eternal damnation, and let the Tao bear witness. Aware that Lin Yi might be skeptical, the Dragon Emperor promptly swore an oath. Very well, I shall assist in examining it. Upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's declaration, Lin Yi's interest was piqued. In the primordial world, oaths must not be taken lightly, especially those sworn by the Tao, for boasting could indeed lead to fatal consequences. Nevertheless, Lin Yi remained level-headed. As the progenitor of humanity, he recognized the need for prudence and dared not take unnecessary risks. As he contemplated the array, Lin Yi detected no imminent threats. He proceeded to refine a trident capable of upgrading, and then seized the door ring, initiating the release of his power. Open up. The portal was immensely heavy. Even when Lin Yi unleashed all his strength, it remained impervious to his efforts. Be cautious, Ancestor, the Dragon Sovereign warned. The primordial force is approaching. After 10 breaths, a terrifying power surged forth from the door ring, enveloping Lin Yi entirely. In truth, Lin Yi had sensed it long before the Dragon Sovereign's reminder, but at that moment, he was unable to halt it and could only allow the primordial force to enter his body. A sharp gasp escaped him as he felt his body being torn apart, as if thousands of daggers were slicing through his flesh, shattering his meridians, acupoints, and bones. My father-in-law was indeed not deceiving me. Closing his eyes, Lin Yi began to absorb the force using the World Seed. To hatch the World Seed, one must comprehend the laws and absorb power. The primordial energy from the Dragon Clan's treasury was precisely what the World Seed needed to flourish. As he connected with the World Seed, the primordial energy was immediately absorbed, flowing continuously into the world within him. An hour passed, then a day, and then 10 days. During the lengthy wait, a month elapsed. With Lin Yi devouring the primordial energy, the World Seed underwent significant transformation, manifesting endless Tao patterns, drawing upon the power absorbed by the World Seed. The treasury's gate gradually creaked open, revealing its inner sanctum. Last, it is done. This has nearly killed me, Lin Yi thought as the treasury's door fully opened, and the surging power that had entered his body suddenly dissipated, leaving him weak and collapsing onto the ground. This month had felt interminable to Lin Yi. Without the World Seed, he doubted he could have endured. However, he had reaped considerable benefits. His innate divine weapon had undergone several transformations and had reached the level of a postnatal treasure, ready to devour several innate spiritual treasures to achieve advancement. His physical body, meridians, acupoints, and bones had also generated martial Tao patterns. A single retreat would be sufficient for Lin Yi to break through to the late stage of the Great Luo. Most astonishingly, the World Seed had taken a significant step toward hatching. The Dragon Clan's treasury had finally opened. The Dragon Sovereign, Aoze, paid no heed to Lin Yi, instead bursting forth into the treasury. What sort of treasury is this? Is it not a tomb for the dead? Lin Yi mused, shaking his head in disbelief. Inside the treasury, he beheld countless dragon corpses, all at the pinnacle of the Great Luo, with several even at the quasi-saint level. Without needing to speculate, Lin Yi understood the origin of these dragon corpses. They must have perished during the Long Han era and were placed here en masse. To his astonishment, he also spotted the corpses of the Phoenix and Qilin clans. As he ventured deeper into the treasury, Lin Yi saw the bodies of the Phoenix and Qilin. The arrangement of these corpses was peculiar, as they were positioned on a special formation that channeled their blood together, creating a blood pool. Ancestor, I shall honor my promise. Observe, aside from the dragon corpses, you may freely handle the Phoenix and Qilin bodies. He added, this blood pool is extraordinary. We call it the transformative dragon pool. Entering it can alter one's foundation. You may have Ao Qing and Long Wu undergo the baptism. Moreover, this is Penga's jade marrow, which can solidify the physical body to the extreme. The Dragon Clan possesses only this one piece. I shall give you half. The Dragon Sovereign, being a man of his word, promptly organized the resources after a brief tour of the treasury. Under the protection of the Great Formation, the corpses of the Phoenix, Qilin, and Dragon clans were warm, and the blood pool exuded steam. Entering for a baptism would undoubtedly yield excellent results. Aside from the corpses of the Phoenix, Qilin, and Dragon clans, the most precious resource was Penga's jade marrow. The Dragon Sovereign held a piece the size of a palm, which he broke with a resounding crack, dividing it in half for Lin Yi. Father, the arrangements for the 300 clansmen are complete. We can commence the baptism at any time. After tallying the resources, Aoze promptly departed, only to return hastily. I'll fetch Ao Qing and Long Wu at once. This was an excellent way to win Lin Yi over, and the Dragon Sovereign would not let the opportunity slip away. Father, I have brought them. They are ready to enter. Aoze had indeed done well. Having summoned Ao Qing and Long Wu in advance, in that case, let us bring everyone in. The Dragon Sovereign had opened the Dragon Clan's foundation for the purpose of nurturing his kin, and he would not feel remorse. Wait a moment, am I truly allowed to handle the Phoenix and Qilin corpses at will? Lin Yi gestured for Aoze to pause, drawing out his three-edged military dagger to inquire of the Dragon Sovereign. We are all one family. There is no need for inquiry. The Ancestor may act at his discretion. The Dragon Sovereign signaled Lin Yi to proceed, stepping back as he handed the Penga jade marrow to Aoze. Thank you. Approaching the corpses of the Phoenix and Qilin, Lin Yi immediately plunged the three-edged military dagger into them, seeking to elevate the level of his innate divine weapon. The dagger simultaneously absorbed the essences of the Phoenix and Qilin corpses. Lin Yi experienced a new comprehension of martial Tao, discovering a swift path to transition into the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 42. The human race is about to enter the quasi-saint era. It has been said that the path of martial arts involves seizing the yin and yang, usurping creation, undergoing rebirth, grasping life and death, and mastering the cycle of reincarnation. The pinnacle of martial arts can shatter the firmament and move the cosmos. Lin Yi forged his martial way, refining his blood and tempering his body postnatally. Stepping into the innate. After reaching the innate stage, he entered the Tao through martial arts, comprehending the laws to become a Tai Golden Immortal. Thereafter, Lin Yi consolidated the World Seed. This path was fraught with difficulty. Lacking sufficient foundation, one could hardly cultivate. Only a few, like the Swearing clan, managed to carve out a new path through merit, breaking through to the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, Lin Yi attained a new understanding: the path of seeding. Humans utilize all things, and cultivation is no different in the Great Luo realm. One must seize the yin and yang, usurp creation, undergo rebirth, grasp life and death, and master reincarnation. This Lin Yi termed the path of seeding. Entering the Tao to comprehend the laws naturally involves seeding the laws. The 5 organs of the human body concede the 5 elemental laws, while the myriad meridians concede various laws. Following that, one concede the dantian, bones, acupoints, and flesh. As long as the path of seeding is completed, one can break through their cultivation. What is happening? He has suddenly attained enlightenment. With a single thought, Lin Yi entered a state of realization, beginning to comprehend the Tao in situ. Observing Lin Yi's martial arts, the Dragon Sovereign was left dumbfounded. When had enlightenment become so effortless? Everyone, take a seat and see if you can gain any insights. As Lin Yi experienced his moment of enlightenment, the others could only wait. Aoze ordered the 300 Dragon Clan prodigies to cultivate on the spot, hoping for some enlightenment. However, Aoze was overestimating. While cultivation posed no problem, attaining enlightenment was nearly impossible. After a month of arduous training, it was merely the green leaves accompanying the blossoms. Haha, I understand now. This is it. Postnatal blood refinement and body tempering lead to the innate. After the innate, one enters the Tao through martial arts, comprehending the laws, achieving the great Luo through seeding, and condensing martial Tao seeds at the quasi-saint level. The so-called path of seeding begins with seeding the 5 organs, followed by the bones, and finally the soul, naturally leading to the gathering of the 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 energies returning to the origin. Becoming great Luo. Suddenly opening his eyes, Lin Yi smiled, raising his hand to summon the essence blood of the Phoenix, Qilin, and Dragon clans. In an instant, Lin Yi utilized the fire law in conjunction with the Phoenix essence blood to seed the heart. Completing its sublimation, he combined the Qilin essence blood with the earth law to seed the spleen, achieving its sublimation. He paired the dragon essence blood with the wood law to seed the liver. Fulfilling its sublimation. As for the kidneys and lungs, Lin Yi simply divided the Panga jade marrow into 3 parts. One fused with the gold law to seed the lungs, another with the water law to seed the kidneys, and the final portion fused with blood to seed the bones, completing their sublimation. Having accomplished all this, Lin Yi dove into the blood pool, his martial will seeding his soul, immediately triggering a breakthrough. How is this possible? He is merely at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Sensing Lin Yi's cultivation aura, Aoze questioned the fabric of reality. How could he believe that someone at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal could possess the combat power of a quasi-saint? Wasn't that a tad too frightening? He himself was at the mid-stage of the Great Luo. If he possessed such combat prowess, how had the Dragon clan fallen to such depths? Lin Yi's cultivation method was unique and should carve out a path of invincibility. Fearing that Aoze's resolve might falter, the Dragon Sovereign hastily offered words of comfort. Lin Yi's method of cultivation was unprecedented. Such an abnormality was destined to dominate an era. There could be no comparison. I am about to break through. With a wry smile, Aoze realized that Lin Yi had indeed broken through. The terrifying aura was now reined in, once again achieving the gathering of the 3 flowers atop his head and the return of the 5 energies. The only difference this time was the absence of any extraordinary phenomena. Everything was intertwined with the world seed. It felt as if he had traversed a mere formality, and with a thought, he broke through to the late stage of the Great Luo. Very well, now you may cultivate. After his breakthrough, Lin Yi emerged from the blood pool, allowing the 300 Dragon Clan prodigies to begin their training. The blood pool's essence was incredibly rich. During his breakthrough, Lin Yi also collected tens of thousands of drops of essence blood, which he could use to assist everyone in the Shirshin Guard to seed their way to breakthrough into the Great Luo realm. Brother-in-law, your breakthrough has taken over 2 months. Is that not a bit too long? Aoze approached Lin Yi, eager to explain. Cultivating with the blood pool typically spans thousands of years. I fear you may not have the luxury of time, he suggested, altering his tone. Has it truly been 2 months? In that case, no need to rely on the blood pool to temper the body. After joining the Shirshin Guard, they would cultivate Lin Yi's martial Tao, and he would teach them the path of seeding, enabling them to master the laws at the fastest pace and break through to the Great Luo. Brother-in-law, find a way to gather some essence blood from the 3 clans. For the remainder, we shall substitute with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Reflecting on his own path of martial seeding, Lin Yi resolved not to waste any time. This is simple. Casting a glance back at the Dragon Emperor, he activated the grand formation of the treasury, promptly gathering several tens of thousands of drops of essence blood from the 3 clans, all of which he entrusted to Lin Yi upon receiving the blood. Lin Yi, accompanied by the outstanding members of the Dragon clan, set forth to return to the human realm. The training grounds. Sun Wu and Shang Yang had already selected 3,000 exceptional human talents, standing proudly to the side. However, a month had passed since the time agreed upon with Lin Yi, and he had yet to appear, leaving Sun Wu and Shang Yang at a loss for how to explain. To alleviate the pressure, they could only inform everyone that Lin Yi was observing them, and his absence clearly indicated satisfaction, encouraging everyone to perform well. In pursuit of Lin Yi's approval, the crowd roared with fervor, marching in unison, pushing themselves to the limits in their training. Is this the god-slaying army of the human ancestor? Initially, the Dragon Clan's elite scoffed, believing their inherent talents as dragons would easily surpass those of the humans. Yet upon arriving in the human realm, they abruptly realized that the Dragon Clan was merely a gilded cage. Just look at Golden Turtle Island. That is truly a place fit for habitation. When they compared their environment and then beheld the god-slaying army, the 300 dragon elites were left utterly stunned. In comparison to the divine army, they appeared as a disorganized mob. The god-slaying army trained by Sun Wu and Shang Yang felt like a singular entity, each soldier's posture, formation, and spirit exuding excellence. Upon Lin Yi's arrival, Sun Wu and Shang Yang could barely contain their excitement, thinking, at last, Lin Yi has come. How else could we explain ourselves? With a swift motion, Sun Wu and Shang Yang saluted, and the millions of god-slaying troops simultaneously raised their hands, performing a collective military salute. This spectacle was profoundly awe-inspiring, and the mere act of saluting rendered the 300 dragon elites speechless. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to feel inferior. The so-called pride of the Dragon Clan was utterly shattered in this moment. You are the 3,000 god-slaying guards? Signaling Aoze to wait, Lin Yi approached and quickly located the 3,000 guards. We bow before the human ancestor. Facing Lin Yi, the 3,000 guards bellowed, nearly straining their throats in their fervor. Listen well, from this moment forth. You shall call me chief. I will lead you in specialized training, during which you will endure inhumane hardships and may even face death. Those unprepared for such a fate may leave. You have 10 breaths to decide. Standing atop the elevated platform, Lin Yi surveyed the 3,000 guards, awaiting their choices. These 3,000 guards had been meticulously selected by Sun Wu and Shang Yang. Naturally, none would withdraw. They stood resolutely, not even blinking. Excellent! This unwavering conviction grants you the right to be my god-slaying guards. Listen closely. The ranks will be reshuffled. Form teams of 10 and select a captain. Each captain will then choose one individual from over there to join your team. You have 15 breaths to complete this. The 3,000 guards perfectly formed 300 small teams, each team incorporating one dragon elite. Understood. The 3,000 guards, already the C-Armée de la C-Armée of the god-slaying army, sensed an underlying competition. Upon hearing Lin Yi's command, they immediately began forming their teams. Once the captains were selected, they rushed forward, randomly choosing a dragon elite to join their ranks, and thus the 300 small teams were established. The next step involved every 10 captains forming a company, selecting a company leader and a deputy leader. Lin Yi believed in self-selection for positions, deeming it the most appropriate. As the saying goes, one must finish what they start. You have 10 breaths to make your selections. Failure to complete the task will result in expulsion from the god-slaying guards. To prevent any disputes, Lin Yi added another remark. Upon hearing this, the captains exchanged glances and quickly finalized their selections. The same method was employed below for selecting battalion leaders and regiment leaders. In a mere incense stick's duration, the god-slaying guards were organized into 3 legions, Heaven, Earth, and Man. In that brief moment, the 300 dragon elites found a sense of belonging and identified their roles. Ladies and gentlemen, they have merely been preliminarily selected. My god-slaying guards face elimination. Those who fail to meet expectations will be dismissed at any time. However, should you reach the required standards, we shall elevate you to the great Luo realm in no time. Sun Wu and Shang Yang stepped forward to receive orders, presenting 40 million personal divine weapons, which would also serve as the primary armaments of the human clan. From this day forth, they shall represent the glory of our human race and the honor of the god-slaying army. After I take the god-slaying guards away, you will select a second batch of guards to serve as reserves, bolstering the 3 legions of Heaven, earth, and man, while also providing replacements for any who are eliminated. Everyone, work diligently. 3,000 years from now, we shall grant you an opportunity for a challenge. If you are displeased with someone, challenge them and bring them down. Members of the god-slaying army who had not been selected felt somewhat disheartened. But Lin Yi immediately offered encouragement, as expected. Upon hearing his words, everyone was revitalized, brimming with enthusiasm. If we cannot be god-slaying guards, we can be reserve guards. This is a chance to be close to the human ancestor. Who does not wish to make a name for themselves? How exhilarating it would be to topple a god-slaying guard from their position. God-slaying guards, follow me. We shall commence the first lecture. This time, we will delve into the Great Luo chapter. Leading the god-slaying guards to the human ancestors' hall, Lin Yi simultaneously notified Si Hang and the others to join in the lecture. Lin Yi sensed that by the end of this lecture, Si Hang and the others would be nearly ready to enter the Great Luo realm. Disciple pays respects to master. Disciple pays respects to master. The first to arrive were Yu Ding and Lu Er, who hurriedly paid their respects to Lin Yi. Following them were Duo Bao, Si Hang, and others, who, after bowing, boldly took their seats in the front. Row. Yu Ding. This is my son, Long Wu. I shall leave his instruction to you. In martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart. Chapter 43. The Great Luo of Martial Arts. Following his return from the Dragon Clan, Long Wu did not part ways with Lin Yi, and upon seeing Master Yu Ding, it was the perfect opportunity for Long Wu to pay his respects as a disciple. Rest assured, Master. Yu Ding will certainly guide the young disciple well. Yu Ding, however, had caught wind of Lin Yi's intentions but was reluctant to take on a disciple. He was already Lin Yi's disciple. If he were to accept Lin Yi's son as a disciple, the generational hierarchy would become exceedingly convoluted. It would be better to simply refer to him as a junior. Very well. We are all intelligent individuals, Yu Ding began, and Lin Yi immediately grasped the situation, finding it more reasonable. We bow before the human ancestor. Once the matter of educating his son was settled, Sui Ren and the others arrived, quickly surrounding the human ancestor's hall. Still too weak, Lin Yi glanced around and discerned that the foundation of the human race remained insufficiently robust. Aside from Zhen Yuanzi, there were no formidable experts among the humans, necessitating significant nurturing. Ladies and gentlemen, during today's lecture, I shall discuss the Great Luo chapter. The human race is born with an innate Dao physique, belonging to the acquired realm. Thus, I created the martial path, infusing blood to refine the body into the innate realm, and entering the Dao as martial immortals. However, for the Great Luo and Quasi-Saint realms, there are yet no concrete cultivation methods. Today's teaching will focus on the Great Luo and Quasi-Saint chapters. I shall refer to this as the Great Luo of Martial Arts. Forming hand seals, Lin Yi connected with the 5-element grand formation, activating the creation jade plate, and commenced his lecture. As Lin Yi delivered his teachings, Golden Turtle Island once again manifested extraordinary phenomena, the sounds of martial arts resonating throughout the island, intertwining with martial Dao patterns and illuminating the skies. Perfectly enveloping the territory of Golden Turtle Island. The human ancestor beginning to lecture. Sensing the commotion outside, Nu Hua, Shi He, and Chang Shi concluded their enlightenment and exited the human ancestor's hall. Everyone was so engrossed in listening to the lecture that they failed to notice the 3 women, who were absorbed in their own comprehension of martial Dao. Oh, listening to the martial Dao? Shi He and Chang Shi exchanged glances, finding it profoundly mysterious. Unbeknownst to them, they had become enraptured, oblivious to the passage of time. What a pity! I have already attained quasi-sainthood and cannot cultivate martial Dao. Nu Hua, too, was attentive, drawing comparisons with Lin Yi's teachings as she contemplated her own path. After this comparison, Nu Hua sighed, feeling her own Dao paled in comparison to Lin Yi's. Yet, having already achieved quasi-sainthood, she could not alter her path and could only lament. Little did Nu Hua know that without cultivating the path of creation, she could not have amassed such merit. In the grand scheme of fate, everything is predetermined. 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. The concept of time was lost in the pursuit of enlightenment, and by the time Lin Yi finished discussing the Great Luo chapter of martial arts, a millennium and a half had passed. Marvelous indeed. Lin Yi paused his lecture, and Shihi was the first to open her eyes, her gaze filled with admiration. I have made up my mind. I shall cultivate martial arts. Changshi, too, widened her eyes in determination. They were astonished to discover that transitioning to martial arts was remarkably easy. Their accumulated foundation would allow them to seed the Tao, solidifying their foundations several-fold. They could break through to the great Luo realm. Yu Ding, Si Hang, and others wore smiles, knowing that once they completed their seeding of the Tao, a breakthrough to the great Luo would naturally follow. Everyone, listen closely. This is a divine weapon of martial arts, as well as a personal divine weapon. All of you must immediately refine it and elevate the martial arts to greater heights. Remember, this martial arts divine weapon can be upgraded. It requires your utmost dedication. With a wave of his hand, 3,500 three-pronged military spears flew forth, hovering before everyone. Understood. Gazing at the personal divine weapons before them, the 3,000 god-slaying guards roared in unison, immediately dripping blood to refine them. Yu Ding and the others did not hesitate, promptly refining their personal divine weapons. Human Ancestor, what about us? Everyone had received their weapons, except for Nu Hua, Shihi, and Changshi. Shihi immediately protested. Human Ancestor, my sisters and I are willing to join the human race and relocate the laurel into the human palace. Could we be granted divine weapons to cultivate martial arts? Changshi wished to convey to Linny her desire to marry, yet her tongue faltered under the weight of her feelings. In the presence of family, there was no need for such estrangement. With a graceful wave of her hand, two divine weapons materialized before Shiha and Changshi, bidding them to refine these treasures. This time, both Shiha and Changshi dared not utter a word. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they silently began to refine their innate divine weapons. Esteemed guests, here lies the essence of the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix, and the Qilin. 3 drops of blood for each. Together, we shall unite the principles of wood, fire, and earth, coupled with the martial will of our souls, allowing us to transcend to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. As for the principles of water and metal, they may be substituted with rare celestial treasures. Once again, with a flick of his wrist, the Dragon Clan's precious blood soared into the air, suspended before all. Thank you, Master. Thank you, revered teacher. Thank you, Ancestor of humanity. Lin Yi's thoughtful gestures ignited an exhilarating fervor among the gathering, prompting them to commence their cultivation. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 40,003,500 spiritual units of innate divine weapons, profoundly solidifying the foundation of humanity and triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, yielding a Chaos Blue Lotus seed. The Chaos Blue Lotus may serve as the bedrock of the internal world. It has already been placed within the Chaos Pearl. Remarkable. Can the Chaos Blue Lotus seed also trigger critical strikes? Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yi leapt to his feet. He held profound knowledge regarding the Chaos Blue Lotus, a supreme treasure that nurtured the Panga deity. Unable to withstand the resistance of creation, a single mature seed transformed into 36 varieties of the creation Blue Lotus, which subsequently split into 3. The red flower became the Panlong Wand, owned by Taishang Laojun. The white lotus became the 3 treasures Jade Rui, owned by Yuanshi Tianzuan. And the green lotus leaf became the Qingping Sword, owned by Tongtian Jiao Master. The remaining 3 immature seeds transformed into the 12th rank Merit Golden Lotus, owned by the Western Guide, the 12th rank Fiery Red Lotus, owned by the Ancestor of Blood Sea, and the 12th rank World Destruction's Black Lotus, owned by the Demon Ancestor, Luahu. 0.1 half-mature seed became the Pure World White Lotus, which later transformed into the Baolian Lantern, owned by Inhua. Now, with the acquisition of a Chaos Blue Lotus seed, Lin Yi had secured a true treasure. Ding! Congratulations, host. The path of martial arts has officially transitioned into the Great Luo Era for humanity, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, amplifying the essence of martial arts 1,000-fold. Before Lin Yi could react, the system's notification chimed again, rapidly bolstering the essence of martial arts, the world seed crackling in response. Inching closer to hatching once more, there should still be another critical strike forthcoming. Observing the others as they cultivated, Lin Yi could not suppress his anticipation. Bound to the mightiest human system, Any action beneficial to humanity would trigger a 10,000-fold critical strike. Lin Yi's strength was the sum of humanity's might. The greater the population, the stronger he became. The more formidable the descendants of humanity, the more powerful Lin Yi grew. After everyone completed their cultivation, the foundations of humanity were poised for a 10,000-fold enhancement. Ha ha! I have broken through to the Great Luo. The first to laugh heartily was the Zhihong Taoist, who, through Buddhist cultivation and the integration of rare treasures, successfully entered the Great Luo realm. Ha ha ha! I have also achieved a breakthrough. Following Zhihong, Yuding Zhenren likewise attained a breakthrough. Then came Duobao, Jujing Sun, Wanshu, and Puxian. The six-eared macaque also completed his cultivation, elevating his realm from the early to the mid-stage of Great Luo. His excitement palpable. Ha ha ha! I too have broken through. After the disciples achieved their breakthroughs, it was the turn of Dukong and others, and within mere breaths, humanity boasted over 100 newly minted Great Luo Golden Immortals. Ding! Congratulations, host. Currently, 3,800 individuals from humanity have completed their cultivation, with 120 breaking through to the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, enhancing the host's foundational cultivation 1,000-fold. As humanity completed their cultivation, the system executed its third 10,000-fold critical strike, amplifying Lin Yi's foundational cultivation 1,000-fold, further enhancing his physical form, even giving rise to martial patterns. Lin Yi felt invigorated. Now, facing Xinyuan, he could hold his own without relying on the strength of humanity. After suppressing the threat, he anticipated no further discomfort. Reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, was it truly this formidable? Was this the essence of martial arts? The ancestor of humanity was indeed extraordinary. My brothers, previously hesitant, it seems this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The ancestor of humanity promised us a path to the Great Luo realm, and it appears there are no obstacles ahead. Great Luo Golden Immortal? What does that even matter? Following the ancestor of humanity, achieving the quasi-saint level should pose no challenge. Practicing Lin Yi's martial arts. The Dragon Clan's prodigies also reaped extraordinary rewards. The weakest among them now stood at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. When Lin Yi had proposed that they could all become Great Luo, many among the Dragon Clan's elites had doubted him. Now, it was evident that their vision had been too narrow. The ancestor of humanity's capabilities were beyond their comprehension. As a result of these events, Lin Yi garnered unwavering loyalty from all. Any command he issued would be followed unconditionally. The fortunes of humanity swelled once more. In his dantian, the Kongtong seal trembled continuously, manifesting two golden dragons of fortune. In the midst of it all, Lin Yi sensed the existence of the human realm. Should he desire it, he could revive it at any moment. However, this was not the right time. Lin Yi resolved to tread cautiously. The greater the number of golden dragons of fortune, the greater the opportunity for the revival of the human realm. The 100 schools of thought was a trump card. Once everything was in place, he would call upon the 100 schools to awaken the human realm, and Hua needed to expedite her progress as well. After some contemplation, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Enhua, realizing it was time to establish the human teachings. The Enhua Palace had completed its cultivation. Should Enhua wish, the human teachings could be established at any moment. Ancestor of humanity, do you have new plans? Under Lin Yi's gaze, Enhua sensed that significant actions were imminent and quickly sought guidance. Enhua, it is time to establish the human teachings. After some thought, Lin Yi decided to first allow Enhua to establish the Enhua Palace, further gathering merits. When the human realm revived, it would be an opportune moment for Enhua to break through to the saintly level. Ancestor of humanity, may we join the human teachings? Having heard of the human teachings through Shiha and Changxi, coupled with their connection to Enhua, they expressed their desire to join. Absolutely. Upon joining the human teachings, you shall serve as vice leaders, overseeing the heavenly stems and earthly branches of our humanity. I shall impart to you the art of timekeeping, which, in conjunction with the lunar phases, may grant you the opportunity to transcend to the quasi-saint level. Thus, Enhua was to prepare. A millennium hence, the Enhua Palace would be formally established. Over this millennium, the god-slaying guards would solidify their foundations and stabilize their realms, striving to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As for the two esteemed friends, Shiha and Changshi, they would first relocate the primordial spirit root, the Moon Tree, before proceeding with their teachings. Observing Shiha and Changshi, Lin Yi recognized that the moment had arrived to seize the opportunity. Indeed, the God-slaying guards have merely completed their cultivation. They require time to solidify their realms. Granting them a millennium is just right, and Hua was also quite pleased. The establishment of the human teachings would allow for the accumulation of merit. Shiha and Changshi were equally elated. Not only would they cultivate martial arts, but they would also oversee the heavenly stems and earthly branches of humanity, enjoying the fortunes and merits of the race. Truly perfect. Lin Yi was even more delighted, anticipating the blessings of numerous offspring. Chapter 44. Journey to the Moon Star. Relocating the primordial spirit root, the Moon Tree then let us depart. Eager to swiftly ascend to the quasi-saint level, Shiha and Changshi wasted no time, promptly leading Lin Yi towards the Moon Star. Excellent. Grasping the hands of Shiha and Changshi, Lin Yi swallowed hard, overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, the Witch clan faced yet another offensive from the Demon clan, forcing them to retreat significantly towards Mount Buzhou. Continually repelled, the Witch clan found themselves in a dire state, their morale plummeting. Sister, should we not seek the ancestor of humanity's aid? You are carrying the child of that scoundrel. He ought to come to our assistance. The Xinyuan ancestor which glanced at the Hutu ancestor which, suggesting they enlist Lin Yi's help. This is not his fault. I lost a wager, and it is only right to bear his child. Hutu, we are ancestor witches. We possess our own dignity. We cannot use the child as leverage to threaten him, lest we be looked down upon. Thus, I shall no longer seal the child. I will bear the child within 100 years, and then send him to the human race. Whether he wishes to assist us will depend on his goodwill. As she caressed her belly, the Xinyuan ancestor which thought of Lin Yi's infuriating face, feeling a twinge of longing to see him again. Sister, you need not worry. Thanks to the monkey wine bestowed by the ancestor of humanity, our mastery over the malevolent energy has deepened. Over these years of battle, most of the great witches have nearly broken through to the great Luo realm. Furthermore, Brother Juin and Brother Qiangliang are also on the verge of reaching the quasi-saint level. Thanks to Lin Yi's monkey wine, our control over the malevolent energy has become increasingly profound, enabling swift breakthroughs. That is good. I shall immediately unseal the child. These years of conflict have been burdensome for him, and failing to lift the seal would surely have adverse effects. What a pity! If only our witch clan could give birth to a quasi-saint immediately, my burdens would be greatly alleviated. Caressing her belly, the Xinyuan ancestor which felt a sense of guilt, believing she owed her child much. Wait. Someone has indeed broken through to the quasi-saint realm. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Mount Buzhou, purple chi spreading for 3,000 miles, colorful clouds dancing as laws intertwined. An unmistakable sign of a breakthrough to the quasi-saint level. It is Red Cloud. Good heavens, Red Cloud has truly made strides, managing to attain the quasi-saint level through the laws. The Xinyuan ancestor which immediately pursued. On Mount Buzhou, Red Cloud floated in the void, the laws intertwining around him, forming intricate patterns. Congratulations, Red Cloud, on successfully breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Red Cloud's breakthrough was a momentous occasion for the Witch clan, truly resolving their pressing concerns. I have not failed my duty. As the breath of convergence subsided, Hongyun smiled. His ability to transcend to the quasi-saint realm was entirely a mimicry of Lin Yi. When Lin Yi comprehended the Tao in the Pango Hall and broke through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Hongyun sensed the extraordinary nature of his achievement. Over the years, Hongyun had been contemplating the Tao patterns of the Pango Hall, integrating them with his own laws, and finally attained the status of quasi-saint. The Wu clan, heeding the command, proclaimed that from this moment forth, fellow Taoist Hongyun would be the 13th ancestral shaman of the Wu clan, his status equal to that of the rest of us. Di Jiang also exhibited great resolve. Upon Hongyun's breakthrough, he immediately appointed him as the 13th ancestral shaman. I am grateful for your generous recognition, elder brother. Now that I have become the 13th ancestral shaman, let us engage in a fierce battle today and reclaim the lost territories of our Wu clan. With his cultivation having ascended, Hong Yun brimmed with vigor, his murderous intent ignited for the first time. In recent years, the Demon Clan had been excessively aggressive, nearly forcing the Wu clan back to Mount Buzhou. Now, with Hong Yun's breakthrough, it was indeed time for a grand confrontation. Moreover, Hong Yun sought to demonstrate a truth, that the laws that affirm quasi-sainthood wield far greater power than the act of slaying the three corpses. Kuenpeng, prepare to endure a thrashing. This was also a resounding slap to Hong Juan's face. Hong Jun had deceived the beings of the primordial world, asserting that achieving sainthood through the laws was impossible, claiming that the path ahead was severed. Now that Hong Yun had become a quasi-saint, he was here to formally declare to all that attaining sainthood through the laws was indeed feasible. Good. Sons of the Wu clan, heed my command. Launch a full-scale counterattack. Kill. With Hong Yun's inclusion, Di Zhang's confidence surged, and he promptly ordered the Wu clan to advance. Thank you, ancestral shaman Hong Yun. Your presence is invaluable this time. Ximing had long desired this battle. After this counteroffensive, she could rest easy and prepare for childbirth. This is bad. Hong Yun has broken through to Quasi-Saint Ian, the mountain range not far from Mount Buzhou. Kuenpeng gazed towards the direction of Mount Buzhou, his expression darkening to an extreme. For years, the Demon Clan had been on the offensive, hoping to seize this opportunity to eliminate the Wu clan. However, the Wu clan was not to be underestimated. They grew stronger with each battle, the power of the 12 ancestral shamans being utterly terrifying. Retreat. Let us wait for Beis, Zhuiying, Shangyang, City, Guiche, Qinyuan, Jiming, Yingzhou, Feilian, and Faden to break through to Quasi-Saint. In such a battle, there is no point. Once they achieve quasi-sainthood, we will launch a full-scale assault and annihilate the Wu clan. After Hong Yun's breakthrough to quasi-saint, Di Jun immediately felt the urge to retreat. Demon Emperor, is it not a pity to leave like this? Di Jun ordered a retreat, but Kuenpeng was dissatisfied. After much effort, they had finally reached the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. How could they leave so easily? Let me put it this way. From the very beginning, I never intended to defeat the ancestral shamans. The Wu clan is formidable. With insufficient quasi-saints, defeating the ancestral shamans is impossible. Even if they lack the necessary realm, their physical bodies remain terrifying. Attempting to slay them is essentially futile. The reason for the offensives in recent years was primarily to consolidate the Demon Clan. The Demon Court has just been established, facing numerous issues, lacking unity and coherence, necessitating tempering. Combat is the best means. Through battle, our Demon Court has begun to find its footing. Once Beis, Zhuiying, Shangyang, City, Guiche, Qinyuan, Jiming, Yingzhou, Feilian, and Faden achieve quasi-sainthood, we will be able to breach the physical bodies of the ancestral shamans. That will be the optimal moment for the annihilation of the Wu clan. Fixated on Mount Buzhou, Di Jun's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He was determined to eradicate the Wu clan. But what if the Wu clan also breaks through to quasi-saint? Kuenpeng expressed his confusion regarding Di Jun's thoughts. If they can break through, then so can others. Can we afford to wait indefinitely? There is no need for concern. The speed of slaying the three corpses far surpasses that of achieving sainthood through the laws. Dong Huang Tai Yi, the Demon Court is rather unwieldy. In this battle, let us first dispatch those who are disobedient and harbor ulterior motives. After this conflict, our Demon Court will be united as one, and in the next battle, the Wu clan will undoubtedly perish. Although the Demon Court has suffered losses over the years, the core strength remains intact. Through the tempering of battle, the Demon Court has now gained the capability to vie for supremacy. Very well. I shall have Dong Wanggong lead the resistance. Hearing Di Jun's words, Dong Huang Tai immediately thought of Dong Wanggong. This fellow, unable to change his ways, had relentlessly pressed the Wu clan in battle over the years, causing Dong Wanggong to become increasingly arrogant. On several occasions, he even approached Shi Wangmu, proposing marriage, only to be rejected. Little did Dong Wanggong know that Di Jun harbored similar intentions, seeking to court Shi Wangmu. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Furthermore, Di Jun was also eyeing Shi He and Chang Shi, planning to arrange marriages for them within the Demon Court after conquering the Wu clan. Unbeknownst to Di Jun, one misstep could lead to total defeat. The woman he yearned for was currently being supported by Lin Ai, her waist embraced, as they swirled in a chaotic dance. Demon Emperor. The Wu clan has launched a counteroffensive. At this moment, a Tai Golden Immortal rushed to report, informing them of the Wu clan's assault. Dong Wanggong, heed my command. I appoint you as the vanguard. To fully counterattack the Wu clan, Kuanpeng, you will flank from the left, delivering a severe lesson to the Wu clan. Dong Huang Tai Yi, you shall flank from the right, intercepting the Wu clan's advance. Beis, Juiying, Shangyang, City, Guiche, Qinyuan, Jiming, Yingzhou, Feilian, Faden, you shall confront them head-on, maintaining the rhythm of the demon court. The speed of the Wu clan's counterattack took Di Jun by surprise. Although surprised, it did not deter him greatly. He quickly devised a strategy and responded. Di Jun, step forth for battle. Upon entering the battlefield, Di Jiang directly issued a challenge. I shall accompany you in this duel. Di Jun did not speak. Dong Huang Tai Yi charged out, directly facing Di Jiang. You are unworthy to battle my elder brother. I shall contend with you. With a swift step forward, Xinming, the ancestral shaman, blocked Dong Huang Tai Yi, igniting a fierce clash. Kuanpeng, should we not settle our accounts? As Xinming stepped forward, Hong Yun followed suit, signaling Kuanpeng to engage. Are you afraid of me? Though fear lingered in his heart, Kuanpeng refused to admit it, charging forth with explosive speed. Over the years, Kuanpeng had swept through battlefields and acquired 2 magical treasures. Emboldened by these artifacts, his confidence soared. Little did he know, when it came to magical treasures, Hong Yun could easily crush him. This battle was destined to be a disgrace for Kuanpeng. Fellow Taoist Di Jiang, you are all core members. The significance of this battle is minimal. Why not observe their combat together? Standing atop the He-Tu, Di Jun held the Luo Shu, quietly watching Di Jiang. Could you kindly retract your eggshell? It is rather unsightly. The He-Tu and Luo Shu were Di Jun's innate treasures, classified as supreme innate spiritual treasures, divided into 2 parts. The He-Tu and the Luo Shu. Di Jun's mockery was not without reason. He had been entangled with the He-Tu and Luo Shu since their inception, and the reference to an eggshell held some truth. Oh, not provoke me. Your Wu clan does not match the combat prowess of my demon court. As time progresses, the gap shall only widen. Di Jun paid no heed to Di Jiang's taunts. His eggshell was no ordinary matter. Many envied it without hope of attaining it. Is that so? With a faint smile, Di Jiang launched an attack against DJ Yun. Do you think I am still the same as before? With a single step, Di Jun unleashed his aura, revealing himself to be at the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. In terms of physicality, magical power, and laws, Di Jun might not be Di Jiang's equal. However, with the He-Tu and Luo Shu in hand, the situation was different, regardless of how Di Jiang unleashed his power. It was all thwarted. The same held true for Dong Huang Tai Yi. While the combat power of slaying the 3 corpses was inferior to that of achieving quasi-sainthood through the laws, he possessed the Dong Huang Bell, rendering Xinming equally ineffective. Most crucially, Xinming was with child, and her combat style was no longer as reckless as before, failing to create a significant gap. Beis, Juiying, Shangyang, City, Guiche, Qinyuan, Jiming, Yingzhou, Feilian, and Faden were similarly situated. Relying on magical treasures, they were evenly matched against the ancestral shamans and great shamans, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Hong Yun, do not overstep your bounds. Do you take me for a mere clay figure? Throughout the battlefield, Kuanpeng found himself in the most dire predicament, thoroughly overwhelmed by Hong Yun, inciting his fury. For the first time, Kuanpeng felt stifled. In a contest of magical power and laws, the achievement of slaying the 3 corpses paled in comparison to that of achieving quasi-sainthood through the laws. In a comparison of magical treasures, he was utterly crushed by Hong Yun, forced to leap and dodge in utter disarray. Chapter 45. Changshi and Shihe achieve quasi-sainthood martial arts and divine powers insects. In response to Kuanpeng's furious outburst, Hong Yun merely retorted with 2 words, insect. Hong Yun was deriding Kuanpeng as worthless. Having broken through to quasi-sainthood for so many years, and yet this is all the strength you possess. Are you not an insect? Hong Yun, do not seek death. After being repelled by Hong Yun, Kuanpeng gestured for Hong Yun to cease. He truly did not wish to continue the fight. The disparity between achieving quasi-sainthood through slaying the 3 corpses and through the laws was too great. They were not even in the same league. Most dishearteningly, Kuanpeng's magical treasure for slaying the 3 corpses did not resonate well with him, rendering it impossible to unleash the power he ought to possess. It was utterly frustrating. If we are to fight, then let us fight. If not, kneel down. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Forming hand seals, Kuanpeng produced a spiral magical treasure. Under Hongyun's control, the spiral treasure rapidly spun. The power of the laws entwining it, the Tao rhythm spreading, the void trembling, and the air stirring for 9 heavens. Damn it, Hongyun intends to kill me. Seeing Hongyun's magical treasure, Kuanpeng inwardly cursed him. He had not encountered Hongyun before. So why was he so merciless now? If you seek revenge, go find Hongjun. Taking out a piece of exquisite jade, Kuanpeng tossed it, swiftly forming a shield before him. Simultaneously, Kuanpeng employed his divine powers. This was Kuanpeng's innate divine power, where the laws intertwined, transforming into a fish and then into a bird, rapidly shifting between the 2 forms, soon growing to 1,000 zhang in size. Swiftly, with a pointed finger, his divine power surged, and the 1,000 zhang bird shadow charged towards Hongyun. Come at me! With both hands raised above his head, the spiral artifact stirred the tumultuous winds across 100 miles, resembling a tornado as it soared forth. Upon the spiral artifact's contact with the Kuanpeng's divine power, the void instantaneously fell silent, and all vitality seemed to drain from existence. With a series of crackling sounds, lasting approximately 5 breaths, the 1,000 zhang shadow of the bird began to fracture. As the spiral artifact pierced through, shattering the Kuanpeng's divine prowess into fragments. Hold your ground, commanded the spiral artifact as it advanced, while the Kuanpeng roared, hoping the artifact could withstand the onslaught. However, the spiral artifact spun at a high velocity, sparks flying from the point of collision, sending the Kuanpeng hurtling backward, crashing against a mountain peak. The resulting roar shook the entire mountain, dust and debris soaring into the heavens, a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring. How formidable! Someone exclaimed. Quickly evade, be cautious. The residual shockwaves could prove lethal, but alas, it was too late. The dust storm swept forth, forcing many members of the demon clan to retreat in fear of being struck by the aftershocks. Yet, the speed of the residual waves was too swift. They had no time to escape and were immediately engulfed, swept along for dozens of miles, completely submerged within as the dust settled. Members of both the demon and witch clans emerged from the earth, spitting blood. The residual force from a quasi-saint battle was truly horrific, with most demon clan members suffering broken limbs, while the unfortunate ones met their demise, their skulls crushed. Kill, the witch clan, possessing formidable physical resilience, despite being racked with pain, remained intact, merely coughing up blood in the face of the injured demon beasts. They surged forth to attack you. Flee at once, came a cry, filled with disdain. No, don't. The demon clan wished to evade, but severely wounded, how could they escape? They could only watch helplessly as their kin were slaughtered by the witch clan. Retreat. Cease the fighting. Upon witnessing this grim scene, Emperor Jun immediately ordered the demon clan to withdraw. Hongyun is too powerful. He will undoubtedly influence the tide of battle. Our only recourse now is to retreat and devise a countermeasure. Kill. As the demon clan retreated, Emperor Jiang commanded a pursuit, eager to reap the lives of the demons. Wait, do not pursue further. Be wary of ambushes. After chasing for tens of thousands of miles, Hongyun intervened, urging Emperor Jiang to halt. However, Emperor Jiang was unwilling, leading the witch clan members into the fray. Fool. As the ancestral witch entered the formation's radius, Emperor Jun laughed heartily, activating the Great Formation to harness its power against the witch clan. Not good. We've fallen into an ambush, exclaimed a companion. Hongyun, I should have heeded your advice. Retreat, do not pursue. Activate defenses. Some individuals merely needed to suffer losses to experience the cost before awakening to reality. Watching his kin perish, Emperor Jiang felt profound regret. Had he listened to Hongyun, those family members would not have died. What are you doing? Retreat. Leave the formation and let the witch clan cover our retreat. Break the formation and counterattack. Seeing Emperor Jiang remain unmoved, Hongyun took charge of the battle. Under Hongyun's command, the Witch clan quickly secured the battlefield, then broke through the Great Formation, retreating back. Scoundrels! Emperor Jiang bellowed in fury as he beheld the corpses of his kin. Unfortunately, he was powerless. Emperor Jun's formation, derived from the river diagram in Luo book, was exceedingly formidable, leaving him no choice but to withdraw. Brother, shall we not fight to the end? Gazing at Emperor Jiang, Gonggong contemplated the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend formation. The 12 capital Heavenly Fiend formation was the Witch clan's strongest trump card. The last resort of the ancestral witches. Unleashing this card would surely shatter the absurd Great Formation before them. The Witch clan, hearing this, retreated to the Mount Buzhou to recuperate for 500 years. After a moment of silence, Emperor Jiang ultimately decided to retreat. The 12 capital Heavenly Fiend formation was terrifying. It could summon the phantasm of Pangu, yet its endurance was lacking. After a few uses, it would be depleted. Emperor Jiang did not wish to employ it at this time. Emperor Jun awaited the breakthroughs of Bai Zhe, Zhou Shangyang, Ci Tai, and Gue Che into quasi-sainthood, just as Emperor Jiang awaited Gonggong and the others to achieve the same. Envisioning the 12 quasi-saints utilizing the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend formation to potentially slay a saint, Emperor Jiang had already devised a plan to ensnare Emperor Jun, intending to wipe out the demon clan once they fell into his trap. Finally, they have departed. The Witch clan retreated, the Kuanping filled with trepidation battling Hongyun. The Kuanping recognized its own inadequacies. The disparity between severing the 3 corpses to attain the Great Tao and achieving the Great Tao through the laws was vast. The Kuanping sensed that if the fight continued, it could very well be slain, becoming the first quasi-saint to fall. Dong Wanggong, I entrust you with a task. Lead the demon clan to harass the Witch clan. Do whatever it takes to provoke them into attacking us, allowing my Hunyuan He Luo formation to claim more ancestral witch lives. Having witnessed the might of the Hunyuan He Luo formation for the first time, Emperor Jun felt immense satisfaction, resolved to continue luring the Witch clan into assaulting. Brother, have you prepared thoroughly, contemplating your escape routes? This battle took Dong Huang Tai by surprise. He had expected severe losses, only to arrive and discover it was all part of Emperor Jun's grand scheme. Emperor Jun had long set the Hunyuan He Luo formation in motion, awaiting the Witch clan's pursuit to deliver a crushing blow. Ha ha ha, it is not that I deliberately concealed this. The fewer who know of such matters, the better. Laughing heartily, Emperor Jun was filled with self-satisfaction, viewing the Witch clan as fools, easily crushed underfoot. He had already contemplated that prior to the 3 lectures of Hongjun, he would first annihilate the Witch clan, then advance to mid-quasi-sainthood, showcasing himself splendidly before Hongjun. Emperor Jun had an inkling that after the 3 lectures, opportunities would arise, and he might even have a chance to transcend to sainthood. Once he achieved that, he would undoubtedly marry Shihi, Changshi, and Shi Wangmu. Little did he know that Shihi and Changshi had already been captured by Lin Yi, and the next time he visited the moon star, he might not even catch a glimpse of them. My husband, the Taiyin laurel tree is the essence of the Taiyin star, intertwined with its life force. Attempting to move it may not be feasible. Upon the moon star, Shihi and Changshi stood before the laurel tree, discovering it was utterly immovable. It matters not if we cannot relocate it. You can absorb the primordial power of the Taiyin laurel tree. To attain the great Tao in martial arts, the most crucial step is to plant the Tao seed. After that, one can condense the martial Tao seed to open their internal world, stepping into quasi-sainthood. You are birthed from the Taiyin laurel tree. Absorbing its primordial power is undoubtedly feasible. Why not break through quasi-sainthood using the moon star's essence? Lin Yi was unperturbed by the inability to move the Taiyin laurel tree. Absorbing its essence was the priority, seizing this opportunity to break through. Moreover, Shihi and Changshi could enhance their innate divine weapons, allowing the 3-edged military spear to devour the Taiyin laurel tree, potentially reaching the innate level. Very well, we sisters shall give it a try. Sitting cross-legged before the Taiyin laurel tree, Shihi and Changshi extended their hands, beginning to commune with its primordial power. Shall I give it a try as well? The moon star is vast. What harm is there in me absorbing a bit? Sitting beside Shihi, Changshi, Lin Yi joined the endeavor to absorb the essence. Unlike Shihi and Changshi, Lin Yi faced significant resistance from the Taiyin laurel tree. Had he not already condensed the world seed, he would have found it impossible to absorb. A month passed. A year. 100 years. Time flew, and 200 years elapsed. He and Changshi trembled, beginning to condense their martial Tao seeds. At that moment, the moon star resonated, the power of the laws permeating the heavens and earth. Endless Tao patterns swirling, emanating the aura of a quasi-saint. Goodness, are they about to break through so soon? According to Lin Yi's understanding, it would take several millennia for He and Changshi to achieve a breakthrough. He never expected that with the aid of the Taiyin laurel tree, they would accomplish it directly. My husband, after condensing the martial Tao seed, we can also comprehend martial divine abilities. You should return to the human realm. We sisters will continue our insights. Following their breakthrough in cultivation, He and Changshi looked at Lin Yi, urging him to depart first. Very well, I shall cultivate the god-slaying guards, Lin Yi remarked. By the way, a reminder, your innate divine weapons can be upgraded. This laurel tree can be utilized. Upon hearing that condensing the martial Tao seed would allow for the comprehension of martial divine abilities, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this perspective, realizing the need for further study. Understood, my husband, He, slightly dazed, promptly urged Lin Yi to leave. From a certain viewpoint, they were reluctant to see the Taiyin laurel tree vanish. Yet to break through their cultivation, they had nearly absorbed all the primordial essence of the moon star. Without an extended period, it would be impossible for it to recover. Perhaps we should focus on upgrading our innate divine weapons. Leaving the Taiyin laurel tree here, as it may easily fall prey to those with ill intent. Surveying the surroundings, the once bountiful moon star had become uneven and pockmarked. Changshi was unwilling to reside there. The human ancestor palace would be splendid. Among the humans, it is lively, and I could see Lin Yi daily, aided by the creation jade plate for cultivation. How delightful! Let us first comprehend martial divine abilities, further enhancing our strength. With the intent to let their innate divine weapons devour the Taiyin laurel tree, She immediately began her insights into martial divine abilities. Oh, human ancestor, you must not forsake us sisters. Summoning her innate divine weapon, Changshi entered a state of comprehension, seeking to grasp martial divine abilities. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had returned to the human realm, commanding the 3,300 god-slaying guards to assemble. The demon clan had grown excessively arrogant over the years. Lin Yi resolved to teach them a lesson by utilizing the demon clan to cultivate innate divine weapons, transforming them into god-slaying guards. Chapter 46. The Emergence of the God-Slaying Guards. The special forces of humanity are we to head into battle. Regardless of the circumstances, soldiers exist to obey orders. Upon being summoned by the human ancestor, they hasten to comply, not scatter. Maintain formation in but a few breaths. 3,300 god-slaying guards materialized before Lin Yi. Esteemed warriors, having nurtured your strength for countless years, your moment to wield it has arrived. As the god-slaying guards of the human race, your sacred mission is to protect our kin and safeguard our families. From the very day you don the mantle of the god-slaying guards, you have borne the weight of our people's future in this primordial chaos. As the demon race runs rampant and quasi-saints abound, the realm of the great Luo is merely a starting point. Yet, what does it matter? Though humanity lacks the sharp claws of beasts and the robust bones of titans, we possess an insatiable thirst for knowledge and an indomitable spirit. I have forged the path of martial arts, allowing you to cultivate the will of the martial spirit and solidify your martial essence, thus embarking upon the journey of self-strengthening. Over the years, you have remained sequestered and are unaware of the perils that lie beyond. Today, I shall enlighten you. Before the emergence of the Dragon Clan, Lin Yi felt the need to bolster their morale. The method is straightforward. The outside world is fraught with danger, while Jinbi Island is a haven. However, others do not permit humanity to live in peace. They view us as vermin, as livestock to be bled dry, waiting for us to grow plump before they slaughter us. Currently, humanity has avoided the butcher's blade only because the witch race is drawing fire. Once the witch race is vanquished, the celestial beings will become our adversaries. The sole path to prevent humanity from being oppressed is through relentless self-improvement. Simultaneously, Lin Yi urged everyone to broaden their horizons. to avoid pride and complacency, and to foster unity. During the era of Long Han, the three races were a formidable force, with the dragon race itself divided into factions, one of which transformed into the Xuanwu in the icy seas of the north. How terrifying was that? Yet, what has become of the dragon race today? Reduced to mere sustenance. This is the price of arrogance. The heavens are vigorous. Thus, a gentleman must strive unceasingly. The earth is bountiful. Hence, a gentleman must carry virtue upon his shoulders. Humanity does not seek dominance, yet the celestial beings must not dare to bully us as long as humanity persists in its endeavor for self-betterment, remains united and benevolent, supports one another, thinks cautiously, and acts resolutely. We shall undoubtedly flourish at the same time. Our race must possess its own temperament. We do not provoke others, yet neither shall we allow ourselves to be bullied. Those who offend humanity, no matter how distant, shall face retribution. After delivering this impassioned speech, Lin Yi proclaimed the words he yearned to voice the most. Those who offend humanity, no matter how distant, shall face retribution. Upon hearing Lin Yi's declaration, the 3,000 god-slaying guards roared to the heavens, their blood surging with fervor. The saying goes, a bear leads a bear, a tiger leads a tiger. Lin Yi established a goal for them, one that is uniquely theirs, and thus a civilization of the god-slaying guards was quietly taking shape. Warriors, this venture serves to hone your skills in the heat of battle. Entrust your backs to your brothers. What you must do is cooperate. Safeguard your brothers as they safeguard you. The best defense is a fierce offense. Remember, you are the god-slaying guards, not individuals. Do not seek personal glory. Should anyone fail to comply, they shall be expelled from the god-slaying guards, for I will not tolerate traitors among us. Lastly, let me reiterate. The god-slaying guards embody collective honor, not individualism. With a gesture for everyone to follow, Lin Yi led the charge. Members of the Dragon Clan, heed the words of your captain, your company commander, and your battalion commander. Anyone who dares to disrupt order shall be deemed a traitor to the Dragon Clan, and I will purge them from our lineage. Aoja had performed admirably, attaining the position of deputy commander. During this time, Aoja had been striving to integrate into the unit, even requesting special training from the battalion commander to bring the Dragon Clan members up to speed. The human race had not rejected the Dragon Clan either. Aoqing, Lin Yi's wife, made them kin. In truth, there was no need for Aoja to emphasize the matter. The Dragon Clan had already been subdued through their interactions with the God-slaying guards. The God-slaying guards, steeped in martial cultivation, were formidable, particularly their unwavering will. Without relying on the innate gifts of their physical forms, Dragon Clan members would struggle to persevere. Yet, curiously, as they accomplished many seemingly impossible tasks together, feelings of pride and honor arose, even igniting their latent potential, truly marvelous. Scouts were dispatched to gather intelligence, seeking the nearest demon forces. Upon discovering a large troop, they were to report immediately. Today, the demons would be met with resistance. Upon departing Jinbi Island, Lin Yi signaled for everyone to find a hiding spot, allowing the scouts to take the lead in locating the demons that troubled humanity. Since the establishment of the demon race by Emperor Jun, they had not remained idle. Their arrogance had inflated. Over the years, countless demons had come to Jinbi Island to cause trouble, all quietly dealt with by Lin Yi and Zhang Yuanzi. Now, the God-slaying guards were eager to test their mettle, determined to clear the area of surrounding demons. Head, we have ascertained that 30,000 miles from here lies a large demon army, numbering approximately 10,000, currently roasting dragons. The scouts were swift. In no time, they had gathered all necessary information. What is their cultivation level? Upon learning the enemy was merely 10,000 strong, Lin Yi felt a surge of murderous intent, resolved to take them all down. 3 great Luo Golden Immortals, 4,000 Tai Golden Immortals, and the remainder comprised Golden Immortals and Xin Immortals. Yu Xian, Peng Qing, you will lead the 1st Legion to flank from the left. Wu Jingfeng. Lu Jingming, you will lead the 2nd Legion to flank from the right. Lin Tianchong and Aoja, you will advance from the front. Upon contact, initiate the encirclement combat mode. We must capture these 10,000 demons. Remember, killing the enemy is secondary. The priority is to protect the lives of our brothers. Our ultimate aim is to ensure no casualties occurred. Go cultivate formidable warriors. They must be baptized in battle. These 10,000 demons will serve as the first sharpening stone for the God-slaying guards. Understood that Yu Xian and Pang Qing, the commander and deputy commander of the First Legion, set off first. Following them were Wu Jingfeng and Lu Jingming, the commander and deputy commander of the Second Legion. Lastly, Lin Tianchong and Aozha, the commander and deputy commander of the Third Legion, took their positions. As the first battle commenced, Lin Yi felt a twinge of nervousness. Given the God-slaying guard's foundation, defeating the demons should pose no issue, yet Lin Yi worried about potential casualties. Humanity had paid a hefty price to nurture the God-slaying guards. Each member was invaluable. And Lin Yi could not bear to lose any. Very well, I shall take a more protective approach this first time and allow them to acclimatize to battle. After contemplating, Lin Yi ultimately decided to observe. Ready to intervene at a critical moment, the first squad, flanking from the side, swiftly eliminated the scattered demons. The First Legion had not traveled far before spotting the demonic figures. The number of demons was scant. Merely several dozen. They appeared lethargic, their countenances far from pleased. The Demon King is truly something. He expects us to work while he enjoys roasted dragons? The Dayin Gan Lin is so difficult to gather. Yet he drinks it freely. How can he be so harsh? The leader of the demons, a peak Tai Golden Immortal, grumbled, lamenting how the Demon King only knew how to command others. What can we do? In the realm of demons, one must enter the demon court. Unless one becomes a quasi-saint, survival is a challenge. Spotting a golden plant, a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal demon hurriedly severed it, collecting its sap. Persevere in your cultivation. Once you become a great Luo Golden Immortal, perhaps you can ascend to the position of a Demon King and enjoy a life of luxury, managing thousands of demons. With a sigh, a peak Golden Immortal demon remarked. Emperor Jun's management was exceedingly strict. Since the establishment of the demon court, all demons were required to join. The weak must obey the strong, and disobedience could lead to death. Under this regime, the demons' good days had vanished, with strength dictating everything. The sole benefit was their ability to bully other beings. Under the demon court's tyranny, they could create chaos at will. Attack, Good Song, the camp leader of the First Legion, personally led the God-slaying guards in their ambush. Their speed was remarkable. Before the demon members could react, their three-edged military daggers pierced through their hearts, and their bodies crumpled to the ground. While a single thrust of the three-edged dagger would not be fatal, the God-slaying guards' daggers could devour blood essence, soul, and spiritual energy. How could the demon members withstand such an onslaught? Gathering the items they had collected, Gutsong prepared for unified distribution later. The corpses were also treasures, to be processed and collected. After slaying the demon members, Gutsong felt a rush of exhilaration. The thrill of killing was intoxicating. Onward. Yu Xian kept a watchful eye on the battle. Upon witnessing Gutsong eliminate the demons before him, he ordered the advance to continue. Still inexperienced, they required combat training. Meanwhile, Lin Yi encountered demon members as well. Lin Tianchong reacted swiftly, ordering the God-slaying guards to kill without hesitation, successfully annihilating the threat. However, Lin Yi was dissatisfied. Their reactions were not swift enough, and their killing was not decisive. There were many areas for improvement. Yet, Lin Yi refrained from voicing his concerns. This is everyone's first time on the battlefield. I shall allow them to find their footing. Head, take a look at this. After vanquishing the demons, Lin Tianchong presented the Dayin Gan Lin to Lin Yi, urging him to take possession. Continue leading the squad forward. As the Legion commander, you dictate everything. Lin Tianchong, in the face of challenges, you must have your own opinions. If I am not present, what will you do? Lin Yi expressed his dissatisfaction with Lin Tianchong's reliance on him. As a Legion commander, one must possess the ability to make decisions independently. Constantly consulting Lin Yi would not suffice for future command. Upon hearing Lin Yi's reprimand, Lin Tianchong was momentarily taken aback but quickly recognized his dependency. He turned around and resolved to handle matters according to his own judgment. He commanded his subordinates to gather the Dayin Gan Lin and the corpses of the demons, continuing to advance toward the demon ranks. Along the way, they encountered more demons, and without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianchong pressed forward. Commanding the camp leader to lead the team, they ventured forth to hunt. This area was rife with monsters, and as they progressed, the god-slaying guards dispatched wave after wave of foes, with each member participating in the fray. Among the god-slaying guards were astute individuals who, observing their comrades in combat, quietly formulated strategies, ensuring they performed admirably when their turn came. It was no wonder that everyone relished dragon meat. Its aroma was simply irresistible. Upon reaching the gathering place of the demon tribe, Lin Yi was soon captivated by the scent of roasting dragon, the savory fragrance wafting through the air, undeniably tempting. Kill! Lin Yi felt the allure, while Aoze, filled with rage, let out a thunderous roar and charged ahead. Kill! As the vice-captain, Aoze's reckless charge left the 3rd Legion with no choice but to follow suit, bursting forth with great speed. While rushing into battle was not inherently wrong, the other 2 legions had yet to take their positions, leaving them vulnerable to attacks from both sides. Chapter 47. The primordial ancestor witches give birth. Humanity celebrates fatherhood. Damn it. Aoze is such a fool. Upon witnessing Aoze's impulsive charge, Lin Yi's temper flared instantly. He resolved that after this battle, he would strip Aoze of his position as vice-captain. This imbecile was far too reckless. However, with the battle already ignited, Lin Yi refrained from intervening, allowing the fight to unfold. Fools, do not charge recklessly. Pay attention to coordination. Yalei Ma, do you have brains made of dung? Protect your comrades. Do not be greedy for glory. Utilize your team's strengths. For those with short lives, aim for the heart. Why stab the thigh? Once the battle commenced, Lin Yi entered full tactical mode. There was no alternative. With their lack of combat experience, the situation became chaotic as their numbers increased. On multiple occasions, the god-slaying guards nearly faced annihilation, forcing Lin Yi to intervene. Fortunately, the overall strength of the god-slaying guards surpassed that of the demons, allowing them to maintain a semblance of control amid the disorder, ultimately obliterating the enemy at the cost of several injuries. This was only due to Lin Yi's timely assistance. Had he not intervened, the casualties would have been catastrophic. At this moment, Lin Yi recognized the advantages of real combat. Although the demon tribe appeared lethargic, their participation in battles against the witch tribe had endowed them with experiences far beyond what humanity could rival. Rest in place and recover your injuries. Those who are uninjured, clear the battlefield. As the battle concluded, Wu Xian, Lin Tianchong, and Wu Jingfeng hastily issued commands for healing and cleanup. Aoze, get over here. Kicking aside a corpse beneath his feet, Lin Yi bellowed for Aoze to approach. Boss. After the battle, Aoze realized his impulsiveness. His head bowed as he walked towards Lin Yi. Lift your head and show me those injured. Were it not for my intervention, they would not be injured but rather corpses. You are the vice-captain. The lives of over 1,000 brothers rest in your hands. They regard you as a brother. Is this how you repay their trust? With a swift motion, Lin Yi delivered a stinging slap across Aoze's face. Before Aoze could react, Lin Yi seized him by the neck and dragged him before a grievously wounded member, forcefully pinning him to the ground. This individual, already unconscious due to his severe injuries, was stable enough to survive. His name is Rangu, the squad leader of the 6th Company of your 3rd Legion. When you charged into battle, he was the first to leap forward, sustaining his injuries while shielding you from harm. His opponent was a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, while he was merely a Tai Golden Immortal. He knew he could not prevail yet chose to shield you nonetheless. Tell me, why? Lin Yi pressed Aoze's head against the ground, demanding an answer. Look at him. This is Xian Gang, a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal from the God-Slaying Guards. Witnessing you being surrounded, he fearlessly charged in. Had it not been for my intervention, he would have been minced into paste. You tell me, if you erred, why should he pay the price for your mistakes? Lin Yi continued, forcing Aoze to confront the gravity of his actions. And here is Ao Chio, one of your dragon kin. Hearing your call, he rushed out alongside you. Were it not for my presence, he too would have perished. And I say if I were not here, could they survive? Who would come to their rescue? Now, this is a roasted kin of yours, exuding the aroma of flesh, a dragon slain. Tell me, what difference does it make whether you acted sooner or later? Would he live? Lifting Aoze, Lin Yi demanded a response. Aoze had never witnessed Lin Yi so enraged and, in that moment, dared not move, keeping his head bowed. From this day forth, I strip you of the vice-captain title of the 3rd Legion. Should you err again, you shall be expelled from the God-slaying guards. Brothers, this was our first battle. I understand that you were unfamiliar with coordination. However, the battlefield is no child's play. I would rather you sweat and shed tears in training than bleed in combat. I am deeply disappointed in this battle. During drills, you performed admirably, yet on the battlefield, you descended into chaos. If this continues, how shall we protect humanity? How shall we shoulder our responsibilities? Reflect on this and identify the shortcomings of this battle. In the next fight, I hope you will trust your comrades more. Remember, the God-slaying guards are not about individual heroics. They embody our collective glory. Casting Aoze aside, Lin Yi turned to comfort the others. From a certain perspective, they had performed adequately, but they required a firm reprimand, and Aoze was the perfect example. Yes, as he crashed to the ground, Aoze scrambled to his feet, not daring to voice any objections. Seeing that there were no casualties, Aoze had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. After receiving Lin Yi's scolding, he finally awakened to the gravity of his actions and felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Boss, while clearing the battlefield, we discovered quite a few valuable items, including spirit fruits, celestial herbs, and special materials. After being reprimanded, the atmosphere grew heavy, and Wu Xian approached Lin Yi to report the findings. Gather the spirit fruits. We shall send them back to the 6-eared macaque. The celestial herbs will be refined directly to enhance our capabilities. As for the special materials, they can be used to upgrade our innate divine weapons. By the way, summon the 5th squad of the 4th Company of the 2nd Legion. I have tasks to assign. After dealing with Aoze, Lin Yi's anger subsided, and the focus shifted to the remaining matters requiring attention. Furthermore, there was no need for heavy-handedness. Having gone through this incident, the God-slaying guards would experience qualitative growth. Boss, Lin Yi summoned the 5th squad of the 4th Company of the 2nd Legion, and they quickly arrived. This squad consisted entirely of women, representing a true female battalion. Ladies, I shall teach you a skill called roasting meat. Lin Yi began to prepare the demon tribe spoils, particularly pleased with the golden-tailed star velvet deer. Under Lin Yi's adept handling, the deer tails, antlers, and ribs were sliced, then roasted over a gentle flame. Through experimentation, Lin Yi discovered the effects of the Diyin Gan Lin, adding this ingredient to enhance the flavor of the roasted meat. Additionally, Lin Yi rendered some oil from the meat, brushing it on as it roasted, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Don't just stand there. Let us eat together. Extracting some monkey wine, Lin Yi indulged in the meat and drank heartily, enjoying the moment like a living deity. The primal world held little interest in food, as the absorption of the essence of heaven and earth sufficed to meet everyone's needs. Only the witch tribe feasted on the demon tribe for cultivation purposes. Yet Lin Yi never felt satiated. No matter how many spirit fruits he consumed, he remained unsatisfied. At this moment, as he enjoyed the meat and wine, he finally felt a sense of fulfillment. Lin Yi also discovered that the meat of demon beasts greatly benefited the body, and the combination of monkey wine with roasted meat aided in cultivation. Wow! Mimicking Lin Yi's actions, the female battalion couldn't help but exclaim in delight. They had previously tasted spirit spring water and spirit fruits. Yet nothing compared to the experience of feasting on roasted meat. Send some to the injured. Let the rest watch. Once they learn how to fight, we shall reward them properly. Observing Lin Yi's indulgence in meat and wine, the God-slaying guards were filled with envy, but Lin Yi only allowed exceptions for the injured. Wow, this is delicious. This injury was worth it. Ha ha ha, I am an injured one. Ow, it hurts. Be more discreet. Don't make me laugh. It pulls at my wound, and I can't take it. Regardless of the species, there exists a common trait. The injured seldom complain about their lot. Eating roasted meat, the wounded felt a surge of honor. For this reason, the injured lost any sense of grievance, even finding their injuries somewhat pleasant. The vitality of a Tai Golden Immortal was formidable. After half a month of recuperation, their injuries healed completely, and they were finally ready to return to battle. During this time, the God-slaying guards had also engaged in several skirmishes. Under Lin Yi's repeated reprimands, the god-slaying guards rapidly accumulated combat experience, their coordination growing increasingly seamless. And their combat prowess saw astonishing improvements. Everyone, in this upcoming battle, we will assist our dragon kin brothers, whose kin are often roasted and consumed by the demon tribe. We shall first help them resolve this predicament. Hereby, I promise that if you perform well this time, you shall feast on roasted meat. For the past half-month, everyone had yearned for roasted meat and monkey wine, and upon hearing Lin Yi's promise, they erupted in cheers. Yet, fearing exposure, they restrained themselves, appearing somewhat frenzied. Boss. Among the god-slaying guards, no one was more delighted than Aoze. He had longed for Lin Yi to give him a chance to lead. Yet after his blunder, Lin Yi had ignored him, leaving him in silence. This time, Aoze could no longer contain himself, hoping for an opportunity to charge ahead. However, before Aoze could speak, Lin Yi walked past. Choosing to disregard him, Aoche, this time, you shall lead the charge. Approaching Aoche, Lin Yi promptly appointed him. After joining the god-slaying guard, Aoche underwent significant transformations, rapidly advancing in his cultivation, which Lin Yi greatly admired. Originally, Aoqing also wished to participate, but Lin Yi forbade it for the sake of her pregnancy. As a member of the Dragon Clan, they had anticipated this moment for a long time. To lead the charge was a great honor, and upon returning to the Dragon Clan, one could hold their head high and look down upon others. This battle was commanded by Lin Tianchong, and Lin Yi had but one demand: to eliminate the enemy with utmost speed. Remember, in future battles, unless a quasi-saint intervenes, I shall not take action. Everything relies on your own capabilities. Many demon clans covet the Dragon Clan, and according to the scouts' reports, the enemy numbers no less than 20,000, making this confrontation far from easy. However, without experiencing combat, how could the god-slaying guard be honed? Lin Yi's god-slaying guard must be invincible among their peers. Let the battle commence. Once the three legions were prepared, Aoche led the charge. As Aoche surged forward, the other members of the god-slaying guard followed suit, closing in on the demon clan. Having learned from previous skirmishes, this time proved remarkably smooth. The team worked in perfect harmony, overwhelming their foes. Where did these rascals come from? They are far too strong. Retreat. We must withdraw at once. Why? They are clearly unguarded. With so many openings, how can their fighting power be so terrifying? I could slay them. The god-slaying guard felt at ease, while the demon clan was filled with frustration. In battling the god-slaying guard, they saw countless openings, believing that their fatal strikes would land, only to be thwarted at the last moment. Simultaneously, the three-edged military dagger struck from a peculiar angle, bringing an end to their adversaries' lives. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your child with the shimming ancestor which has successfully been born. The child possesses the bloodline of Pangu, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, while the host's physical form is enhanced 100-fold. Gaining the ability to absorb malevolent energy. Chapter 48. Slapping the Eastern King's face. Thick-skinned what? Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yi was taken aback. A surprise fatherhood. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi found it to be quite normal. Relying on the system's critical strikes, he was fortunate. And what of the ancestor witch? It was no different. According to human understanding, the witch clan would eventually intermarry with humans, and their offspring were known as the Julie clan. With the conclusion of the witch-demon war, 11 ancestral witches fell, and Hutu transformed into the cycle of hell, with the remnants of the witch clan entering the underworld. At this juncture, the human clan emerged as the central figures of the heavens and earth. Fuxi reincarnated to create the 8 trigrams, Shinong tasted myriad herbs, and Huangdi battled the Julie clan's Qiyu, unifying humanity and ushering in a great era for the human race. I shall name this son Qiyu. Following this line of thought, Lin Yi smiled and bestowed a name upon the child. Throughout this journey, Lin Yi discovered many issues. The prominent figures in human history did not simply appear by chance. Each held a position of significance. Lin Yi had already conceived a plan for their disposal. He named his son with Xinming Qiyu, entrusting him to Nuwa for guidance, envisioning a future where he could become the young leader of the human education sect. As for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Lin Yi intended for them to follow the path of incense, learning from the Fengshen Bang to govern the incense of the human race. Looking through history, corruption permeated every dynasty, with repeated failures to reform. Binding them with incense would yield different results. Only by doing tangible work for the common people, contributing and seeking their welfare, could one gain the power of incense. Anyone daring to harm the populace would surely face backlash from the very incense they relied upon. Oh, not underestimate the power of incense. After the tribulation of the gods, the heavenly Tao reclaimed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, leaving the gods to depend solely on incense, with a single human clan supporting countless deities. Especially following the tribulation of the journey to the west, the importance of incense became even more terrifying. Lin Yi harbored grand ambitions. He aimed to deify through the Earth Book, transforming the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors into saints of incense, while ministers of the dynasty would become gods of incense. However, achieving this would require extensive planning and was exceedingly difficult. Boss, we have slain all enemies, sustaining no casualties, with 100 severely injured and 400 lightly injured. Through the refinement of battle, this time no unexpected events occurred. After the battle concluded, Ao Che hurried over to report the situation. Excellent. From now on, the 3 legions will disperse to search for the demon clan in this vicinity, and then devise a way to eliminate them. Fostering combat through warfare. Wu Xian, Pang Qing, Wu Jingfeng, Lu Jingming, Lin Tianchong, Ao Zhe. While I am away, be cautious. By the next meeting, at least 1/3 of the Godslaying Guard must break through to the Deluo realm. Gutsong, Ao Che, you are responsible for managing resources. If monkey wine is needed, directly seek out the 6-eared macaque. Remember, exchange battlefield resources without limits for the quantity of monkey wine. Lin Yi envisioned engaging in more battles with everyone. After the child's birth, he altered his stance, recognizing the need to accelerate the pace for the future of the human race. Understood. Though reluctant, everyone knew that Lin Yi was deeply tied to the human race and could not remain by their side forever. They too wished to be independent and demonstrate results to Lin Yi, proving that they had not let him down. Boss, I have regained the position of deputy commander. Ao Zhe felt as if he were dreaming. Clearly unable to believe it in recent days, Lin Yi had hardly acknowledged him, and he thought himself abandoned, unaware that Lin Yi silently reinstated his position as deputy commander. Ao Zhe, after this period of training, you should know what to do. Remember, you are not just the deputy commander of the 3rd Legion, but also the future of the East Sea. Act with greater consideration and a broader perspective. Understood? Lin Yi patted Ao Zhe's shoulder earnestly, urging him to mature swiftly. The wilderness was not merely about fighting and killing. It was more about human relationships and worldly affairs, and Ao Zhe had much to learn. Yes, boss. Overwhelmed with emotion at being trusted again by Lin Yi, Ao Zhe shed tears, feeling incredibly excited. In his heart, Ao Zhe vowed never to betray Lin Yi's trust. The next time they met, he would surely show Lin Yi his transformation. All right, I want to delay your barbecue. Everyone, indulge in food and drink. Waving to everyone, Lin Yi turned and entered Jinbi Island. During this time, Hong Yun had not come to trade, indicating that the demon clan had cornered the witch clan tightly, perhaps even surrounding them. Lin Yi decided to bring monkey wine over. The monkey wine brewed this time was of vastly superior quality compared to before. Countless spiritual fruits were added to the sea of wine, among which the most precious were huang zhongli, ginseng fruit, immortal apricot, and the pine cones of the primal 5-leaf pine. Lin Yi even tossed in 24 leaves of the enlightenment tea tree. After thousands of years of fermentation, the volume of the wine sea was astonishing. Lin Yi directly took 50,000 jars, a trivial matter. Nuwa, how is the preparation for human education coming along? Before leaving, Lin Yi visited Nuwa. Long ago, he had provided her with some ideas. Human education, as a special force for the human race, governs the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 12 zodiac signs, mountains and rivers, weather, and also controls fortune. Its status is transcendent, allowing for a continuous influx of fortune and merit. The human ancestor is nearly ready. Once Shi and Changshi return, we will establish the teaching. Nuwa is destined to become a saint of humanity, and she eagerly anticipates the establishment of the teaching. All right, I will visit the witch clan first to bring my son back. Lady Nuwa, I have a son with the Xinming, and this child is of great importance to the human race. I will trouble you to assist in his education later. With Nuwa, Lin Yi laid bare his heart. This Chi will naturally be taught by Nuwa. So there was no need for concealment. Who? The Xinming ancestor which, upon hearing this news, Nuwa was left speechless, her gaze towards Lin Yi filled with peculiarity. Lady Nuwa, do not look at me like that. Everything is for the sake of the human race. One day, you will understand the sacrifices I have made. Lin Yi tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, wearing a mysterious expression, indicating that all this was for the human race. What exactly are you planning? Upon careful reflection, Nuwa realized that Lin Yi was not lying. From the first time she met Lin Yi, he had been scheming, step by step developing the human race to its current state. Under Lin Yi's guidance, the doomed Hong Yun was rescued, and many from the Zhen Yuanzi faction were integrated into the human race, strengthening its foundation. Take Shi He and Chang Shi as examples. Without Lin Yi's assistance, they would never have broken through to the quasi-saint realm, but thanks to Lin Yi, everything changed. Because of these reasons, Nuwa developed a mysterious trust in Lin Yi, unwavering and resolute. Planning for the future of the human race, planning for the future of the wilderness. Lady Nuwa, the wilderness is not as simple as you imagine. Beyond the heavens, greater conspiracies lie hidden. Not to mention, the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons have not perished. They covet the wilderness with keen eyes. After some idle chatter, Lin Yi departed directly for the witch clan. As he expected, the witch clan had already been surrounded by the demon clan. On the way to the witch clan, Lin Yi encountered numerous demon clans. On a positive note, the witch clan was powerful, and the demon clan dared not launch a reckless assault, fearing isolation. Thus, the formidable demons were primarily located in the mountains opposite Buzhou Mountain. God-slaying guard, this is a splendid opportunity. You must seize it well. The likes of Di Jun and his faction are restrained, while Wu Xian and the others face enemies no stronger than the early Deluo, making them entirely capable of handling the situation. Utilizing disguise, Lin Yi moved unobstructed. Just as he was nearing Buzhou Mountain, he suddenly burst forth, making a violent entrance. What a coincidence! The spot where Lin Yi charged was precisely the area guarded by the Eastern King. Upon witnessing Lin Yi's intrusion, the Eastern King immediately obstructed him. Friend, this path is impassable. If you wish to pass, please take a detour. Upon discovering Lin Yi's remarkable prowess, Dong Wanggong refrained from immediate confrontation. Instead, he obstructed Lin Yi's path, urging him to take a detour. He perceived that Lin Yi bore no intention to kill. Rather, his actions were aimed at merely repelling everyone. Little did Dong Wanggong know that this was Lin Yi's deliberate strategy. Precisely the outcome he sought. Fellow Taoist, may I borrow a path? You continue your battle, and I shall remain uninvolved. Fixating on Dong Wanggong, Lin Yi had already formulated a plan. He clasped his fists together in a gesture of respect. This is a sacred territory of the demon race. It cannot be borrowed. I advise you to take another route to avoid causing any unintended harm. Upon scrutinizing Lin Yi's cultivation, Dong Wanggong noted that he was merely at the late stage of the Great Luo realm. A cold sneer crept across his face, and his tone grew significantly more severe. Fellow Taoist, if you truly have urgent matters, I implore you to assist me. With a flick of his wrist, a treasured artifact materialized in Lin Yi's hand, which he concealed within his sleeve, winking at Dong Wanggong. Fellow Taoist, your actions are quite inappropriate. How about this? I shall personally escort you, to prevent any misunderstandings. Seeing the artifact, Dong Wanggong's eyes sparkled with greed. Possessing such an item might grant him the means to eliminate 3 corpses, which delighted him immensely. A sudden burst of speed. Dong Wanggong approached Lin Yi, his demeanor tinged with a newfound eagerness as he reached for the artifact. Thank you, fellow Taoist. With a slight nod, Lin Yi relinquished the treasure. However, just as Dong Wanggong was about to grasp it, Lin Yi erupted into a fierce assault. Lin Yi's speed was astonishing, and his angle of attack was deviously acute. Dong Wanggong barely had time to react before Lin Yi delivered a resounding slap to his face. Smack! Under the gaze of the onlookers, Dong Wanggong's visage crumpled, his teeth dislodging from his gums and flying out, leaving a trail of blood on his left cheek. The sheer force of Lin Yi's strike left Dong Wanggong dazed, his body crashing to the ground like a cannonball, carving a furrow through the earth for miles and sending up a billowing cloud of dust that reached the heavens. One must commend Dong Wanggong's resilience. That slap had left Lin Yi's hand stinging. As he stowed away the artifact, Lin Yi shook his arm and strode past the crowd, entering the region of Buzhou Mountain. Did you all witness that? Dong Wanggong was struck. Who was this fellow? That slap was ferocious. A towering figure brandishing a shield in one hand and an axe in the other stood dumbfounded. His mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. This formidable shaman was Xing Tian, who harbored immense admiration for Lin Yi, fantasizing about delivering a slap to Dong Wanggong himself. Xing Tian, the great shaman, is approaching. Not only Xing Tian, but many members of the shaman clan had witnessed the event and quietly raised their thumbs in approval of Lin Yi. Fellow Taoist, I am the human ancestor. Here to announce my arrival, I wish to meet the Shiming ancestor shaman. Xing Tian sought to prevent Lin Yi's entry into the shaman clan, but Lin Yi introduced himself, requesting that Xing Tian relay the message that he wished to see his child. Chapter 49. The bloodline of Pangu. There was one thing Lin Yi could not comprehend. Even if the dragon clan was excused, the Shiming ancestor shaman should require several millennia to conceive, as the duration seemed excessively prolonged. You have arrived directly? Shortly thereafter, Ho Tu appeared, fixing her gaze upon Lin Yi with an expression of astonishment. The news of the Xinming ancestor shaman's joy was a closely guarded secret, known only to Ho Tu, who had assisted with the birth. Lin Yi's arrival so soon after the child's birth seemed rather coincidental. Ho Tu ancestor shaman, please guide me. Lin Yi held no interest in subterfuge. Requesting Ho Tu to lead the way, he trusted that Ho Tu would indeed escort him to his destination. Follow me. With a piercing glare at Lin Yi, Ho Tu promptly led him to the dwelling of the Shiming ancestor shaman. My word, how unsightly! Upon seeing the child, Lin Yi frowned. The women of the shaman clan possessed striking physiques and a wild beauty, yet the men were universally unattractive, and Lin Yi's son was no exception. It was perplexing how the child had completely bypassed Lin Yi's genes, resulting in a unique and unusual appearance. What brings you here? Upon Lin Yi's arrival, the Shiming ancestor shaman beamed with delight. Her voice imbued with warmth. One must admit, the cycle of life brings about transformations. The Shiming ancestor shaman, typically fierce and frigid, became gentle upon the arrival of her child. Shiming, I appreciate your efforts. Approaching the Shiming ancestor shaman, Lin Yi grasped her hand, his eyes filled with remorse. Ever since Emperor Jun established the demon court, the shaman clan had endured great hardship. Without Lin Yi's interference, Emperor Jun and Kuanpeng would have taken significantly longer to obtain the primordial purple energy and break through to quasi-saint status, thus alleviating some of the pressure on the shaman clan. On a brighter note, Hong Yuan had joined the shaman clan and achieved quasi-saint status through the laws, successfully maintaining a balance. Lin Yi, I owe you an apology. I am sorry for what you've endured with our child, the Shiming ancestor shaman lamented, tears cascading down her cheeks as Lin Yi held her hand. Originally, the child could have been born within a century, but due to the demon court's assaults on the shaman clan, the Shiming ancestor shaman was compelled to seal the child, postponing the birth by over 2 millennia. To be able to give birth to him was her greatest joy. Xinming, I have made a decision. From now on, the child shall be named Qiyu. With this proclamation, the earth trembled beneath Buzhou Mountain, and an infinite chain of causation was born, signifying the acknowledgement of the child's name. What is this? Perceiving the unusual occurrence, the Shiming ancestor shaman widened her eyes in disbelief. Being at the quasi-saint level, she understood the implications. Her son was destined for greatness. Human ancestor, your naming abilities are extraordinary. Ho Tu also recognized the anomaly, realizing that the Shiming ancestor shaman's son could potentially change the course of an era. It must be a matter of karmic retribution. Lin Yi continued. Xinming, I hope you will entrust your son to me for his upbringing. The shaman clan is currently fraught with peril, and you lack the time to properly care for him if you hand him over. I will ensure he receives the finest mentors and develops an exceptional worldview, paving the way for his extraordinary achievements. Moreover, the matter of the child must be kept under wraps. If exposed, it could bring harm to you. The human clan also requires discretion. Rest assured, I will take good care of the child, and you may visit him whenever you wish. In addition, I have brought valuable resources that should aid your clan in overcoming its tribulations." With a wave of his hand, 300,000 three-edged military spears were cast forth. Having conducted research, Lin Yi recognized the similarities between martial arts and the path of the Shaman clan. These spears could become the Shaman clan's destined divine weapons, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. These items were sourced from the Shaman clan, specifically from the batch of materials that Hongyun had sent. As for the three-edged military spears used by the human clan, they were the result of a tenfold critical strike, becoming their destined divine weapons. What is this? While the Shiming Ancestor shaman pondered the matter of the child, Ho-Tu was intrigued by the objects before her. The three-edged military spear appeared unique. Having never seen such an item, she was eager to comprehend how it could assist the Shaman clan in their struggles. Were it anyone else, Ho-Tu would certainly be skeptical. However, Lin Yi, as the human ancestor, had provided them with numerous surprises, leaving no room for doubt in her mind as anticipation filled her gaze. This item is called the three-edged military spear, a creation of my fusion of martial arts. It is a treasure for your Shaman clan. The Shaman clan possesses formidable physical prowess and unparalleled defense, yet they struggle to cultivate their primordial spirits, rendering them unable to wield magical artifacts. Without magical artifacts, the Shaman clan can only rely on cumbersome weaponry, which puts them at a disadvantage in battle. This item, however, could resolve the Shaman clan's dilemma, serving as a magical artifact they could utilize. The Shaman clan's cultivation revolves around refining malevolent energy. With this item, they could even devour malevolent energy to upgrade their innate battle weapons. Can you fathom the terror of such an item? With a faint smile, Lin Yi turned to Ho-Tu, thoroughly explaining the three-edged military spear. Previously, Lin Yi had not anticipated that after his son's tenfold critical strike, he would be able to perceive malevolent energy, which he planned to cultivate using his unique methods and upgrade alongside his innate divine weapon. Is what you say truly so? Embracing her child, the Shiming Ancestor shaman stood up in excitement. Xinming, do not move about too much. Rest and recuperate. Presenting her with ginseng fruit, Lin Yi urged, consume a few of these. Here are the pine cones from the five-leaf pine, a primordial spiritual root. Eat a few of those as well. Gesturing for the Shiming Ancestor shaman to sit down, Lin Yi promptly retrieved the ginseng fruit and the pine cones to aid her recovery. I am not so delicate, my husband. Please, tell me, is everything you say true? The Shaman clan had suffered greatly against the demon race. If they had possessed magical artifacts, they could have turned the tide in their favor. I knew you would doubt me. This is something I specially crafted for you. It took me over 800 years of seclusion to create this item, incorporating over 1,000 materials, inscribing the patterns for a century, and then nourishing it with the fortunes of the human clan and my own merits, which resulted in this success. Men's words can be deceitful. Lin Yi began to fabricate stories about the self-upgrading three-edged military spear. Now was the time to win hearts. The Shiming Ancestor shaman, holding the three-edged military spear, had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Come, let me teach you. Give me your finger. We shall begin the blood-refining process. Mind you, it may hurt a bit. Satisfied with her expression, Lin Yi eagerly grasped her hand, ready to make a small incision on her fingertip. At this moment, Ho-Tu rolled her eyes, feeling nauseous, utterly disgusted by the scene. Who was the Shiming Ancestor shaman? A being of quasi-saint caliber. What did a small cut on her finger matter? Oh, that stings. As Lin Yi lavished affection upon her, the Shiming Ancestor shaman playfully complied. Beginning to act coy at that moment, Ho-Tu's mind was flooded with expletives, utterly appalled by the antics of this couple. She wondered how the Shiming Ancestor shaman could remain so stoic during childbirth yet wince at a mere drop of blood. For a fleeting moment, the ancestral shaman of the earth felt an overwhelming urge to strike Lin Yi, only to eventually depart. Yet, she hesitated to leave. For the sake of the witch clan, she knew she must remain, no matter how distasteful the situation became. Very well, the law shall be gradually refined, just as planned. First, allow the innate divine weapon to devour your shimming bone arrow, then infuse it with malevolent energy. Bravo! Lin Yi disregarded the ancestral shaman's disdainful glare, taking the hand of the Xinming ancestral shaman to instruct her in the art of refining the innate divine weapon. Ugh, enough already. There are others present. Unable to contain herself, the ancestral shaman of the earth protested. Oh dear, I cannot bear to watch. At that moment, Hong Yun arrived, covering her eyes with both hands, indicating her reluctance to witness the scene. Fellow Taoist Hong Yun, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Allow me to introduce you to something called the three-edged military stab, an innate divine weapon I crafted by merging martial arts. The ancestral shaman of the earth is not particularly familiar with treasures, so I will explain it to you, as it will be easier for you to comprehend. Tisk, truly deserving of the title of human ancestor. The creations you have brought forth are indeed fearsome. Ancestral shaman of the earth, the human ancestor has not deceived us. With these items, the witch clan can overcome the current tribulations. This item is extraordinary. Picking up a three-edged military stab, Hong Yun was unable to resist kissing it several times. In that case, let us hasten to distribute these. With Hong Yun's affirmation, the ancestral shaman of the earth resolved to flee this place. With Lin Yi and Ximing both present, she was determined to avoid this situation. It was simply too repulsive. Sister of the earth, thank you for taking care of Xinming all these years. Stopping the ancestral shaman of the earth, Lin Yi gifted her an automatically upgrading three-edged military stab as a token of gratitude. Is this truly for me? The ancestral shaman of the earth had heard Lin Yi mention that this item was exceedingly difficult to forge, and she was not Lin Yi's woman. It was quite surprising for Lin Yi to bestow it upon her. Hasten to refine it. I hope you will break through to the quasi-saint realm soon. With a smile, Lin Yi patted the shoulder of the ancestral shaman of the earth, encouraging her to accept the gift. Very well, I shall accept it. However, I must clarify that this is not a reward for taking care of my sister. She is my sister, and if I do not look after her, who will? After pricking her finger, the ancestral shaman of the earth squeezed out a drop of blood and immediately began to refine the three-edged military stab. Now, let us distribute these quickly. With these 300,000 innate divine weapons, the strength of the witch clan will increase significantly. Fellow Taoist Hong Yun, there are also 300,000 jars of monkey wine here. Let us give those to the witch clan as well. Lin Yi generously offered the innate divine weapons, and a little monkey wine was of no consequence. Moreover, Lin Yi was not giving these away for free. He planned to obtain 30,000 drops of essence blood from the blood pool in the Pango Hall to assist the god-slaying guards in their path of cultivation. The god-slaying guards cultivated using the essence blood of the three clans, which was immensely powerful, yet their own internal reserves were insufficient. Thus, the essence blood from the ancestral shaman Pango Hall would serve as a perfect substitute. Lin Yi had already devised a plan. As soon as the third lecture of Hongjun commenced, he would venture to the North Sea to slay that turtle, using the essence blood of the North Sea Xian turtle to cultivate in the way of water, solidifying his foundation to ultimately break through to the great Luo, human ancestor. Is this not too extravagant? The innate divine weapons were already sufficient to astonish the ancestral shaman of the earth, and the addition of 30,000 jars of monkey wine left her in disbelief. Do not look at me like that. If the demon clan bullies my woman, I naturally will not let them off easily. Gripping the hand of the Xinming ancestral shaman, Lin Yi's killing intent surged, his words constantly revolving around Xinming. Husband. The Xinming ancestral shaman, too, was caught in the throes of love, her demeanor softening under Lin Yi's sweet words. Her once icy pride dissipating. Chapter 50. Merging the laws, comprehending martial arts mysteries. Human ancestor. As per our usual practice, you may select treasures from the Pango Hall and utilize the blood pool for cultivation. This is the least we can do. The ancestral shaman of the earth shook her head continuously, aware that her sister was beyond saving, and promptly expressed goodwill toward Lin. I shall also seek out the horns, claws, and fangs of the demon clan, hoping they may be of use to the human ancestor. Hong Yun also expressed her intent before turning to leave. Come, I shall take you to the blood pool. After Hong Yun departed, the Xinming ancestral shaman took Lin Yi's hand and led him directly to the blood pool. Over the years, the witch clan had engaged in numerous battles with the demon clan, acquiring many demon corpses, which they utilized to solidify the blood pool with their essence blood. The quality of the blood pool had improved significantly. "All right, bring the child along," Lin Yi instructed as he and the Xinming ancestral shaman made their way to the Panga Hall. Heading straight for the blood pool. "Lin Yi, you have arrived." Emperor Jiang was just in the midst of cultivating upon his throne when he noticed Lin Yi's arrival, his excitement palpable. The pressure on Emperor Jiang had been immense in recent years, and with Lin Yi's appearance, it seemed a glimmer of hope had emerged. "Elder brother, the human ancestor has rendered us great assistance." Upon seeing Emperor Jiang, the Xinming ancestral shaman hurried over to inform him of Lin Yi's contributions. "Human ancestor, I express my gratitude on behalf of the entire witch clan." After hearing the Shuaming's words, Emperor Jiang gasped in astonishment and immediately clasped his fists in salute to Lin Yi. "Fellow Taoist Emperor Jiang, my visit this time is primarily to seek your insights on the laws. ASU and the 12 ancestral shamans possess a unique understanding of the laws derived from Panga's essence blood and the transformations of murderous energy. I hope you would graciously share your wisdom. Of course, I would not wish to take without giving in return. The cultivation of your witch clan primarily revolves around refining malevolent energy. My innate divine weapon can assist you in this endeavor. As long as you are willing to teach me, I shall bestow one upon each of you. With this innate divine weapon, the chances for the likes of the Gonggong ancestral shaman to break through to the quasi-saint realm will significantly increase. This innate divine weapon is exceedingly difficult to forge. I have spent thousands of years nurturing my martial arts to produce only 13 of them. The prospect of forging a second batch is nearly impossible. Upon seeing Emperor Jiang, Lin Yi was suddenly struck by a realization regarding his own path of cultivation. The emergence of the 12 ancestral shamans was, in essence, a form of cultivation. If he could comprehend their methods, Lin Yi could perfectly merge the laws and break through to the pinnacle of Great Luo. The human ancestor jests, "Is it merely a matter of comprehending the laws? A trivial matter. Given the immense assistance you have provided, how could we possibly withhold our knowledge? Your innate divine weapons are challenging to forge. We cannot accept them. With the ordinary innate divine weapons we currently possess, we are already satisfied." Seeing Lin Yi produce the innate divine weapons, Emperor Jiang hastily attempted to refuse. The assistance provided to the witch clan was substantial. Given their current circumstances, it would be inappropriate to continue accepting innate divine weapons. "Elder brother, you may refuse, but the other ancestral shamans cannot. You have already broken through to the quasi-saint realm, yet they have not. I have already given the Xinming and the ancestral shaman of the earth their shares. The others are here." With a wave of his hand, 10 three-edged military stabs flew forth from Lin Yi's grasp, immediately taking their place upon the throne of the Xinming ancestral shaman. "Very well, I shall remember this kindness. Xinming, please begin explaining the laws to fellow Taoist Lin Yi. I will notify the other brothers." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Emperor Jiang found it difficult to refuse and thus accepted the gifts. He had resolved that every brother must be informed. There would be no withholding of knowledge. All must be imparted to Lin Yi. "Rest assured, elder brother. I will ensure the task is completed." Winking at Lin Yi, the Xinming ancestral shaman cradled her child and took her place upon the throne. Sitting upon the throne, Lin Yi could not help but be momentarily taken aback. He discovered that this throne was extraordinary. Not only did it facilitate a deeper understanding of the laws, but it also provided a continuous influx of vitality. Within the essence blood flowed a terrifying malevolent energy. Do not resist. Attempt to adapt and embrace IY law is the law of rain. Rain can transform into water or solidify as ice. Grasping Lin Yi's hand, the Xinming ancestral shaman eagerly endeavored to share her understanding of the laws in meticulous detail. During this exchange, the other ancestral shamans arrived, noticing that the Xinming ancestral shaman was explaining and thus refrained from interrupting, quietly taking their seats nearby. Ultimately, it was the Xinming ancestral shaman who concluded her explanation, allowing Lin Yi to awaken from his reverie. "Fellow Taoists, you have all come." The Xinming ancestral shaman's discourse had yielded Lin Yi tremendous insights. Despite their inability to nurture primordial spirits, their innate understanding of the laws was almost instinctual, providing Lin Yi with invaluable revelations. "Human ancestor, how about this? We shall take turns explaining. gathering together would waste time. Exchanging glances, the assembled agreed to depart, allowing the shimming ancestral shaman to begin her explanation for Lin Yi.as for the child in the shimming ancestral shaman's arms. The ancestral shaman of the earth had already informed Emperor Jiang. And no one objected. There is no need to separate. You may all speak simultaneously. Observing the 12 ancestral shamans, Lin Yi conceived a bold idea, to have all 12 share their wisdom at once. Listening in the traditional manner would certainly yield less effect. However, with the in his mouth, he could enter a state of enlightenment while absorbing their teachings, which would surely prove advantageous. Are you certain? If it were anyone else, the 12 ancestral shamans would simply dismiss them. However, given Lin Yi's immense contributions to the witch clan, they merely express skepticism. I have plenty of these. This item is called. Just one leaf is sufficient for me to enter a state of enlightenment. You need only speak, and I shall listen. Stepping onto the surface of the blood sea, Lin Yi urged the 12 ancestral shamans to prepare to commence. Everyone, let us begin. Taking their places upon their thrones, the 12 ancestral shamans commenced their explanations, elaborating on their respective laws. As the melted in his mouth, Lin Yi promptly shut his eyes, focusing his mental will on listening. Remarkably, this state proved highly effective. Lin Yi quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Tio likened the entirety of the primordial chaos to a single being. The application of laws would resemble the functioning of human organs. The very breath of life, as well as the consumption and absorption of power by the human body. As Lin Yi's understanding deepened, the laws governing cultivation began to merge, and his realm began to ascend. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? The 12 ancestors of witchcraft observed the situation of Lin Yi. As Lin Yi integrated the laws, he voraciously absorbed the vital blood from the blood pool, further refining his physical form. This was entirely mistaken. The Great Luo realm is not a path but rather a form of divine power, a manifestation of one's martial prowess. The lungs belong to metal, and I utilize the power of the white tiger to cultivate my path. This martial divine power specializes in offense, using sound as its weapon, known as the tiger's roar of God-slaying chant, specifically designed to shatter the primordial spirit. The liver corresponds to wood, and I draw upon the power of the 4 symbols, the azure dragon, to cultivate my path. This martial divine power is centered on recovery, known as the dragon chi nourishing technique. The kidneys are associated with water, and I employ the power of the 4 symbols, the black tortoise, which embodies profound virtue, capable of both offense and defense, known as the Ao Xian Kue Bell. The heart represents fire, and I harness the power of the 4 symbols, the primordial phoenix, to cultivate my path. This martial divine power focuses on attack, merging with the flames of human civilization, known as the phoenix's inferno of calamity seal. The spleen is linked to earth, and I utilize the power of the 4 symbols, the Qilin, to cultivate my path. This martial divine power is primarily for suppression, known as the Qilin's executioner hand. The bones, bloodlines, acupoints, and soul nurture martial arts, condensing the will of martial arts, gathering the true form of martial arts, and the eyes cultivate the martial arts of time and space, mastering the laws of time and space. The body cultivates the path, upgrading the laws, transforming laws into instincts, manifesting martial arts patterns, the divine net of myriad phenomena, awakening the true form of martial arts. In cultivating the Dantian, one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, encompassing the chaotic universe, creating a world of martial arts. The moment the internal world awakens is the moment I break through to the quasi-saint level. Suddenly opening his eyes, Lin Yi directly cultivated the divine powers of the path, wildly devouring the blood chi from the blood pool, successfully advancing to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The path ahead was exceedingly simple. By continuously nurturing the seed of the world, Lin Yi would break through to the quasi-saint level whenever the internal world was activated. Remarkably, within such a short time, he had achieved a breakthrough. From Lin Yi's comprehension of the path to enlightenment, merely a century had passed, and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft felt offended. They had been diligently cultivating for millennia. Yet here was Lin Yi, whose cultivation was as effortless as drinking water, which was truly hard to accept. Suddenly, there was news of another attack from the demon race. Before Lin Yi could express his gratitude, Fu rushed in to inform him of the demon race's assault. Indeed, Bai Zhe and Jiuying had slain the 3 corpses and confirmed their quasi-saint status. No wonder they dared to act. Fellow ancestors, I will hold off Bai Zhe and Jiuying. The rest is for you to handle. Currently, the demon race was stronger than the witch race, and Lin Yi intended to intervene. His reasoning was simple. If the witch race was annihilated, the demon race would inevitably turn its attention to humanity. Moreover, with Ho Tu yet to undergo reincarnation and lacking her support, Lin Yi could not activate the incense path nor give rise to the 3 sovereigns, which he naturally wished to avoid. Not only did Lin Yi refuse, but Hong Jun also disapproved. However, Lin Yi could not wait for Hong Jun to intervene, for once the witch race was cornered, the 12 capital heavenly evil formation would erupt, hastening the calamity between the witches and demons. At present, humanity desperately needed time. Only by biding their time to develop could they achieve the best outcome. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi decided to take action. The optimal scenario was that neither side could gain the upper hand, quietly awaiting Hong Jun's teachings, while Lin Yi allowed humanity to revive and achieve the status of Nuwa. The saint of humanity, Lin Yi, my friend, take this. This mask I discovered in the Pango Hall, once worn, can conceal your aura, allowing you to act without restraint. Lin Yi was willing to act, and Hong Yun quickly provided the treasure. He understood well that Lin Yi was concerned about exposure. Currently, humanity was too weak to be embroiled in conflict. Concealment was the best strategy, a fine item indeed. Upon donning the mask, Lin Yi swiftly comprehended its function and immediately placed it upon his face. 12 ancestors of witchcraft, come forth to meet your demise. Just as he affixed the mask, the outside erupted with the roars of Kuanpeng, Bai Zhe, and Jiuying, urging the 12 ancestors to step out and face death. Stay here, my treasure. Father shall go and drive away those pesky flies. It was peculiar. In just a century, Qiyu had not changed much. Lin Yi placed him upon the throne of the Shiming ancestor and took him out. The ancestors of Dijiang and Shiming acted in unison, seeking out Dijun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Kuanpeng, while Bai Zhe and Jiuying were left for Lin Yi Wu. After Lin Yi and the others departed, Qiyu began to crawl chaotically, rolling straight into the blood pool, plunging into it. The moment he entered the blood pool, a transformation occurred. Chapter 51. Martial divine power shocking Hong Jun. Qiyu's body trembled violently, automatically absorbing the blood qi from the blood pool. Qiyu, as the first child of the union between the witch and human races, embodied all the characteristics of both. As he absorbed the blood qi from the pool, his primordial spirit began to flourish, and his body expanded at a visibly rapid pace. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. In the span of a mere incense stick's time, Qiyu appeared as a 7-year-old child. Wawu, upon becoming a 7-year-old child, Qiyu cried out and crawled out from the blood pool, returning to the throne of the Shiming ancestor. When the 12 ancestors previously elucidated the laws, Qiyu had been listening attentively. Now, sprawled upon the throne, he began to comprehend the laws. Interesting. You, at the pinnacle of the great Luo, dare to obstruct my quasi-saint status. Lin Yi blocked his path, and Bai Zhe scoffed. He found it amusing. Even at his great Luo pinnacle, his combat prowess was formidable, capable of contending with ancestors. Yet this masked figure before him, seemingly frail, dared to stand in his way. What bewildered Bai Zhe most was the illusion that Lin Yi alone could prevent 2 quasi-saints from advancing. You speak too much. Slightly shaking his head, Lin Yi formed hand seals and immediately employed his martial divine power. This was the divine power Lin Yi comprehended after breaking through the great Luo pinnacle. A manifestation of the martial path, and he understood it was strong, though he was uncertain of its full extent. Today was a perfect opportunity to test it. Jiuying, you handle the other ancestors. Watch as I make him wish he were dead. In Bai Zhe's perspective, he felt underestimated. As a dignified quasi-saint, he should not be disregarded by a great Luo. He resolved to teach Lin Yi a lesson. First, he would disable Lin Yi's limbs, then crush his bones, grinding him down to death slowly. Bai Zhe, you are fortunate. This is my first time employing this divine power. Stepping forward, Lin Yi's martial will surge to the heavens. Intertwining laws, magical power, bloodlines, and soul energy, transforming into a massive seal. Upon the seal, The phantom of a phoenix could be seen, as the primordial phoenix soared upon it, emanating a devastating aura. Prepare yourself, if you cannot withstand my might. That is not my concern. With a grin, Lin Yi issued a warning, then thrust his hands forward. The seal shot forth like a meteor, instantly streaking through the void toward Bai Zhe, halfway through its flight. The seal trembled violently, transforming into a phoenix once more, enhancing its destructive force. Not good. Feeling the power of the phoenix's inferno of calamity seal, Bai Zhe's expression changed drastically. He immediately summoned his innate spirit treasure for protection, even manifesting his true form. Jiuying did not take it lightly either, using his treasure for defense and retreating at great speed. Boom. Just as the words were spoken, the moment was swift. The phoenix's inferno of calamity seal collided with Bai Zhe's treasure. An earth-shattering roar resonated throughout the heavens. In an instant, light illuminated the sky, as endless flames and golden patterns erupted, shaking the universe, with divine sounds rumbling and the void collapsing in large swathes. Oh no, this is serious. Sensing the terrifying pressure radiating outward, Lin Yi cursed, and a semi-transparent giant bell emerged around him, which was Lin Yi's martial divine power of the kidneys, the Ao Xian Kuei bell. If one were to look closely, they could see the phantom of the Ao Xian upon the bell. As the energy waves surged, Lin Yi stood calmly, observing the surrounding rocks shatter, vegetation uproot, and dust rise to the heavens. Quickly retreat. Damn it, we cannot withstand this residual wave. Altogether, do not let the residual wave hit us. On the battlefield, the witch and demon races retreated immediately, fearing the impact of the battle's aftermath. However, their speed was too slow. The dust storm engulfed them, and they were swept away, propelled hundreds of miles in an instant. Lin Yi paid no mind to the ordinary members of the witch and demon races, but focused intently on Bai Zhe. He wished to see how severely Bai Zhe would suffer. Previously, at the pinnacle of the Great Luo late stage, Lin Yi had relied on the Five Elements Grand Formation to unleash all his hidden cards, successfully thrashing the Shimming Ancestor, which subsequently led to Qi Yu's emergence. Now, Lin Yi stood at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, having comprehended martial divine powers, alongside the combined combat strength of humanity. Bai Zhe should be in for a rough time. As the dust settled, Bai Zhe's figure emerged, spitting out blood into the void, his heavy body collapsing to the ground. Lin Yi observed that Bai Zhe was enveloped in flames. His body riddled with wounds, blood dripping continuously, having lost nearly half of his life. Die. Just as Lin Yi prepared to rush over to finish him off, Jiuying's voice reached him, accompanied by a throned treasure cauldron. The cauldron stood merely a foot tall, yet it shimmered with endless laws, surging toward Lin Yi, creating rifts in the void. Even with just a thought, it was clear this cauldron was extraordinary, competing with treasures. Are we? I happen to have one as well. Raising his hand, Lin Yi summoned a treasure pagoda of innate treasure level, which collided with the small cauldron. Lin Yi was unaware of the pagoda's existence, as it was laden with prohibitions, and he had no time to refine it, having merely broken through 2 layers of restrictions. Boom. As the small tower collided with the precious cauldron, a resounding sound echoed, causing Lin Yi to experience a tremor throughout his body. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, his form resembling a kite with severed strings, hurtling backward in that backward flight. Lin Yi distinctly heard the sound of his bones fracturing. His entire body felt as if it were on the verge of disintegration, and upon hitting the ground, he tumbled like a rolling gourd, kicking up clouds of dust. The 9 infants fared even worse, with half of its body turning to nothingness. Had it not already transcended to quasi-saint status, it might have perished. The origins of that small cauldron were truly terrifying. As he steadied himself, Lin Yi immediately employed the Dragon Qi nourishing technique to swiftly mend his injuries. Reflecting on the battle, Lin Yi recognized his own naivety. Should another opportunity arise, he must not repeat such folly. My husband. Upon witnessing Lin Yi being sent flying, the Shimming Ancestor which panicked and rushed to assess his condition. Your opponent is me. The Eastern Emperor Tai was determined not to grant the Shimming Ancestor which any chance, unleashing a terrifying power that left her unable to break free. It turned out that he was the husband of the Shimming Ancestor which No wonder he was so formidable. But who was he, to possess such incredible strength, single-handedly contending against the monstrous saints Bai Zhe and Jiuying? That seems reasonable. Who is the Shiming Ancestor Witch? To conquer her, one must possess substantial power. Bai Zhe and Jiuying had overestimated their abilities, believing they could effortlessly subdue someone who appeared to be merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, only to find their teeth shattered. Hush, are you courting death? With the call of husband from the Xinming Witch clan, everyone instantly understood Lin Yi's identity. And no wonder he was so powerful. He was the man who had conquered the fearsome Xinming Ancestor Witch. The Witch clan, galvanized by this revelation, prepared to retaliate. The Emperor Jiang Ancestor Witch did not bother to check on Lin Yi's condition and instead commanded the Witch clan to launch a counterattack. Bai Zhe and Jiuying were formidable forces for the Demon clan, and with Lin Yi incapacitating them, the Ancestor Witches now had two more powerful allies. This was the perfect moment to counterattack. As for Lin Yi, the Emperor Jiang Ancestor Witch chose to place his trust in him. He had an inkling that Lin Yi's combat prowess surpassed his own. It would be impossible for Bai Zhe and Jiuying to kill him. Kill? Upon hearing the Emperor Jiang Ancestor Witch's command, the entire Witch clan roared, initiating a full-scale counteroffensive. Previously, there had been uncertainty in the battle, but after acquiring Lin Yi's trident, the tide had decisively turned. The Emperor Jiang Ancestor Witch intercepted Di Jun, while the Xinming Ancestor Witch confronted Eastern Emperor Tai. Hong Yuan delivered a brutal beating to Kuan Pong, and as for Shangyang, Ci Tai, Gue Che, Qin Yuan, Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, and Fei Lian, they were engaged by the likes of Zhu Juyin and other Ancestor Witches. With Bai Zhe and Jiuying incapacitated, the formidable forces were reduced by 2, allowing the remaining 10 Ancestor Witches to charge forth, resulting in an overwhelming onslaught that could only be described as a force that crushes and uproots. Retreat, hastened to withdraw into the Hunyuan He Luo formation. As they fought and fell back, Di Jun was filled with frustration. Bai Zhe and Jiuying had broken through to quasi-saint status, and he had believed victory was assured, planning to conquer the Witch clan. Little did he expect that the Xinming Ancestor Witch would find a man who would lead to the mutual destruction of Bai Zhe and Jiuying, thus thwarting his plans in warfare. A single misstep could lead to total defeat. With the loss of 2 high-end combatants, the Witch clan was destined to steamroll over them. At the same time, Di Jun pondered, didn't the Witch clan lack primordial spirits? Where did their treasures come from? Without those artifacts, their defeat would not have been so thorough. Ho-E, you lead 2 tribes to flank from the left, cut off their retreat, and give them no opportunity to return to the Great Formation. Quafu, you lead your 2 tribes to encircle from the right, move swiftly, and do not allow the Demon clan any chance to break through. Xing Tian, you charge ahead, find a way to tear through the Demon army. Relying on the Dragon Chi nourishing technique, Lin Yi quickly recovered from his injuries, smashing through the earth and emerging from the ground. The primordial land was remarkable. It seemed to possess its own restorative properties. And in such a short time, the traces of the prior battle had vanished. Standing in the void, Lin Yi swiftly discerned the Demon clan's intentions. They were seeking to retreat and regroup, prolong the conflict between the Witch and Demon clans. Lin Yi resolved to deliver a punishing blow, ensuring that they would suffer greater casualties before retreating to the Hunyuan He Luo formation. My husband, it's wonderful that you're unharmed. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, the Xinming Witch clan erupted with excitement, their previous desperation evaporating. Fellow Taoist, this is a battle between my Demon clan and the Witch clan. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening. The Xinming Ancestor Witch beamed. While the Demon clan felt a sense of impending doom, Bai Zhe and Jiuying, heavily injured, had retreated back to the Hunyuan He Luo formation. No one could withstand Lin Yi's advance. If he took action, they would inevitably face defeat. Who says it's of no concern? I am the husband of the Xinming Ancestor Witch. With a sly smile, Lin Yi raised his hand, conjuring a colossal phantom hand of 1,000 zhang in the void. Embodying another of his martial arts divine abilities, the Qilan Qingtu hand. The phantom hand solidified, the laws intertwined, and Tao patterns spread, the Qilan surged forth. Should this hand descend, it was uncertain how many demons would be crushed beneath it. We're finished. Our Demon clan is doomed. Damn it. Why did we attack the witch clan? Why provoke them? Predecessor, I am willing to surrender. Please do not kill me. In the face of death, numerous demons cried out. Hoping for Lin Yi's mercy. In the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun was equally tense. Had Lin Yi not delayed in striking, he would have already acted. Chapter 52. The Celestial Court emerges. Hong Jun opened the heavens. And another reason for his inaction was that Lin Yi was too weak. A pinnacle great Luo Golden Immortal was hardly worthy of his intervention. While Lin Yi battled by Zhe and Jiuying, Hong Jun did not observe. It was the mass slaughter of the demon clan that drew his attention. According to Hong Jun's calculations, he intended for the demon and witch clans to perish together. But now the witch clan was unilaterally overpowering the demons, which displeased him. Di Jun, Demon Emperor, Eastern Emperor Tai, I may refrain from intervening, but I require 3 drops of your essence blood each for this battle. I will not participate. With a smile, Lin Yi demanded 3 drops of essence blood from Di Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. Previously, during his encounter on the Tying Moon Star, Lin Yi had devoured its essence, leading to a significant transformation of the World Seed. Di Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, born of the Solar Star, Lin Yi suspected they would yield a similar effect. Originally, Lin Yi had intended to sneak in, but time was of the essence, and now was the perfect moment to extort them. Is it a fair bargain? If Lin Yi was willing to keep his promise, Di Jun would not mind parting with 3 drops of essence blood. At their level of power, it was nearly impossible to scheme against one another. 3 drops of essence blood were manageable. The heavenly Tao bears witness. In the depths of the void, Lin Yi sensed a pair of eyes watching him. If he guessed correctly, it was likely Hong Jun. Realizing he had attracted Hong Jun's attention, Lin Yi felt a pang of anxiety, chastising himself for being too showy. He should have been more discreet. To clear any suspicion, Lin Yi refrained from mentioning the great Tao, instead speaking of the heavenly Tao to reassure Hong Jun. As expected, upon mentioning the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun withdrew his gaze. In his view, as long as one adhered to the heavenly Tao, there would be no threat. If all went as expected, this individual would likely sever 3 corpses and attain quasi-sainthood, becoming a piece on the heavenly Tao's chessboard. Very well, I trust you for now. With a wave of his hand, 3 drops of essence blood flew forth, drifting directly before Lin Yi. Di Jun took the lead, and Eastern Emperor Tai also tossed 3 drops of essence blood to Lin Yi. Splendid. The rest is for you to enjoy. I shall take my leave. Having acquired the essence blood, Lin Yi turned and departed, returning to Mount Buzhou. Oh no, we are surrounded. Damn it, that bastard is stalling for time, allowing Ho Yi and Kwa Fu to complete the encirclement. Just as the demon clan prepared to cheer, Eastern Emperor Tai bellowed, feeling his intelligence was being trampled. Yet Lin Yi had indeed left as agreed. Not violating the promise to the heavenly Tao, what could he do? Break through. We must find a way to escape. After shaking off the Emperor Jiang, Di Jun immediately turned and charged backward. Di Jun, fellow Taoist, did you not enjoy attacking? Why are you fleeing this time? What has happened to your dignity? All ancestors, set up the 12 capital heavenly fiend formation. Let us go all out. As Di Jun fled, Emperor Jiang scoffed, having severely injured the demon clan. Yes, Gong Gong and the others had long wished to arrange the 12 capital heavenly fiend formation. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's command, they swiftly took flight toward him. Good heavens, they are actually employing the 12 capital heavenly fiend formation. Hong Jun should be compelled to act now. Lin Yi observed as the 12 ancestor witches formed seals with their hands, unleashing terrifying laws that coalesced into a torrent of blood and malevolence, sealing the heavens and binding the earth. The blood, laws, and malevolence enveloped the 12 ancestor witches. They began to take form, transforming into a colossal figure wielding a broad axe. The giant's eyes were closed, but as the 12 ancestor witches unleashed their power, the giant's eyes opened wide, raising the axe high. Oh no, this is the phantom of Pangu. Damn it, the witch clan possesses such depth. We are doomed. My lord, demon emperor, think of something quickly. We do not wish to die. The greatest secret of the 12 capital heavenly fiend formation was its ability to summon the phantom of Pangu, showcasing Pangu's might. Naturally, with the current strength of the 12 ancestor witches, it was impossible to fully unleash Pangu's battle power, but for the demon clan, it was utterly lethal. The moment the axe was raised, Lin Yi felt the world fall into silence. Upon the blade of Panga's phantom, a terrifying malevolence emerged, suffocating everyone. The members of the demon clan fared even worse. They sensed they were being judged. As the great Panga himself descended to slay them, faced with the aura of death, many demons lost control, trembling and kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy from the great Pango. Let us attack together. Jun did not resign himself to fate. He infused all the power of the quasi-saint into the river diagram and the Luo book, hoping to withstand this devastating blow. Dong Huang Tai Yi also did not idle. Unleashing the full might of the Eastern Emperor Bell, crashing it against the phantom of Pangu. Kill! The axe was raised high above their heads, and the 12 ancestor witches roared in unison as the Pangu phantom descended from the heavens. Striking first against the Eastern Emperor Bell, with a resounding thud, the Eastern Emperor Bell was cleaved by the phantom's axe, causing Dong Huang Tai Yi to spit a mouthful of blood as he beheld the cracks spreading across the bell's surface. Then, with a sharp crack, it shattered into fragments. As the axe continued its descent, Jun intervened, using the river diagram and the Luo book to defend, only to be severed as well with a deafening roar. The axe severed the river diagram, and the Pangu phantom strike pressed forward, meeting resistance from Shangyang, Ci Tai, Gue Che, Qin Yuan, Jiming, Ing Zhao, and Fei Lian, who followed in the footsteps of Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Thanks to their efforts, the first strike of the Pangu phantom was nearly blocked, yet its residual force surged into the demon army, tearing a vast gash through their ranks, resulting in the near-total annihilation of the demons within that range. Once more, a mighty shout rang out as Jiang unleashed his power, urging everyone to brace for another assault. The 12 capital heavenly fiend formation was indeed terrifying, yet it demanded immense energy, making it unsustainable and fraught with backlash in this second strike. The ancestor which Jiang had to eliminate Jun and the others. Should it reach a third strike, they would face a catastrophic price. One that could take them over 100,000 years to recover from life is forfeit. Witnessing the 12 ancestor witches unleash their power to activate the 12 capital heavenly fiend formation, Jun and his companions closed their eyes. They understood that with their current strength, it was utterly impossible to withstand the second strike. Fleeing was not an option. The last time, the Pangu phantom had instantly delivered its blow, and attempting to evade would only lead to a swifter demise. Damn it, Jun is truly a waste. Just as the 12 ancestor witches summoned the Pangu phantom to raise the axe, Hong Jun tore through the void, re-entering the primordial realm and arriving before the demon race. At the same moment, the axe of the Pangu phantom descended, only to be caught by Hong Jun. With an air of superiority, Hong Jun placed his left hand behind his back and extended a single finger with his right hand, effortlessly blocking the assault of the 12 capital heavenly fiend formation. So formidable, Lin Yi, situated in the Pango Hall, peered out, keenly observing Hong Jun's arrival point. One could not deny the presence of this creature. With silvery hair and a youthful visage, he exuded an ethereal charm, unmistakably extraordinary. However, there was an unsettling glint in Hong Jun's eyes, hinting at a shadowy intent. How audacious, how much slaughter do you intend to unleash? With a mere finger, he repelled the axe of the Pangu phantom. Letting out a cold snort, disciple pays respects to master. Disciple pays respects to master. Upon Hong Jun's appearance, Jun and Kuan Pong were filled with exhilaration, instantly kneeling to pay their respects. Listen well. This battle ends here. Until I conclude my 3 teachings, no chaos is permitted. 12 Ancestor witches, do not gaze upon me in such a manner. I act for the welfare of the beings of the primordial realm. Jun received the command. From this moment forth, yield the primordial land to the witch clan. You shall ascend to the heavens and establish the heavenly court. From henceforth, you shall govern the heavens while the witch clan governs the earth. Do not provoke further troubles. Hong Jun's intention was to ensure the mutual destruction of the demon and witch clans. Now that the demon race was being crushed, he would not allow it. Another reason was that Hong Jun had long sought to open the heavenly court but required an opportunity, one that lay with Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Master, you wouldn't have me relocate the demon court to the Sun Star, would you? While the Sun Star was vast, It was plagued by unbearable heat, and lacking the bloodline of the Golden Crow, they could not endure it. Hearing that his faction was to ascend to the heavens, Dijun was thrown into a panic. Shihe and Chong, she did not wish to remain on the lunar star, and Dijun and Donghuang Taiyi equally did not desire to be on the sun star. For the environment was too harsh. Since the demon race is to ascend to the heavens, there is certainly my reasoning behind it. The heavens you shall ascend to are for the heavenly court. Looking up at the summit of Mount Buzhou, Hongjun intentionally left them in suspense, prompting Dijun and Donghuang Taiyi to ponder deeply. What was the heavenly court? Dijun had no knowledge of its nature and urged Hongjun to continue. The heavenly court is also a part of the primordial realm. When the primordial world first came into being, there was a tendency for convergence. Our friend Pangu stood at the center of the cosmos, facing north and turning his back to the south, with his left arm to the west and his right arm to the east. To prevent the convergence of heaven and earth, Pangu supported the sky with his hands and pressed down with his feet. Straining to hold it up, however, the force of convergence was too strong, and as Pangu's feet slipped, he split his legs wide apart, performing a grand split. I was watching from a distance when, after this split, Pangu's right leg was forward, and his left leg was back, with his robust form gradually sinking into the eastern earth. Had another sage been in his place, they might have surrendered. But Pangu did not relent. He continued to struggle. Finally, when the divine portal at his navel aligned with the earth, his entire lower body sank into the ground, halting the force of convergence. After slaying the chaos demon god, Pangu was utterly exhausted, preventing the closing of heaven and earth, ultimately leading to his demise. In his final moment of life, Pangu gazed towards the chaos, with his ancestral aperture aligned with his spine, occupying the highest point of this world, and thus began the process of his disintegration, giving rise to all things. As you should know, Pangu's limbs and torso separated, soaring to the four corners of the earth, suppressing and opening the fire, water, and wind of creation.